can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This, Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Two bombshell revelations shattered the relative of the NFL's pre-training camp period. Number one, despite significant evidence, the NFL encouraged collusion against offering quarterbacks fully guaranteed player contracts, and arbitrators somehow ruled the owners didn't fully collude. What? Second, the 61-page report featuring all sorts of damning evidence was purposely withheld from the public and the players by then Players Union President J.C. Treader. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you, off and rolling on this Wednesday morning. Well, big day, NBA Draft Day. Obviously a big opportunity for the 76ers, and we will talk extensively about that. Only a couple players they could really choose to pick, but they could choose to make a trade. So we'll see. We'll be all over that. Phillies, very irritating loss last night. Ranger was phenomenal, and the bats absolutely stunk. So we got a lot to get to there, especially with the Rojas at bat at the end. Some Eagles to mix in and more. Phone calls all through the show. Your chance. A lot to weigh in on at 215-592-9494. Richie Rich.
Hello, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny.
Roman soldiers back in the day used to eat garlic before every battle. They believed that garlic had mystical properties, but to give them courage, strength, and stamina. And it was the traditional pre-battle food. And they also thought it would improve athletic performance as well.
You know why it does? Because people say, I got to get away from you. And then they back up.
I was wondering if it had something to do with vampires and where that legend comes from.
Maybe.
That's interesting.
Not sure.
I don't know either.
Courage, strength, and stamina.
But a good factoid. I like that one. I don't like the way the Phils ended last night. I do like the fact that
eat garlic last night.
So I do like that the Sixers had the third pick in the draft. Now I'm not happy how they got here. All right, let me just put this out to start. We want to hear. Look, we want everyone on the record today. Who you want? Is it last call for not alcohol, but for the third pick? Who do you want? Who do you want, or what do you want them to do? It can be, give up a ton to try to get up. But everyone says it's going to be almost impossible to get Dylan Harper at 2. You could slide back. You could make a trade and completely get out and trade for a veteran NBA player. Or you could do what they will probably most likely do, which is just pick a player at 3. Know this, ESPN, their rankings have Ace Bailey as the third best player in the draft. ESPN, from a mock draft standpoint, has the Sixers taking VJ Edgecombe. So just know that, and I think the ESPN people will probably have it wrong, is my guess, because I don't think Daryl Morey is going to be as flummoxed by Ace Bailey not meeting with the Sixers as people perceive, but we'll see. So we'll know more before we go to bed tonight. It does set up for an exciting day. Curious, honestly, how much you even care at this point, because I know interest has been pretty low. And then, of course, who you want. You can weigh in 215-592-9494. No matter how you slice it, it is an opportunity to improve. And so, obviously, we desperately want them to get it right. Your chance to weigh in, 215-592-9494. Now, let's get to the Phils. John, what a wasted opportunity. I mean,
Well,
Ranger was
magnificent.
Oh, my God, he was amazing.
Yeah.
So there's a lot
He went deep.
He went deep.
And his pitch the count, it wasn't that high.
No.
And it all felt so good.
Right?
Despite the fact that we were just sort of dribbling along and limping along, and the offense was nowhere to be found. We knew that it might be tough.
Well, no Bryce. You got Sosa in there. Stott's not. It's not a good lineup. I mean, it's just the bottom of the lineup was really weak. You
Houston's got pitching.
It's just so. And look, that pitcher's really good also. I mean, him and Ranger were side by side, parallel for a while until Ranger gave up the homer. I mean, we got to say it. But look, Ranger was great. So here's the deal. Let's start with the end of the game. Because obviously we could do a ton on Ranger, and it is phenomenal to know that he's pitching this well. I think he's really back, honestly, to where he was in April and May last year. I mean, he's in that zone again, and it further complicates the offseason and the stretch run. And there's a lot of good things there. But let's start with the bad, because they did lose. And obviously a lot of the chatter after the game has been about the final at bat in Rojas. So here's the deal. If you don't know, let me just bring you up to speed if you don't know. Bottom line is, at the end of the game, the Phillies trail 1-0. It's the 8th inning. The Phils have one guy on because Hader, who's one of the best closers in baseball, had hit a guy. So the Phils have a dude on first base. There are 2 outs, and Rojas is batting. Now, I've got 4 different issues. 4 within this one at bat. And I'm curious kind of what cheeses, everyone the most, 215-592-9494. 4 different issues. Issue number 1, and I'd say this is the one that got maybe the second most discussion after the game. Issue number 1, should Rob Thompson give Johan Rojas this at bat? Now remember, you got an outstanding left-handed pitcher on the other side in Hader, and you got Rojas, who's a right-handed hitter. Sosa had already started in the game. He's in the game. I mean, he already batted in the inning.
And Buddy Kennedy started as well.
Yeah, and Buddy Kennedy started. So the bottom line is, here's your bench at that moment. Now, and by the way, let me answer the question. Should Rojas get the at-bat? No. Here's your bench options. Stott, Kepler, Marchand, backup catcher. Now, would I give Rojas the at-bat? No. John Ritchie, you're Rob Thompson. You've got door number 1, which is player in the game, Rojas, or Stott, Kepler, Marchand, who gets the at-bat? Bryson Stott.
I don't think it's Rojas.
No, it's Bryson Stott, or it's Kepler. Because that's the easiest transition in the outfield. It's one or the other.
I've seen Bryson Stott start to pick it up again recently, and that really makes me feel good. I have been so worried about him physically, though, knowing that it was now like a nerve thing, that he was sort of hiding from everyone last year.
Yep.
Makes me worried about this time, but I think he's doing some things that prove to me to all of us that he can do this.
To me, it's very clear.
If he's an option,
it's either Stott or Kepler.
Kepler's an option.
And I'm not saying they're great, but it's Stott or Kepler.
They're both better than Rojas.
Correct.
And that's the last chance we had.
And I'll take my chances with a lefty against a tough lefty. And I'm not saying it's ideal. It's not. It's not ideal. But I'd sure as hell rather have Stott or Kepler batting in that moment than Rojas. That's
the biggie. Yeah.
Well, okay.
That's a problem.
That's issue number 1. Now let's get to issue number 2. Issue number 2 is that this is the group Dave Dombrowski gives Rob Thompson. So let me frame it another way, and certainly for those old enough to remember some of the players I'm about to say, I think this will resonate with you. Here's what Dave Dombrowski has not given Rob Thompson. A Matt Stairs. Some of these guys are going to be lefties. Some of these guys are going to be righties. A Matt Stairs,
That's on Dave, too, though. There's a lot of lefties, man. That's part of building a team. I'm just saying. I'm adding into that. You're like, like the lefty thing matters.
It's all on Dombrowski when it's the choices, because these are the players Rob Thompson's given. Here's what Dombrowski has not given Rob Thompson. A Matt Stairs, a Greg Dobbs, a Kevin Jordan, a Greg Gross, a Ricky Jordan. Like, these are all quality players that the Phillies could bring off the bench in many different parts of the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s. I mean, this is a part of baseball. And part of why Rob Thompson doesn't make the change last night, he doesn't feel great about the Stoddard Kepler option. He doesn't love his bench. I mean, his best bench player, Sosa, was already in the game. By the way, did okay last night at times, other times not as much. But, I mean, the bottom line is it's a weak bench. We've known it's a weak bench. We've seen that in the postseason. We've seen how that has hampered Rob Thompson in critical moments, specifically last October against the Mets, when he didn't really feel like he had great options to go to when you have a struggling player, because you don't really have a better player to insert in many cases. So Dombrowski's "here's who you got, Rob" comes into full frickin' focus when I blow a Ranger game because I got Rojas with a guy on first, 2 outs, and he's my batter. All right, that's issue number 2. Now, let's get to issue number 3. And matter of fact, to set it up, let's listen to how within the broadcast last night, and this was really well done by Ruben Amaro and Tom McCarthy on the NBC Sports broadcast. Reminder, 2-0 count, 9-hole hitter. Trey Turner, who's been swinging a good stick on the on-deck circle. The opposing pitcher has to throw 3 strikes before 2 balls, where I got guys on first and second, and my 1-hole hitter coming up, who's a righty against a left-handed pitcher. Listen to the way, and this is so well done, when it was 2-0 in the moment, listen to how Ruben and T-Mac broke it down.
2-0.
I would really like to see Johan take a pitch here to give, put a little heat on Hader to throw strikes, especially with Trey Turner hitting next.
Nope. That was ball 3. You got to take a pitch there. I know you're not going to always get a fastball, but you're down 1. You're in the top of the 9th inning. You're the number 9 hitter. This guy's got 3 hits, 2 extra base hits against Hader.
Totally agree with you.
Just such bad baseball. I mean, I can't even, I thought of Larry Brown. Larry Brown in basketball used to say, let's play the right way. And I know how to play has changed in difference. I get that. NBA players shoot threes like crazy in ways Larry Brown wasn't coaching when he was there. Baseball players approach hitting different. This is just dumb, bad baseball. I mean, John, I need Rojas to, and by the way, for those that don't know, it's a foul.
Why does it seem like he commits these dumb, bad baseball errors so frequently?
He's a bad player. At the major league level, would he beat me or Fritz in a little baseball competition coming up in a week or so? Yes,
easily.
Can he beat Hader? No.
All
James, how much did it annoy you, the whole Rojas at bat?
So it obviously drove me crazy.
Yep.
I to be honest though, of the things you talked about, the Dombrowski thing drives me the craziest, because you should have someone you can bat in that spot. Josh Hader is one of the toughest lefties in baseball. Literally, he is the highest paid closer. Like, he is a stud. You should not have a right-handed hitter on your bench. You can come in that spot. Like, that's freaking crazy to me.
It's horrible.
So I would have pinch it Kepler or Stott. I totally agree with you. I'm not worried about the defensive thing. Marsh was on the bench. You can bring Marsh
by the way, I'll figure out the bottom of the 9th.
Well, Marsh can come in and play center field. You're good.
You can do that. This is my last. I also just need to extend the game.
Of course.
The game is about to end unless I get a run.
Yeah, it was infuriating. I'll
put Marchand in center field if I have to.
I can understand swinging 2-0 in that spot if it's a pitch down the middle of the plate. And I get not having, I think Rojas should have the choice to swing there if it's anywhere close, because he's not going to get a great pitch from Hader. And if Hader challenges him, he will beat Rojas. Hader could just throw strikes against Rojas.
Of course he can.
So ultimately Hader has such a massive advantage in that at bat, which is what we're talking about.
But
at the end of the day, you're
way.
Johan Rojas.
Yeah, well, first off, Charlie Manuel, 3 words: know thyself.
Exactly.
Know thyself. Which, put another way, in Larry Brown lingo, thyself. I don't know about that. But put another way, in Larry Brown lingo, it's, hey, Matt Harpering, your job is to pass the ball to Allen Iverson. Like Johan Rojas' job, if he's given the at-bat, and he shouldn't been, is somehow, some way to get on base.
Pass the baton.
To pass the baton to Trey Turner. And by the way, if you missed it last night, Hader hit the first batter. I think that was Buddy Kennedy. He hit Kennedy, but Kennedy swung. So it counted as a strike, even though he got hit by the pitch. Then he hits the next guy.
Well, Kenny was the one who got hit. It was the one who swung. I think so. Was it Sosa who swung through?
No, he hit Sosa. No, he hit Sosa.
Hit Sosa. Kennedy swung through. Sosa got on base. Yeah, but Sosa was ahead of Kennedy in the order. That's what screwed him.
He's hit two players in the inning. He's wild to Rojas 2-0. Now think about how dumb this is. And Rojas, who's the worst Phillies hitter that's an everyday player I've seen in like a long time, is like, oh, good idea to swing at this one. Dumb baseball. Let me get to one more thing, dumb baseball. And you can react to all this, 215-592-9494. And I wish I wasn't so riled up, but here's why I am. I view all of this through the prism of the month of October. This isn't about a game in late June. I mean, it is, but it's not. This is all about trying to win a championship. And let me take it to one more level that also bothered me, and I'm curious how many people thought of this in the moment. Why did Rob Thompson give Rojas a green light? He is the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies. Manage the moment. I mean, I know this. When I played, you'd look down. Now if nobody's on, nobody's out. Like, you don't have to look down to third base coach. But if it's a situational baseball situational moment, and this is a situation, there's a guy on, it's 2-0, it's the 9-freaking-hole hitter, one-hole hitter coming up, 2-0, wild pitcher here, okay? He was a great pitcher, but wild in the moment. This is a moment where Rob Thompson's got to say to the third base coach, got to signal to him, you're signaling to Rojas, don't swing! Don't swing! I mean, what's my approach against Jack Fritz next week going to be? He better throw strikes, John, or I'm going to win.
He's not Josh Hader, though.
no, he's not.
A little different.
No, he's not. But you know what? Hader was wild. And so when I say I view it through October, this is the kind of Rob Thompson thing. I don't want to bite them in October. I need Rob Thompson to know his job is like Sirianni. Be the commander. Be the commander. Don't let... So Rojas should know not to swing. But here's the thing. Because he doesn't know not to swing, and we've seen enough from Rojas through the years, he's a confident player, overconfident. I need Rob Thompson in that moment in the dugout to signal to the third base coach, it's a hold sign, it's a no sign to Rojas. Don't swing. And he obviously don't do it.
Yeah.
John, that whole combination...
Yeah, that's a problem.
You know what I mean?
That's a problem.
That's a problem. That's the manager's job to manage.
Right. You've got a deficient player. You have a method that you could figure out that you can help him.
Yeah,
and just remind him to do the right thing.
It's really irritating. And this isn't Bryce Harper, who, by the way, you would trust in the moment. This is Rojas, the worst Phillies semi-everyday player in a long time. So, look, there's a lot
He's
there.
He's a liability that you do have to manage. You have to manage so that it doesn't weigh the rest of the team down. And you failed in that moment.
You did.
I think it's a good thing to point out.
And that's my thing about October and Rob Thompson. You don't want to see them lose playoff games in a playoff series because of moments like that. All right, a lot to chew on. 215-592-9494. It's a shame that it overrides in many cases a spectacular performance by Ranger. Your thoughts on the end sequence of the game. Which of those situations bothered you more? That this is the player Dombrowski gives Topper, that Topper chooses to go with him, that Rojas chooses to swing, or that Rob Thompson even chooses to allow Rojas to swing? That and more. Phone calls on all of it. Who do you want the Sixers to pick? Drafts in like 14 hours, which is pretty cool. We'll be all over it all day. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie, we got Devin, Seltzer, and Rhea, and wonderful to have you on what's going to be a busy show on 94 WIP.
Giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotions section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. Nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here. Phillies, Astros, tonight. Leading off starts at 7:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 8:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
It is gone! Off the ivy in dead center!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Aaron Rodgers says he thinks his 2025 season in Pittsburgh will be his last in the NFL. Appearing on the Pat McAfee show, Rodgers said, quote, "I'm pretty sure this is it. That's why we just did a one-year deal. It's been a long run, and I've enjoyed it. What better place to finish than in one of the cornerstone franchises of the NFL?" Rodgers also added that he plans to live outside the public eye once he retires. In other Steelers news, the team officially announced the signing of safety Deshaun Elliott to a new 3-year contract. Elliott recorded career highs in tackles and turnovers in his first season with Pittsburgh in 2024. And 49ers wideout Ricky Pearsall told NBC Sports Bay Area that he wants to help Brock Purdy live up to his new $265 million contract, saying, quote, "It's super motivating for everybody. We've got his back just as much as he's got our back." This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I'll fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. But not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
Phillies baseball is in full swing, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have. Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. The best part, zero bubbles. Ask for it at your local bars and liquor store. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. That's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Today, hot and humid with a late day storm possible, high 98.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
94 WIP Sports Update.
A terrific Ranger Suarez performance with one mistake and no run support as the Phillies dropped the opener of their series in Houston 1-0. Suarez took a perfect game into the fourth, no-hitter into the sixth, allowed a solo shot to Cooper Hummel in the eighth. Edmundo Sosa got hit by a pitch in the ninth, and then Johan Rojas got to a 2-0 count against Josh Hader, but swung at the next 3 pitches to end the game.
Rojas gets up 2-0 on the count against Hader there. Would you like to see him take a pitch? You know, especially since that was running.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it was a strike, so you might as well waffle on it. You're not going to get too many good pitches to hit.
And I know it's left on left, but lefties have actually got Hader a little bit this year. Like, do you consider it all shooting the lefty there? No.
That is Rob Thompson, who also said he doesn't think Bryce Harper will be activated during this season series, unsure about Atlanta this weekend. Partly sunny, chance of storms, a high of 98. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's just an annoying way to lose a game. And then you hear Rob Thompson say that after the game. I mean, come on. I know in many ways he does the Andy Reid thing. I'm going to stick up for the players. I get it. We all know it. But I tend to think he thinks that way. See, that's the difference. Andy Reid actually knew Todd Pinkston stunk. He just wasn't going to admit it. But the bottom line is...
Everyone knew.
Right.
Pinkston's thing.
Right. But like when Topper says what you just heard, I mean, Rhea, when you play that audio, right?
It's annoying.
It's brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm annoyed listening to it, and I've already played it for myself 10 times.
Yeah,
there's no excuse for it. I mean, listen, and I've said many times, you know, you didn't lose playoffs because of Johan Rojas. But in that situation, that is first of all, it's Dombrowski's fault for him being on the team. But it's your job, as you said, the moment.
Yeah.
Manage the moment. You are not winning against Josh Hader with Otto Kemp, Sosa, Buddy Kennedy, and Johan Rojas.
That was brutal at the end.
I mean, my God, are you kidding me?
I know. All right, let's get a lot of calls in here. What do you make of it? The way the Phils literally went down last night.
With a whimper.
And also who you want the Sixers to draft. Get on the record. This is it. Draft is tonight, 8 o'clock. Sixers obviously will be picking not long after it starts. Third pick in the draft. It's sort of exciting, semi-exciting. I am starting to get...
What do you want to do?
Well, I want to get to the phones, and I'm going to give you that answer coming up shortly. Let's go to Aaron right now in Reading. Aaron, good morning, buddy.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good, pal. What do you make of it, Aaron?
I knew it was going to be bad last night when I saw Buddy Kennedy walk up and there was no pinch hitter.
Well, that's the thing. They could have almost pinch hit for the whole inning. I mean, as Rhea just said, that was like the opposite of Murderer's Row. That was really, really big. And you know what the problem? And then you
all have lefties. It's all lefties except Martian is a switch hitter. You're not putting in that spot. I mean, it's insane that you had a string of righties who stink at the end of the lineup and a bunch of lefties on the bench.
I know.
What is this team?
Yeah. Go ahead, Aaron.
Ill prepared.
Yeah, I understand the analytics side of everything with the righty-lefty matchups, but in that moment, you have to understand who has the better bat, and Stott knows how to take pitches and get walks.
Yeah.
And Kepler's been in the league for a little bit, so I think he would have a better chance at it.
Totally. And let me be clear. I want to be very clear about this. Let's not act like Stott versus a lefty or Kepler at all are great options. They're not great options. Here's
They're
what
not
they
automatic
are.
outs.
They're not automatic. They are better options than Rojas. Period. End of story. I mean, Rojas, man, they can't do it in October again. They can't. All right, Aaron, I appreciate the call. Devin,
well, hopefully this
he stinks,
is the
man.
final
No, he's
straw
horrible.
He's just
for
not.
He's horrible.
He is not a Major League Baseball player.
He's brutal. Devin, of all of it, which part of it bothered you the most?
The fact that, this is what the Phillies team looks like when they're facing a lefty. Like, I put most of the blame on Dave Dombrowski. Just the fact that you're rolling out, and I know that Bryce Harper is injured, but like Buddy Kennedy and Otto Kemp in left field, like that's what you're rolling out with. And I know the lack of putting in, I agree. I think Stott or Kepler should have been put in. I mean, Kepler, your quote-unquote big off-season acquisition, and now you're platooning him, and he's not even going to see action in a game where they need to score and get on base. You're going to go with Rojas instead. It just is kind of mind-blowing. But when it comes to Dombrowski, like to set up the team in this way, it kind of was the outcome that I think a lot of people expected on Sunday night against the Mets, when it's a rubber match and the series is tied, and then you look at the lineup and it's like Buddy Kennedy at first base, Otto Kemp at left field. I know Otto Kemp has been doing well, but like you would think that a guy like Buddy Kennedy, you want to get him reps against a bad team, not a team like the Houston Astros.
He's so not intimidating looking. Buddy. And everything about, even his name.
Well, his name is Buddy.
His name is so
I expected Joe to go there.
His name is like welcoming and friendly. And then you look at him and it's like, man, he's not someone who's scared. When he steps off the bus, whoever
another
you're facing,
non-Major League Baseball player on the roster starting in games. Real quick to the point of the pinch hitter thing, Rojas has a better OPS against left-handed pitching than both Stott and Kepler.
It's not shocking because those guys have struggled. But I
crazy. Marsh has the best
what about
OPS against lefties of all the guys we're talking about, which is crazy. He's only had 33 at bats.
Just don't trust him.
I agree with you. I would have pinch hit. I'm just saying, I think to Devin's point, the team, the roster that Dombrowski has given Topper, Topper does not, yes, I would have pinch hit there too, but I think it's a lesser of two bad decisions. I don't think any of those guys in that spot is the right person to face Josh Hader.
Look, it's just brutal, and it washes away a Ranger thing. The other thing I'll say is let's not totally let the guys at the top of the order off the hook here. Now, Trey had some hits. But the reality is I thought he had two. I
think he had one.
Oh, maybe. But the reality is the Treys, the Schwarbers, the Casties, the JTs. These are high-priced pet players. And throw Bohm in there. He's not high-priced, but he's Alec Bohm. They all took part in a game where the Phillies scored 0 runs.
They had so many chances, Joe.
They did.
They had 2 on in the first with
Well, who made the last out in the second and fourth? Rojas. Rojas in the second made the final out with 2 guys on, and he made I think it was the final out, maybe it was the second out of the inning with 2 guys on the fourth.
It always finds him. The spot always finds him.
Which was all, by the way, part of not churning it enough was why you got the freaking bottom of the, because it is kind of on the rare side, 9-inning game, bottom of the lineup, 4th-time round batting. But the Phillies didn't get runs, so they didn't get to the top of the order.
They were over-aggressive in the game last night. They swung at a lot of first pitches.
All right, coming up, your chance to win a really cool prize. Also, we will go on the record next on who we want the 76ers to draft and why. Obviously, there's only a couple choices, really. It's probably between 4 guys. So who we want the Sixers to pick, who you want the Sixers to pick, your reaction to the Phils, and your chance to win very cool concert tickets. All that up ahead. 215-592-9494. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Is your home ready for summer? The season can mean everything from storms to heat waves, which we've absolutely seen in the last week, and it can lead to increased energy demand in your home. Get ahead of potential electrical problems before it's too late. Call the experts at Horizon Services for all of your home's electrical needs. Horizon Services has same-day service, so you're not going to be sitting waiting around worrying in the sweltering heat. If it's a bigger job, say a new whole home generator, Horizon is giving you $500 off installation. As always, thanks to Horizon's expert team, you know the job's going to be done right the first time. So keep your family cool and comfortable, your electric bills down, and get ready for summer with Horizon. Click or call day or night. Horizon is available 24/7 to help with all your home needs. Schedule a visit right now at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today, knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hell yeah! Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl tomorrow. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. Online at robinford.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Hackers suck. So does juggling multiple apps to run your business. When your IT stack is cluttered, productivity drops and security risks rise. Meet Trust UC from Telesystem, the app that cleans up your digital dumpster fire. Integrated video, voice, chat, and AI-powered messaging, plus built-in cybersecurity awareness training and 24/7 dark web monitoring. Boost your productivity, cut your costs, and help strengthen your security posture. Visit hackersuck.com for more. IT is about trust.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna and poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. There's Summer of Shellfish only at Chickies and Pete's.
Summer is all about great music and staying connected. Switch to the Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box on us. Take your favorite music to the beach, the backyard, or wherever. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to super fast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift cards. See store for details.
It's the Jack Daddy sales event all month long at Dell Toyota. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day.
Jack, sell them for less. The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
I play like Mr. Softy.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide.
based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on the pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to get started. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
94 WIP Sports Update.
The Astros lefty kicks and deals in the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. The ball game's over. Fastball, Rojas trying to check, but he went around, and that's it for the Phils tonight as they drop the opener. 1-0. Rangers Suarez terrific until allowing a home run in the 8th to Cooper Hummel. That's the only run of tonight's game, and the Phillies fall 1-0.
Scott Fransky, the call. Johan Rojas got the count to 2-0 in the 9th against Josh Hader and Mundo Sosa on base after hit by pitch, but he swung at the next 3 pitches for the final out. Rob Thompson said he did not consider pinch hitting for Rojas. Bottom of the Phil's order, 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position. No run support for a terrific Ranger Suarez outing, who allowed only 1 run, a solo shot in the 8th. Phils had their chances early against Framber Valdez. 2 on in the first, stranded another 2 in the second, and again in the 4th and 6th. Partly sunny, chance of storms, high 98, currently 85. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
Well, Rojas needs some help. Needs to learn how to, what do they call it in baseball? Hit? Well, I could have taught him how to walk. Thank you.
But if you're Rob Thompson in that situation, in that press conference last night, and you're asked, did you consider pinch hitting for Rojas? How do you answer that?
You have to say no.
No, I don't know about that.
It's submarines roll. After you've already done it, like once it's over.
You can support him by saying, yeah, I considered it, and I went with him. I thought he was the right guy for the moment. And you're actually supporting him in that
I just
case.
don't think it's necessary. I think if you're you already made the decision. You already did it.
I understand.
Like, say, I never thought of it. I trusted Johan in that spot.
I actually think, here's what I'd say. I think he can look better answering it either way if he answers it better. He can say no, I did not consider it because Rojas is my guy. Like in that moment, I thought he gave us the best chance. Or I can say, yes, I did consider it, but after quick consideration, I said, no, I'm not going to do it because Rojas is my guy. He can say it with a certain degree of authority and a certain degree of command.
No matter how you try to dress that up, man, it does.
I just don't think it's worth it.
But the way he
Topper
answers
shouldn't, like in that case, he has to care more about his team than us. Like in that situation, it's the same with Sirianni. Sirianni does not throw his players under the bus ever. And you talk about being a leader. Like that's what Nick does. So I think in that case, the decision itself we can rip, but I don't think the explanation after is
all right. Well, look,
in my opinion.
everyone can chew on all of it. Let's give you 2 different Twitter poll questions of the day today, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Let your journey begin in the completely redesigned 2025 Equinox from Armin Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. First poll question: what bothered you the most last night with Rojas' final at-bat to end the game? Choice A, Dombrowski's bench stinks, meaning, what the heck? These are the options. Choice B, Topper not pinch-hitting Rojas, not getting him out of there. Choice C, Rojas choosing to swing at the 2-0 pitch. Or choice D, Topper letting Rojas swing at the 2-0 pitch. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. Second poll question. Because obviously we asked the question yesterday, who do you want the Sixers to draft? And while it wasn't a majority, the player that got the most votes was Edgecombe. Well, today we ask you this question because there's a real possibility the Sixers walk away tonight with a guard. Could be Edgecombe, could be Trey Johnson. They get like a legitimate just guard. If they do, it creates a logjam with Maxey and McCain. And so we ask this question. If the 76ers select a guard in the first round tonight, which player do you think is more likely to be traded before the Sixers season starts? Is it A, Tyrese Maxey, or B, Jared McCain? I think there's a real chance they would trade one of them if they draft a guard. By the way, could happen tonight. So put all that through your mind and get voting at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. And certainly you can weigh in on the phone lines as well. Speaking of weighing in, you can also weigh in on AMA. What do you want to know? Best questions will make the show 7:20 today. We'll do AMA. Normally we do it at 7. We're doing it today at 7:20. So what do you want to know? Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. 3 ways that you can interact with the program. Now, you can also interact, obviously, on the phone lines at 215-592-9494. And in doing so today, win a cool prize because we're giving away a pair of tickets today to see Bare Naked Ladies. It's the last Summer on Earth tour at the Met Philadelphia on July 22nd. Tickets are on sale. They are available at Ticketmaster.com for this concert coming up in a month. Ticketmaster.com. Here's how we give them away today. First off, we honor the great movie Sleepless in Seattle. Fantastic movie from the early 90s. I think it was 93. And, of course, at the end of Sleepless in Seattle, you know, the scene at the Empire State Building is based on a love story, but it's also based on the location. I mean, that's a central part of the whole movie that they discuss, you know, that they're going to meet at the top of the Empire State Building, and then they do. So it's a beautiful scene. It's a great scene, and it's a scene where the location is centrally involved in the storyline. Today at 215-592-9494, we ask you this question. Give us a great scene that the storyline is directly tied into the location where it's happening. There's a lot of ways to answer this. I mean, for instance, Saving Private Ryan, obviously, is right there, you know, on the beaches as you know, the warriors, the heroes from D-Day storm the beaches, you know, and ultimately, defeat the Germans over time, but make big inroads that day alone on the beaches of Omaha Beach and et cetera on down the line. All right. So give us a great scene where the location is critical to the scene. John Ritchie, what are you thinking? Best answer by everybody today. Whoever provides it at 215-592-9494 is going to go to Bare Naked Ladies. What do you got, John?
Oh my gosh, I'm just like imagining the sound of the music of the Last of the Mohicans soundtrack pounding in the background. You know that I want that for the bed for our show. Just that sound with the bed, just whatever that song is. But the "I Will Find You" scene where he then jumps into the waterfall and it's so dramatic. The unbelievable "I will find you" and I'll prove it. Yeah. Watch this. I'm going to jump into this waterfall and engage in this impossible quest to go battle back and do the impossible, including win you.
No, I like it. The only thing I'll say is I wish there was like a little more hook to it. Like earlier in the movie, they discussed because Sleepless in Seattle, it's discussed. I'm just saying, a little more hook. A little more hook will work for me.
What do you mean a little more hook?
Like they talked about earlier in the movie. I'll prove it to you. I'll even jump off a waterfall if I have to.
That'd be weird.
It would be weird, but I'm just saying it was a little more circumstantial in the moment than led up to for a half hour, hour and a half. That's all I'm saying.
So you want it even more.
That's pretty hard. I don't know that there are that many locations that lead up to that.
We'll see. Devin, a scene in a movie where the location is critical.
So I say this bravely because I know that absolutely no one, on this show right now is going to understand this reference. It's very millennial, but Lizzie McGuire movie in the Roman Coliseum.
Okay.
You're right. I've never seen that.
I haven't.
Well, you're missing out.
When she's like, no one's seen it. I was like, we'll see about that.
It's a classic.
Fair enough. It's a new classic. Seltzer, give me a scene where the location is
I'll go with
major.
maybe a little bit more of a classic than the Lizzie McGuire movie. I actually just rewatched it for the first time.
Lizzie McGuire movie is a classic.
In 20-plus years. The Central Park scene in Annie Hall where they're making fun of everyone as they're sitting on the bench.
Yeah. I mean, so let me just ask one question, James, before you start picking up these phones as they come in. So, like the end of The Wizard of Oz.
So I think it has to be a real place.
Yeah, real place.
I think it should
be
what? Like a real life location, like a place that we could go to theoretically.
Yes.
I think
and Kansas would not count.
So it wouldn't be like the bar.
Kansas.
Yeah, I mean it would count. It just wouldn't be a great location.
A bed in Kansas.
Like the Star Wars, the Cantina Feliz, or what is it called? The cantina.
The Mos Eisley
I agree with you, James.
Like that's a great scene, location, but it shouldn't count. It should be a real life.
And Oz is out. You're saying?
Yes, I'm saying Oz off the board.
Okay, I'm down with that. It's got to be a real life Earth location, or Mars theoretically, but we don't know much about it. Rhea, give me an answer. What do you got?
This is an old school classic, and immediately when you mention it, the Mount Rushmore scene in North by Northwest is phenomenal. And by the way, if you ever want to read about it, it was a huge
great answer
with the government over filming it there because they didn't want Hitchcock to desecrate it.
Wow.
And he faked some scenes, and it was a whole to-do.
Well, some think it'll be desecrated when my big old face is up there in the year 2087, years after I've died, and they say, and we're going to honor former President Jenna Cameron. All right. What do you got for a great scene where there's a real location, and it's central to the scene? Best answer, whoever provides it, is going to win the Bare Naked Lady tickets. Let's go to the phones. Let's talk to let's go to Brandon right now. Brandon, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
Hi, Brandon.
So I'm surprised that you guys didn't mention this about Rojas. I was sitting there watching last night, and I'm like, they're really not going to pinch hit for this guy, and it made me think back to the Marlins series where they took Castellanos out for Rojas. And it got me thinking there's a lot of speculation about what was said in the bullpen for Castellanos to be taken out. And now, after seeing Rob not take out Rojas last night, it makes me think that he might have said, "You're going to take me out for this guy."
No, we speculated on that the day after, Brandon. We put it out there that was going through our minds as a possibility. And maybe that's why Topper zapped him a game. You know, maybe Rob Thompson could take it if it was about him, Rob Thompson. But if it's about a teammate, you know, he's like, no, I got to put my foot down on that one.
Yeah. So it made me think that, you know, maybe he kept Rojas in last night just as a little side piece to be like, hey, Nick, this is why I kept him in if he would have done good.
You know what? So Brandon, I hear you, and anything's possible. And I think one of the things that it is rooted in is that Rob Thompson is trying to build the confidence of Johan Rojas, which is an admirable thing to consider. But after, I don't know, what's it been now? Maybe 300 games he's been up. I mean, let me give you, for instance, Brandon. Let me give you some players in recent years that have just had to deal with their lot in life as a player on a team. The Eagles' third wide receivers. Like, once the Eagles got A.J. Brown, and you had Devontae and A.J. Brown, not to mention Dallas Goedert, not to mention generally pretty good running backs, and obviously this past year an exceptional running back in Saquon. Like the Dotson guy, the Quez guy, who was the blocker guy from the Colts in 23?
Zach Pascal?
Zach Pascal. Like, Brandon, they all understand their role is to often block, occasionally go out there for a route where basically they're just dragging one defender to try to make it 10-on-10 football. The ball's not coming to them, but like they're just taking a defender, out of the play somewhere else. And like that's their job. And they all have to accept it or Sirianni won't play them. I mean, like Dotson actually showed in the Super Bowl, and I think there was a game,
championship game, I think. Wasn't it?
There was a couple of games late where he actually started circumstantially getting the ball, but everybody knew, for the most part, ball wasn't going his way. And you know what? It shouldn't, because I got A.J. Brown and Devontae. I got Saquon and Goddard. Hurts is going to run it. Hurts is like, it is what it is, man. Like, Rojas doesn't have to get the at-bat just because Rob Thompson wants to give him an attaboy. I believe in you for the future. I mean, it's garbage.
Yeah, it's very true. And I believe that it's not Dombrowski's fault. I do believe that it's Rob's fault that they didn't pull out Rojas last night. And if they were to have pulled out Rojas last night, I would have liked to see Stott bat because that's who I thought that was going to come in. But because he can work around the ball. He can get you a walk. He fouls the ball off 6-7 times, but you know what I mean?
And it matters to him a lot. I know he's going to do everything he can to wring every ounce of offense out of that at-bat.
Well, he's also played better lately. I mean, last night on the broadcast, he was the Philly of the week because, he hit 300 over the last 6 games. So, all right, Brandon, give me an answer, pal, for a great scene that's based on a location.
So I didn't have a lot of time to think about this. So I came up with Fargo because they had that in Minnesota.
Yep.
And they perfectly portrayed like a Minnesota lifestyle.
Do I have a scene here? I can't have a whole movie. I need a scene.
I do not have a scene. I only had a couple of seconds.
Go the wood chipper. The wood chipper scene.
Brandon, thanks for the call, pal. All right, let's get on the record on the draft. So we've been kicking this around for a few weeks. There's not that many players, obviously, to choose from. So the way ESPN ranks up the players, after Dylan Harper at 2, obviously Cooper Flagg at 1, the rankings for ESPN, their final rankings, have Ace Bailey at 3. That's the Rutgers, shooting guard / small forward. A little bit more of a small forward, 6'7.5", very long arms. VJ Edgecombe, who's a real true guard, shooting guard from Baylor, 6'4". They've got him 4th. ESPN's got Trey Johnson, again, another just sort of more classic shooting guard, 6'4", close to 6'5", shooting guard from Texas, 5th. And then you've got Duke's second player in the draft, Con Kneppel, 6th. Shooting guard, small forward type, a little bit more of a tweener. We're really choosing between those 4. But also on the table for everyone here is I want the Sixers to trade for a veteran NBA player and chase a title. I don't, but you might. Spike said that yesterday. He thinks the Sixers would be best served trying to actually go for it, which I think is insane, but,
Go for what, Joe?
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's go on the record. John Ritchie. It's a who or a what? Because the what is I want them to trade for a player. You don't know quite who it is, but try to get out, or it's a who. Who or what do you want them to get, John?
I want the guy who's most ready to make an impact on this team now in case Joel and Paul George decide they are playing and they are capable of holding up. I mean, I still am not convinced that Joel will be able to hold up in postseason play. But if those guys actually try, Joel and Paul George, I want a guy who's ready to play and win now.
I think it's insane. So you want the best.
That's Con Kneppel, and he'll be the 3. He's he's the
oldest.
He can play now.
He is the old. To your point, he is the oldest of those 4, and by a year.
Cooper,
and that can make a difference.
I think that makes a difference.
No,
I also saw him when Cooper Flagg went down the ACC tournament. He sort of took Duke on his shoulders, proved that he can do a lot. He can make a lot happen. And this is a versatile player.
Okay. I'm moving
he
quick.
Works for us.
Devin, who do you want? What do you want? Talk to me.
So I don't think that they should trade for a veteran player, but I also understand. I mean, you look at the injuries around the East, and I mean, with Jason Tatum out, with it's pretty.
Porzingis traded, by the way.
Yes,
which makes them even worse.
So, like that is something to keep in mind. And I was kind of just like, when Tyrese Halliburton went down, my first thought was like, I mean, A, it's awful, but B, does this change the approach the Sixers should take?
You want them to go for you're pulling a Richie here.
I don't know.
The door is open.
I kind of want to mix. I want the best of both worlds, which I know is like probably not possible. A player that can come in almost like Jared McCain and make a direct impact. Of course, he went out with injury, but make a direct impact, but not necessarily, like I don't expect him to come in and be an MVP, but to come in and be productive on the floor. And I think the player that's most ready to do that, who can play without trading a McCain or a Maxey, even though he is a guard, is VJ Edgecombe.
Okay, and that's the player many people think they're going to get. Seltzer, what do you got?
Take the guy with the highest ceiling. I don't care about this year. I don't expect Embiid anything from Embiid. Like, take Ace Bailey. He seems like the highest ceiling. I don't care if he wants to come here or not. Like, take Ace Bailey.
Okay, Rhea, what do you got?
Amen, James. Ace Bailey is the guy. Whether or not he went, there have been plenty of players who have not wanted to have their visits or come, to places. I think this is because I don't have expectations. I don't need to drop him in right away. He's 18 years old. Everything I hear is the highest upside. My concern is them developing him.
Yep.
but Ace Bailey is the guy I want.
So I'm double amen. I'm amen to Seltzer. I'm amen to Richie. I go Ace Bailey as well, and really I echo the sentiments. I mean, to me, the higher upside is the ultimate key because I don't believe in the short term. So I'd rather get the player that's perceived to have the highest upside. I'm okay with giving him time to develop. This, for me, is not about trying to chase a title with Embiid. Sadly, I wish it was about trying to chase a title with Embiid. And, Devin, you are right to say the East is wide open. No Halliburton, no Tatum, no Porzingis, no Drew Holiday. I'm right. I mean, it is wild. I mean, Greek Freak could get traded. Yeah. He could get traded to the other conference. So, it is as wide open right now as could be. But I'm still not going to trust Embiid and Paul George to chase a title. I also think Ace Bailey's probably a better fit with Maxime McCain because if you draft a true guard, you're going to have to trade one of them. I mean, you're just going to have to. Whether you do it in the next 3 months or you do it in the next year, you just cannot have all these guards. And I swat aside the concept that he rebuffed the 76ers. I'm not happy about it, but I swat it aside. I mean,
given what the Sixers have been through in the last 5 seasons, maybe longer than that, don't you think that it's not worth the risk to bring in someone who doesn't want to be here and could potentially cause drama?
That's his agent's problem. From everything I've read about this kid, his teammates.
He's getting bad advice.
That's what I believe.
Him,
but his coaches, reporters who've covered him, they love him. They said this kid is a great kid. He's getting terrible advice.
Well, he seems like he wants to be great, too.
Yeah.
Like, he cares about where he lands. He cares about what happens to him. Like, I don't hate that.
Yeah, no, I don't either.
His team great.
No, he didn't. I mean, they didn't even make the tournament. But all right, so look, who do you want or what do you want? You know, it can be veteran player to chase the title, which is more appealing with the East in such shambles. But with that said, I don't trust Joel. I just don't. Where do you stand on it? 215-592-9494. Plus your reaction to everything with the Phils last night and what it means in the big picture. We'll talk to Ben Davis coming up. Of course, Ben back from the College World Series where his son was a star and got very far in the Final Four. That and more on the table today on a big and busy day on 94 WIP.
Buying a diamond can be a risky endeavor, and if you're not careful, you can overpay big time. You can buy TVs and sporting goods online all day long, but a diamond is different. Each one is unique, and the slightest differences can affect its value in a big way. Even diamonds that have the same grading report on paper can look very different. Don't risk it. Don't end up with an overpriced, cloudy diamond. Get the diamond she deserves at Benari Jewelers. Benari Jewelers in Exton and Newtown Square is Philly's trusted source for the highest quality, best cut, most dazzling diamonds. Each one is handpicked for brilliance. Each one is graded by the most reputable gem lab. At Benari, they look at 100 diamonds and only choose 5 or 6 of them to put in their showcases. They're so picky. That's why when someone's wearing a Benari diamond, you can tell from across the room. It has a special kind of brilliance. It looks like it's moving. The colors are brighter and richer than I could have ever imagined. Isn't that what she deserves? Check out Benari Jewelers. You will thank me. The diamonds are unbelievable. The David Yurman collection is my favorite. You will thank me. Showrooms in Exton and Newtown Square.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Chevrolet and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Chevrolet. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Chevrolet with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Celebrate the holiday week in style. Swing by Roger Wilco and Pennsauken off Route 73 or Wineworks in Marlton off Route 70 and grab a bottle of Kevin Hart's Gran Coromino Tequila on your way to the shore or your local barbecue. Kevin believes that hard work tastes different and that hard work is reflected in every drop of Gran Coromino Tequila in Reposado, Cristalino, or Añejo. All three available at Roger Wilco and Wineworks. Gran Coromino Tequila, the official luxury tequila of the Philadelphia Eagles. Celebrate responsibly.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now through July 5th, CJ's Tire & Auto is dropping explosive savings during our Red, White, and Save sales event. Save up to $100 instantly on top-tier brands of tires like Falcon. With 18 locations to choose from, CJ's Tire & Auto has been driven to keep you and your car moving. Now through July 5th, only at CJ's Tire. Deals that spark. Like up to $100 off a set of 4 tires, including top-tier brands like Falcon. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for your whole ride. From oil changes and inspections to brakes and batteries. CJ's Tire & Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with a hometown service you've come to love. The Red, White, and Save sales event. Now through July 5th. Instant savings up to $100 off a set of 4 tires. From top-tier brands like Falcon Tire, CJTire.com, CJ's Tire & Auto. We keep things moving.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQBar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQBar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping when you text EAT to 64,000. Text EAT to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's EAT to 64,000.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. After 15 seasons, Maple Leafs and Islanders winger and my son-in-law, Matt Barton, has retired and is becoming a special assistant to Isles general manager Matthew Darsh. Maybe he can provide some more help at home and improve my rec league hockey team. Hopefully he's looking forward to that. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Summers are for ignoring your wife at the barbecue and listening to the Phillies. Hey! On WIP.
Hard charge and song.
Song reminds me of Jack Fritz.
And we welcome back after close to 2 weeks at the College World Series, the proud father of Ted Davis, who gave it a hell of a run. We welcome Ben Davis to the show.
Ben Davis in studio is brought to you by CJ's Tire and Auto. 18 convenient locations will keep things moving. CJTire.com.
Ben, we were so happy for you, man. I know your son ultimately, of course, lost in the Final Four, but we were so happy for you and your family because we know it was such a joyride for you.
It was incredible.
We got to get his microphone on. Hang on one second. Microphone's not working. We got to get Ben to a whole different thing. It's like a foul ball. It's like a Rojas at bat.
It must be even more amazing.
I would have taken Rojas out of the at bat up 2-0. I would have said, all right, Stott, you going up 2-0. Ben Davis, proud father of Ted Davis. Hello, Ben.
Let's do this again.
No, we got to move over. Let's
Needs to move one more over. Remember, we had issues with those two.
All right, well, we got to put
that one's working.
Let's get something over those microphones so that doesn't happen again, where people know coming in that neither one of them work. One more time. Ready for this, John? Let's welcome Ben Davis, the proud father of Ted Davis. Hello, Ben.
Top of the morning to you.
How are you, pal?
I'm doing great.
To yourself.
Thank you, John.
Hey, does it make it even more valuable and amazing when your son is the spitting image of you? It really must feel. How can you describe any of that as a father? Your son is a fabulous baseball player as well. You must be so proud in every way. How amazing was that?
Yeah, he's even a better kid.
Wow.
It's just a great. It was a great experience. It was unexpected, and it was one of those things that it's just
unexpected.
It was unexpected because they weren't playing great. They weren't playing great. It's like in hockey, you get the hot goalie, and then you keep going deeper into the playoffs. They just started to pitch really well, and they got some timely hitting. And
by your son,
that's right. It was just
that's right.
It was just a great experience, and we had so much fun. It was awesome, and my wife was able to come out as well. So it's just been weird because I haven't been at work in like 2 weeks.
Yeah,
it's been crazy. But it's nice to be back with you guys.
Well, it's good to have you. You must have heard from a million people, right? I mean,
did.
Text messages must have been flying and flowing.
Yeah, it was cool. Everyone in the world just became a Louisville Cardinal fan.
So cool,
It was
man.
cool.
Yeah.
It was cool.
Well, we're happy for Ben, and obviously wonderful to have him in. There's a lot to discuss today, including that Rojas at bat, the Ranger start, better play. I mean, Ben went away, and the Phils started actually playing better baseball. And last night though was a setback, aggravating game. If you're just tuning in, let's listen to the way the game ended and the broadcast, because I thought it was really well done by two of Ben's cohorts in there with Tom McCarthy and Ruben calling the game on NBC Sports Philadelphia. Let's listen to the at-bat, end of the game. Rojas is up. He's got a 2-0 count. There's one on. There's two outs. And ultimately, he strikes out. But Ruben and T-Mac, before the third pitch of the at-bat, were on it, and Rojas was not.
2-0.
I would really like to see Johan take a pitch here to give, put a little heat on Hader to throw strikes, especially with Trey Turner hitting next.
Nope. That was ball 3. You got to take a pitch there. I know you're not going to always get a fastball, but you're down 1. You're in the top of the 9th inning. You're the number 9 hitter. This guy's got 3 hits, 2 extra base hits against Hader.
Totally agree with you.
And when he says this guy's got 3 extra base hits, he's talking about Trey Turner, who at that moment they were showing on the on deck circle. Ben, it's just bad baseball in a moment like that, man. I mean,
yeah, it's got to be understood,
right?
It has to be understood by Rojas. You got to take a pitch,
and it's clearly not. Understood.
It's not
clearly,
which is why I thought Rob Thompson should have. And James was telling me earlier, this is not the way the game's normally played, but I'm giving him a take sign at 2-0. Like James was saying earlier, that's usually on a 3-0 count, and I know that normally comes up more 3-0. But can a manager have the discretion at 2-0 to say you're not swinging?
100%. Yeah, 100%. But
does it ever happen, Ben?
Yes, it does happen. It does happen, but also this has to be on the player to a certain extent.
Totally.
Hey, man,
why is he not getting messages? Why is he not getting better?
Some guys just don't have.
Is there a language gap?
Some guys,
sometimes?
no.
He's overconfident.
That situation is universal.
Okay.
That's universal. And you don't need a manager to tell you not to swing there. The baseball IQ should be there, but it's just not.
Well, I'll relate it to the Sixers for a second in this draft. So draft tonight, and obviously we're fielding a lot of calls on both topics. The biggest knock until Ace Bailey started not showing up for anything, workouts, interviews with any of these teams, the biggest knock on his game, and John, this would aggravate us if we see it repeatedly if he's drafted by the Sixers. The biggest knock on his game is that he takes bad shots. That he's a very skilled offensive player who has just too much confidence, and it leads to bad shots, which lead to bad possessions and misses, and obviously the ball goes the other way. Mm-hmm. So, some players are just so confident in themselves. And listen, Rojas, I'm sure from where he came from, was probably the best player on most fields, if not all fields he was in, through the age of 16, 17, 18. But the bottom line is Trey Turner's a better player. And you were 2 balls away from getting Trey Turner up to the plate with a guy on second base. If Rojas can just walk and get the other guy to second, and now all you need from Trey is a single to tie it. And it's just bad baseball, man. I mean, I just, that moment last night really, really, really irritated me. Well, look, we'll take your phone calls on it. How you size it up at 215-592-9494, the end of the game, which was pretty dreadful, frankly, the way it ended. But it was a great start by Ranger, which was phenomenal to see, but the end was frustrating. And all game, they just weren't hitting. Obviously, the Astros pitcher is very good. So the Phillies game from last night, the Sixers, who you want them to draft, all of that and more. Phone calls on it. You can weigh in. 215-592-9494. We're going to get to AMA and your calls on all of this, including some audio to get you prepped for the draft. Some of what Sham said about the Sixers and the pick, all of it on the table today. Ben Davis in studio with us on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. Nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball, obviously, under the stadium lights we were watching last night. Golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches, world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments that sports has to offer in the summertime. You can lock in on all of it with FanDuel Sportsbook. And if you're going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway, might as well make it more thrilling by winning a bet with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Open that app today. It's very easy to sign up, the FanDuel app. Open it up. See the daily promotion. Now, if you're new to FanDuel, know this. New customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. What a deal that is. You bet $5, you win it, you get $150 in bonus bets. Awesome. That's what you get at FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel.com/hammer. So whether it's to bet the local baseball team, another game later today in Houston, or any of the sports, they're all available for you at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hell yeah! Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl tomorrow. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Enjoy a season of savings during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura. Ike Reese here, and the 2025 Acura RDX Premium Sport Crossover is now available to lease for just $459 per month for 36 months. Or you can try the Acura MDX ready to lease for only $559 a month for 36 months. Experience endless Acura possibilities with special offers during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura in Maple Shade today. Tell them Ike Reese sent you.
Offers end 6/30/25. Not all leases will qualify. See dealer for full details.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford, back on the air. Megan from Rosetree, what's chirping?
Hey, Robin, still on the fence. I need a new SUV, but is now really the right time to buy?
Stop nesting and soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Sean from Springfield. You're on the air.
Hi, Robin. What are the actual details on Ford employee pricing?
Simple, Sean. Here at Robin Ford, we're all part of the same flock, so you pay what we pay. You can save up to $10,000 off a brand new F-150 and save 5% under factory invoice on any brand new Ford. No fluff, no feathers. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end June 30th, 2025. See dealer for more details.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. Get it? Fritz? What I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Go to ChristianHVAC.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies.
Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere.
Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Tastykake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's Crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tastykake, except no substitutes.
What's up, guys? Deb and Caney here. Summer's heating up, and soon it will be football season. So if you're thinking about getting engaged, now's the perfect time to visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. I stopped by their store recently and had the best experience with Paul Cozy. He walked me through their stunning engagement rings, their custom in-house process, and the passion that drives this incredible family-owned business. So whether you're planning a beach proposal or getting ready for your own big moment, don't forget the 5th C. That's cut, color, clarity, carat, and of course, Cozy Jewelers.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family-owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. A pitcher's duel did not go the Phillies' way in a 1-0 series opening loss at Houston. Despite Ranger Suarez's best efforts, lone blemish, 8th-inning home run, while the Phillies couldn't take advantage of getting on base several times against Framber Valdez. Still had a chance in the 9th against Josh Hader, who hit Edmundo Sosa to put him on. Would come down to Johan Rojas. Hader fell behind 2-0. However, Rojas swung at the next 3 pitches to end the threat and the game.
The bottom of the order just didn't get the timely base hit. Not a great at-bat by Johan Rojas at the end of the game. He's not the only one, but it wasn't a great at-bat with a runner at first
Yeah, I really
base.
thought that he might take a pitch there down up 2-0 in the count, and with Trey Turner hitting next, I know it's a different game in this day and age, but in that situation, doesn't have to be. In that situation, I got to believe I got to take a pitch there, but didn't happen, and hey, great effort, but they got to bounce back tomorrow.
Tom McCarthy, Ruben Amaro Jr., the call on NBC Sports Philly. Bottom of the order, 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position. Partly sunny, chance of storms, high 98, currently 85. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is Ask Me Anything. Ask me a question. With Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
Alrighty, AMA, as we typically do Wednesdays at 7 o'clock. But we pushed it back to 7:20 today on a busy day. AMA right now. Seltzer, what do inquiring minds want to know?
All right, let's start off with a question for you, Joe. What are you doing to get ready to lose at golf?
Oh, come on. Did the person really ask it that way?
Yeah, they asked it that way.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you. Okay,
the correct way to ask the question.
All right,
That's why.
let me actually make an announcement. I wasn't going to do it now. I was going to do it a little bit later, but I'll announce it now. John, I just got word yesterday.
I have a question for you also.
Okay. Got word yesterday that we are officially on for golf Sunday at 11:10 a.m. at Riverwinds Golf and Tennis Club. We go to Jaws' course for the hammer to reign supreme. 11:10 a.m., 9 holes, first 9. So, James, let me now answer the question.
Wait,
now that
9?
We agreed to 9 holes weeks ago. So let me now answer the question. What am I doing to get ready? As soon as I heard that news yesterday, well, after I took an afternoon nap, I went to Riverwinds yesterday. What did I do? What did I do, James? What did I do?
9 holes?
Nope.
Then I don't know.
I videotaped the first 9 holes.
Oh, my God.
I am preparing. I will be in the bunker for the next...
No one has done more effort to lose
I will
something
be in
than
the
this.
bunker to avoid the bunker. So not only do I play, I get in the film room. You think Fritz in the freaking film room? So I now have Riverwind's first 9
I don't think
on my...
Fritz needs to be in the film room.
Well, listen, I grant that he will... No, he will probably win golf. I've already told you that. But I will do everything I can to give myself the best chance. So I'm answering the question. What am I doing to prepare? I videotaped the golf course yesterday. That's my answer.
It's pretty dumb.
I was thinking about
better than not.
Like, did you golf too, or you just went and videotaped it?
A little bit.
Pretty weird. Especially for someone who really can't control their shots that much anyway.
I got through 4 holes in 1 shot. I'm like, I am so out of here.
Okay, well that's fair because it is miserable outside. So
99 degrees.
I don't blame you for that
4
one.
holes and 1 shot.
Don't blame you.
I have a question about the noodle, the pool noodle.
Yes.
You say everyone was using
every single person,
including like children and things like that,
and adults.
All right, are you sure that you're not just telling yourself that? And do you think it's possible that your relationship with Fred could change because of his disappointment that he must feel for, some of the things that he witnessed, like your unwillingness to just do a normal level of risk
John,
Just
nobody
step
wants to
off the back of a boat. Do you
Well,
think
that I
his
could have
level
done.
of respect dropped enough?
Possibly.
Where it's problematic for him.
Listen.
Where he's wondering, what do I do now?
But he's probably already known that
Joe
I'm a
is
wuss.
not who I thought he was.
Yeah, he probably knew I'm a wuss. So I can't imagine I dropped that much. But yes, I did use the noodle, but everybody used the noodle, but I just was not going to dive off the back of the boat.
right.
It's not what I do.
All right.
It's not what I do. Seltzer?
What's the greatest risk you've ever taken?
Probably quit my job to start this sports broadcasting thing. Took a pay cut from something to zero. So, probably
that's
probably
big.
that.
That's big. Jeez.
You stepped out on a football field against Ray Lewis and Junior Seau. That's a pretty big risk.
Well, yeah, I used to try to stand toe-to-toe with guys I probably didn't belong.
Yeah.
Like Junior Seau. Did I really belong standing toe-to-toe, like running face-to-face into him? Probably not.
John, you understand, other than Ben in here, the rest of us, me, Devin, Seltzer, and Rhea, would die if we encountered one of those guys. It would be human death.
It is crazy.
Just want to make sure you know. Because
I guess that is pretty insane. I tried to steer clear of doing dangerous other things because that was contractual.
Sure.
They'd put that in your contract.
Yeah.
They'd take your skis away. Yeah, like I was in ski club in middle school. Once I got to high school, I wasn't allowed to ski anymore. So you just sort of veer away from certain things and like just
Skiing is the
enjoyment.
best.
All right, James, let's do one more.
One more for Richie. Richie, what would you say to Fred Barnett if you saw him right now?
I guess, you know what? I'd like to invite Fred over here. Just please join us. Like where we jump off the back of the boat over here. We jump off the back of the boat and we'll try to swim instead of pool noodle it. I'm just talking in terms of the competition we have upcoming.
Sure.
I'm curious to see what side Fred, lies on that demarcation. We've got a lot of contests upcoming.
We do.
The first one Sunday.
Sunday at 11:10. All right, with
let's
that,
see where he is.
AMA, we shut it down.
Ask Me Anything with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie.
So, look, it was a superb outing by Ranger last night, but the whole game gets marred by the end. And to me, there's four things really at the end that really cheese me about the Rojas at bat. Number one is that Rob Thompson should not have given him the at bat. So that should go to either Stott or Kepler. Number two is that Dave Dombrowski, this is the group, essentially of bench players that he gives Rob Thompson. And you think through the years, whether it's Greg Dobbs or Matt Stairs or Greg Gross or Kevin Jordan or Ricky Jordan, on down the line, quality bench players the Phillies have often had. I mean, I'd even take Rhea, Luis Aguayo in that spot.
No, I don't even. Are you ready to go there?
I swear to God,
Yeah.
I'd take Jeltz.
Well-
I'd take Jeltzy in that spot over Rojas. All right, so that's number two. Like, this is my group. Come on now. Number three, as Ben pointed out, we've all been pointing out today, just a horrendous decision by Rojas to swing 2-0. I mean, come on, man. Come on. You got to know baseball. As Charlie Manuel would say, know thyself. As Larry Brown would say, play the game the right way. Swinging up 2-0 against a tremendous relief pitcher who has shown a tendency to be wild within that inning. He already hit two guys. He's one of them swung. That's why the dude didn't get on base. But he hit two batters. He's down 2-0 to the hitter. Like, take a freaking pitch or two. All right, he's got to throw 3 strikes before he throws 2 balls. I got Trey Turner on deck circle to bat next. Come on. And then 4 issue is I just think Rob Thompson's got to knowing that the player really doesn't know how to play the game as well as like Lenny Dykstra, who would have clearly taken 2 pitches in that at bat. I need Rob Thompson to put a hold sign on him. You ain't swinging, dude. Rob Thompson signals to third base coach or signals to Rojas, thou shalt not swing. It's really not that hard. It's really not. But instead, none of that happens right. He swings, he fouls it off at a ball, by the way, a little high. It was close, but a little high. And then, 2 pitches later with the third straight strike, and that's the end of the game. End of the bat, end of the game. And it just, to me, was a major missed opportunity. And it's the kind of thing, John, I view this all through October. All through October. Like, Ben, I still remember you so fired up when the Phillies lost to the Mets last year. That was the most agitated you ever were on our show.
Yeah.
And that's how I view all this. Like, I want them, because I know this. They can win the World Series. But there's such a thin line often between winning and losing. Look at the Eagles in 22. Think how close they came to winning that Super Bowl. They didn't, right? And like even something, was it Sayamalu that jumped off sides?
That's just the little things.
These are the kind of things that could end their October.
Right.
So don't let it happen.
Well, it's the little things. And this is something that Topper, as a manager, this is a Rojas reminder is something that could have just made a major difference last night. This is an area he's deficient in. Just, like baseball, I don't know, like wherewithal.
Acumen.
Yeah. So get in his ear. Again, you just remind him of the little things you think are obvious, because it would have made a difference last night.
Yeah, it's just, and I know there's something to be said for trusting the player and all that, but there's also something to be said for winning the game. Take a freaking pitch.
This team can do all the big things, but it's the little things that's going to bite them in the rear end. You know what I mean?
I do.
There's the little things. Because this pitching will get them over the top. The starting rotation will get them over the top. But it's the little things in between that they have to tighten up.
All right, let's get a lot of calls in here. Draft day also, who do you want the Sixers to pick at 3? Maybe you want them to not pick and make a trade. As Devin pointed out, the East is as wide open as it's been in our whole life. Tatum out. Porzingis and Drew Holiday traded. Celtics probably off the map next year. Honestly, probably off the map. Pacers off the map, no Halliburton for the season. Knicks, maybe the best team in the East, but, are they going to trade Karl Anthony Towns? Are they going to win a title with him? I don't know, man. Like, it is wide open. With that said, I still don't trust Embiid, although it is tempting. It is tempting to say, let's try to chase that title, try to get a veteran player in here for the 3rd pick, or draft what you consider the most, ready-to-go rookie. But I can't trust Embiid and Paul George. I just can't do it. Let's go to the phones, 215-592-9494. Paul in Downingtown. Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Morning, show. So I'm right there. One of the things that I've realized about basketball, watching the finals, has made me realize that right now, currently, I'm so angry with the Sixers that I like the sport of basketball more than I like our local Sixers. And, being that we can't go to the draft tonight and select a new owner and a new GM, I think we have to take ace. I think we have to take the best available player. And the reason I think that is because I watched the finals. And it seems to me the way to attack basketball right now is with 8 players that are above average, 2 or 3 role guys, and you just go at an unbelievable pace. I mean, that's what the 2 teams that made the finals have. They have 8 quality basketball players and a handful of guys that fill roles, that know their role, and no one can keep up with them. And I think that's the direction the Sixers need to go. And with that in mind, there's nothing wrong with taking another guard that has a huge upside. So, go for it, man. Take the best guy, the heckler position, take the best guy and start rolling deep. I mean, I think that's the way you have to
listen,
win the
Paul,
NBA
I'll say
these
this.
days.
The thing I want more than anything is the player that, whoever they believe that ultimately will give the Sixers the best career. I want to start with, career, not year 1 or 2, career. And that may be a guard, okay? But I will tell you this. It does create a logjam. I mean, I don't, let me put it this way. Let's say they draft a guard and the guy's outstanding. I don't think Maxey, McCain, and that player are all on the team 24 months from now. I just don't. Now, it doesn't mean you can't trade Maxey or McCain or the other guy for something. You can, but it gets complicated because then other GMs know you're in a more desperate spot. And it's a tough road to go down when you almost have to make a trade. And it feels to me like if they draft a true guard, they will pretty much have to make a trade. Because it's not going to probably take long for Maxey and McCain to be their 2 best players on the team. I mean, if Embiid can't play, and Maxey and McCain might already be both better than Paul George. So it's just a log jam there.
It's true. And 3-guard lineups are tough. They can work, but, it's tough. But on to baseball really quick. Like, I think that, I kind of blame Topper because Rojas has to have that situational awareness not to swing there. He has to. And if he doesn't, the manager needs to know that and needs to make sure that it happens. I mean, so, both of them, I fault both of them, but ultimately, Rob needs to know, what his players are aware of, what they're going to do, and because swinging right there is ridiculous. I mean, my guys at Junior Babe Ruth wouldn't swing in that situation, but ultimately, like on a grander scale, I'm blaming Dombo, like the GM. I'm kind of down on our GM, right now because he's got a very top-heavy lineup. He's got 2 contracts that make two players kind of unmovable that are quality players. And, more importantly, when you have a top-heavy type lineup like that, salary-wise, one of your primary jobs is to find guys that can play that are at that lower salary level, that lower pay scale, whether you're bringing them up from your AAA or whether you're finding them, in the Rule 5 or however you're doing it. And the guy has failed for years to support the top end of his team. And that's why we have, guys like, and there's nothing wrong with Buddy Kennedy. He's a great baseball player. He's better at baseball than I'm at anything. But the point being, you can't have those guys going 0 for 6 in key positions when you need to put runs on the board, and you can't have that happening constantly all season. And he's failed miserably to support, Schwarber and Harper and just the whole bunch, and he puts so much on the pitching staff by having these holes in the lineup, and it's 100% his fault. He's had years to do something about it, and he's failed.
All right, Paul, give me a great scene in a movie that's based on a location. Location has to be central to the scene.
All right. Well, this one's kind of weird, I think, but at the end of Planet of the Apes, when Charlton Heston sees the Statue of Liberty and realizes he's on Earth,
that's a great answer.
Kind of weird.
That is an interesting answer right there.
Answer.
Yeah.
Great answer. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
One of the great endings in movie history.
I like it. Seltzer, you really do know. Have you seen like 700 movies?
Probably more than that. I don't know. All I do is watch movies. Like when I have free time, if I have enough time to watch a movie, I watch a movie.
All right, so James, bringing it back to the baseball last night, what bothered you the most?
He doesn't watch the same movie over and over and over and
I will
over.
rewatch some, but yeah.
He changes the title.
I said, James, let me give you the Twitter poll question, and I'm curious how you answer. So the Twitter poll question for everyone brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. What's the Armin difference? It's simple. It's Armin's people, well-trained, friendly, and caring. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. So the first poll question is, if the Sixers take a guard, who do you think is more likely to be traded before the season, Maxey or McCain? One of them really could get traded before the season. That is really on the table if they draft a guard. But James, answer the second poll question. Which of these bothered you the most last night with Rojas' final at bat to end the game? 4 choices. A, that this is the bench Dombrowski gives Rob Thompson. B, that Topper chooses to not pinch hit Rojas. C is that Rojas swings up 2-0 in the count. And D is that Topper lets Rojas swing up 2-0 in the count without telling him, thou shalt not swing. James, which bothers you the most?
So the first 3 bother me in general, but it's definitely A. It all stems from A. If they have a better bench, if they have a right-handed bat on the bench, if they have a player you can put in that spot, he's not batting. Like Rob Thompson, I don't think he batted Yohan Rojas there to lose the game. He thought in the situation that a right-handed bat against Hader was the best option. He was wrong. It was a mistake. It didn't play out well. But the main reason for that is he didn't have a player that was the right choice to go to. And that's on Dombrowski, especially considering that the lineup itself stinks. You have Buddy Kennedy and Edmundo Sosa and Yohan Rojas in the lineup. It's for me, this all comes back to Dombrowski and the roster.
All right, so it's funny. You don't even mention D. D was the one that bothered me the most.
See, D bothers me the least by far.
And here's what bothers me the most. Rob Thompson's going to have what he has for October. Whether it's, exceptionally better, minimally better, or the same. He's going to have whatever he's going to have for October. John, my thing is I need Topper to know that he's got to manage the moment. I mean, we got Ben here telling us managers will give a 2-0 take sign. And by the way, Ben, to lesser players, right?
Yes.
Not going to Barry Bonds. Barry Bonds didn't get a 2-0 take sign.
Right, everyone's
Rojas
different.
ain't Barry
Everyone
Bonds.
has different needs.
There's
no harm in just the subtle hint, the subtle reminder. Or not so subtle. Who cares? This guy needs to do the right thing. Yell at him if need be.
The reason I say D bothered me the most is because Rob Thompson's going to be managing in October. And I need him to manage it right.
I don't think that it's an automatic not swing at 2-0. If he gets a good pitch there, you're not going to get a good pitch from Hader. Hader is so much. Hader can throw strikes against Rojas and beat him.
Okay.
I don't trust Rojas to work a walk in that case, even at 3-0. I think I get your point, but I think if in Yohan Rojas, you have to go up there and hope you get a pitch you can hit, and at 2-0 is probably your best chance to get a pitch you can hit.
I got Trey
Trey
Turner batting next. Just get him to the plate.
I don't think that he is capable of getting him to the plate by just walking. I don't think Hader was going to walk him in that spot.
We'll see what people think. 215-592-9494. Let's get to Derek and Paoli. What's going on, Derek?
Good morning. I want to talk about the draft, but real quick. Just last week with the Phillies, we was talking about how he benched Castellanos, you know what I'm saying, he wasn't a good fielder. But in that situation, he leave Rojas out there. Like, what do you think was worse, benching Casty in that situation or letting Rojas go up there?
Well, Rojas, I didn't think it was wrong to take Castellanos out of the game for defensive purposes. Look, Derek, here's the one thing I'll say in Rob Thompson's defense with letting Rojas have that at bat last night. As James pointed out, and I thought about it in a moment, Rojas, because I would have taken him out because I do trust the others more. But the facts are this. Rojas, a right-handed hitter, against left-handed pitching, does have a higher batting average than Stott or Kepler against a left-handed pitcher. So we can't act like when we say go to Stott or Kepler that they smash the ball against left-handed pitchers. They typically don't. Frankly, you had 3 bad options. I just know this. I've seen enough Phillies baseball to know I don't care what the numbers say. I trust Stott the most of those 3. Kepler second, Rojas third, period. That's it. Period.
Yeah, Stott would have worked the count a little bit better than him for sure. That's kind of like his strength.
I sure hope so.
I don't know. But listen, with the Ace Bailey or Etchcom is my choice only because the way the NBA game is played. Like Ace Bailey has always been like one of the best players in the country. Like if Cooper Flagg wasn't in this draft, like I think Ace Bailey would be maybe the number 1 pick. His game is.
Well, he wouldn't be because Dylan. He wouldn't be because Dylan Harper would go number 1.
Well, that's only by need, though. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think you're right about that.
You gotta watch, bro.
Listen, Derek,
watch him play.
2 different things here. You may be right that he could prove to be a better NBA player than Dylan Harper. What I'm telling you is I haven't heard anybody say that they would take Ace Bailey other than you.
That don't mean I'm wrong, though.
No, listen, you could be right. I mean, Tom Brady was taken in the 6th round. Anything's possible.
He could be better, but I don't think he would go first.
Correct.
Very clearly because Dylan Harper's going to go second.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying a lot of times like Cooper Flagg is just head and shoulders better than everybody in the draft, right? But after that, you go by need, right? So who does Spurs need more, Dylan Harper or Ace Bailey, right?
Yeah, sometimes.
About it.
They need both.
All right, Derek, give me a great answer for a scene where a real life location is central to the scene.
Only one I can think of really is the art museum in Rocky, man. That give you
a big answer.
It's a really good answer.
Nice. All right, hold on. There's multiple scenes. Which Rocky scene at the Rocky
he's
steps?
running up the steps.
You know the scene.
No, which
puts his arms in the air.
I got Rocky 1. I got Rocky.
You got 3 with the statue.
I'm
There's
asking
stuff.
which.
So there's not a single
person
person would ask which one.
Yeah, we know. They're running up the steps.
You
Come
will
on.
complicate anything, man.
Thank you.
Well, there's the second time he runs up with
the
Hold on, Derek.
He runs up with the kids.
Derek, the second time he's up there with the kids.
Man, I won't be mad, right?
Okay, fine. I'm writing it down. Rocky 1, which is the second time he goes there. I mean, there's 3 different scenes.
But you know the
most
statue,
iconic
you know,
scene.
where his arms are raised and he's at
Devin
the top.
just
His
watched
arms
it
are
a week
always
ago.
raised.
She knows.
Thank you. I've seen it once.
So you disregard the kids in Rocky 2? John, that was formative. I was that age. I wanted to be running with Rock. Through Fairmount Park?
Yeah.
You kidding me?
I agree with Derek. You just overcomplicate everything.
Yes,
100%.
Yes.
Well, he could win.
Imagine that.
He could. I mean, I was just trying to get, here's the deal. I try to get things right.
You fantasized about chasing chickens?
Well, no. But I did fantasize about being a great athlete. And I'm not, but I know this. I'm better than Fritz. And let me prove to you
What makes you say that part? You keep coming back to that.
Because he's a bozo.
You know that he pursued athletics as a vehicle to college.
I know he did.
Education.
And good for him. And he played D7. Good for him.
Wow.
What D did you play?
I played D drinking. Mm-hmm. I played day drinking, night drinking, and skipping class drinking.
He said D7.
All right, let me just give you a little bit of what Jack Fritz is. So I don't know how many people listening right now heard this. I did, and it was preposterous. 5:55. Does anybody know what 5:55 last night on WIP was?
No.
Okay.
No.
By the way, Spike's going to join us in 15 minutes on the draft, so we look forward to talking to Spike about the draft. So 5:55 yesterday, after I leave Riverwinds, and I videotaped Riverwinds, and I'm getting more prepared for me versus Fritz, which is going to be Sunday at 11:10 at Jaws' Golf Course, Riverwinds. So I'm driving home. I'm in a good mood, right? I mean, Phil's about to play the Astros. Phil's got first place. It's 5:55 p.m. Spike, Ike, and Fritz are about to sign off on the show. And talk about misreporting. by Fritz. He totally gives the impression that Bryce Harper is about to play in the game 2 hours later. Let's roll the tape last night, 5:55 p.m. I could not believe the way Fritz presented this. Listen to Spike, Ike, and Fritz. Ike asks a very direct question. Listen to this exchange.
Did the lineup come out yet?
So the lineup is out.
Nothing.
And Bryce is there.
Whoa! Well, you gonna bury that?
Well, I just saw the tweet a second ago.
See, now, who made that guess earlier? Who was asking if he was in Houston when you said the lineup wasn't out yet? Okay.
So Bryce will do his full routine today pregame, take about 50 swings, field grounders, and go through his throwing program. Could progress to BP in the cage tomorrow, but today goes well. Progressing, but Thompson didn't sound like he expected him to be activated in Houston. That's according to Corey Seidel.
So he's not in the lineup.
No, he's not in the lineup, but I think he's there.
He's there.
But that's why I said he's there. I said he's there.
He said, what's the lineup? And you said he's there. So we thought he was in the lineup.
I was trying to read while interpreting what you guys are saying.
Shut up.
I mean, this guy.
Yeah, that was very confusing.
That's horrendous.
Not great.
That's yeah.
I was so
I don't think that has
excited.
anything to do with athleticism, though, if we're being honest, if that's what we're talking about.
But, John, you got to admit, man, that was a major...
To be
What is
fair,
that nonsense?
I heard Spike last week or before the Mets series saying that he thought Bryce Harper was going to be activated. For what it's worth, I don't think we're going to see Bryce Harper playing baseball at least for another week.
Well, you know what? Let's listen to Dave
I don't
Dombrowski
know.
from yesterday. So we actually have audio of Dombo pregame yesterday. I don't remember if this is TV or radio, but let's listen to Dombrowski before the game and update on Bryce Harper.
Well, he is making progress. He is getting closer. We kept him back last road trip. It was just a short trip, so he was able to do the work that he needed to. He's starting to progress now. We're even doing some tee work and throwing. It comes down, this is an unusual one in that the doctors have cleared him as far as progress is concerned. So now it's more a matter of pain tolerance once he builds up and how he feels. So really nobody knows that answer. The feeling is that he should be fine as he progresses. I don't know the exact number of days we're talking about. That's where the unusual part is too, because if he continues to progress and doesn't have a great deal of pain, then he can move forward and just get his timing back. Of course, if he does have pain, which we're not anticipating, then you have to take it slower at that time. So I don't really have an exact time frame, but everything is progressing in a positive fashion.
Despite that last phrase, Devin, I agree with you. I don't think he plays in the next 4 or 5 days the way Dombrowski framed it.
Well,
I don't know.
It's
possible,
it's
but
concerning that there's no he can play.
Why
now,
not?
he's cleared to play, but he's still in pain, and it's an inflammation. It's an injury that no one really, even Bryce Harper himself, has said we don't know.
He's probably worried.
He should be.
He should be.
It's worrisome.
I totally agree. He swings and it hurts, so he's trying to not have that happen.
Right.
And it might be unavoidable.
Even if it goes away, he could go out there and his first at bat, it starts hurting again.
Yeah, for a chronic condition, a thing that has persisted now since last season. This is the type of thing you hope it calms down. And that's sort of like he's on this trip with the team doing the team thing because maybe he wakes up and it's like, hey, I feel normal.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ray, say it again.
I mean, a lot of people think he came on this trip because they could possibly activate him for the Braves.
No, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying when I hear Dombrowski say
that's a huge factor is my point.
Sure.
He's there because,
yeah.
hey, if I wake up feeling normal, I'm going to try to give this thing a go, go through warm-ups, see if it continues to stay feeling good. I don't think I think counting him out is silly.
No, I'm not counting him out. I'm just not counting him in.
Any one of these games here.
I mean, there's a difference.
I think he just took or has yet to take a full batting practice. So, I mean, he still has to work his way up.
I don't understand the 50 swing thing.
Yeah, how?
I don't. The
what
thing
is
is, if you have a wrist injury, it's like you can't be half pregnant. Either your wrist hurts and you can't
I can attest to that, Ben, as the only one here. Yes, you can't be half.
I don't understand. You hit with your hands and your forearms. And the wrist obviously is a big component of that. If your wrist hurts, you can't play. You can't swing, period. Like that, you can't do it. If you have that much pain or discomfort in your wrist, you can't hit a baseball. It's not like it's like, oh, it feels okay. It either you can swing or you can't. Like that's the bottom line.
So you got concerned, basically.
I'm very concerned, especially because there's no
diagnosis.
Exactly. It's not like you break your leg, you're out for 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
You put your leg in the cast, and then you rehab it, and then you're going to be back in maybe 10 weeks.
I totally agree.
I don't. There's no timetable. That's what baffles me, and it also concerns me greatly.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. We're going to get Spike's perspective on the NBA draft and who he wants the Sixers to pick with pick 3 coming up in less than 10 minutes. Phone calls right now, 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, as we broadcast today, of course, from the Tasty Cake studio. Let's go to the phones and talk to David. David, good morning, buddy.
What's going on, guys? I think we need to do everything to pay Ranger Suarez right now. I don't want him to go anywhere.
Listen,
he's an awesome pitcher.
He's an amazing player.
Guy, his mindset, he's like the coolest dude I've ever seen on the mound to start. And then
I agree with
it's
that.
like he keeps getting better at the pitching part.
I agree with that.
I don't know how he's managing that. This guy, it really is like the coolest dude I want to be him for like, I don't know, not just for Halloween, but like for life.
So
I wish I could be
John,
Ranger Suarez.
It's funny you say that because I swear to God, last night I wrote down my top 4 cool athletes in my lifetime in Philly sports.
Yeah.
Here we go. You ready? Cool for different reasons. Ranger, Carlos Ruiz, Darren Dalton, and Dwayne McClain from Villanova 85. Just cool. Now, Chooch was in a different sort of...
Chooch is a kind of weird
Chooch
addition
wasn't
to that
about
list.
the personality. It was just about, like... He just looked like a teddy bear you wanted to hug.
He was like,
cool is not the word.
Well, okay, maybe not cool. Okay.
Put him under your arm and say, come here, little buddy.
Even though he's probably
What a
too
cool
tall.
little guy. I love you, pal.
No, you know what encapsulated that? Remember the famous Roy Halladay commercial where he had the Carlos Ruiz pillow that he took everywhere with him?
Yes,
I mean,
do.
it was the funniest.
All right,
the
so
fact that Halladay did
Can
that.
we be honest?
not the
You're
right
missing a current athlete who is easily the coolest athlete in the city right now, and it's Jalen Hurts. I'm sorry to tell you.
Well.
Sorry to tell you.
No,
He
you're
is
right.
flat out the coolest athlete in this city, bar none. No questions
Get a
asked.
personality and come back and talk
I'm
about
right
it.
about this.
Like,
I mean,
that's his
he's so
calling
cool.
card.
It's just
The coolest of the cool.
Oh,
man.
for the love. All right,
And
David.
It's
everyone's
true.
jealous.
It's just true.
All right, David, go ahead. Bring some order to this nonsense.
Well, and Topper, we're giving him so much credit over the last week, and then he does this yesterday. It's like,
Yep.
I lose faith in a second.
It's disappointing, David. It really is. I agree with you on that. I don't lose faith, but my faith wavers. That's the thing. Because they have a team that can win a title. I don't want these kind of mistakes in the crucible of October. And I see it in a June game, and I say I don't want it to happen in October again.
Waver. Remind me. I need to ask something about wavering.
All right, David, I need an answer from you for a great scene that's based on a real-life location.
How about Anakin's wedding? It's at Lake Como in Italy.
Ooh.
Yeah, but they don't.
Anakin's
No.
wedding. That was gorgeous.
That's garbage.
I didn't realize that was Lake Como.
But that's not a that's a
real.
shooting
It's
location.
a shooting location.
They filmed it there. That's total nonsense. All right, Jay Billis. He lays out some options for the 76ers at pick 3. A lot of people think it comes down to 2 people. You can make the case it's 4, but a lot of people say it's Ace Bailey or VJ Edgecombe. Let's listen to Billis. I think this was 2 or 3 days ago.
I think it's a choice between VJ Edgecombe of Baylor and Ace Bailey of Rutgers. Bailey he's 6'8" or so, has a 7-foot wingspan. He's got the higher ceiling as a player. He averaged like 18 points a game. He's a really tough shot maker. He can take challenge shots and make them, and he can create his own. You can sometimes question his shot selection. I tend to look at that as supreme confidence. But he's got the highest ceiling of players that'll be available at number 3.
That's Billis recently. I mean, we'll see which I would go Bailey because to me, I want upside over short term, ready to rock and roll because I don't trust Embiid. Now, with that said, a lot of people, including Shams, and he said this yesterday on ESPN, thinks this draft starts at 3 because everybody knows, the way the first 2 picks are going to go with Flagg and Dylan Harper. So everyone says this pick from an intrigue standpoint starts at 3. Let's listen to Shams yesterday. He frankly expects kind of a wild night tonight.
The draft starts at 3, 4, 5. And I would say what people can prepare for, I think there's going to be a lot of movement this year in the draft. I think there's going to be picks flying across the board. Could be, as early as the top 6. could be in the lottery. I'm hearing so many conversations that start really at pick 3, 4 down. And a lot of teams are telling me, even when we get to the pick, we're not just making a selection. We're listening to a bunch of teams making calls. And so I think that will be a theme of the draft as well.
We'll get Spike's perspective in the next couple minutes on who he wants the Sixers to get at 3 or what he wants the Sixers to do at 3. Because I know he's been laying out there the possibility of a trade, which is the kind of thing Shams was talking about there. Look, you can weigh in. Who or what do you want? 215-592-9494 and reaction on the Phillies last night. And also, let's not let Fritz off the hook. And the guy basically reported Bryce Harper was about to play in a game in 2 hours. And then he like,
talk about
an oaf moment. Devin, if that doesn't define oaf, Bryce is about to play. Oh, Bryce isn't about to play.
It's not. It's a tough look. It's a tough look.
Like to keep some pressure on Joe here
For
too.
what?
Ben, if you're in Joe's situation when he was just on vacation with a new friend, a potential new friend.
Who's that?
Well, are you staying? You're on vacation. You're hanging with Fred.
You're saying Fred's my new friend?
The Fred relationship is growing.
It's growing.
It's blossoming, and then
we've been buddies for years.
You're in a swimming situation.
I thought they were best friends.
We are. It's a Wikipedia.
Is there a toilet issue?
Last year we learned their relationship blossomed into a best friend level relationship, but they hadn't been in a swimming situation before. Now they've been in a swimming situation, and the best friends, Fred has seen Joe struggling with the swimming. He's seen Joe fearful to step off the back of the boat just into calm, easy water.
Ben, I don't jump in water.
Instead
I just don't do it.
It's understandable.
Thank you.
It's really, Ben, it's
You're
not
missing out.
understandable.
Thank you. No, I have
Ben,
fear.
he used the ladder to lower himself into the pool. And now we've also learned that is what he does instead of jumping into the shallow end of the pool. So the Fred relationship, in my mind, could be in jeopardy.
Come on.
Because now the true Joe is shining through. And remember, we're talking Fred Barnett here.
I think he knows I'm a wuss. He went across the middle. I didn't. And by the way, swimming, not one of the things me versus Fritz. If you notice, I don't have that as one of the 5 sports. All right, let's talk to Spike Eskin. He's the boss of Jack Fritz and knows that it was outrageous. Spike, outrageous yesterday. This was an oaf moment. I know he's your boy. But, he reports Bryce Harper's going to play until he reports he's not. What was that nonsense? Hello, Spike.
By the way, I am not the boss of Jack Fritz. I am a partner of Jack Fritz. I know we see things a little bit differently about how our shows are run, put people's names in the show, so on and so forth, but I just want to be clear that Jack is my partner, co-host, and producer.
No,
I am
I know.
not the boss.
I'm playing around. But what was up with that? Bryce is about to play in 2 hours. What was that nonsense?
Wait, Jack said Bryce is about
Yes!
to play? No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Misunderstood us. No, he misunderstood us.
Well, of course he misunderstood you, but by extension, he gave the impression of the audience, to you and Ike, that he was about to play.
Well, yeah, and we were mad at Jack for about 2 minutes, and then we took it back.
Don't be defending him here. Come on, man.
Well, 'cause he's my guy.
Oh, why isn't Richie ever siding with me on anything? The hell, man.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother matter.
Does Richie ever sign?
No.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
All right, Spike, let's talk some hoops, man. Sixers have the 3rd pick tonight. I get the impression you want them to trade it and chase a title in the short term with Embiid. Do I have that right?
Well, yes. I guess I would say that I think you can probably do both. I think the point to me is that I think if all we're getting out of this 3rd pick is whoever we take with the 3rd pick, it feels like a missed opportunity just because of how the draft has laid out. The draft being pretty clearly 1 tier, 2 tier of, tier 1 is Cooper Flagg, tier 2 is Dylan Harper, and then tier 3 seems to be about 4 or 5 guys. And unless they are way in love with one of these guys, it would seem to me that there's an opportunity to add to, at the very least, get another pick and move back, but optimally to be able to get a player that can play this year, move back and add a rookie, I think would be my optimal situation.
Spike, what about this
one?
Let
Get more specific with that. What
Sure.
does that look like for Spike? Best case looking scenario That sounds like having your cake and eating it too, but I like it.
Well, so I think I'm sort of feeling the two most likely scenarios are, and maybe there's a distant third, is Charlotte seems to really like Edgecombe. So if you can get Charlotte to trade up one spot, you trade down to 4 and you get an extra pick out of it. I don't know if there's anybody on Charlotte that I'm interested in. But more likely, it sort of looks like Brooklyn is loading up to try to trade up. They've now got 4 picks in this first round. They've also got future picks, but they also have Cam Johnson, who I would love to have. So, there has been some talk that the Nets would be willing to take on Paul George. And if you're going to need salary back for that to happen. So if it's Cam Johnson, somebody else, the 8th pick for the 3rd pick, I would be pretty interested in that. And then if Washington's really interested in Ace Bailey, which has been sort of reported that that's where he wants to go, there could be a pick situation there. I don't know if there's any other Washington players that I'm interested in, but to get another pick to move back to 6, I think is an option as well.
Spike, let's explore this, and maybe it's a non-option with the Sixers over the cap. Are the Sixers capable of just trading out of the first round and just adding a veteran player with salary? I'm just curious if that's on the table. And then second part of this is, Kevin Love was someone that was acquired for a first overall pick. Drew Holiday was acquired for the 6th overall pick when the Sixers traded him. So what level player would it be if they just trade out completely? And is that even feasible with the salary cap?
Well, you would have to include a player. So because of depending on who you're obtaining, you would have to match salary. So the Sixers are not in a position where they can just trade the pick for a player. And that's when getting a really, really good player who's making, say, I think Cam Johnson making 25, but a really, really good player who's already on their second contract, let's say they're making $40 million, well, then it gets complicated because you don't have $40 million in junk salary lying around. You do have, I suppose you could say, Paul George, but that's not like 6 different players making $6 million that a team could do something with. That's a real legitimate salary and contract. So it would be pretty complicated, I think, without including one of Paul George, Tyrese Maxey, or Joel Embiid if you are trading that pick for a player making any significant money. And we have not learned yet, just in terms of aggregating some of the smaller salaries at this point. I suppose we will learn soon enough, but Kelly Oubre has not opted in officially, and he makes about 8. Andre Drummond has not opted in officially, and he makes 5. And then Eric Gordon, who we don't think is going to opt in. We think he's going to opt out and re-sign for cap reasons. But so the Sixers really don't have a lot of salary to trade right now.
Spike, if the Sixers just pick a player at 3, none of that trade stuff, if they just pick a player, who do you prefer it be? Who do you prefer it be, and who do you think it will be?
It's funny. Like I haven't fallen in love with any of these guys. I guess at the end of the day, I'm probably like most other people at this point where I have a slight preference towards Edgecombe. I think they would like to get out of this draft with either he or Trey Johnson or Knipple. That would be my gut, that it's one of those 3 guys. There's a couple of other guys to look out for in the lottery that I think fit the profile of somebody that could help them, though they're both pretty raw, and that is Carter Bryant and Cullen Murray-Boyles, who are both like long, athletic, defensive-oriented, not guards like Edgecombe. So I think you could trade back and maybe get one of those guys as well. But if they just sit at 3, I guess I'm like Edgecombe with anybody else, so I wouldn't be angry with Trey Johnson either.
Spike, does Ace Bailey have a better chance to be the next big thing or blow up and fail miserably?
I think it's more likely I think the most likely thing is he hangs around the league as a guy that people argue about how good he is for a long time, like most likely on bad teams. I think that's the most likely outcome. I don't watch him or see any of his measurables or think about his skills and think about a superstar. I just don't. Rudy Gay is a player that we talked about him being a little bit like. He's a little bit like Brandon Ingram. I don't see it. I don't get it. He's not an outrageous shooter. He's not an outrageous athlete. He's not a particularly good ball handler. He has the ability to be really good on defense.
He's acting like an outrageous shooter or an outrageous
Yeah.
athlete or an outrageous ball handler. That's a really interesting point. He shouldn't be allowed to act that way if you don't have the play to back it up.
Well, it could hurt him, like that could hurt him. I also think we should all be prepared, by the way, for the possibility that Morey just really likes him and nobody knows it, and they just pick him and keep him.
Totally.
And we should also be prepared for the possibility that whoever they take at 3 is not who they're going to end up with by the time the lottery is over. So if you have a guy that you really like tonight and they take him at 3, like, we probably won't know that they're trading back until whoever they are trading back with is at their pick and they see which players are available. So it could be a confusing half hour. If you remember when the Sixers took Alfred Payton after they already had Michael Carter-Williams, and they ended up trading him for Dario. But it could be a confusing, 35 minutes.
And Bridges was another example, going from 10 to 20.
Yep.
Oh, my God. Spike, final thing, me versus Fritz on Sunday at 11:10 a.m., our first competition, this one in Goff. I know that yesterday I filmed... Golf, yes.
Not Jared.
Golf.
I filmed...
Goff.
No, it's Goff. G-O-F-F.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
The Rams.
I'm from Philadelphia and proud of it.
You damn right.
Spike, I filmed the front 9 of River Winds yesterday to prepare over the next 4 or 5 days. I'm assuming Fritz didn't. Do you think he's ready for this?
Here's the thing. He's going to murder you in golf. He's really going to murder you. The only 2 things that you have sort of a chance in, I believe, are tennis, because I don't think Jack has ever played tennis. And ironically,
didn't Jack
baseball,
play tennis in high school, Spike?
I don't ever remember him saying
think
he
played for his school.
Well, I have no idea.
Jack's older than we all talk about at this point. So, that was what, almost 20 years ago at this point. So,
well, almost, not quite.
All right, so tennis, and what's the other one?
Actually, baseball,
of
because
course.
I don't think you're going to swing.
Unlike Rojas.
Yeah.
Well, that was the problem for this upon sign up. Like, how do we force him to actually prove he can do the physical
He's a pitcher.
challenge?
Just throw strikes, man. Let's not let him off the hook. Throw strikes.
I love Jack. I'm confident in him. However, I did see him pitch to Elliott in 2020 at in a baseball field in South Philadelphia, and he started sweating very quickly.
Yep.
And he couldn't throw strikes.
I will say he didn't have a catcher for that. It is much harder to throw to an empty backstop than to a catcher, just for what it's worth.
I agree with
Wait,
that.
so who's catching for Jack?
Someone's going to... Ben Davis may be catching, but we're going to have someone catch.
Possibly.
But yeah,
Ben.
he had no
I
catcher
agree.
for that Elliott thing, and that is harder.
That'd be great.
Ben, have you assumed the position lately?
What's that?
Have you assumed
I
that
think it should be Ben
position
Davis,
lately?
It's
obviously.
like riding a bike, John.
Is it?
Yeah. It's just
I feel the same way about a
just like
three-point
Spike
shooter.
and I.
played in the major
it's like
leagues.
Spike and I at AMLL. It's like Spike and I at AS
catch a
Middletown.
football?
Oh, man.
Well, I agree, James. Not having any catcher is we both know Jack well enough to know, though, if the first 2 pitches aren't strikes.
Oh yeah,
that is where I think we get into a very
it's definitely a mental thing for Fritz more than a physical thing.
Yeah, I agree. And that's when I'm going to start squatting down like Pete Rose or Ricky Henderson and shorten that strike zone. All right, Spike.
Loser, man.
It is a real loser way to go about it. We got to be real about it.
Final thing on the draft. So we had a poll about 3 weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. Scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you for the draft? With 10 being the highest and the best. And a 1 or a 2 won the poll. And it had 50% or something. Where are you on a scale of 1 to 10 on excitement?
I'm the best 6, something like that. It's exciting because I think the draft is exciting when you have a lottery pick, and we haven't had a lottery pick in a long time.
Yep.
Now we earned it in maybe the worst way possible, but I'm pretty excited. I get where people are, though. I mean, it's not only that last year was bad, it's that it was the exclamation point on a few years of just brutal playoff losses. And I understand why people aren't optimistic. I understand why they're angry. I understand why they're not excited. But I think tomorrow we'll most likely have a young player to talk about, and hopefully we can turn the page a little bit on what this season actually will look like.
Yep, I agree. All right, Spike, stay well, man. Much appreciated.
All right, thanks, guys.
Everyone check out Spike, Ike, and Jack today. Of course, 2 to 6. Their show every day, 2 to 6. And in many ways today, they'll be leading you into the NBA draft, which is 8 o'clock tonight. Let's go to Ed in Phoenixville right now. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, team. Good morning, Ben Davis, graduate of the Real Prep.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, man.
We never call it the prep. We call it Malvern Prep.
We know that.
I know.
Yeah, we
He
all
was
know
just
that.
taking a shot at St.
Yeah, but
that's cool.
But what Ben was trying to do was
real
make some kind of poignant, funny,
No, people
Confucius level
people always
wisdom.
say, "I went through the real prep." That's fine. Like you call it the prep. I call it the prep. I call where I went Malvern Prep, and that's what we call it,
Yeah.
Malvern Prep.
We call it the lesser prep.
Yeah.
See that? See what I just did right there, Ben?
Yeah.
Two prep guys arguing with each other. I love it.
All right, Ed. Now that you've caused trouble, go ahead.
Yeah, you're welcome. So it really kind of feels like a helpless situation. I've called criticizing Kevin Long before, but the situation we have right now is what the heck is he supposed to do with that situation at the bottom of the lineup? I mean, he could give him all the expert coaching in the world, but Johan Rojas is just the $1 million body, 2-cent head. Like I just don't think it would resonate. And I think I think the irony of Rangers' performance last night is his trade value now is much higher, which he may be the only piece that we could get an actually decent hitter. I just wonder what you thought about that.
Well, they could clearly trade him for an outfielder, man. I mean, they could. I mean, there's no doubt.
I don't want to do that.
I don't either.
Oh, I can't do that. You know that? I can't let Ranger go. He continues to add so much worth and value to.
He's my game 2 starter as of now, man. He's my game 2 starter.
See, I don't know if I'm ready to go there. He's definitely 3 for me, and I'm Sanchez, man. But I love both. And what about the fact that this guy, if need be, can go get you saves with the best of them? Because we've seen him do it.
What is your certainty that they sign him back to it? He's going to want a 5-year deal for probably, I don't know. I'm going to say $125 million.
I feel like he has earned that.
He has
here.
He has,
and I hope that they figure out a way to make that happen.
So, Ben, it probably won't happen, but the more I watch it, the more I say, I got to try to maybe find a way.
Yeah, I would love to sign Ranger back. I love the guy.
Oh, my gosh. So why can't we figure out a way?
Look, there's all sorts of stuff. I'll be
happen.
the first person to just say this. I'm not saying I'm advocating it. I'm just saying it's a choice. You could trade Andrew Painter for an exceptional outfielder. You could. You could.
Yeah,
and
you
I'm
could.
Just not ready to do that.
But is it a 1-year lease? Is the guy going to be under contract?
You would only trade Painter for a guy that's going to be here for years. Like that would have to be. Whether
also, with the Ranger thing, Scott Boras is his agent. Like, we don't know that Ranger would come back here. You know what I mean? Like, he might get more money somewhere else.
That's a great point,
It's a real what if.
That's a great point.
I agree.
That's a great point.
It's a hell of a conundrum.
But if you know in your heart of hearts that you're not going to sign this guy back, then trade him.
Yeah, but I'm also trying to win a World Series.
But you're also trying to win a World Series, and this guy's on fire right now.
Like Milton Williams and Josh Sweat helped the Eagles win the Super Bowl. They didn't trade them just because they were coming down the stretch of their contract.
Different sport, though.
No,
you don't do that in football.
I understand, but I'm just saying it.
Non-guaranteed contracts. It's just a different equation.
I know it is.
And that zero pulse plays in the playoffs, especially in baseball.
Yeah.
It plays, man.
And he's got one of the lowest ERAs in the history of postseason baseball. I think he's bottom 3 or 4, or top 3 or 4 of all time. Incredible.
His give a you-know-what factor is at 0.
And his defense last night was...
Wow. That was beautiful. I mean, ridiculous. Two of them just grabbed him right out of the air.
And then it was a shock when he missed the third one.
I know. Wait a minute. Wait a tick.
Well, Ed, we'll see. It's a heck of a conundrum on Ranger. Ed, give me a great answer for a real spot in the world that's got a great scene in a movie that's based on that spot.
How about Dearborn Avenue in Chicago, where they filmed the parade scene in Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting because it is a great scene. I mean, it works for me as a winning answer potentially. I mean, it's a great scene, and it's in Chicago. All right, 215-592-9494. Coming up, I'll give you some history. Sixers, of course, for the third pick tonight. I went in the lab last night. We'll go into the bathtub time machine for when Philadelphia sports teams hold the 3rd overall pick in the draft. How the Flyers have never had it, but how the Sixers, Eagles, and Phillies have done with the 3rd overall pick through the years. We'll get to that. More audio related to the options for the Sixers, Edgecombe, Ace Bailey, and others. So all of that and more on the table. And your reaction to the Phils last night, plus what Rob Thompson said after the game about Rojas' at bat. That and more, including your calls, 215-592-9494.
Let me talk about my good friends at Lexus of Cherry Hill, where I have been leasing cars for over a decade. A lot of great reasons why. There's great people work at Lexus Cherry Hill. The service you receive, outstanding. You'll find that out when you enter the dealership, because Lexus at Cherry Hill, they are now a 7-time certified J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. It's what you'll experience when you go in. You meet with Tony Labello and his team. They'll help guide you to the Lexus of your dreams, and they've got over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. Another thing to really like about Lexus at Cherry Hill, they are veteran-owned and operated business. You deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service, which you will get. So go start your journey today at Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family-owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hell yeah! Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl tomorrow. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call Cordell & Cordell today, because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Toyota and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Toyota. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Toyota. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Toyota. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Toyota with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale, or visit them online at delltoyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Buying a diamond can be risky. You can really overpay. Hey, it's John Ritchie. Guys, you can buy TVs and golf balls online all day long, but not diamonds. Each diamond is unique, and the slightest differences can affect its value. Don't risk it. Don't end up with an overpriced, cloudy, inferior diamond. Get the diamond she deserves at Benari Jewelers, where each diamond is handpicked for brilliance and graded by the most reputable gem lab. Check out Benari Jewelers. You will thank me. Exton and Newtown Square.
Now through July 5th, explosive savings during our Red, White, and Save sales event. Only at CJ's Tire and Auto. Save up to $100 instantly on top-tier brands of tires like Falcon Tires. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. While some 500,000 fans lined Oklahoma City's streets to herald the Thunder and the capital city's first ever professional sports championship back in Seattle, which the franchise abandoned back in 2008, a local TV sports announcer, obviously still sore about them moving, downplayed the event as follows. Finally tonight, unfortunately, the Indiana Pacers lose Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Big game for the Sounders tomorrow. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. All right, June. We're coming here to the end of the month of June, but obviously the summer's still in the early stages. You know what June and the summer means? It means road trips. Beach weekends, tailgates, you name it. It's grill and go time at United Tire. Before you hit the road, make sure your car is ready. Right now, when you buy 2 or more tires at United Tire and Service, 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your car needs. Maybe you need an alignment or brakes, or you want top-of-the-line road hazard coverage. Whatever it may be, United Tire has you covered. From oil changes to inspections to brand-new tires and everything in between, the team at United Tire is the best in the business. They're phenomenal at what they do. Greg and the entire squad, they're awesome people, true experts, and you'll be in great hands. So make sure you visit UnitedTire.com. Once again, that is UnitedTire.com. I tell you all the time, don't drive alone. Drive United.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Ranger Suarez lights out, save for a solo shot allowed in the 8th. No lights on for the offense, especially bottom of the order. An 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position as the Phillies got shut out in Houston 1-0. Josh Hader now 20 for 20 and save opportunities for Houston. Phils didn't exactly make it difficult for him. He faced Otto Kemp, Edmundo Sosa, who got on hit by pitch, Buddy Kennedy, and Johan Rojas, not exactly a murderer's row.
Rojas gets up 2 on the count against Hader there. Would you like to see him take a pitch? You know, especially since that was out of the run.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it was a strike, so you might as well waffle on it. You're not going to get too many good pitches to hit.
And I know it's left on left, but lefties have actually got Hader a little bit this year. Like, do you consider it all shooting a lefty there? No.
He did not consider it all, said Rob Thompson. NBA draft is tonight. Sixers set to pick 3rd. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older. Must be a New Jersey gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Partly sunny, chance of storms, high 98. It's currently 88. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of order.
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Great song. Seltzer goes classy here. Why, James? What's the
Great
mood?
song. Yeah, just great song. Saw it on the list of songs I got. I was like, let's go for it. Well, Marvin.
You know what I heard in the grapevine last night in the research on the internet? Philadelphia Sports hasn't done too well with the third overall pick.
Uh-oh.
I went into the lab. Wait till this bathtub time machine. Because I am starting to get excited, but got to get it right. So we'll see. We'll go inside the history of the third overall pick. One of whom played in Philadelphia sports last night. Who would that be?
Played him. Oh, Alec Bohm.
Alec Bohm. Third overall pick a few years ago.
Al Bohm.
Al Bohm. Al Bohm. That's true. Never thought of that. Al Bohm.
There's a lot of guys, like we just need to revolutionize the way we address people.
I agree. Mike Fox.
Joey DeCamera.
Well, yeah. I've been called Joey or Joey D. I haven't gotten the Joey D. Yeah, I got Joey D a lot growing up.
Did you?
Yeah. Joey D.
I got a lot of Johnny because I was, my dad's name's John. So they had
And you're
to
not a
differentiate.
Jonathan, right? You are just John, J-O-N.
Yeah, just J-O-N.
Because normally
John.
J-O-N is short for Jonathan. You'll see.
It is. But it wasn't for my dad. It wasn't from my mom's brother. His name was John, J-O-N, John, no Jonathan either. Which is kind of weird.
It is weird. It's a little weird, yeah.
Yeah, you're spelling the name wrong. But that's all right.
Sort of.
So,
Not John.
Speaking of dads, let's talk about Dad Ben Davis.
Oh, yeah.
Benny Davis.
Benny Davis. So
Benjamin Davis.
So, Ben, we have a long stand. You know how happy we were for your son, you, your wife, your family. Tag playing in the College World Series, got to the Final Four. All good stuff. What also is a reality when it comes to the College World Series and your son was the fact that we have a long-standing tradition on this show that when someone cries, related to our program, when someone cries, that audio makes the air. I mean, whether it's nice or not, it just does. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back about 2 weeks ago. Ben Davis, national interview. I think this was the NCAA.com. Let's listen to our guy, Ben Davis.
What are you thinking and your emotions watching him at the College World Series?
It's just cool to see him on this, in this venue and on the field, and just everything he's worked for. To see him out here is pretty neat. This is just one of those things that it's just, he worked so hard to get here.
All right. Now, Ben, it wasn't Niagara Falls.
No.
But
Man, you did an awesome job of keeping it together.
I did hold it together.
He held it together strong. And you were right on the verge the whole time.
I'm typically not good at it. I mean,
awesome job.
Yeah, thank you. It was not easy.
I respect that so much because I sucked at mine so
This is
bad
really-
and I sounded moronic. Whoa. Yeah, man. You kept it just. You teetered, but
I
you
was
kept
able
it
to.
strong.
I was pulling on the hairs of my forearm. To
Is that the trick?
Seriously, I was trying not to just open it up, the waterworks. But no, it was not easy. I don't know what it is. When I talk about my kids, man, I just lose it.
That's what it is. It's talking about your kids.
It's
Same,
just
buddy.
one of those things, man. It's just because I'm so freaking proud of them.
I know.
And I don't let them know all the time because half the time they piss me off. But I am so proud of them. I am.
That's one of those things. I mean, this is one of those big pride moments. I can't even imagine. Your son is leading his team to a potential, College World Series.
Wait till he's in the big leagues, Ben, which he probably will be, right? Probably.
I hope so. We'll see. He's got a long way to go.
Sure.
He's got a long way to go.
But he's got a legitimate chance, right?
He's accomplishing.
Yes. I would say he's got a good chance.
That's great, man. All right, well, hopefully he can replace Johan Rojas, but hopefully we don't have to wait 2 years. 2 years for that.
Yeah, have you been grooming him like that? That's perfect.
Yeah. All right, so I want to play the audio of the Rojas at bat and the way it ended last night, or at least the 2-0 count, what happened at that moment. So just to set the scene, if anyone doesn't know the way the Phillies game went last night, both pitchers were great, starting pitchers. Ranger finally gives up a run in the eighth, so the Phillies are down 1-0, top of the ninth. They got a guy on, they got 2 outs, and they got Rojas up. Now, I think it should have been a pinch hit scenario, but Topper sticks with Rojas. You don't have great lefty options because it's lefty on Hader. But Rojas has got to know at 2-0 to take a strike. He doesn't. He swings. He fouls it off. 2 pitches later, the game's over. Listen, though, well done by Tom McCarthy and Ruben, the way they laid it out when the count was 2-0.
2-0.
I would really like to see Johan take a pitch here to give, put a little heat on Hader to throw strikes, especially with Trey Turner hitting next.
Nope. That was ball 3. You got to take a pitch there. I know you're not going to always get a fastball, but you're down 1. You're in the top of the 9th inning. You're the number 9 hitter. This guy's got 3 hits, 2 extra base hits against Hader.
Totally agree with you.
Well done by those guys.
You know what was great, Joe?
Yeah.
The Nope by T.
Oh, I tell you,
he said everything he needed. Nope.
I thought the same thing. I thought it was with kind of like disgust.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So let's get to our Twitter poll question. I want to get everyone on the record so you can weigh in. It was a disastrous sequence. And then 2 pitches later, he feebly ends the game with a strikeout, I believe, right? Strikeout?
On the last 3, yeah.
All right, so let's get to the Twitter poll question, which is brought to us by Armin Chevrolet, and get everybody on the record. Let your journey begin in the completely redesigned 2025 Equinox. From Armin Chevrolet, together let's drive. Visit arminchevy.com. Our question is, now, Rhea, let's go to you first here. So James and I are already on the record. Let's get the other 4 on the record. The question is, what bothered you the most last night with Rojas' final at-bat to end the Phillies game? 4 choices. Rhea, which is it? A, Dombrowski's bench stinks, meaning Topper doesn't have many good options to go to, and this is what it is. B, that Topper chose not to pinch hit Rojas.
Topper, you are the manager in that situation. Yep. Dombrowski has already given you what he's given you.
Stott or Kepler, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
Either one. You have to, you are not getting anything with him.
All right, so Rhea's a B. James was an A, which is Dombrowski's bench stinks. Now, Ben, let's get to you. The 4 choices are Dombrowski's bench stinks, Topper not pinch hitting Rojas. Choice C is Rojas swings 2-0. Choice D, and this is what I went with, the Topper lets Rojas swing 2-0. Which would you say, Ben?
I would say C, that he swings 2-0.
Players got to know?
Players got to know. You got to have some type of baseball acumen, some type of IQ that says, you know what?
He doesn't.
Probably this isn't the best idea.
You know, this is one of those unique polls where all 4 choices are really legitimately strong.
No, I would agree.
All right, so Devin, what about you? Which of the 4?
I mean, I have to go with Dombrowski. It's bench stinks. Like, you can't really blame. I mean, you can blame Rojas, but for me, like, yeah, you can question the decisions by Rob Thompson, but it's not like he has a ton to work with here. And you're rolling out a lineup that almost doesn't look like a major league lineup when you've, Buddy Kennedy, Johan Rojas, Otto Kemp. Like, you're down Bryce Harper. So I blame Dombrowski.
Okay. John, which would you go with?
I am B. You need to give the team a chance with the right player. Johan Rojas has proven time and time again he's incapable of just getting it done in that situation.
He is. He can't be on the team.
All 4 choices were chosen by the.
Which is rare.
I mean,
it's rare that we're all kind of.
Yeah, we'll see.
Bryson Stott can win you that game in that situation. Kepler, I really like Kepler too, and just never got an opportunity.
Yeah, and then the Topper. Let's listen one more time. I know Rhea had it in the update about 15 minutes ago, but let's listen to Rob Thompson after the game. I know he's trying to stick up for his player, but I did not like. But 2 different issues here, 2 different answers. I didn't like them.
Rojas gets up 2-0 on the count against Hader there. Would you like to see him take a pitch? Especially since I went out of the zone.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it was a strike, so you might as well waffle on it. You're not going to get too many good pitches to hit.
And I know it's left on left, but lefties have actually got Hader a little bit this year. Like, do you consider it all shooting the lefty there? No.
Come on, man. Come on. I don't need that.
Might as well waffle at it.
Might as
Yeah,
well
the waffle is like
at it.
that kind of shows
I
how
don't
you
want
feel.
anyone waffling at it. Like, that's not winning games, is it? Waffling at it.
It's a bad sequence of answers. I know he's trying to stick up for his guy, but come on. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Other Twitter poll question is, who do you think is more likely to be traded if the Sixers pick a guard? Would Maxey get traded or McCain? I think it's all on the table. Devin did bring up an interesting point earlier. The East is wide open. Maybe there's some people that want to go through that door, which is let's chase the title, which is more appealing with Tatum out, Porzingis traded, Drew Holiday out, Halliburton out. I mean, the Knicks
out.
Yeah, Knicks don't even have a coach.
Yeah, that's true. They still don't have a head coach.
So, it would be an amazing opportunity if Embiid was healthy. I just don't think I can trust it. But do you want a player? Do you want to pick? What do you want? 215, draft, you want a veteran that they trade for? There are options. 215-592-9494. Also, we'll get to the history in Philadelphia sports with a third overall pick. We'll get to that shortly. Gino in Northeast Philly right now. What's going on, Gino?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Doing well, Gino.
Oh my God! First off, I wanted to start off by saying I had to turn the radio off with that Fritz thing with Harper yesterday. I mean, every day at some point I have to turn that show off.
Oh, come on, Gino! Now you took it far. I'm having a little fun, and now you say you got to turn the show off. Come on.
Because Joe, he tries to divide fan bases. Joe, yesterday I don't know, I forget what they were even talking about, but he's like, "Oh, Eagles fans sticking their chest out against Phillies and Sixers fans. Aren't we supposed to be fans of all the
We
teams?
are fans of all of them. Listen, Gino, all jokes aside, I mean this. If you have a legitimate gripe with it, take it to them. I don't want to.
No, I know.
Because
I know.
I'm really just playing around here, and I love their show. They do a great job.
I know.
Okay.
I know. I know. And they do. And I love Mike. He's the best.
Okay.
So, but anyway, the reason I called was about the Sixers draft. I'm really down on the Sixers, but I got to say, I don't even think Harper is a surefire guy. I mean, Rutgers had two guys that were legitimate, 5-star guys coming out of high school, and they couldn't even make the NCAA tournament.
I know.
So like,
reminds me of the Ben Simmons thing a little bit. Remember freshman year, Ben at LSU didn't make the tournament
and wouldn't go to the NIT.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't know if you brought this up, guys, but for the draft, but who thought that it was a good idea to make the NBA draft 2 nights?
A dumb commissioner.
You're not the NFL.
You're not the NFL. Like the second round, there's maybe 3-4 guys that contribute every year from the second round of the NBA draft. I don't understand it at all.
It's a bad decision. It's trying to be something that they're not. It's like Rojas swinging. You're trying to be something you're not.
And I agree with you. I think all 4 of your answers with the Phillies could be viable answers, blame Dombrowski, whatever.
Yep.
But the bottom line of it all is Rojas cannot be on this team in the postseason.
I totally agree. I agree with you 1,000,000%.
He just can't.
All right, Gino, give me a great scene where the location is central to the scene.
Okay, so I'm assuming like Rocky was said?
Rocky steps were said, yes.
Okay. How about when he's running through the Italian market?
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's
he runs through all.
So
of
that's
Philly.
on the way.
Yeah.
That's on the way at the second time in Rocky 1.
Yeah, it's second time in Rocky 1, but it's like all of it. He runs like 600 miles. It seems like.
Have you actually ever been to
ground.
the Italian market, Joe?
I'm sorry. Say again.
Have you actually ever been to the Italian market?
Yeah, but I probably have just driven through. I don't know if I've ever walked through it.
What?
I don't expect
you never gone to
as
any
a
of the
foodie.
restaurants there, like
so.
any of the classic Italian places?
I don't think so.
Oh my god, dude,
Yeah.
you're missing out. It's
I'm
awesome.
missing
You
out
do
on a
love
lot.
Italian food, right?
Sure.
Yeah, like fresh pasta,
Ralph's.
cheese, all the
You gotta
stores
go
of
to
all stuff.
Ralph's. It's old school.
Yeah, I like the saloon. I'm a
So
big
I thought
saloon
we
guy.
went to Ralph's. as
Oh,
a
Ralph's.
show.
I love
Amazing.
Ralph's.
We went to Ralph's.
Yeah, I went to Ralph's like 2 weeks ago.
And I went to Ralph's
My voice
when
just
we were
cracked also.
midday show like 8 years ago.
Yeah, I remember that. That was great.
Yeah.
That's a great place.
James,
man.
you got to remember that he prefers takeout from strip clubs.
That's true. It's a good point. Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah.
Why would he go to the Italian market?
Does Ralph's have the same clams,
classic.
pasta with clams or whatever you got?
By the way, bringing it back to Rock for a moment, when that guy flips him the whatever it was, fruit or whatever, in Rocky 1, that was unplanned.
Yes.
Yeah, that guy did not know who Stallone was, where the movie was being filmed, nothing. He just flipped him that thing, and Stallone liked he caught it, liked the visual of it, and was like, all right, let's put it in the movie. But yeah, that was an unplanned
There's
thing.
a few of those stories. Like the Dustin Hoffman, I'm walking here in
Yes.
Midnight Cowboy. That was apparently the cab just got into the scene and he just freelanced and went. It's like one of the most famous scenes ever, you know?
It's great. All right, options for the Sixers tonight. Obviously, they've got a couple. Let's listen to Kevin O'Connor. He was on with Spike Ike and Jack. I believe this was about a week ago. So a lot of people right out of the gate wanted Ace Bailey. Sounds like they're probably less likely to take him. I mean, sounds like Edgecombe's more the guy. But Kevin O'Connor, it's pretty clear, does not want Ace Bailey to become a Sixer. Let's listen to what he said.
When I think about Ace Bailey, yes, there's star upside. Yes, it's going to take you a while to get there, though. And it reminds me of the Golden State Warriors choice when they took Jonathan Kuminga. Kuminga is the type of guy who wants to be a star, who practices star things, but not necessarily a guy who's doing role player things with upside for more, which is what Philadelphia needs from this pick. So yes, I understand take the highest upside player, but Ace Bailey's no guarantee to become that. He is a risk in the short term and in the long term, which is why I believe you're seeing so much trade talk around this pick and why I think Philadelphia should, and ultimately we'll see if they end up actually trading up, down, or out of this draft pick.
So part of what's interesting about all this is it felt for a while like it was going to be Bailey. Then it felt like it could be either way. Now we got Shams. Let's get to Shams yesterday on ESPN. So it's interesting the way he frames the Bailey thing, particularly at the end. It almost sounds like now if they draft Bailey, it's a surprise. Listen to Shams.
The likelihood probably you keep that pick at 3. You draft a VJ Edgecombe, a Ace Bailey. So we'll see what they do at 3. And then depending on who falls, I think 4 or 5 is just waiting to see which dominoes fall. Does Philly surprise everyone, take Ace Bailey? And then that kind of will shake up the draft. So I think there's a lot of unanswered questions right now.
Does Philly surprise everyone and take Ace Bailey? Like the league's not even expecting it now.
What are the chances? What do you think the chance is?
So my gut feeling is that Daryl Morey will be completely unmoved in a negative way that Ace Bailey didn't show up for a workout. And if he thinks he's the best player, we'll take him. As I think he should, actually. I mean, let me put it this way. Ace Bailey didn't even snub his nose and everything at the Sixers. He snubbed his nose at everybody. Yeah. He showed up for anybody. And the one
He's
thing...
the only U.S. player who hasn't worked out for any teams.
Which is outrageous. Oh, by the way, let's listen to Paul George. He talked about this. This was interesting yesterday as well. Here's Paul George on his podcast, and you can tell he's blaming the people around Ace Bailey. Listen to Paul George.
I think they made a big deal because we were scheduled to work him out, and he canceled the day up. But he hasn't worked out for any team. But you're not in a position to be making those demands. You know what I mean? Like
not
make
even
it to the
there
league
yet.
first.
Yeah,
you
you're
know
not
what I
even
mean?
there yet.
Or the people around him.
It's for sure the people.
Of course,
around
the people
him.
around
For sure
him.
the people around him. I think he's
Mama and Daddy's playing manager.
I don't know who's representing him. I don't know who's representing him, but if I don't think they're going about it the right way. I don't think they're going about it the right way.
None of us are happy with it, right? Let's be real. I mean, Ben, it's certainly not the way, the ethos of the way you go about life.
No, you got to be accountable, and you got to. I mean,
but
put yourself out there.
But if he's the best player, I'm taking him. Ben, do you know that Charles Barkley intentionally ate as much as he could before he met with the Sixers so he would look huge, so they wouldn't take him? Do you know that? That's a true story. You remember that, right, Ray?
Yep.
I mean,
these guys have been trying to do this forever.
Yeah.
It doesn't make him a bad guy. It makes him. I don't understand an agent who would tell him, try to fall down a couple spaces and cost yourself about $15 million.
Millions of dollars.
They're saying 10 to 15 million.
It's insanity.
3 to down like 6, 7, 8. They're saying it could be 10 to 15 million.
I mean, I don't get that. That he's 18 years old. From, like I said, everything I've read about him from people who covered him on a daily basis, they love the kid. They think the kid's a terrific kid.
Wow.
He's just 18 years old, and I think has a terrible agent.
That's just bad life advice.
Sure,
that's
course.
just
You make an appointment,
best
you
for your
keep it.
client.
Yeah.
That is not the best thing, not best option for his client.
But I will say sometimes guys have maneuvered and it's benefited them. Eli Manning, he was still the number 1 pick, but he did not want to play for the Chargers. He got to New York.
Yeah. And it's also a great story by Charles, who liked to eat anyway.
Yes, he did. yes, he did. And then Moses Malone said, all right, enough of that.
Oh, yeah, Moses.
You got a shot to be exceptional, so let's make sure we get in some shape here.
He was the best.
Moses was amazing. God. All right, so we're going to get to the third overall pick in Philadelphia sports history in a moment. Let's go to Mike in Tacony right now. Mike, good morning, pal.
Hey, good morning, team. How you doing?
Doing well, Mike.
I kind of want to talk Sixers, and I know this may sound a little crazy, but what do we think is Joel Embiid's trade value tonight?
Wow.
It's an interesting question that we haven't mentioned.
It is, yeah.
Because I look at OKC, I look at Indiana, and I'm like, the big 3 thing doesn't have to be a thing, right?
Well, yeah, no, listen, you're right. I mean, I'm stumbling and mumbling here on your first question because the candid answer, Mike, is I don't know what his trade value is. In part because I don't know whether he's healthy or not.
Does anyone actually believe that he is healthy, that he will be healthy, that he can maintain healthiness and sustain that for a postseason next year? Will another team trade him, assuming that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Mike, the type of team that would want him would be the type of team that feels like they're near a title, like the Knicks.
Lakers or the
yeah. Like so. Now, some of those teams already don't have their picks. Like take the Knicks; they traded all those picks for Bridges, so I assume they don't have picks to give the Sixers. But and then of course there's salary cap implications as well. You got to, in many cases, take money back. I would just tell you, I can't imagine his value is very high. I just can't.
Okay. I mean, it's just something that I've been kind of playing around with, especially since watching the finals and everything. I'm like, we don't know how healthy he is, and maybe there's a team out there who's willing to take a gamble and give us a couple of young prospects or something, I don't know. It was just something I was kind of playing around with. No,
it's a good thought. I mean, you got to consider it now. Could the Sixers get, for instance, T.J. McConnell for Joel Embiid?
He's 1 year removed.
Can you imagine?
MVP, guys, think about that.
Right.
I don't know. Right? I mean, 1 year ago,
John,
he was the MVP.
Well, this was Ria's point. It was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But Ria's point 2 years ago and last year was trade him now while the value's high. I mean, you made that very clear. You couldn't have been more clear about it.
It's just there was never any chance he was going to be able to stay healthy, not just for a season. For the playoffs, his body is just not built that way, unfortunately.
It's really crazy. Mike, give me a big answer for a great scene that's got a location that's central to the scene.
Okay, if you guys seen the movie In Bruges,
yes,
it is the scene towards the end of the movie when Ralph Fiennes comes and he's looking for Colin, and it's just in the center of Bruges, the city of Bruges.
All right, you got it,
great
Mike.
Movie.
Is it a good answer, James?
Yeah, it's a good answer.
All right, fair enough. To me, the best answer so far: Chicago with Ferris Bueller. With the the parade scene, Rocky won the steps the second time he gets there, the Statue of Liberty and the Planet of the Apes.
Wait, which steps was it? I just wasn't sure. I want to make sure we got the right.
Yeah, there have to be specific.
Well, I mean, the guy says the Rocky steps. I mean, it's pretty cool. Look, it was cool when he was up there with his kid at the end of 5. It's a good scene. Remember that?
When someone says the Rocky steps, I don't think they're like, by the way, I'm talking about Rocky 5.
Well, I don't either. But no, I thought 2 was
no
possible.
one when talking about anything with Rocky is talking about Rocky 5.
Well, that's true. All right.
I might talk about that takedown out in the street where he spins around like a top. It really was an awesome
amazing scene.
Super cool.
It was.
That was
Rocky 6
5.
has the speech. It's not how hard you can get hit. That's from Rocky Balboa, which is
but that's
no one ever thinks
that's not at the steps. That's
no,
outside
no.
a
I'm
restaurant.
just saying it's from we don't. Yeah,
that's what Kelsey quoted after the Eagles won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
All right. Haven't done a bathtub time machine since the Eagles season. I thought with the 3rd overall pick. Let me look in the history of Philadelphia sports having the 3rd pick. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a little dip together inside the bathtub time machine.
It's time to go back in the tub with the hammer. Joe DeCamera's bathtub time machine.
All righty. 3rd overall pick. Rubber Ducky.
Rubber Ducky, you're the one. You make bath time lots of fun.
Ben, have you been here for a bathtub time machine?
I have.
Okay. So, I was hoping last night when I went in the bathtub time machine prep process that I'd find all these great 3rd overall picks in Philly draft. And I got to be honest, there's some good picks, but it's a lot more bad than good. And I'm starting to get excited for the Sixers having this pick tonight. But then I looked at the history. I thought, what are the chances they actually pick the player that will turn into having the best career? Ladies and gentlemen, it has happened 12 times in the history of Philadelphia sports that one of our teams has held the 3rd pick. The Phillies, the Eagles, and the Sixers. Flyers never have had it. Bathtub time machine. Let's start with the Phillies. All right. Phillies have had the 3rd pick 4 times. Most notably, recently, current Phil, 3rd overall pick, Alec Boehm. Very solid player. But 7 years from when he was picked third overall, because I looked this up last night, best player from the draft when Bohm went. Skubal, Tigers Cy Young Award winning pitcher, went 9 rounds later.
I don't think you can rip them for not taking Tariq Skubal
James,
in the first 8 rounds.
Here's what I can say. Did the Phillies get the best player available? They did not.
I would guess the number 3 pick in the MLB draft maybe has never been the best player available.
So here's the thing. What you're going to see in a lot of these, in a lot of cases, pretty good player acquired, but not the player that turned out to have the best career, which is, what I certainly want the Sixers to get. Let's go to 1990. Phillies, third pick. Catcher Mike Lieberthal. Very solid Phil for a long time. No doubt about it. Member of the Phil's Wall of Fame. Best player from that draft, third pick on, because everything I'm defining here is third pick on. Mike Mussina. So they didn't get him. Let's go to 1974. Lonnie Smith, member of the 1980 Phillies World Series winning team. Best player. Who did it ultimately become? Ben, this is a miss. Dale Murphy.
Whoa.
Yeah. How about Larry? I love Larry Christensen, right? LC. 72. Larry Christensen, classic Phil. Who turned into the best player from that draft? Gary Carter. Not so good so far. But again, all due respect to LC, outstanding career, and again, a member of the 80 winning Phillies team. All right, so that's the Phils. Let's go to the Eagles. We make the transition of football. Third overall pick. Now there's this guy, Pete. I don't even know how to say his last name, from 1942. No one knows anything about him.
Wow, disrespect.
But I did look it up, and the Google thing says he was not the best player available.
Who was?
I didn't even write it down, but somebody else. All right, let's go to 1969. Leroy Keys. Of course, OJ famously goes first. Eagles and Bills both had a 12-2 record, but the Bills get the number 1 pick. They take OJ. Eagles with the third pick, Leroy Keys. Turns out he was not the best player. Some guy named George Kuntz. I don't know him, but apparently he made a bunch of All-Pros. 73. This is one of the best picks that have happened. Jerry Sizemore, who was a great Eagle. Member of the 80 team. But the next pick was John Hanna, who some people say is the greatest offensive lineman of all time. Yeah. Now, again, all due respect to Sizemore, who was fantastic, and a member of the Philadelphia Sports Hall of Fame and the Eagles, Wall of Fame or Hall of Fame, whatever they call it. But Hanna did go next. Dan Fouts-John was later in that draft as well.
Wow.
They certainly could have
Not
used
too shabby.
Could have used him. He went in the third round. All right, let's go.
Dan Fouts was a third rounder.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
All right, let's go to hoops, because this is where, that's where we are tonight. I mean, one of them's got to get the right pick, right? So let's build up to it. Let's go to the first time the Sixers had the third pick. We're going back to 1988. Sixers drafted a player but traded him that night. They drafted Charles Smith. This is the guy that became the Knicks Charles Smith, Pitt Panther Charles Smith. They traded him that night, James, for who?
Oh, man. I know I'm blanking
Rhea,
right now.
you got it?
We always mispronounce his name.
That's right, Rhea. Name him.
Percy Hawk.
Absolutely correct. So we love Hawk. He's a quality player, good Sixer. But Mitch Richmond and Tim Hardaway were better. All right? They were better. Let's go to 1995. This one
I thought this was going to be a freaking superstar. I was so excited to get this guy.
So was I. He played for 30,000 years in pro basketball. But Jerry Stackhouse never really delivered the way we perceived. And who went 2 picks later?
Was it Sheed?
Nope.
Or she went earlier, maybe?
This guy went early, but not early enough, because he was the first 18-year-old since what? Like Moses to
Garnett,
the ABA?
Garnett, yeah.
Kevin Garnett.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
So they missed on Garnett. Let's go to the next time the Sixers had the third overall pick. It was 2014. Now, they got the second best player from this draft with Joel Embiid, but they missed on Nikola Jokic.
Everybody did.
That's right. Who has won 3 MVPs and a championship and is, as we sit here today, healthy. All right.
And plays every minute of every game.
So far, and again, all due respect to guys like Embiid and Stackhouse and Larry Christensen, guys who were really good or great. But so far, collectively, they're 0 for 9 on picking the player that had the best career. Let's go to 2015. Jahlil Okafor with the third pick. So this one would be, size it up as you want. Best player turned out to be either Porzingis at 4, but I would say Devin Booker at 13.
Now, wasn't
Without a doubt.
Porzingis
Yeah.
the one that they said that
Hanky wanted?
That they wanted, but he
won't show up
refused to come here?
And this is part of my Ace Bailey argument.
Yeah, that's my.
I
Yeah,
mean, like,
exactly.
whatever, man.
Who
Like,
cares?
if you're better, you're better.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I would say Devin Booker, James, best from that grouping. All right. So now we're 0 for 10 on picking the right player. Let's go to 2017. Now, this one's complicated because they had the third pick. They moved up to the first pick. But I'm counting this as counting because they had the third pick. So they traded the third pick and a first rounder to get the first pick to draft Markelle Fultz so Tatum can go 3. So I'm calling that 0 for 11. By the way, Donovan Mitchell went after that as well. So now we're 0 for 11. And, or actually, I'm sorry, that is 0
That's it, right?
That's 0 for 12. I'm
Okay,
sorry, that's 0
that's
for
it.
12. So the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude this brutal exercise, in the 12 times in the history of Philadelphia sports holding the third overall pick, again, with respect owed to Embiid, Larry Christensen, Sizemore, some really good players, but they have never actually picked the player that turned out to have the best
Quick
career.
question.
Yes,
Did you
sir.
actually look and see if the third pick has ever been the best player in any draft?
Michael Jordan.
Oh, yeah, of course. Jordan.
Yeah.
But I wonder how often it happens. It's probably pretty rare, would be my guess.
Probably, less than 20%.
Well, I think
or
after
so.
I think like less than 1%.
Might be. Probably less than the
Of
NBA,
all the
though.
drafts.
NBA, I would say
I
you have
agree.
the best shot to hit
Agree.
it, So anyway, it's a tough trip down memory lane, and that's what you got inside the bathtub time machine as we get ready for the Sixers tonight on the clock with pick 3. That is, of course, if they make it, they could trade it, which is I think, distinct possibility. All right, 215-592-9494. We gave you earlier the audio from Dombrowski, the update on Bryce Harper. If you missed that, you'll hear that, plus what he said about Aaron Nola. Update on him as well. Phone calls on all these topics. Draft tonight and the Phillies. That really irritating loss from last night. All of this and more on the table. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
After years of wear and tear, you finally made a decision that it is time for you to get either a knee, hip, or shoulder replacement. So you've talked to your doctor, you got a date set. Well, the team at NovaCare Rehabilitation, they are here for you because what you might not know is attending physical therapy before your replacement surgery can significantly help your recovery and movement post-surgery. Then once you got your new replacement, here's the best part. You already know, you already trust NovaCare's physical therapists to help you fully heal because they are experts in balance, gait training, and pain management. Your joint replacement needs are truly unique. So NovaCare's team will develop an individualized treatment plan going to get you feeling strong and back to the things you love to do. It is not a decision that you've come to lightly. So rely on the physical therapy provider you know and you trust. Choose NovaCare to get back to work, sports, and life. To learn more about the benefits of physical therapy before and after your joint replacement surgery, or to schedule an appointment at one of their 150 convenient locations, go to NovaCare.com. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
The Phillies play here. Phillies Astros tonight. Leading off starts at 7:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 8:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
It is gone off the ivy in dead center.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. Online at robinford.com.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0% And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty. A 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at ColonialHyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Every morning, we rise and shine. Make breakfast and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Did you catch Luisito's header? Yeah, I just recorded it on my new Samsung A36 5G phone I got for free at Total Wireless.
Oh, I'm actually live streaming the whole match with my new Samsung Tab A9 that I also got free at Total Wireless.
I got that tablet too.
And I got that phone too. We both got both.
Go!
Switch to Total Wireless and get both the Samsung A36 5G and the Samsung Tab A9 for free. For a limited time while supplies last, valid in store. Requires new phone activation on the Total 5G Unlimited plan or higher external port and ID verification and new activation on the Total 5G Unlimited 6-month tablet plan. Restrictions apply.
Were you uninvited to game night? Do you play board games with the ferocious intensity of an iron-fisted oligarch? Have friends left game night asking, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Sleeping hot this summer? Try a Tempur-Pedic with advanced cooling at Mattress Firm's July 4th sale. Save $500 on Tempur-Breeze and get a $300 instant gift. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Hockey Hall of Fame has opened its doors to first balloters Zdeno Chara, Joe Thornton, and Duncan Keith. They and Alexander Mogilny were elected yesterday. Congratulations to those guys. Also voted in were Jennifer Botterill of Team Canada and Brianna Decker of Team USA. Congratulations, ladies. Rounding out the class of 2025 are former Boston University coach Jack Parker and Canadian women's hockey executive Danielle Sauvageau. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hey, Jetta Cameron here. Let me tell you about PI Dental Center. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, isn't it time to invest in yourself through PI Dental Center? I certainly say it is. You know, I've been a patient there for 2 decades. My mom a patient for 3 decades. With Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both sensational with what they do. Both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. If you're struggling with your teeth, well, that is unfortunate, but know this, you can do something about it. Get yourself to PI Dental Center. They're located in Fort Washington, whether it's to try to, fix pain, or maybe you just don't like the way you look and it creates a self-esteem issue for you. PI Dental Center can really fix you up. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Roto-Rooter. Almost a flawless outing by Ranger Suarez, but he got exactly 0 run support in the Phillies' loss in Houston.
The Astros lefty kicks and deals in the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. The ball game's over. Fastball. Rojas trying to check, but he went around, and that's it for the Phils tonight as they drop the opener. 1-0. Ranger Suarez terrific until allowing a home run in the 8th to Cooper Hummel. That's the only run of tonight's game, and the Phillies fall 1-0.
Scott Fransky, the call. Johan Rojas had a 2-0 count on Josh Hader, then swung at 3 straight pitches in the 9th. Otto Kemp, Edmundo Sosa got on hit by pitch. Buddy Kennedy and Rojas had to have Hader shaking in his shoes. On a positive note, the Mets lost again, 10th time in the last 11 games, again to the Braves. Have plumbing or drain issues? Call Roto-Rooter. Their experts are ready 24/7 to tackle any issue, big or small, for fast, reliable service. Trust Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup. Partly sunny, chance of storms, high 98. It's currently 90. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Love it. All right, good morning to you. Well, there's one other thing you can do. Well, there's 2 things you can do. One is not have Rojas bat, and 2 is make sure you make the right pick with the 3rd pick tonight. So in conclusion from last segment, Philly Sports on the 3rd pick passed on Mike Mussina, Dale Murphy, Gary Carter, John Hanna, Mitch Richmond, Kevin Garnett, Nikola Jokic, and Devin Booker, amongst others. Just saying. Especially some of those baseball ones, man.
Yeah, I'm just glad he didn't do worst overall, 2nd overall pick bus. I'm glad you didn't go there, Joe. I appreciate that.
That's awesome. You're a good man, Ben Davis. You are a good man. All right, 215-592-9494 on draft day, and also reaction to the Phils last night.
So I was texting with Billy King, who was throwing out all the number 3 picks.
In hoops?
In hoops, yeah. So you got Harden, McHale, Bob Cousy, Paul Gasol, Pistol Pete.
That's pretty cool.
And you had asked me the question. I had to look it up. Who got drafted in front of him?
Yeah.
Bob Lanier and Rudy Tomjanovich.
Wow. Well, Rudy T certainly was not the right pick.
No.
To say the least.
You got Penny Hardaway, Carmelo, Grant Hill. As you pointed out.
So Penny and Grant may have been the best players for career if they hadn't gotten injured.
Yeah, the injuries, especially
Grant
Hill.
Were really, really amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Penny was amazing. I don't know if he would have been better than Shaq, though.
No, he wasn't the same year as the Weber pick.
Oh, it's the Weber. I'm an idiot. Yep.
So, all right, 215-592-9494. Let's give you an update on Bryce Harper as it was laid out last night by Dave Dombrowski pregame. First, a Harper update, then we'll get to Nola. Here's what Dombrowski said on Harper.
Well, he is making progress. He is getting closer. We kept him back last road trip. It was just a short trip, so he was able to do the work that he needed to. He's starting to progress now where he's doing some tee work and throwing. It comes down, this is an unusual one in that the doctors have cleared him as far as progress is concerned. So now it's more a matter of pain tolerance once he builds up and how he feels. So really nobody knows that answer. The feeling is that he should be fine as he progresses. I don't know the exact number of days we're talking about. That's where the unusual part is too, because if he continues to progress and doesn't have a great deal of pain, then he can move forward and just get his timing back. Of course, if he does have pain, which we're not anticipating, then you have to take it slower at that time. So I don't really have an exact time frame, but everything is progressing in a positive fashion.
So, like a lot of the answers around Bryce with his recovery, there's some good in the answers and some bad. Like one of the things that's good that Dombrowski says is we don't anticipate him having pain, but I feel like, but you do. Like that's why he's slow pedaling it so much, right? I mean, like I don't.
Well, you don't anticipate him having pain, but it's a chronic issue that seems to be
pain
lingering.
tolerance.
So he wakes up and again it's lingering. So it's not, it's delaying things again. But then my experience from the chronic stuff, the tendinitises, the pre-patellar tendinitis in your knees or the Achilles tendinitis that, oh my gosh, it feels like it lasts forever. But then after 2 years, miraculously, just as soon as it came on, it vanishes. It really is like this chronic stuff when it's an
But
everyday
vanishes from
thing,
what? From not playing? From resting?
From rest. They rest, ice, elevation, the swelling, you get the swelling out. That's the biggest thing toward recovering. But you also just have to give it the rest that it needs.
Is it fair to say, John,
requires not playing anything?
Is it fair to say sometimes it vanishes and sometimes it does not?
Yes.
Like a guy like Chase Utley, I
never know.
I would guess he probably was always playing with some. He just was never the same player again. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Ben,
He wasn't. He definitely was.
It was
not.
in his knees. It just
it can linger.
Yes.
I mean, look at Joel Embiid.
Yes.
Yes, guys. Let's remember this. When Joel played last year, when he played, other than a couple moments, he was not nearly the same effective player.
No. When I came to Philadelphia, I had to put those Chopat straps around my knees for every practice, for every day I did anything. That includes like off-season working out. If we're out on the field, I'm putting those like neoprene straps around my knees because it like pulls your patellar tendon and it makes it feel a little bit less stress when you've got tendinitis in there. I had Achilles tendinitis to where I was trying to tape my ankles without the Achilles part being taped, or at least the athletic trainers would leave your Achilles open because you had tendinitis. Like at a certain point, for me personally, everything started getting tendinitis. My wrists, it felt like, oh my gosh, I got to tape my wrists every day because I can't bend them anymore during the season. It's just like things wear out.
Well,
and the only thing you can do is rest it and hope it gets better. And during the time that you're resting it, you're icing it as much as possible.
Yeah, this seems to be, and I could be way off on this. I don't want to speculate, but this could be one of those injuries that it only hurts when you do certain things. Like the only time his wrist hurts is when he swings a bat.
Yeah,
and that could be alarming.
Yeah,
that we all have those injuries in the past that it only hurts when I do this. And then you say, well, don't do that.
Right.
And then you say, well, it only hurt this.
That's playing baseball.
But that's what he does.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why I'm worried about
So,
it.
Devin, when you're down there and you're there for most of Philly's home games, how often do you see Bryce around?
Every time I'm down there, he's very much around. And he spoke on Friday before the Mets series. He spoke with media. And I found his answers, like, both he and Rob Thompson have updated the progress that he's making. He's taking grounders. He's doing the warm up, the pregame work, the batting practice now. He was hitting off a tee then.
Yeah.
But what concerned me,
and that number's increasing, right? Like the number, it used to be,
I guess,
40, then 45, then 50. It feels like it's more numerous, the number of swings.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. They're like treating it like a pitcher is like increasing his pitch count. But what concerned me was he basically said, like, we don't know what it is. We've gotten sporadic and different answers from different doctors. So like this means that they're going to different doctors and consulting them, seeing what answers they're getting.
Yeah.
And to me, that just shows like, okay, so you don't really know what this issue is. And then someone asked, well, what happens if it goes away and then comes back? And he said, I don't know. Like, it just feels like a very unknown situation. I think Dombrowski, like you just pointed out, Joe, in his interview last night or whenever that was, I think that was in Houston, where he said, he's not in pain or something along those lines. I think he's saying that to kind of like not start panic in fans saying, "Oh my gosh, Bryce Harper might be cut for the season."
And the grander issue is also just the rest of the contract and career. You don't want him to be. And look, I love Bryce Harper. You don't want it, and I love Ken Griffey. I mean, I wasn't a fan of his teams, but Griffey was a player that reached a certain age, and just you got declining results the rest of the way. By the way, the Phillies are. I'm sure no one else knows this. The Phillies are 3 games away from the halfway point of Bryce Harper's contract. So it was just what it's worth. Let me frame this. It was a 13-year deal. He's played 6 prior years. In 3 games, they're at the halfway point of the season. This will be 6.5 years into a 13-year deal in 3 days.
We used to...
So frame that in your head when you think about the injury.
This is something that I hadn't ever thought about, and I don't know much about, I had Mormon teammates. I know that's something, I don't know how that factors into taking like anti-inflammatories and things like that. I know that sometimes guys didn't want to mess with some of that.
Sure.
Like even Advil, Mormon teammates that I played with.
Wow.
So this is like something that I hadn't ever thought about with Bryce.
Give that question to Devin to ask.
No,
Bryce,
it's true. I mean, he's a Mormon. He's talked about it,
As you get older and stuff starts hurting more and you got chronic stuff, if he does have, feelings about taking like anti-inflammatories, like I don't know if that factors into
I have
this.
no clue.
Does that make it harder to manage some of these ongoing things?
Go down there and ask him, John.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to one more injury update and then right back to the phone. So we also got a NOLA update last night from Dave Dombrowski. Doesn't strike me like he's going to pitch anytime soon. Here's Dombrowski last night.
Well, he will rejoin it sometime after the All-Star break. I don't have a specific time frame on that, too. He is throwing. He is now throwing. Today, I think, was the first day he was actually going to go out there and play catch. And he said, I just saw him when he was coming in. He said he felt good. So then he's almost in a spring training mode, though, at this point. So it's a lengthy period for a starting pitcher to get ready. That's the difference. If you got a bullpen guy, you can get him ready pretty quickly. So you're really talking about a good month process of building up. So at this point, you're definitely talking after the All-Star game. And it could even be a little bit longer than that.
When he says All-Star game, could be a little bit longer. All-Star game's in 3 weeks. It's second week of July, basically. So I would guess this is like late July. Just a guess.
I'd guess August even.
Yeah, I was about to say at the earliest. Late July at the earliest. Let's go to JB in Chestnut Hill. JB, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
What's up, JB?
What's up, Johnny? I think the more I caught the tail end of that about Bryce and medicine, I think he's a modern day Mormon. That's kind of an old school thing for them not taking.
Is it? I have no idea. And I know that's stuff that, you just don't really know for sure. Just a factor that I hadn't considered.
Yeah, it could be a part of it. I think he needs to be shut down and kept out until as long as he needs to be. This part of the schedule is like the amen corner of the Phillies schedule for the season. This is 11, 12, and 13. This is the toughest part of the schedule. Leave them out. Let the chips fall where they may. Get them back healthy. Then you're going to get Nola back healthy. Reboot, because we know the Mets and the Braves are just going up and down and back and forth. I don't think they'll be out of anything when this is all said and done. And you go in hot with hopefully a healthy Bryce and hopefully something on a Nola coming back. And then you take on the end of July.
Well, yeah, I think JB, I think what you're saying is what they're doing. They're clearly not rushing either player back, and I think they're
not giving any real answers.
No, and look, it's not the end of the world that the Phillies lost that game last night. I will say, watching it while they were struggling to score and ultimately scored none, I did think this is the kind of, and especially thought this at the end of the game, this is the kind of game they may have won if Bryce Harper had played. He could have made the difference in that game to get 1 or 2 runs on the board to win the game.
Especially in those first 6 innings.
Yeah, because you had guys on.
They had Frommer on the. He was walking guys.
There's no question.
There were errors. There were chances.
There's no question. And then the trickle down effect of just having lesser players in the starting lineup and having them deeper in the batting order. Because what was it? 6, 7, 8, 9 last night. It was.
It was Kemp.
At the end, it was Kemp, Sosa, Kennedy,
Rojas.
Kennedy, Rojas.
Kennedy and Rojas. That was, and to have those 4 guys bat in the 9th that was tough, man.
When Hader put his glove up to his mouth, he was laughing.
Well, I was not. No. JB, give me a big answer, pal, for a scene with a real-life spot in it.
Before we do, I think the rest of the lineup has to actually help. To hold one player accountable at the end of the game is kind of tough. That bottom that you just talked about, I think they were like 2 for 16 for the day.
Yeah, it was brutal.
That's bad. It's bad. How about Sean Connery and Nick Cage, The Rock?
Oh, yeah.
Alcatraz.
Well, okay, give me the scene.
You can use the scene where the explosives roll off the Rock.
Okay,
welcome to The Rock.
No, you're saying the thing where he's got to save those things from falling over the edge, and if they do, then everyone's going to die, that thing?
Correct.
Yep, okay. No, I remember that scene. Yeah, that's...
Good speed, Godspeed.
That's pretty good.
Last time I swam this channel, I was your age.
Wow.
Holy cow, Ben.
That is awesome.
Well done,
I didn't
Ben.
know you had that in you.
Connery in your
That's
bag.
a Ben Connery doppelganger sound.
I'm impressed.
Dead on.
That was strong.
I'm very impressed.
Can you do more than just The Rock, Sean Connery? Can you just
No, I could
freelance?
I could do the Jeopardy Saturday Night Live.
Oh, those are the best. That's my favorite kind.
We
Swords is an S word.
Tremendous.
We watch those in the newsroom all
I
the
think
time.
that's the funniest SNL bit of all
it's
time.
the
Like
best.
recurring
It
one.
is one of the. It is
I
certainly
don't know
one
how
of the
Will
best.
Ferrell keeps a straight face with those guys. It's just so
your
funny.
mother, Trebek.
They're the funniest ones.
The swords thing is great.
Swords thing is all time. Yeah.
We go to Rob in South Jersey. Rob, good morning.
Joe, what's going on, man?
Quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, I'm excited for the draft tonight. I'm not gonna. NBA is probably my number 4 sport, but I think trading back and getting a player that can help them now because of how much money they have tied up in these guys. And if you don't, you kind of reset the button here, and Sixers are kind of irrelevant.
Rob, guess what I'm doing?
What's that?
Resetting the button. And by the way, that doesn't mean trade everyone you have because I don't think you can. But my point is, I'm drafting for
reset the button.
Meaning, I'm drafting for the future. I'm drafting for the future. I'm not drafting to try to chase a title with a guy who I don't trust to be able to do it.
Yeah, I think Daryl Morey wants to chase the title. So
I do too. My guess is Morey is going to try to chase the title. That's my guess.
Yeah. I wanted to call about last night.
I feel like you got to. I feel like if those guys are going to try this year, if Joel and Paul are going to try,
yeah, but John,
you got to try with them.
But Embiid has to actually be able to play.
That's the pathetic state of the NBA.
Yeah, but it's not just about Embiid trying. It's him being physically capable. I think
right.
he tried last year.
Well, that's part of it too.
I just don't think he can answer the bell anymore. I really don't. I hope I'm wrong. It's just my opinion. I don't think he can answer the bell.
Joe, getting to the Phils, I think you probably used the best word about last night's game. It was irritating.
Yeah.
I mean, again, it's not going to hurt them. They're fine. They've been playing well the last couple of weeks. I mean, but to waste a gem against a good team from Ranger like that is irritating. And hey, listen, when it's 105 degrees in this area and people work hard and they get home and watch their Phils, nobody wants to see Buddy Kennedy and Johan Rojas in the lineup. With all due respect to them, to quote Clint Eastwood in that movie, get off my team, please. I don't want to see these guys anymore. And it speaks volumes of what Thompson thinks of Stott and Martian Kepler, that they did not get a chance in the 9th inning.
Well, so Rob, I agree with you on that,
not.
but Rob, there also are facts. I'm going to give you 2. One of them, Stott against a left-handed pitcher has a lower batting average than Rojas.
That's fine.
Hold on. Fact 2, Kepler against a left-handed pitcher, lower batting average than Rojas. I mean, they weren't great options. I would have used one of them, but let's not act like he was bringing in a great option if he does. He was not.
Here's the thing. In the top of the second, they had first and second, nobody out for Kennedy. I was thinking he's going to stack bunt here. Valdez is a good pitcher. Runs are going to come at a premium. He didn't do it because he knows second and third with one out with Rojas. Rojas can't do the job. It's horrible managing. I'm sorry, but it is.
All right, Rob, give me an answer for a scene with a spot.
Real quick, the last thing I want to say about the deadline, we got to get the hashtag Hungry Like the Wolf Duran going. I want Jarren Duran from the Red Sox and Johan Duran from
I
the
like
Twins.
that.
Yes.
That's pretty good, actually.
Great idea.
It's very good.
And then add the music video.
Duran from the Doran or whatever from the Twins will cost a lot. He's really, really good. One of the better relievers in the sport.
But Rob, I like your creativity there.
Duran.
All right, give me a great scene with a location that's central to the scene, Rob.
How about, I can't believe nobody said this, King Kong in the Empire State Building.
Been waiting for it all
that's a
show.
big
Great
one.
answer. Holy cow.
That certainly could
the
win.
Duran, and King Kong all rolled into one call. Nice job.
That's a very nice job. All right, let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. Let's close them out. Both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. What's the Armin difference? It's simple. It's Armin's people, well-trained, friendly, and caring. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. All right, so what we were just talking about there, end of the game, and Rojas earlier in the game, and all the Rojas stuff. So we have this poll question related to that final at-bat, and what bothered you the most with that at-bat. So the 4 choices were Dombrowski's bench stinks. Choice B was Topper not pinch hitting Rojas. C was that Rojas chose to swing at a 2-0 pitch. And D was that Topper let him swing at a 2-0 pitch, didn't give him a take sign. All right, John, you know this is going to be a tough one today because just amongst us 6, we had different answers.
Yes.
I mean, we actually touched all 4 bases. Which one do you think won the poll amongst the people?
I think it's B, Topper.
It is not. It is Rojas swinging at the pitch. Not Rojas knowing not to. So Rojas
Did he not know?
Yeah, he's just a confident.
He just couldn't.
He's a confident guy. He just went. I remember hearing a quote from him last year about his belief in himself as a hitter, and I'm like, dude, like you're not Ricky Henderson. You're Yohan Rojas.
Again, though, his manager might have believed that he should swing there if it's a good pitch.
He might have.
Yeah. And again, I get that. Like, if you're facing Hader in that spot, 2-0, like.
I don't get it.
I don't trust
because I got
him
Trey.
to walk him. I get it. I just don't trust him to walk him. I think he'll challenge him at 3-0 and he'll beat him.
I literally believe the Phillies' best chance to win the game, I swear to God, would be if Rojas made the decision at 2-0 that he, under no circumstance, would swing at a pitch.
I think he would have struck out. Hader's awesome,
He
man.
may have, he may not. If he didn't swing at the third pitch, it would have likely been called a ball. Now it's 3-0.
And I think Hader still would have struck him out.
Maybe. Probably not. All right, so
Probably.
John. No, at 3-0, probably not.
Probably. Dude,
No.
Hader is still way better than him. At 3-0, it doesn't matter. It's a hitter's count. It doesn't mean
You're
he wins
not,
the
you're
count.
not going to convince me that it's more likely that Hader would throw 3 strikes than 1 ball. You're not going to convince me of that. I mean,
I think it's true.
Okay.
I mean, against Rojas, he's not going to challenge Rojas in that spot.
All right, so John,
patently
here's the results. Rojas swinging 2-0 is 35%. Topper not taking Rojas out of the game is 33%.
Oh.
Dombrowski's bench stinks is 20%, and Topper letting him swing is 12%. They're all meaty answers. You know, there's meaning behind all of them, and the confluence created a bad moment. All right, second poll question: if the Sixers draft a guard tonight, who do you think is more likely to be traded before the season starts? Rhea, would you go with Maxey or McCain more likely to be shipped out?
McCain.
And what's your reasoning? Chase the title? Maxey gives you a better chance in the here and now, which he does, by the way.
I just think, well, you don't know how McCain's going to come off. We're all expecting, he's just going to be fine from the knee injury. I don't trust that until I see people playing. So I don't know.
I'm very torn on this one. Devin, who do you think is more likely to be dealt? Maxey or McCain if they draft a guard?
Neither. But if I had to choose between the two, I'd say Maxey. McCain was like the team representative at the lottery. Like he's been. I just don't think that they would push him out there as the face of the.
They know they can force to do stuff because he's the young guy who's also played, and he doesn't have the cachet to say no. I don't want to go do that.
Yeah,
I do think that. Teams love when they got the young guy
they
who
do
plays.
love that. But Maxey also serves a lot of that role as well.
He does, they do love him.
He's a get along well guy.
And let's
too,
be honest, this
right?
is the organization that built an entire promotional campaign around Michael Carter Williams and traded him.
Is it crazy to say that I think McCain has more long-term upside than Maxey?
It's possible.
I think that is kind of crazy.
No, I think his ceiling is
I don't think it's
higher.
crazy at all.
I love
Devin. I got to
Tyrese
see him play
Maxey.
more.
Yeah,
but
I
I'll
don't
say
think
it's possible.
crazy. Yeah.
Like Maxey's
He's a
season
great
last year
shooter,
was
man.
disappointing.
a reconstruction, right? I
Look,
mean, this is major.
You talking about McCain?
Yeah, McCain.
I thought it was a meniscus, right?
Didn't they
No,
have
I thought
to?
he tore his. Didn't he
Is it
tear his
ace?
ACL?
No. It wasn't an ACL.
I think it was
not.
meniscus.
It was a meniscus or something.
Yeah.
It was
Oh,
not
okay.
ACL.
Okay.
for
Well,
sure.
in this case, in basketball, guys, The meniscus.
Oh, well, look, it's killing Embiid's career.
Remember, who was it? Rose
Joel?
in Chicago?
Right.
Holy cow, that was meniscus.
Well, that was an ACL.
That was all of it. He
tore everything.
Meniscus, ACL, it was all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
But the problem for him was meniscal. Remember, he tried coming back, and it was meniscal, and it's
guys,
a different.
Look at Joel.
It's a different story.
They shaved it away and shaved it away and shaved it away, and then next thing you know,
Probably
you got
nothing there.
Yeah, you got arthritis and bone on bone, and you can't play as well. John, who do you think won this poll for more likely to be traded if they draft a guard?
Man, I have no idea. Springer, I guess?
No. Our choices are Maxey or McCain.
Oh, okay, McCain.
With Jaden Springer?
Yeah, I'm wondering. He wasn't a choice.
Mo Cheeks.
Why did you say Dana Barros?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Can it be someone not on our team that we can
All right,
get
so
rid of?
McCain wins the poll 63%. I have no feel for this one. Maxey and McCain represent two very different things on the trade market because of their salaries. Not so much because of their skill. Maxey makes a ton. McCain makes almost nothing. So
how much does Maxey's maxed, right?
Well, Maxey's got a max
Holy
for his
cow.
age.
What
Yeah.
a difference.
Yeah. And McCain's entering year
Money
2
talks.
of a rookie deal.
What a huge difference. I'm looking at them. I'm viewing them as almost comparable if he can come back and be healthy enough with the...
Look, it's possible McCain's viewed as a more valuable player in a trade. It's possible because his salary's so low. I mean, it's possible.
Yeah.
All right, 215-592-9494 to react to everything we're discussing today. Joe DeCamera, we got John Ritchie, we got Devin, we got Ben, we got Rhea, we got Seltzer. On a busy day, it's draft day on 94 WIP. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. You know, nothing says summer fun like adding some excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Let them get burned, and you make some bucks in the process. You know, summer sports are calling your name, and obviously baseball is the main one, but you also got golf and tennis and soccer and all sorts of other sports over the next couple months until we get hardcore to football in the fall. So if you're going to spend all your days doing all sorts of good fun summer stuff, and also, of course, be on your phone quite a bit, well, right there on your phone, you can get that FanDuel Sportsbook app, and you can lock in with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino and win big. And right now, you can open that app to see the daily promotion. You can see that every day, by the way, daily promotion. And also, if you're new to FanDuel, well, know that new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. That's an incredible opportunity with FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel.com/hammer. Obviously, you've got another baseball game today with our local squad in Houston. All the sports all available for you at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hell yeah! Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl tomorrow. Donate at 94WIP.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Brock Bowers was one of the better tight ends in the league last year as just a rookie. He had over 1,000 yards receiving and 5 touchdowns, and he's going to have an even better year, in my opinion, now with Geno Smith behind center. I expect Brock Bowers to score even more in 2025. I like him to go over 4.5 receiving touchdowns at -110 right now at BetMGM. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Toyota and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Toyota. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Toyota. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Toyota. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Toyota with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale, or visit them online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
And Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com. Liberty, 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 liberty. Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud. So you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. the live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, the YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant and Marino. Zach Wheeler and the man for the Phillies tonight when they play the second of their series in Houston. Of course, you can catch live here on 94 WIP. Probably hoping it gets more run support than Rangers Suarez did in the Phil's 1-0 loss of the Astros last night. On the Starkville podcast with Jason Stark and Doug Glanville, Dave Dombrowski spoke about the Phillies' window of opportunity.
We've had this core of players together for quite a few years. And then now as they get a little bit older, people say, well, your window is closing. Well, I agree, and yet I disagree with that quite strongly, because maybe it's closing with all these exact players because we have some free agents at the end of the year and your chances of maybe re-signing all of them. But also, we still have a good core of young players. We still have good starting pitching.
Home of the best live music and tiki bar at the C&D Canal. Make memories that last a lifetime at ChesapeakeInn.com. Today, sunny, partly sunny, chance of storms. High of 98. It's currently 91. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
And a reminder to watch our show on YouTube when you can. Show on YouTube all 5 days of the week. We broadcast on draft day. No time's yours this segment. We want to prioritize some other calls and content. When we do time's yours, always brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go only from Xfinity Mobile. All right, let me give you a little write-up here. There's really 4 players that, unless the Sixers trade like way down, there's really 4 players that it is believed they are choosing between for pick 3. And those 4 players are Ace Bailey, VJ Edgecombe, Trey Johnson, and Con Knipple. I'm going to give you just a quick little synopsis as ESPN presents on each player, just so you're really informed for tonight. Draft is now in 10 and a half hours. So here's the ESPN write-up on Ace Bailey, and I won't read it all, but I'm just going to give you strengths and weaknesses for each player as ESPN surmises it. Strengths for Ace Bailey, who, by the way, is a 6'7" guy from Rutgers. Says Bailey is a dynamic shot maker with great size. He can score from all over the floor, and he puts points on the board in bunches when he finds an offensive rhythm. He also brings a high level of intensity defensively while making an impact in transition with his strong physical tools. Sounds good. I mean, that stuff sounds good. Weaknesses. His tendency to lean on tough shots has hurt his efficiency this season, as his decision-making, ball handling ability, passing, and off-ball defense are still in the early stages of development.
And he's the only U.S. player to not have worked out for any team.
Correct. So, all right, there you go with Ace Bailey. VJ Edgecombe. And by the way, the ESPN ranks Bailey as the 3rd-ranked player. But
quick question before we move on from Ace. Does it make you feel better about him not working out with the Sixers, the fact that he didn't work out with anybody?
Yes.
Me too.
1,000,000%.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, VJ Edgecombe, who ESPN has the Sixers picking, for what it's worth. And a lot of people think that's who the Sixers will get at 3. So, shooting guard from Baylor, 6'4". Here's what they say for his strengths. Edgecombe is the most explosive athlete in the draft. He complements his considerable upside as a playmaker defensively with an evolving perimeter skill level and feel for the game. His weaknesses. They write, how Edgecombe operates on and off the ball at Baylor, his ball handling, ability to play with pace and make shots off the dribble are still a work in progress. All right, make of it what you will. Trey Johnson, he's another to consider, shooting guard from Texas. Some people think they're just going to swoop in and get him or trade down to get him. He's maybe you can get him at 5, 6, 7 kind of guy. All right, Trey Johnson, he's 6'4", he's from Texas. He's almost 6'5". Strengths, Johnson's a dynamic shot maker. He puts relentless pressure on opposing defenses as a freshman at Temple with his insatiable hunger for putting the ball in
Texas.
the best.
Ooh. You said Temple.
Definitely not
Texas.
I was like, bro.
I was like, what did I miss last season?
Eddie Jones and Aaron McKay are back at Temple. You know what I mean? Mark Macon.
Boo Harvey.
You know?
Yes.
McGonigal Hall is rocking again. All right, I'm sorry. Trey Johnson at Texas. All right, weaknesses. He's still figuring out how to score efficiently inside the arc, leaning heavily on his ability to make tough shots while looking unengaged at times defensively. That's always scary. It raises questions about how he impacts winning on nights that his jump shot is not falling. Okay? I can't stand guys that don't try much defensively. That's irritating. And then finally, Con Knipple. Again, like Johnson, more in the probably if they trade down to 5, 6, 7. Con Knipple from Duke, 6'5". It says strengths. Knipple is an outstanding shooter with an excellent feel for the game as a passer
He's
and
taller than 6'5", Joe.
Okay. It's what it says. As a passer and as a defender, which gives him a high floor as a plug-and-play wing.
He can do it all, and he can step right in and give you a chance. That's assuming Joel and Paul
He's the oldest.
decide they want to try.
He'll be 20 when the season starts. So he's the guy of these four that would be the oldest if you want to chase a best you can be next year. Weaknesses for him, it says, with an average combination of length and explosiveness. There are question marks surrounding how his shot creation, finishing, and one-on-one defensive prowess will translate against better competition. Put another way, hopefully.
But when Cooper Flagg went down and Duke needed someone to step up and take over in the ACC tournament, he was awesome.
And he played well in that game. I know. So he better be better than Kyle Korver, and I like Kyle Korver, but sometimes I hear this and I think, is he just Kyle Korver? And listen, God bless Kyle Korver. He's a good second-round pick, but you want more, you want more oomph. All right, phone calls. Let's get it rocking here. Jordan right now in Princeton. Jordan, good morning.
Oh, good morning, Philadelphia and morning show. It's actually Jordan live from the Atlantic City Boardwalk on a 91-degree day this morning.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 10 miles into a half marathon today, so I stopped to take the call. If I'm breathing a little heavy, I apologize. But, 45 miles up here, and I might stop by and see you guys at the Borgata on Friday. I'm thinking about taking a jog all the way around the inlets of the Borgata. So
nice.
see you then.
You just run everywhere, Jordan?
If I didn't, John, I would get real fat because of my insatiable love of food.
How far do you run, like, on an average day?
On a day like today, it looks like speed walking. On a day where it's slightly cooler, I look like the worst Olympian ever.
Wow. So how far do you think you go? Like, how many steps are you going to take every day this week?
So Monday I did 23 miles. It was about 40,000 steps. And yesterday I did 21. It's about 37,000.
That's incredible, man. Good
I've
for you.
never heard anything like that. That's amazing.
That's impressive.
Don't your knees
the more
hurt?
I call, everything hurts, but I'm 41 years old, so it's just par for the course at this point.
Wow.
What do you got? What do you got on the sports scene, Jordan?
I got to say, Ben Davis, congratulations to your son. The interview where you got choked up and held it together as a father of two boys, Ben, that was a really, really beautiful moment. And I just want to congratulate you on raising a fine young man. And, for all of us getting to see what it's like, because my kids are not going to be in the College World Series. I love them to death, but they're going to excel in other areas. But, Ben, that was a really beautiful moment.
Thank you very much, Jordan. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I was at dinner with my 11-year-old, and I was talking about some things that made me proud that he's done, and I started to tear up, and he says, Dad, you only cry at the good stuff. And I'm like, yeah, kid, that's how it should be. That's how you want it in life, right? You want to cry at the good stuff.
No doubt. No doubt.
That's exactly right.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm a free man for a month. My kids are at overnight camp, and I'm just here at the shore with my wife, and last night she wants to go out to dinner. I said, honey, the Phillies were off yesterday. It's an 8 o'clock game. Let me make some dinner at home tonight. We'll sit down. We'll watch a really good Phillies game. And needless to say, my night didn't go the way I was hoping it would.
Well, you know what Jordan? You know what
Phillies-
the crazy thing is? Because I hear the sarcasm in your voice. That start by Ranger, probably a top 5 start they've had all season. I mean, he was so amazing in that game, and to blow that game is really, really disappointing and frustrating.
I mean, that's why you want to throw the remote control at the television not even at the last out, but just at the bottom of the lineup and the ineptitude there. And, when I checked the lineup card last night, I'm wondering why we even put some of these guys out. I mean, we just came off a Monday rest day. I find myself super concerned with what they're saying for Harper right now. It feels very much like the Embiid situation. There's a problem. We're trying to fix it. We've got no time frame. We can't give you any specifics. And, we can't win games with this lineup. You want to do it 1 every 20, that's fine. But, this guy's got to start getting back. And Dombrowski is on this worldwide media tour talking out of both sides of his mouth about players on the injured list, and I don't know what to believe from this guy anymore. So
I agree with that. Even some of the stuff in the update, like maybe not that inclined to trade
that
for
was
a bat.
so, and just
but that might be posturing and not seem
also
desperate.
Just the way he was talking about the window. Yeah, it's closing, but it's not closing. And he was like, we have a lot of young good players. Like who? Like in the minors, maybe. Like what young good players on the major league roster do we have outside of? Luzardo's kind of young. Like,
I guess
later
Luzardo
in the piece, he said that he mentioned Justin Crawford. We won't hesitate to bring him up. Okay.
Yeah.
Try it, because what you're doing right now is terrible.
Yeah, it's brutal out there in center field. All right, Jordan, I need an answer. A great scene based on a real life location.
So the location is Tom's Restaurant on the Upper West Side of New York, featured as monks in Seinfeld. And the scene for me is the marine biologist where George picks the golf ball up and Kramer goes, "Is that a Titleist?"
All right, Jordan, you got
It's
it.
a great scene.
Is it a classic Seinfeld scene?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God, it's a big one.
One of the most classic.
A big one.
That's why I'm asking. All right, Hassan and
Maybe
Strawberry.
watch Seinfeld and you can answer that question for yourself.
Maybe. Hassan and Strawberry Mansion. Yo, Hassan. Hassan. Not ready to roll. Let me give you some Paul George audio, because VJ Edgecombe is who it might be tonight. A lot of people think that is who the Sixers will draft. Paul George on his podcast yesterday referenced, talks about VJ Edgecombe. Let's listen to what he said.
I like VJ. I thought he showed tremendous upside in, when he played with Bahamas, and it's almost funny because watching it, he stood out, but I didn't know the name. Like, I didn't know that was the player that went to Baylor, and that's who, the kid was. But watching him, and they said how young he was, and I was like he's competing, playing against, top talent, and he's dunking on him. He's blowing by him. He was making impact. Like, he was an impactful player.
He's the one most people seem to think at this point the Sixers will draft. We shall see. We'll know in a few hours. Hassan and Strawberry Mansion. What's going on, Hassan?
Nothing much. Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing this morning?
Doing well, Hassan.
I got a little message for you, Maury. I hear this guy. He's good. He's 6'4" and all that. I don't need him. I've got Maxey. I've got McCain. Let's just stand pack with them, build around them. Get me somebody that's 6'8", 6'9" that can match up down the line with your Pascal Siakams, possibly a Giannis.
So are you saying Ace Bailey because he's long, or are you saying make a trade?
No, I'm saying get somebody, Ace Bailey because he's long, or somebody similar. He's not the only 6'8" wing guard in the draft. Like, find me somebody like Jalen Williams, 6'8", do everything. He might went to San Diego State because his grades wasn't as good to get in Duke or somewhere. Like, get me somebody that can play the game of basketball.
Well, I like your idea conceptually. The problem is it has to be an actual guy, and if he's deemed not to be that good, that's a problem. Because I agree with you. I mean, conceptually, you're describing a fit that is better. But if the guard is perceived to be a better player for the next 10 years, then we got a problem here.
Perception. I don't really care about your perception. Because your perception drafted Markelle Fultz #1.
Yeah, well, you know what, Hassan? I got to give this to Daryl Morey because we've ripped him a lot, rightfully so, over the last 12 months or so. He's actually made some great picks. I mean, his first, I think, was Maxey. The last one that mattered was McCain. They got some guys in the second round last year. Like, we got to give Morey credit for McCain was a tremendous pick.
McCain was a tremendous pick. And I'm going to be one, to be honest, I didn't want him. But he was a great pick.
Yeah, it's the one thing he's done. It's the one thing he's done well.
Yeah.
He's
guard position.
Hassan, I'm sorry to cut you off, but we got to move fast. Now you can win the tickets for Bare Naked Ladies. Best scene, real life location in it. What do you got?
Independence Day, the White House getting blown up.
Interesting.
Classic.
Yeah.
With it not being real,
It's not as striking. It's not as stunning if it's not the White House.
It's
I mean,
not.
that really is a massive.
but it's not, right? Because it's not real. The White House
Well,
didn't
but
have
a lot of these things
nothing
aren't
yet.
real.
Nothing
King
like
Kong
King
wasn't
Kong
real.
on the Empire
Yeah, King
State
Kong on the
Building.
Empire State
Yeah,
Building.
really, dude?
Do you
wasn't
think he was on
Okay.
there?
giant.
Okay.
You know, it was a little
Okay.
model that they used in 1933 or
Settle
whatever
down.
it was.
Everybody-
Again, I'm going to reference
real.
Derek from earlier. You make everything more complicated.
Yes! Like, what are you
All
talking
right.
about?
King
All
Kong
right.
really happened?
All right. Well, we got to come up with a winning.
Godzilla did.
Sorry. All right, winning answer. I got 6 written down here as real possibility. Statue of Liberty, Planet of the Apes. Rocky 1, the steps when he runs up there the second time on Rocky 1.
That's so huge.
Huge. Streets of Chicago, Ferris Bueller, The Parade. The Rock and Alcatraz, pretty good answer, but not quite the best scene. Got to say, it's not the best scene. King Kong, Empire State Building. You guys love the Seinfeld answer, so consider it as you will. Independence Day with the White House. I'm thinking Rocky. I'm thinking Statue of Liberty in Planet of the Apes. I'm
Yeah.
thinking Chicago at Ferris Bueller, and I'm thinking King Kong with.
I think it's Rocky,
Rocky.
or Planet of the Apes.
I like King Kong. No? Okay.
All right.
Yeah, no, King Kong. King
really
Kong's
good,
up there
too.
All
for
right,
sure.
I got
I
one
like
for
that.
King Kong from Devin. Ben, what do you got?
I'm going King Kong.
2 for King
Yeah.
Kong.
Ben.
Seltzer?
I'm really torn on this. I think King Kong is great, but I'm going Rocky.
Rocky steps for me.
All right, that's 2-2. So let's now.
Rocky.
3-2. I'm going Rocky over the top. Congratulations, Derek. You have won the tickets to see Bare Naked Ladies. All great answers, but I mean, come on. I mean, Rocky Steps, how do you beat it? Everyone have a great rest of the day. Look, enjoy the draft. Hopefully we do. Enjoy the draft tonight. We'll see if it's a kid in a pick or more of an adult in a trade. I don't know. We'll see. Plus the Phillies later today. All that and more we'll cover tomorrow. Plus what Dombrowski said in this interview. We'll get to it all up ahead tomorrow. Joe and Hugh, they are up next.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event, all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us once again as we celebrate the summer of shellfish, featuring our incredible seafood boil with mouth-watering snow crabs, tasty shrimp, clams, and mussels. Feast on our Dungeness crab clusters served Chicky style. Or our seafood pasta with decadent crab, shrimp, and penne pasta in our legendary red sauce. Delectable choices from our Summer of Shellfish menu, plus a whole menu of new mixed seasonal cocktails for a cool start to your summer meal. Only at Chickies and Pete's.
Soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. Online at robinford.com.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
I play like Mr. Softy.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me, they calm me down, they make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Forest River RV in Berlin is now open, located on Route 73, a few minutes from the Atlantic City Expressway. Visit New Jersey's premier Forest River dealer, specializing in the sales of the huge Forest River lineup, along with expert RV service for every make and model. We have an RV for every lifestyle and a payment for every budget. Plus, as part of the Camping World Dealer Network, you will have access to our national network of lenders, nationwide service network, and all of the Good Sam products and services. Visit ForestRiverNewJersey.com for more information.
The Peace Lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen Report.
You know the national parks, but you may not know that they're supported by a strong foundation. A foundation for the future. We are the National Park Foundation. And together with your support, we are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tonight, Adam Silver will make it official. With the first pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Cooper Flagg, Duke University. No surprise there. Before the league's draft lottery on May 12th, Flagg's inner circle openly worried about whether he could adapt to playing on a woebegone losing franchise. Instead, he'll soon complement All-Stars Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving when he returns from injury. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Astros lefty kicks and deals in the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. The ball game's over. Fastball. Rojas trying to check, but he went around, and that's it for the Phils tonight as they drop the opener. 1-0. Rangers Suarez terrific until allowing a home run in the 8th to Cooper Hummel. That's the only run of tonight's game, and the Phillies fall 1-0.
Yeah, that was it last night. A frustrating one. Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494 on a big day, the NBA draft tonight. The Sixers with the 3rd pick. And we are live today from McGurk's in Langhorne, one of their newest locations. And then we haven't been this one yet, so we're happy to be here. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. This is kind of far, man. I mean, coming up
well,
this way
is
nice.
This is
nice.
my neck of the woods.
They do a great job. Of all the ones that we've been to, haven't seen a bad one yet.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah, with the TVs and the nostalgia from, the locals and everything, the area. It's pretty cool.
Though, they do have all the locals. I've never seen you on one of the walls here.
Nah.
You should complain about that.
Nah, for what? I mean, they feed me, so I'm cool with that.
Yeah. They have Bryce Harper, though. I mean, they have a bunch of Phillies and Eagles. No, Hugh. But, all right, we got a lot to discuss today. 215-592-9494 to hop in. Elliot's going to join the show at 12. The man is in denial over the Ace Bailey situation. We'll get to a lot of NBA draft, what the Sixers should and shouldn't do tonight, and will they trade down from number 3. So all that to come. But, Hugh, we got to start with last night. So there's the good and there's the not good, right? The good, actually the great. How about Ranger Suarez? I mean, this is
trying to get paid.
And he's going to get paid if he pitches like this.
Yeah.
He was. I mean, I thought for about 3 innings there in the middle, like around the 2nd, 3rd, 4th inning, I was like, he might do this tonight. He might throw a no-hitter. He had that kind of stuff last night. Look, he made one mistake in the 8th inning. I mean, he pitched as good of a game as you can against a team that hits lefties on the road in Houston. He was remarkable last night. He deserved better than a loss in that game.
Yeah, and I got a chance to look in on that game, man, and it was like in the 5th inning or something, and it was still 0-0, and I was like, oh, we have a pitcher's duel going. And you know what? Immediately, what I thought about, man, it would be nice to have Bryce Harper if he was ready to go.
Well, sure would.
And because especially after the conversation that we were having yesterday about how they were doing without him, those are the type of moments, in my opinion, that Bryce Harper kind of lives for. Might not necessarily be a majestic home run, but put a run on the board. That's kind of what you need in that moment. Maybe move some runners or something like that. But I immediately thought about him and him not being out there. If he was, maybe this would be a different outcome.
Well, it should have been a different outcome. Unfortunately, it wasn't. So Ranger gives up a home run the bottom of the 8th. Then we get to the top of the 9th. And, Hugh, what bothered me last night and frustrated me last night was you could see the Phillies losing a postseason game just like that, right? We have. And I could see it happening this October where they get excellent starting pitching and late in the game, whether it be the starter, if he's still out there, was Ranger, or maybe it's one of the bullpen guys, the other team scores a run, right? Eventually you're going to give up a run. And the offense just couldn't get anything back. And then we fast forward to the top of the 9th inning. And the game ended with Johan Rojas to bat. He strikes out against Josh Hader. And it wasn't just that he struck out. I mean, before the at-bat, you could have predicted he probably wasn't going to get a hit off of one of the best closers in baseball. But it was the at-bat. It's the way he approached the at-bat. Let's listen to T-Mac and Rube last night on the broadcast, NBC Sports Philadelphia, describing how they felt watching Rojas go through that final at-bat.
2-0.
I would really like to see Johan take a pitch here to put a little heat on Hader to throw strikes, especially with Trey Turner hitting next.
Nope. That was ball 3. You got to take a pitch there. I know you're not going to always get a fastball, but you're down 1. You're in the top of the 9th inning. You're the number 9 hitter. This guy's got 3 hits, 2 extra base hits against Hader.
Totally agree with you.
I love the note from T-Mac.
Yeah,
nope.
Shout out to T-Mac, too. He became a grandpa.
He did, yes.
Became a grandpa, man, so shout out to that, man. Became a grandpa. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, congratulations to the McCarthy family. Hugh, that was – look, did I go into the at-bat expecting Rojas to get a hit? No. But that you got to take that pitch at 2-0. I mean, you're inviting if Hader throws 2 more balls in that at bat, you're getting the top of the order, right? You're getting Trey Turner back to the plate. You're getting a chance to get Schwarber to the plate to maybe win the game. It was a bad at-bat. There are always bad at-bats by Johan Rojas. And the whole thing is extremely frustrating because you have Rojas who can't execute an at-bat in a big moment if his life depended on it. And then you get Topper who let him hit in that spot. So when you watched that last night and you saw it played out, who do you blame? Is it Rojas for the at-bat or is it Topper for just letting him hit it to begin with?
Rojas. That's Rojas' fault. There's been too many times since I've been here, and I'm only going in a 3-year sampling size because that's how long I've been here.
Well, that's been his career.
And there's been moments. What was it? The Arizona game? Was it the Arizona
series? Yep.
Yeah, where he left the bat on his shoulders, and we went home, and people were upset about it. And the reason why I say it's his fault because you had to know that the way that game was going, that there is a strong possibility that you might be in that situation. And for you not to take a pitch, see, this is what I was talking about yesterday when I said that, or the other day when I talking about players reverting to what they know, reverting to the mean.
Yeah.
No matter how well you've been trying to hit or anything like that, you get into a moment and you do what's comfortable. And for him, what's comfortable is swinging at everything that he sees. You can't. You have to be smart in a situation like that. So it's his fault because you've had, for a person that has been given as many opportunities as you've been given to stick and stay.
Yeah, it's been 3 years.
For you not to evolve as a player, that's on you. And Topper, I know it's easy to blame Topper in this situation because he's the manager and he has to have a feel for his players. But you also have to give your players a chance to grow. You can't stunt his growth. You can't take him out in that moment because you know what potentially is going to happen. You have to let him work through that. But unfortunately, he didn't do that. So that's Rojas' fault.
Yeah, so I understand your point, but I'm done waiting for Rojas to grow. I put that on Rob Thompson last night, and I understand the bench isn't exactly – Matt Stairs isn't sitting there. I understand that. You don't have that kind of pinch hitter on the bench. But last night's bench did have some of their regular players, right? Brandon Marsh was on the bench because a lefty had started the game, and Max Kepler's on the bench because a lefty had started the game. Bryson Stott was on the bench because a lefty had started the game. And I know a lefty is on the mound and Hader, and it's nasty. I get that. But sometimes I think Rob Thompson is too beholden to this is what I'm doing here, and this is the platoon advantage, and I got to send the righty up against the lefty. In that spot last night, anyone on the bench would have given him a better at-bat than Rojas. Anyone. I mean, you could have picked any of the three of them out. Stott, because maybe he'd work a walk. Marsh has actually hit better against lefties this year than he used to hit. And if they don't think Max Kepler could run into a home run there, then why is he even on the team anymore? They gave him $10 million. I'm not asking him to go up there and be an all-star.
Mm-hmm.
Just swing for a home run, and maybe you run into one and it's a tie game. We always joke about the definition of insanity. It's insanity to send Rojas to the plate against that guy, maybe the best closer in baseball, one of the top 3 or 4, and expect him to get a hit. I mean, what player has Thompson been watching for the last 3 years that he thinks all of a sudden – Rojas is going to get a hit? There's no shot he was getting a hit last night.
Now, there have been times where the moment wasn't as big that he's come up with. Remember when he was sitting down because he couldn't bunt?
Yeah.
And he had some moments where he could bunt. To me, Joe, in that situation, when you talk about the way the game was going and the person that gave you the best chance to get on base with his speed, to me, that's Rojas.
But he can't get on base.
Yeah, that's the thing. But you can't hide him from the moment. You have to at some point. He has to step out of it. This is where, for me, I look at the young players and I'm like, dude, you have to grow and evolve as a player because the teams are always looking to upgrade. And fortunate enough for you, they haven't found an adequate upgrade for you yet, but it's coming. And you have to know, like in moments like the one that you had last night, like your teammates are looking at you and the manager's looking at you, and they're like, dog, what you call it last time he had it, the game finds him.
The game always finds him.
The game finds him, and every time the game finds you, you come up short, you're on the clock.
Well, he should be on the clock.
Yeah, he's on the clock.
He can't hit. I mean, it's been 3 years. Rojas can't hit. I mean, we all know this. And I just thought last night was another example of Rob Thompson being too robotic. I mean, sometimes I like Topper, and I think overall over 162, he keeps the guys loose and calm, and he's done some good stuff this year, and he doesn't have a great bullpen to work with. I don't think he's bad. But I do think in big moments, he's too robotic in lefty-righty, lefty-righty. We see that with the lineup until this year where he got a little bit more flexible with that. Last night, they went down with Sosa, Buddy Kennedy and Johan Rojas. Again, I understand lefty-righty, and I understand why there's a platoon advantage and why teams like to exploit that. You're telling me Buddy Kennedy and Johan Rojas gave you a better chance last night than Kepler or Marsh or Stott? It's only because they're lefty-righty. That's what last night was. I know that last night is not an October game, but Hugh, that felt like a big game, and it felt like the kind of game that we're going to play in the playoffs. There's going to be a game in October.
This is the gauntlet that we were talking about.
And the Astros are obviously a playoff team, and they've got great pitch. Like last night, it was the Astros, right? But that same game last night, we could do against the Cubs or the Dodgers or the Mets in the postseason. It could be the same exact game. And I watched it, and I'm like, he's really going down with Buddy Kennedy and Rojas. I put last night on Topper at the end. 215-592-9494. Let's hear Rob Thompson after the game last night. I guess giving credit to Rojas. Here's Topper.
Rojas gets up 2-0 on the count against Hader there. Would you like to see him take a pitch? Especially since that one's out of the zone.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
what is that?
I think it was a strike, so might as well waffle at it. You're not going to get too many good pitches to hit.
And I know it's left on left, but lefties have actually got Hader a little bit this year. Like, do you consider it all shooting a lefty there? No.
That's a disastrous sequence of answers by Rob Thompson. First of all, almost like the shrug and sigh, like, what are you going to do? And then he said he didn't even consider the lefties.
Well, you got to believe in your guys.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have to believe in Johan Rojas.
You have to believe that they're going to try to come through in a moment. Now, I get it. And for Top, it's probably still he's considering this early, and as we progress through this, there might be some adjustments made. But, man, come on, Rojas. There's been too many opportunities that you've had that some would say that you've squandered, especially when you talk about the Otto Kemp situation a few weeks ago when he had to lay down a bunt, and he did that. And somebody asked him, when was the last time you laid out a bunt? And he said it was like 1982 or something, because you know he old.
I was waiting for the old joke.
Yeah, the old joke.
I think he said it was 4 years ago.
Yeah, it was like but the point is this. It was a while ago, and you have to know the moment, and you have to know what's needed in the moment. And Rojas has been up here long enough to know that, man, hell, work that count. Work it as much as you possibly can. Try to get somebody else up to bat. If you can't get the job done, at least put somebody in position that can get the job.
And he's batting ninth, which means Trey and Schwarber
That's
are
what
next.
I'm saying. Put somebody else in position that could get it done. But it's one of those things where you have to grow. If you want to be here, you have to grow.
Yeah, I'm done with the growth on Rojas. He can't play. I mean, he cannot hit at a major league level. And the fact that Topper said he didn't even consider the lefties and even the question was kind of thrown at him with the backdrop of lefties have hit Hader better this year than in the past. And it was even the numbers we were in there to support, hey, you pick your lefty. I don't care which one he threw up there. Stott because he could work a walk, Morris because he's hit lefties better, or Kepler because he obviously has the most power. Throw one of them to the plate. Give me a shot there. Instead, it's Rojas. Kyle back in the studio here. What'd you feel last night? Who do you blame as Rojas goes down and they waste a great Ranger start?
Yeah, that's on Topper. I think we all know what Johan Rojas is at this point. He's a turd. He's not very good as a hitter.
Well, some of us are waiting for him to take a lead.
I know. And no, Hugh, you don't have to trust your guys if your guys stink.
You do have to trust
No, you don't.
Guys.
Did you trust Rojas in that moment? Then why should Rob Thompson, who sees him every single day?
I was willing to give him a chance.
Oh, jeez. Nobody with eyes thought he was getting hit last night.
No, and I understand that Dave Dombrowski didn't load this roster up with great options in that moment. They could use a right-handed bat, sure. But you're going to sit here and tell me there were no better options than Johan Rojas to take that at-bat at that moment? By the way, they brought it up when they were talking to Topper after the game. Hader against left-handed pitching this year, left-handed batters have a 905 OPS against
lefties
Hader.
have crushed him.
And a 4.79 for righties. So, that's a fine spot to put a left-handed hitter. I don't know, maybe Max Kepler, who's, he had one hot week, and then he's cooled off, so maybe not him. But how about Brandon Marsh? I mean, he was one of the hottest hitters on the team for a while. And by the way, he's finally catching up with his splits. He's hitting left-handed pitching well. Yep. So, I don't know. Johan Rojas is probably the last guy I can think of that should take that at bat in the moment. You can even put Bryson Stott there. And, by the way, with the count being 2-0, T-Mac and Rube were right. Take another freaking pitch, dude. Just try and pass the baton over to Trey Turner. And Topper needs to be on that too. Like, he needs to talk to Johan Rojas, and they need to discuss like these kind of outcomes and these kind of possibilities here. Like, I don't know. That can't happen in a postseason game, or else I think we'll all be ripping Topper.
I totally agree with that. But let's workshop this a little bit. If who gives you the best chance of scoring if they get on base? Is it Marsh or Rojas?
Right. Well, it's Rojas, but he's
like
the least likely to get on base.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Marsh is fast too.
No, but when I said that Rojas gives you the best chance.
Rojas' speed.
But Marsh gives you a better chance to get on base. You need to get on base to score.
But you're looking to try to score right and extend the game.
But you gotta crawl before you can
need.
walk.
No,
this guy can't crawl.
I hear what you're saying, and that's why I've said that you are in a position, Rojas, where you have to work the count. You got to get on base. Well, that should be your
by
number.
The way,
however that happens, you need to get on base.
It doesn't even matter if he's on base. There's a guy in front of him who's going to move up in the scoring position if he gets on. So it's not about how fast Rojas is. Like, I mean, I guess you can.
Well, I look at it more so.
You can take the lead with him, but like,
that's what I'm saying. He's the tying run.
But all you need in that moment is somebody to get on base and move that runner up to second base, because that's the tying run right there.
And he's the least likely to do it. I mean, there's people today that I'm sure going to be on Dombrowski, and I agree. All agree they got to improve the team, but Topper's got to manage the team he had last night, and I just. Can we hear Topper again after the game? This just sounded to me like a manager just like shrugged his shoulders, like, what are we going to do? Tough day. Let's hear Topper again after his 9-hitter goes up there and has an awful at-bat to the point where, I mean, T-Mac's pretty reserved. T-Mac doesn't usually...
Yeah, he was a little salty.
Well, he's right. All right, let's hear Topper again after the game last night. Who just, again, this is an audible or audio shrug of the shoulders. Here it was, Topper on Rojas.
Rojas gets up 2-0 on the count against Hader there. Would you like to see him take a pitch? You know, especially since that one's out of the zone.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it was a strike, so you might as well waffle at it. You're not going to get too many good pitches to hit.
And I know it's left on left, but lefties have actually got Hader a little bit this year. Like, do you consider it all shooting the lefty there? No.
Did he say might as well waffle at it? Was that the wording I heard?
I heard waffle. I don't know in the context in which he said it, but I did hear waffle.
So if we think the best Rojas could do is waffle at a pitch from a top reliever, why is he hit at the plate? He's talking about him like he's a 7-year-old playing against 12-year-olds in Little League. Give us your best shot, kid. Swing the bat. Like, this division could come down to one game.
I believe in you.
This division could come down to one game. And it felt like last night the manager's like, what are you going to do? We'll get him tomorrow. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down on last night? A frustrating loss for the Phillies. They started a road trip. Ranger was brilliant, as he's been for the better part.
Get that bread.
Well, he's going to get that bread. It's a matter of who's going to give it to him. But he is – and the Ranger thing, we have so far moved past him going to the bullpen. Like, he can't. He's too good as a reliever right now for that to be an option for the Phillies. But the loss last night – Rojas, Topper, who do you blame? You can blame Dombrowski if you want to. Jeff in Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
Jeff.
I used to work with a guy named Dick Handler.
The
conversation from yesterday continues.
Yeah.
No, you know what's funny, Jeff? I was in the mall yesterday. I had to get my passport. And somebody yelled at me in the mall, Dick Fitz.
Yeah, that conversation went off the rails, but it was so entertaining.
That was
well, it did, and as soon as it started, I knew it would. Yeah. And then I started looking up all the other names, and it went off the rails. But what do you think of today, Jeff?
Well, it's on Rojas initially because first of all, you got to think of the situation. You need to get guys on base. You've got a 2-0 count late in the game. The team coming up behind you. So, however you can get on, you need to get on and don't be swinging at a 2-0 pitch.
By hook or
by
crook.
The problem is there isn't much better options on the bench. Although the stats that Kyle gave, I didn't know the left-handers hit better against Hader than righties right now. So I would have had Stott pinch hit, just because he knows how to work the count. Maybe even Marsh.
Any of them, Jeff. Any
besides the guy that was out there.
Anyone besides him. And look, I think Kepler's probably considering his season the worst option, but he's got the most power that he can maybe run into one. It did any of them he would have put up there, Jeff, I would have felt better. And then I've seen the Rojas story so many times, and he's overmatched. I don't care if the guy's lefty or righty. He's overmatched against big-time pitching.
I only want to see him in the game late in the outfield position, not at the plate. He's just not going to work.
Right, he's a defensive replacement.
Yeah, he's had some, I'm not going to lie. He's had some bad moments, though. He's had some moments where it's just like, dude, seriously? Like, for real?
Mm-hmm. This game was a microcosm for what could happen in the playoffs. You said it earlier. And I don't like Topper's, okay, whatever. That's kind of what he said, like, maybe it was a strike. I don't know. Like, dude, are you paying attention?
Yeah, it looked high. I mean, maybe it was a borderline strike, but it wasn't like a pitch down the middle. I mean, it wasn't an obvious strike.
No, it's again, he doesn't have much to work with, but there were better options on the bench last night.
Yeah, and that's the bottom line is there were better options. And Jeff, appreciate the phone call. Last night in the big picture, it is a 1-0 loss to a good team on the road. It's not like a killer loss, but my thing is we're going to see a moment like this again, and is Topper going to push the right button? And we saw this you mentioned the 2023 NLCS against the Diamondbacks. Topper was slow to the draw, right? He was slow to the draw. He let Rojas keep hitting, and the kid was just totally overwhelmed in that series. And last night, I don't know if it was slow to the draw. He just didn't arrive to the table. I mean, he didn't arrive to the scene. Like, he just was. He just sat there and watched him give up an at bat. I mean, he gave it when you're ahead 2-0 in the count. You got an advantage. You have a real chance to get on base. And he gave it right back by swinging that 2-0 pitch, and he took the bat out of Trey's hands. 215-592-9494. A lot to discuss today on the show. We're live at McGurk's in Langhorne, one of their newest locations. Come on out, hang out today. Great lunch specials. We're going to be here doing our show from 10 to 2 today. McGurk's in Langhorne. Where do you come down on last night? 1-0 loss. Obviously, the offense wasn't good last night. But how it ended, is that on Rojas for the at-bat? Is it on Topper for letting him hit, which that's how I feel. I mean, he should have never let him hit. Or Dombrowski for giving his manager this kind of bottom of the order, which last night included Buddy Kennedy and Johan Rojas. Your calls now, plus another update on Bryce Harper from Dave Dombrowski, and an interesting take this morning from Ben Davis on the whole Harper thing. We'll update you on Bryce, your phone calls on how the game ended last night. We'll get to some NBA draft stuff as well tonight. The Sixers own the third pick. It is the Midday Show live. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hell yeah! Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl tomorrow. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest, yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
The girls are wearing nothing. Creekside Cabaret says tonight the girls are wearing nothing but their birthday suits. It's birthday suit night tonight at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret. 3225 Advanced Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Did you catch Luisito's header?
Yeah, I just recorded it on my new Samsung A36 5G phone I got for free at Total Wireless.
Oh, I'm actually live streaming the whole match with my new Samsung Tab A9 that I also got free at Total Wireless.
I got that tablet too.
And I got that phone too. We both got both.
Go!
Switch to Total Wireless and get both the Samsung A36 5G and the Samsung Tab A9 for free. For a limited time while supplies last, valid in store. Requires new phone activation on the Total 5G Unlimited plan or higher external port and ID verification and new activation on the Total 5G Unlimited 6-month tablet plan. Restrictions apply.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. Get it, Fritz? What I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Go to ChristianHVAC.com.
You matter, and so does your well-being. Call, text, or chat 988, New Jersey Suicide and Crisis Lifeline for free 24/7 support with mental health, suicide, or substance use concerns for you or someone you love. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Good day, show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gillo. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. We're live today from McGurk's in Langhorne. Come on by. Hang out with us. Great lunch specials. A beautiful place. It's our first time at the Langhorne location. We're here doing our show until 2 o'clock today. A lot to discuss. We'll get to NBA draft next hour. Sixers hold the third pick tonight. Maybe VJ Edgecombe. Maybe a mistake with Ace Bailey. Maybe a trade down.
He said maybe a mistake.
Oh, it would be a big mistake. Big mistake. He threw out the first pitch of the Mets game last night, by the way. He's just rubbing it in that he doesn't want to be in Philadelphia. So we'll get to the NBA. Yeah, exactly. We'll get to the NBA draft coming up. Elliot at 12, who's still on the Ace Bailey trade. All right, your reaction to last night, who do you blame the most? Topper, Rojas, Dombrowski. It's a loss that is frustrating because you could see it happening in October, and it can't. Ranger pitched too well to lose that game last night. They got to find a way to score and at least turn the lineup over in the ninth inning to the top of the order. Let's get back to your phone calls. Then an update on Bryce Harper and what Ben Davis said this morning on the morning show, his level of concern with Bryce. Mark is up on WIP. Hey, Mark.
Hey, how you doing? Listen. Phillies had a chance when they had first and second in the early part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't produce then. But see, I do blame Dombrowski because you bring up these guys from down the AAA farm system, and you still got Crawford down there who is a bona fide hitter, okay? I play AA ball. So I know Rojas had never been near batting last night. He should have got pinch hitter for, okay? Second of all, they had an opportunity to score, had runners in first and second, a couple innings. They didn't produce anything. So run production is pretty bad when they're going against a good pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And my point is, you bringing up these guys from down AAA, and you got a few guys down there, but there's Crawford right there who could solve your center field problems. He's not a good product right now, but you got to give him a chance.
Well, it's also, Mark, to your point on that, he's not worse than Rojas as a hitter. I don't know how well Crawford would do right away as a rookie in the majors. There's no way he's going to be worse than Rojas. I mean, Rojas can't hit. And it's been 3 years. He can't hit Major League pitching.
No, he can't. He really can. He's a great defensive replacement. He's just a replacement. You know what I mean? He don't know how to play small ball. He should be able to bunt and all that, but he's not doing that. I don't know why. And it's not all Topper because Topper's not the one that's batting. The players that went up there using his skills and his plans, his situation. But if it would have been me, I'd have pinch hit for it. I'd have went with Marsh.
So we're all on the same. So Mark, then we're on the same page. We're just approaching it different ways because we all didn't want him to hit there. I mean, except I guess you wanted him to hit.
Well, no, I'm saying if you put him out there, he has to know the moment and he has to try to work the count. That's basically what I'm saying.
I know, but he doesn't. I mean, how much? I guess with a young player, and Rojas is still young, how much rope do you give them before you say, they can't do this, and I have to go in a different direction?
Put it like this. Let me answer this question for me, then I'll answer yours. Is he a young player with a tremendous upside if he could bat just a little bit better?
I'd say upside. A tremendous feels a lot.
Well, okay.
But
that's a hyperbole.
Okay, no, but all right, he's a player
that has an upside
to be an everyday center fielder.
If he could hit better.
Yes, okay.
He has not – when they sent him down the last year, there was somewhat of a sense of urgency because he couldn't bunt. There was somewhat of a sense of urgency for him to bunt, and he did that. It's almost like when you think of Rojas, he does just enough to stay.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it shouldn't be that. It should be you should do above and beyond what you're asked to do so that moments like this won't find you, especially on a team. And part of that, to me, is his teammates' fault. Because when you have a player that has that ability, you need to let him know, like, yo, man, this is going to happen again.
Of course.
And you need to be prepared for it next time. You know what the most egregious thing about what happened last night? That it was eerily similar to what it looked like when he was in Arizona. Except for the bat. Remember when the bat was on his shoulder?
Yeah, and this was the ninth inning. That was earlier, but it was the same kind of situation.
Yeah, it's the same situation.
The big spot.
So you have to know, like, if it's me, I know that at some point, it might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, but at some point that moment is going to find you again.
Yes.
And you have to be prepared to handle it differently than you handled it last time. And you basically did what you did the last time.
And what's frustrating for me for Topper is he has better options on the bench, and it feels like I'm past the point of trying to progress Johan Rojas. I understand the point you made that if he got better, he could be a starting center fielder because he brings the defense and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm moved. The ship has sailed for me. I mean, he is what he is. He's going to have a career as a defensive replacement, a runner. I think no team could ever seriously make him an everyday 162 center fielder. I don't believe he's ever going to hit. So with that in the back of my mind, I'm not going to just like, hey, let's see what he does tonight. No, I know what he's going to do. And I have three better options on the bench, and that is March, and that is Stott, and that is Kepler. All different kind of options. They're better options. It just drove me crazy last night. Let's go to Kevin in Doylestown. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, I just wanted to let you guys know I've never worked with a Dick Handler, but I do have a resume available.
What?
Well,
I mean, come on.
Well, you got Hugh. You got Hugh there.
Okay. I'm a big Marshy fan.
I am not the only childish one on here.
No, you're
right.
not. Well, I think there's a lot of childish people out there,
here.
and you have invited them now to express themselves. Go ahead, Kevin.
So I'm a big Marshy fan. So to watch him crap the bed to watch Rojas crap the bed last night was actually good news for me, and I actually have a feeling that Topper feels the same way. In reality, this is one game in the middle of the season, so if we're trying to build and get a World Series here, Topper now knows and gave him the opportunity in a big situation to do something, and now he knows I'm not gonna rely on that guy come September, October.
So almost like a lose the battle to win the war kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean it
Exactly.
could be that too.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's got a point.
But how many battles do I need to lose with Rojas before everyone realizes what we have here?
Yeah, no, this was the last one. 3 years. I honestly think, and in fact, as a Marshy fan, I would love to see now Crawford come up and they realize Rojas stinks, and don't even keep him on the roster come playoff time.
Well, if Crawford came up and Crawford could play defense at a similar level, then it would be redundant. And Kevin, we appreciate the phone call. Then you wouldn't need Johan Rojas up here. I know. Are we really giving away games to learn something about Rojas in June of 2025?
Yes.
We're almost halfway through the season.
Well, I wouldn't say giving up a game.
Well, the manager certainly sounded like, whatever.
Well, what is he supposed to say in that situation? Hey, you know what? I screwed up. I shouldn't have had his ass out there. Is that would have made you feel better?
No, but the way can we hear it again? Let's hear Topper talking about the at-bat. It's the way he talked about swinging at a pitch.
The waffling and all
now,
that.
I did find out that waffling is actually a new baseball term that means hit it hard. So
it's a new baseball term?
Well, I never heard of it, so that's why
he smoked that ball, man.
Yeah. So, but listen to Topper. There's like resignation of, he did what he could out there. Here's Topper last night on the Rojas at-bat.
Rojas gets up 2-0 on the count against Hader there. Would you like to see him take a pitch? Especially since that one out of the zone.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I get it.
I think it was a strike, so you might as well waffle on it. You're not going to get too many good pitches to hit.
And I know what's left on left, but lefties have actually got Hader a little bit this year. Like, do you consider it all shooting a lefty there?
No.
We need to isolate the audio of the whatever.
Yeah, it was the
That's why it's annoying, because the manager acted like, what are we going to do?
Yeah, but he said you're not going to get too many good pitches to hit. He did say that.
So he's basically excusing the kid hitting
saying,
at swinging a bad pitch.
I mean, in that moment, you're probably not. So he's trying to defend Rojas as much as he possibly can. But the bottom line is, Rojas has to work the count.
Yeah.
That is it. Bottom line. Like, everything is that Topper's saying is true, but the bottom line is this. If you can't get the job done, do everything within your power to give it to the next guy who can get it.
And the next guy's Trey. You're turning the lineup over.
That's all. Like if it was me, I probably would have knocked it out the park.
I don't know about that.
No, I probably wouldn't even have seen it. But I would at least try to work the count a little bit.
You against Josh Hader?
No, hey, Joe.
My goodness gracious!
I'd have probably pooped my pants. That ball flying about 100 miles an hour past my head. That's a wrap. It would have been a wrap.
Yeah, that wouldn't have worked.
Well, still, you got to work the count.
You do, and look, last night I think we all recognize it is one game, start of a road trip. Astros are really good. It's not a disastrous loss, but it is one that is. When I watched that game last night, I thought about October. Look how the Phillies are built. And we're going to get to the Bryce Harper update in a second here. With or without Bryce, this isn't – the Phillies don't have murderer's row, right?
No, they don't.
They're a pitching team this year. So when we fast forward to the playoffs, with or without Bryce, they're going to probably have to win 3-2 games, 4-3 games, not I don't imagine them in a
You're
lot
about
of
to score.
Right, not
Okay.
10-9 games. So
Yeah, okay.
So whatever the score is in the 9th inning or 8th inning of a big game in October, these at-bats are going to matter. It feels like if the Phillies are going to win the World Series, Hugh, they're going to be in a lot of tight games with good pitching.
And you have to be able to work the count.
Yes, and you got to be able to squeeze a run across. And look, if he got blown away 1-2-3, I guess you just walk away and you say, what are you
Well,
gonna do?
yeah.
But he was up in the count 2-0, and it felt like he just gave it back. All right, let's get to the Bryce Harper update. Dave Dombrowski yesterday on the pregame show. Here's what he said about Bryce, who took some swings yesterday in the cage, slated to maybe take live batting practice today. Here's Dombrowski on Bryce.
Well, he is making progress. He is getting closer. We kept him back last road trip. It was just a short trip, so he was able to do the work that he needed to. He's starting to progress now. We're leaving, doing some tee work and throwing. It comes down, this is an unusual one in that the doctors have cleared him as far as progress is concerned. So now it's more a matter of pain tolerance once he builds up and how he feels. So really nobody knows that answer. The feeling is that he should be fine as he progresses. I don't know the exact number of days we're talking about. That's where the unusual part is too, because if he continues to progress and doesn't have a great deal of pain, then he can move forward and just get his timing back. Of course, if he does have pain, which we're not anticipating, then you have to take it slower at that time. So I don't really have an exact time frame, but everything is progressing in a positive fashion.
So another update in which they say it's progressing, but there's no timeline. And Dombrowski keeps hinting, Hugh, he's just going to have to work through this and come back when he feels he's comfortable. But I've not heard once, hey, this is going to feel 100%, and then he's back. That doesn't seem like that's the reality of this.
It sounds like it's a pain tolerance thing.
Yep.
Well, he basically said that, and it's up to Bryce to figure out his comfort level with whatever it is that's ailing him. That's where it's kind of weird because, you're talking about all the the at-bats that he took the other day and the pain tolerance thing. Only thing I can assume is that he wants to see how he feels the next morning. How do you feel once you get that heavy work and that heavy workload in, and then how do you feel the next day? That's the only thing I can think of in this situation.
All right, let's hear Ben Davis. Interesting take on the morning show. Ben with DeCamera Ritchie this morning talking about Bryce and his perspective on it.
If you have a wrist injury, it's like you can't be half pregnant. Either your wrist hurts and you can't play.
I can attest to that, Ben, as the only one here. Yes, you can't be half.
Like, I don't understand. You hit with your hands and your forearms. And the wrist obviously is a big component of that. If your wrist hurts, you can't play. You can't swing, period. That, you can't do it. If you have that much pain or discomfort in your wrist, you can't hit a baseball. It's not like it's like, oh, it feels okay. It either you can swing or you can't. That's the bottom line.
So you got concerned, basically.
I'm very concerned, especially because there's no
diagnosis.
Exactly. It's not like you break your leg, you're out for 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. You put your leg in the cast, and then you rehab it, and then you're going to be back in maybe 10 weeks.
I totally agree.
I don't. There's no timetable. That's what baffles me, and it also concerns me greatly.
All right, Hugh, that was strong by Ben Davis
Very
this morning.
strong.
What? And I don't want to put words in his mouth. You heard his words there. You know what I heard when I heard Ben say that?
What's that?
Like, if he can swing in batting practice, you might as well just swing in the games. He's saying if you can swing, you can swing. If you
you're
can't,
healthy, you're
you
healthy.
can't. If you feel strong enough to swing the bat in the cage, why don't you just bring it out to the game? The disconnect here for me is it feels like Bryce is waiting for this eureka moment where it feels normal. And I think everyone is saying, without saying it, Bryce, I don't know if that day is coming. So Dave is being very politically correct about it, whenever he's ready. But, Hugh, I'm not sure the day this season will arrive where Bryce feels 100%. So the question is, what threshold is he waiting for? Is he waiting for, I feel kind of like myself, or do I feel perfect? Because I'm not sure perfect is coming with this kind of injury.
I think this is a lot to unpack. And I think that part of it is, me recklessly speculating, like I like to do. Yeah. This is about pain tolerance for the most part. That's what it feels like. It feels like the doctor has told him, recklessly speculating, that there's no way you can do any more. You can do structural damage. It's no way you can damage it.
And that's why they're allowing him to go through the progression.
Yes, yes. So there's no way you can do any more damage. That's not going to happen. It's more about how comfortable you feel going out there and playing. And, as a former NFL player, they have things to help you with that comfort, better living through chemistry. And it sounds to me just like me recklessly speculating that he doesn't want to go that route. He doesn't want to take a shot. He doesn't want to,
So maybe it's taking longer. Yeah, it's
or
taking
something
longer.
like that. Yeah. Because, a lot of times, who was the doc? We were talking to Dr. Carl yesterday, and he said
The real doctor, not
the
Dr.
real,
Carr.
not Dr. Carr.
Yeah, that guy's
and he
a quack.
said something to the effect that, and I should have asked him this, but the cortisone or the Toradol, one of the shots, it quiets down the inflammation. Tough word to say. Inflammation.
I like inflammation. We'll use that.
Inflammation. Well, yeah, that's the abbreviated term. But it quiets it
Can't
down.
abbreviate inflammation.
Inflammation. Why are you catastrophizing me today? I mean, I don't understand.
Just because we learned a new word yesterday?
I just went back
Now we're
to
going
it.
to just throw it into every conversation.
And the ambiguity. But it sounds to me like that's basically what it is. It's pain tolerance at this point.
Yeah.
And he's uncomfortable. Because Ben, let me tell you, I've been around Ben enough. He sounded a little irritated talking about it. You know what I mean?
Too.
He sounded a little irritated, like, damn,
well,
dog,
don't
what's
forget,
wrong with you?
Ben was a catcher. Catchers by nature are a little tougher than everybody else.
Damn, Ben Big Ass was a catcher?
Yeah.
Getting in the crouch. Damn.
Ben was the number 2 pick in the draft.
Good grief.
Yeah.
Damn. That's crazy. That is crazy. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. But, yeah, it just sounds to me like pain tolerance. It sounds like Bryce is a pain tolerance thing for him.
Well,
but taking 50 bats though,
Yeah,
I mean, 50 at swings.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So if you can do that and feel comfortable, why isn't he just playing? Again, I'm not saying he should rush back, but it feels like he's comfortable enough to do 50 swings. That
you can swing in a ballpark on game day.
Like, yeah, why are we wasting the swings in the
game?
games?
Why you doing that?
I need runs in the
Save
games.
some for the sequel.
Yeah, all right, let's go to Julie in Swedesboro. Hey, Julie.
Here I am, calling pissed off after another Rojas mistake.
I mean, this is on cue. I was waiting for this call today.
Let out a little scream, just like I did in April when you dropped that ball in center field. But the more I think about it, listen to you guys, and just replaying last night's game, obviously, there's a lot to blame on Rojas. I mean, him swinging at that pitch and hearing McCarthy's reaction, I mean, that tells you everything. But Thompson, he should have taken him out for a pitcher. I agree with you, Kyle. Marsh would have been a great option because he's hitting the ball so well right now. The Topper also, I don't think he managed the game well. Ranger pitched awesome. We all know that. But he was losing steam. When that guy hit the home run, it was a 3-2 count. The guy that hit the home run, I think he's hit 4 home runs in his entire career. He's a nobody. So I'm annoyed with just how Topper managed the game. Of course, Rojas, I don't know. Something has to be done about that. Agreed. He's not going to progress anymore. But overall, just annoyed with everyone because, like another caller said, they left, 7 guys on base?
Yes.
So there's just a lot to blame to go around.
Well, there is. And, Julie, you're right. I did think Ranger was tiring. Now, it almost felt like Topper was handling it as if he still had the no-hitter, which you kind of you give him more rope. He didn't have the no-hitter anymore. I mean, he could have taken him out before the Hummel kid. And you're right. He is not a big hitter, right? When he gave up that home run, it was like, his stuff is kind of flattened out a little bit here.
Yep. Yeah, so, again, really annoyed at Rojas, but annoyed with just how the way the game was managed towards the end and the guys not coming through, leaving runners on base. So just overall, a very annoying game. And, Joe, I agree with you, and I think I said this in my call way back when. These games are going to matter come playoff time. It's just going to, we're going to think about, going to go back to these games. Oh, we didn't get the wild card spot because we, remember that game back in May, April, whatever. These games, you just can't lose games like this. And it's
I
just
know.
really,
Yeah.
really frustrating.
If your starting pitcher gives you that long with 1 run, and Julie, good phone call. Julie's my kind of caller. Annoyed at everyone. I mean, that was.
Yeah, she's a little feisty.
Yes. Well, she wants to win.
No, I get it.
And the other thing is, look, I don't have a crystal ball, but there is a chance that this division comes down to a game or two. The Mets and Phillies could go back and forth the whole year. And that's a big difference, having to go through the wild card round again rather than to just get through that first round by winning the division. I mean, I mean, it could be a difference between being a top 2 seed or having to go play in the wild card round. If there's 5 of these games during the season, that's probably going to decide the division. We can't just give away games.
You know what, though? I don't know, man. It feels like – because I thought the Mets were going to have a bounce back last night.
Yeah, they lost again.
And I was kind of surprised.
You
at that.
pitched in the game for the Mets last night?
Was it Dick? It was Dickie, right?
Dickie Lovelady.
Dickie loved the ladies.
Yeah. Now you're taking liberties with the man's name. His name is Richard.
I got an audience.
Lovelady.
Leave me alone. There are all these people here laughing at my
He does want to
jokes.
go by Dickie, though. You should respect his wishes.
Hey, you know, when y'all put me outside and I got an audience, people laughing at my jokes, I'm going to tell the joke.
You know there's an audience every day. You just can't see them. They're always
No,
there.
but it's different when you have people that when you say stuff like that, they chuckle.
Yeah. We got a
different feel.
Kai, we got a stand-up comedian over here.
Not
playing in the audience.
I'll be here till 2.
Well, that's if they allow us to.
No, but guess who I did another bet
out.
because who did I just put together this 3-leg parlay on? Because Dick Fitz on the mound tonight.
I don't give a shit.
Dick Fitz is on the mound. Richard Fitz
For the Red Sox, yeah.
Yeah, I picked the Red Sox to win.
Time for break.
Yep.
Dick Fitz is on the mound.
Once you start diving into his parlays, Kyle's like, all right, that's enough. Cut him off.
Wait a minute.
Cut him off.
Is it that time?
Cut him
This is how you know
off.
our morning meetings are over, too. It's like we start talking about the show, and then he was like, ooh, the Cubs versus the Nationals?
Well, listen, at least I'm locked into baseball. Ain't that a good thing?
We have a job.
Do we really work, though, Kyle?
I think
do we work?
The audience
You
probably
don't.
thinks that was an exaggeration. It's not. One day we might take you behind the scenes in one of our meetings. We're locked in, like, all right, we'll start with this, and we'll play this audio. He was like, can you believe this? I get minus 180 on the Cubs tonight against the Red Sox.
Excuse me, but hold up. Let me go look at these notes, because yesterday it was you, Joe. And what did you say with the fish? Who was the murder fish?
Now that-
Express issue
that-
warning about invasive fish that can survive. That was all you yesterday.
I was trying to – I thought you'd be interested in the story.
No,
That
I
was
wasn't.
also- that
He was
was-
never going to step foot in even a pool
I'm not
ever
getting in
again.
the water. I'm not getting in the water.
That was after the show. The group chat after the show is for nonsense. The meeting before the
Wait a
show is
minute.
for planning.
The group chat is for nonsense at all. 24. It's for show
That is
prep.
true.
It's
Yeah,
for
that's
show
true.
prep.
That's true.
But a lot
and
of
it's for
nonsense.
nonsense.
Yeah,
Which is, but they're kind of synonymous.
Yeah.
Basically, it's the same thing.
Yeah,
We
that's
just,
true.
Sometimes a lot of the stuff that's in the group chat tends to make it to the show.
Well, yeah, we saw that with Dickie Lovelady yesterday. As you set yourself up for the jokes. All right, 215-592-9494. We're live today. McGurk's and Langhorne, come on by, doing the show till 2 o'clock. Your phone calls on the Phillies here. Now, how that game ended was just so frustrating. Who are you most upset with? Topper, Rojas, Dombrowski for giving him this option in center field. Plus, we'll throw the Sixers in. The draft is tonight, the number 3 pick. We'll lay out some of the names we could see selected by the Sixers. And should this upcoming season matter? Should the Sixers and Daryl Morey go into tonight and go into this offseason thinking about next year? We'll discuss it next. Midday show, live from McGurk's and Langhorne on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hatfield just dropped already starting off with a rousing. Hatfield just dropped something special. It's marinated carnitas, and they're boneless, and it's a pork roast. It's tender, juicy, and flavor for days. This isn't your average pork roast, people. This one is next level. The new Hatfield marinated carnitas pork roast is perfect for Sunday dinner or whenever you want to feel like a hero without breaking a sweat. Trust me, you're going to want to grab one. Put some pork on your fork. Hit up simplyhatfield.com to find your retailer near you. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
The Phillies play here. Phillies Astros tonight. Leading off starts at 7:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 8:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
It is gone off the ivy in dead center.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
A hotel can offer a great club or a bar. A resort could provide a high-end restaurant or a spa. But if you want it all, dining, bars, pools, spa, gaming clubs, and shows, it takes much more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata. If it takes the best dining tables under the same roof as the best gaming tables, if it takes one pool being just a dozen pool lengths away from the next, if it takes trying your luck and a new dish on the same night, if it takes room service and bottle service, it takes nothing short of a village to make your stay, so they built one. And they call it Borgata.
Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kick off summer at Connocelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Connocelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Connocelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Connocelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Connocelli is a nice place to do business.
When NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway, get ready for a Monster Mile summer. Experience miles of speed, sand, and fun July 18th to the 20th. Book your summer vacation to see NASCAR's best battle, the Monster Plus, even more free fun for everyone at the best fan zone in NASCAR. All new, Miles Beach brings all the fun of the shore just outside Turn 4. We got concerts, we got autograph sessions, and never-ending tailgate. Be there live in person at the edge of your seat July 18th through the 20th. Tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
But do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you annoyingly inattentive? Do you watch a movie and then ask a zillion questions because you weren't paying attention? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep.
Mattress Firm's July 4th sale is on now. Get a king bed for a queen price and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses.
Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Aaron Rodgers says this is it, his final NFL season. But color me skeptical. This is a guy who made a documentary about ayahuasca, almost hosted Jeopardy, and was floated as a vice presidential pick by the Kennedys. He doesn't just embrace the spotlight, he bends it. Rodgers may say he wants out, but he's always been drawn back in. Football, fame, He likes having an audience. Disappearing, easier said than done. I'm Maggie.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The dinosaurs didn't root for the Phillies. And look what happened to them. Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, love the song. Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. We're live today. McGurk's in Langhorne. Come on by one of their newest locations. Our first time here. We're having a great time doing this show till 2 o'clock. Come on by and say hi. McGurk's in Langhorne, the Midday Show. All right, Hugh, we'll get back to the Philly stuff. But we got a big night tonight for the Sixers. In fact, I'll say it this way. It could be a franchise-changing night if they do the right thing, if they land the right player, if they approach this the right way. And, Hugh, what's hard is I don't know what their goal is tonight. I don't know what the Sixers' goal is tonight when this NBA draft starts. There's a lot of rumors out there. We'll get to some of the names here in a few minutes of where they could land, players that we've been talking about a little bit over the last couple of weeks. But I just want to start this way. Hugh, I don't think the Sixers should be thinking about this coming season at all tonight. I just think they should be focused on the big picture, which is getting – whether they take a player or three, they move down a couple spots, whatever they do, I think they need to set themselves up for the next 5 years. There's been a lot of talk. We brought it up a little bit on Monday. I heard afternoon show yesterday, morning show today, on the idea this Eastern Conference is open now, right? That there's a lot of injuries in the Eastern Conference. It wasn't that great of a conference anyway. I would guess the favorite next year is the Knicks, and I don't think anyone looks at them.
Has to be. They're pretty healthy.
But they don't have a coach right now. Not a super team, but so they don't have a coach. So I understand that why Daryl Morey could look at his team and say, "Hey,
we can strike while the iron's hot.
I got Paul George still. I got Joel Embiid. I got Tyrese Maxey. I should do something tonight to help me out for this coming season." I think that would be a major mistake. The Sixers need to think long term about this and get the right player, both from a performance and a mentality standpoint. I want a winner in here. I want someone with the right attitude and not just, hey, he'll help us next year. Hugh, do you think the Sixers should have this coming season in mind tonight?
When I think of this incoming season and having it in mind, I think we're on the same page, Joe, because I want to get some young players that you could build with and start moving forward and start, moving on from the process. Because I think we have process fatigue here. And we have some nice little young players. That sounds crazy. Nice young players. There we go. Yeah, sounds crazy. It's hot, man, in my mind.
It's perfectly air conditioned.
No, I'm saying it's hot outside. It's hot outside.
It's cool in here.
But they have some nice young players that I think that you could build with. So yes, I think we're on the same page moving forward. Get rid of the older cats. And let's get the young cats in here.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, they might be stuck with some of these older guys. I mean, I don't know how.
Of the money situation.
Yeah, and they'd probably have to attach real picks to get off of George and Embiid. So I have accepted that. What I don't want tonight, I'll just paint a scenario, is they trade down from 3 to like 7 or 8 in order to get a role player in here that can help them next year. But we drop from 3 to 7 or 8, and the chances of us getting a star are diminished. The next player to put next to Jared McCain and Tyrese Maxey is diminished because, we just wanted to get this role player to fit. It feels so short-sighted to try to attack next season. The Sixers, let's just, again, the best way they could try to win a championship is to stop trying to win one right now. They're not a championship team. I was listening as I drove home yesterday to the afternoon show, and they were debating, and Elliot was on, and what if, Spike was like, what if Joel Embiid plays 50 games next year? They can't, be a competitive team. I'm like, I'm so far past that.
Who believes that, though?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, I hope the Sixers don't. I know you and I don't, but if Daryl Morey does, we're screwed.
No, I'm just saying, and I know Spike's a big Sixers fan, but I'm like, seriously, who believes right now, with everything that we know about this situation, which ain't a whole lot, that Joel Embiid is going to give us 50 games next year? He was more concerned last year about the person who told the media member that he was not going to rehab or coming in late to rehab.
Right.
So now all of a sudden, because see, that's what we're talking about, because now all of a sudden he going to take his rehab seriously. He's going to take this experimental procedure seriously. and get ready to go. And listen, I don't think Joel Embiid's a bad guy, but let's be honest here, people. When you think about what he's been through and the money that they've given him and the fact that his own players on his team talked about his work ethic, that he's going to change that in a couple of months? I mean, because that's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
no, that's not going to happen. So we got what they say, fish or cut bait. We got to cut bait in this situation.
Yeah, and they have to stop believing they have the answers here. They got to find the next answer. They got to find the next player. And look, I like Maxey, and he's obviously here now long term. I like what I saw to McCain, and now use this pick tonight to add to those two, and that's the next core that could win something with the Sixers. It's not what's already here. It's those young guys, and that's where I want to go tonight. I can't tell you that the player they take at 3 is definitely going to be the right player. I don't know that. We won't find out for years. But I'd much rather take a shot at number 3 and get a kid there that could be a building block rather than, we'll trade down a few spots, but we get a role player back or we get off. No. That's not going to work. Trying to get off a bad contract or trying to move on up. How about just trying to get the best young player and give yourself a chance down the line? 215-592-9494. That's how you hop in. Kyle, where do you come down as the Sixers get ready for a night that, I mean, heck, the third pick in the draft often becomes a great player.
Yeah.
They, just by NBA history, they have a shot tonight to change their franchise if Daryl Morey makes the right pick.
And so I'll say this. I do have a lot of faith that Daryl Morey's going to make the right pick. Like, if we can say a lot about Daryl Morey's tenure with the Sixers, he's drafted pretty damn well. Mm-hmm. I mean, Maxey and McCain, that's the one thing.
He hasn't had this high of a pick, but he's drafted
he
well
hasn't.
where he is.
But I mean, I can call me crazy if you want. You're probably going to call me crazy after I say everything else I'm going to say. I trust Daryl to make this pick, but
oh boy.
So in a perfect world.
Wait a minute. Oh, wait, hold up.
What?
Did you just say you trust him to make this pick?
Yes.
Daryl Morey?
Yes.
Oh, okay, my fault. I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly.
I mean, I'll say it loud and clear. I mean, he drafted Tyrese Maxey very late in the first round. He drafted Jared McCain. I mean, nobody thought he was going to be what he was before he got injured.
Picks. Those are both good picks.
He's made great picks with the Sixers.
But before he did all of that, well, he had Tyrese Maxey, but he did give Joel Embiid $100 million.
Well, but that's my point. Like, we can say what we want about his tenure. I think he's been good at drafting. That's the one thing we can't knock him for, at least to this point. So I trust him to make the pick. I think in the perfect world, they just end up with the best player who, maybe 3 years from now is a guy that they can build around. That's what you expect out of a third overall pick. But if you ask me if they should have next season in mind at all, of course they should. Out of necessity, one, they're pretty much locked into Joel Embiid and Paul George next year, no matter what. But two, the stars kind of align for them in the East next season where Boston's offloading they just offloaded Porzingis. They just got rid of Drew Holiday.
Yep.
Jaylen Brown's name's been floating around in trade rumors. And Jason Tatum's going to be out with an Achilles for the entire year. Boston seems like they're sort of punting next season, or at least looking towards going back at it once Jason Tatum's healthy again. It's really just the Knicks at this point and the Cavs, right? Mm-hmm. Because Halliburton's out too. Dame Lillard's going to be out. We don't know about Giannis's future with Milwaukee. The East is open. So while I think there's a very good chance that the Sixers end up just where they are, again, last year, where they were at the bottom of the league, but there's also a pretty good chance, would it be crazy if the Sixers ended up as a 3 or 4 seed in the East next season?
Wait a minute, hold up. Wait a minute. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
we must be having two different conversations. You're talking about going for it next year as in trying to win a championship?
Yes. Yeah.
I give them less than 1% chance.
I understand that. I'm not telling you that it's a great likelihood.
Who we got with Joel Embiid and Paul George?
Joel Embiid, Paul George, Tyrese Maxey, a healthy Jared McCain,
are you
then
drunk?
whoever. Hugh, what if they trade back a couple picks, end up getting a good role player that fits in now?
So we're trading back from 3 to get a role player to put next to Joel Embiid.
But you're also taking a kid at number 5 or 6 that's going to help you for the future. That I think is threading the needle in the perfect way.
Did you just hit me with a what if? What if my hair grows and I get a Jerry curl?
Well, we know that's a 0% chance.
Well, that'd be great for the show. I mean, that would be great for the show.
I'm just saying, while I understand the chances are slim, it's still a chance.
This is like a kid who burned his hand on the stove and went back. Is it going to burn again?
All I want.
It's going to burn again.
No, you know what has happened? Something. Kyle's way too optimistic. I don't trust this.
I'm not even being optimistic. I'm just telling you. Like,
what did you do with the real Kyle?
This is
You're
an
a clone.
imposter.
You have
This
to
is
be
an
a
imposter.
clone.
I've
You
gotten
have
off the
to
mat.
be a clone.
I'm
Hold
wiping
up.
the dirt
off the mat. Get back down. Cover up.
Who did you just call a turd this morning? Who you called Rojas a turd?
He's a turd.
You just called Rojas a turd, but now you want me to sit here and believe that you believe in Joel Embiid.
Joel Embiid's a former league MVP. Okay, he's not a turd. He's not Johan Rojas. I know that things
so
are
is
grim.
Derrick Rose. I mean, there's a lot of former league MVPs.
Okay, but I look. You guys are painting me out to be something that I'm not. I'm not delusional.
Unbelievable, unreal.
It's. Guys,
Delusional?
I understand
That's
the
the word I
chances
was
are
looking for.
slim.
Delusional.
But like there is a chance. You're
catastrophizing
I
me.
think you can thread the needle in a way that you get somebody that helps this year and somebody that helps you for the future.
Are you kidding me?
No.
How many years? Listen, Kyle, you've been here longer than me. I've only been here 3 years, and I'm already tired of this. Because
well, then maybe you should listen to me.
No, I'm not.
That's the opposite. Of what you should do.
How many? It's 3 years. We've limped into the playoffs.
Well, before this year, when we won 24 games.
Yeah. I forgot about this year. This year, Joel Embiid played probably 20 games. We limped into the playoffs. We had one shining moment where it looked like Joel Embiid was going to turn the corner.
The youngest team in decades just won the championship, and we're like, you know what? Let's go get him with the old guys and some role
but
players.
we just did this with Boston when they won. Oh, nobody, might as well just
see
pack
the
it in. Nobody can beat Boston, and then
see
Boston got bounced by the freaking Knicks.
Okay. Let me just say this, or put it to you like this. Right now, if we get this third young player, are we closer to OKC with the 3 young players, or you know what I'm saying? Are we closer to winning the championship with Joel Embiid and Paul George?
We have a better shot.
We have a better. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I think so.
What do you mean? No, dude, we are closer to We are closer to being OKC if we, for lack of a better way of saying it, trust the process.
You went there?
I couldn't think of another word, Joe.
We don't have that option right now.
Words
Embiid and
today.
Paul George are here next year, guys. That's the reality. They're not
Not a
going
word,
anywhere.
Smith.
Just tell them to stay home. I don't want to watch them play basketball next season.
Why? No. See, I hate that. Like, if you have the chance, you have to at least take it.
No, I want the ball in
What's
the hands
the point of
Maxey,
punting next
McCain,
season
and
if things are lining up for you to just go for it anyway?
here we go.
What, guys? What's the worst that happens next year?
Did he say line up and go for it?
What's the worst that happens next year?
What you mean the
We're
worst
here
that
again.
happened?
Well, no,
Big whoop.
No, you stunt the growth of the 3 young players.
The Knicks are going to stunt the growth of the young players.
Part of the reason why Shea became what he became and Jalen Williams became what he became, the second best player on the title team, is they gave them the ball. They let them progress.
The worst thing that happened is Joel Embiid only plays 20 games, and then guess what? You're putting those young players out there anyway.
Well, that's probably going to happen. All right, 215-592-9494. Where do you come down? Tonight is the NBA draft. The Sixers are the third pick. A lot of stuff out there. We're going to play some audio from some of the kids they could take tonight. But the idea of, like, should they, and when this draft starts tonight, be thinking about this coming season? It's weird to say that with a team with a third pick, because usually if you're the third pick, you're bad, and you have no shot. The Sixers are in this weird spot, and I think it's why Kyle is where he is today, where they have veterans. They have
might have
guys.
heat stroke.
He said, but I can't blame it on the Heat.
I think it was. I think he's being facetious at you for your nonsense.
Oh, wait a minute, for real?
Yeah, I think that was.
But it still was funny.
Well, I think he might have a stroke when we're done with this segment, but that's the different version. Or should they just be focused on the future? I'd say I don't even want them to think next season is happening. Just focus on the future. I don't want to hear about Embiid and George anymore. 215-592-9494. All right, let's hear from some of these guys that could be the pick tonight, number 3, if they stay there. First, though, how about this name? A name we've talked about a lot. Ace Bailey yesterday spoke before the draft, and he was asked, well, does it bother you that a lot of people are saying all these things about you? Here's Ace Bailey on canceled workouts and the whole Sixers thing. Here he was yesterday.
Ace, how are you tuning out the noise in the pre-draft? And obviously, are you hearing it, and what's your thoughts on it?
No, I'm just working on basketball. That's all I'm focused on so far.
But do you feel like people have the wrong perception of you?
I feel like I can only control what I can control. I mean, you can think how you think, but I can control what I can control.
So what can you control?
Me playing basketball.
But you could have controlled those with the workouts. So.
I'm focused on basketball. That's my decision. It's basketball.
I'm sorry. That's
great question by the
Keith
person
Pompey.
asking.
It was Keith
He's
Pompey.
like, yeah.
It's a garbage answer. Like,
well, yeah, because you could control. Like,
he canceled the workout.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You control that. That is your control.
Right.
And somebody gave him that cookie cutter response, and they thought that it was going to be, it's going to be, evergreen for everything that was asked of him until Keith asked him, what about the workout? Because that directly is basketball.
Right. They didn't invite you here to sing and dance.
No,
they
invited you here to play basketball. And it made you. I mean, these kids are different. I'm always lead with that because they are, in the way that you're going about this, it might be detrimental. It really might be detrimental to you.
Yeah, I think it's detrimental to him. I mean, as we watch on TV here at McGurk's, he threw out the first pitch at the Mets game last night. I'm not sure anyone's wanted to be in Philadelphia less than Ace Bailey. So Ace spoke yesterday. All right, I think we have the opposite of Ace Bailey here. Listen to VJ Edgecombe. He's the guy that I circled right when they got the third pick. I feel like he is the best combination of what they need, what he could become in the future. I like his game a lot as a guard with a lot of defense to him, but also some upside as a scorer. This kid sounds to me just way more mature and like an adult. Here's VJ Edgecombe out of Baylor talking yesterday about the potential of being a Sixer.
How do you think you do fit in with Tyrese Maxey?
I feel like I'll be able to play off of them. I mean, they're great players. Embiid's an MVP of the league. Paul George is a runner-up before, so I just feel like I just fit in well with them, and even Coach Nurse, he's a defensive-minded coach. I feel like I play a lot of defense.
So a lot of the story has been on Ace Bailey. He wants to be the star of his team. He doesn't want to play with other guys. Meanwhile, they asked VJ Edgecombe about maybe being a Sixer, and he's like, I'd love to play with Embiid and George and Maxey.
Yeah, he knows the team.
Yeah, and he seems like he's willing to come in here and earn his role while he plays with the other guys that are already here.
To me, this is what I hear, Joe, because reading some of these pundits talk about this draft, there's somewhat of a drop-off, significant drop-off between the third pick and the other guys. So you're talking about a guy in Ace Bailey who knows that he's going to be, or he feels strongly that he's going to be a star because he's been told that.
Yep.
And you have a guy, compare and contrast, VJ Edgecombe, who understands what being the third pick in the draft is because he's been told that there's a tremendous drop-off from 1 to 3. I mean, from 3 to everybody else. So he's trying to position. He got that want to. That I'm taking a long way to say that his mentality is different. He's a little bit more hungry.
He sounds like he wants to be a Sixer.
Yes,
and
he's
I like
a little
that.
bit more hungry because he's come from a different background. Ace has been probably told that he's going to be a top 5 pick from the beginning of the season all the way to the end.
Mm-hmm.
And he's probably also been told that you have a chance, and he's probably told his agent, hey, I want to play somewhere. And his agent say the best path to do that is to go to a bad team. He doesn't care about championships, anything like that. He wants to be the man.
Yep.
And that's and somebody's told him in order to be the man, that's the quickest path to being the man.
I think you're reading the tea leaves correctly, and it makes me want Edgecombe more. I think he's got a chance to be a better player than Ace, or as an overall player, and it seems like he's just way more mature. And I'd want to have that kid here growing as a Sixer. There's one more name to throw out there. So I think there's 4 total names the Sixers could end up with tonight if they stay at 3. Ace Bailey, which let's hope they don't draft. VJ Edgecombe, we just let you hear him there. Con Knipple, we know you love him.
Con Knipple
out of Duke, he's a good player.
Knipple,
and we got to add one more to the mix. Okay, we got some audio here from Adam Finkelstein, who covers college basketball. Adam Finkelstein. Listen to what he said there. A name that is a good scorer. He led the SEC in scoring, but also would work very well for our show. Here's Finkelstein on a player we should watch for the Sixers, a kid out of Texas.
I understand VJ Edgecombe is probably the most likely outcome here, but I've been told that Philadelphia has very sincere interest in Johnson. And whether that comes at 3 or whether maybe even more likely they explore scenarios to trade down and grab him, whether it's 1, 2, 3 spots lower, there is certainly a strong interest in Trey Johnson in Philadelphia.
All right, so we have a new Trey here, Hugh, and we know how you feel.
I don't like it.
You don't like
it. I like Trey. I don't like it.
He led the SEC in scoring.
I don't want him here.
Why? I
just don't. Excuse me. I don't want him here.
Because you don't like his game, or you don't want us to use the drop of you talking about Trey? Be honest.
The drop.
I like Trey.
Excuse me. Because Kyle's wearing it out now, and I don't appreciate that. Just being honest.
All right,
we
so
need all the Treys. Trey
I know.
Turner, Trey Hendrickson, Trey Johnson. Just
give him
give me
more
the Treys.
cash.
Yeah.
Just
We
give
need
him
every
more
Trey.
fodder to
That's
play
right.
it as much as he wants to
So
play.
here, I'm actually at the point where now I'm considering updating my Sixers big board to put Trey Johnson above VJ
No, don't do
Anscombe.
that. No.
Just for the show.
I like VJ better.
But it's not the same. We don't have a fun VJ drop.
I mean, I could think of some fun VJ drops.
No, you got to relax over there.
What are
okay?
you talking about?
I'm just saying you got to relax.
Give me VJ. And lather Vaseline on me.
Right.
It's too hot outside.
We're in the air conditioning.
Way too hot.
All right,
hey, listen, Rojas caught that. Look at Rojas. He's a childish individual.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of them out there. Matt in Northeast Philly's up. What's up, Matt?
How you doing, guys?
Hey, Matt. What's up?
Thanks for having me.
You got it, buddy. What are you thinking?
I think I got front of the line because I'm agreeing with Kyle. 100%.
That's
exactly right.
I wondered how your name got near
Right
on that
to the
part
top.
of the. Yeah, see, that's a problem. Go ahead, Matt.
No, but hear it out, though. The one thing this guy has done well is assess young talent, whether it's bringing Kelly Oubre here, drafting McCain, drafting Max. He has an eye for young talent, even if back to Harden, whatever. That now, if you take that pick, which we've missed on every top 5 pick we've taken since Embiid was hurt and fell to 3. We've missed every single one. So why not let them draft? If you trade down and you trade down to, say, Atlanta, and you get 13 and 22, and you get him to take 2 shots at decent developmental players, or you go to, I think the Nets have 8, 26, and 27. You do that, you might get one of your 4 guys, Joe, and then you can also get 2 shots deep in late in the first round. I think
It's a whole lot of
you
movement.
get to do both.
So, Matt, the concept of trading down, I don't hate it. I just don't want to go too far. Like, we just brought up those 4 names, right? Knipple and Trey Johnson, and I don't want Ace at all, but obviously he's in that mix to be drafted in that spot.
Right.
And the guy I like, VJ, if they could trade down 2 or 3 spots, like if the Wizards really want Ace Bailey and we drop to 6 and we still get one of these 4 kids, I'm not going to flip out. But the one scenario you brought up, trading down to 13, I feel like we take away the shot we get to get one of the 5 best players in the draft. I mean, it's possible to get a steal at 13, but it's more likely that you land that guy in the top 5. That feels like it's too much for me. I mean, I got a top 3 pick. I don't want to drop to 13, Matt. That's a far drop.
I'm in agreement, but at the same time, we've had success there, and we've had no success where we're at, and you're getting multiple shots at it. And I don't know. I just think that rather than wait 3 years to see if 3 pans out, and you look at how fast Oubre rose to the top. Look at how, or I'm sorry, not Oubre, McCain,
yeah.
Maxey came around. I think not just the Sixers. Now we uber focus on the Sixers because we're in Philly, but the whole league misses on talent every single year, and quality guys fall deep every single year. So
Well,
why
they
not
do.
take multiple shots at it because you got multiple holes to fill.
I understand that. And you got a good phone call, Matt. Yeah, I mean, he did get pushed to the top of the board because he agreed with Kyle. I mean, that's the problem.
Is that what it was?
That's a problem. It's funny. Agree with Kyle, top of the board. Yep. Angry at Joe, top of the board.
That's exactly, yep.
Well, the formula is out there.
Figured it out?
The formula's out there.
My thing is this. Okay, we're talking about moving down and grabbing all these players and everything, but if we stay somewhere where we are, we're still going to get a decent player. We're talking about watering down the positions.
Yes.
That we want in order to what? Keep Joel Embiid and what's his name? Paul George and everything?
Well, I mean, it would give them a better chance probably to compete next year because you're adding 2 players rather than 1, but you're getting a star. I mean, you're getting a guy you could build a championship.
That's what I'm saying. You're watering down the talent level because you're going for the 2 for 1.
I just think they need to just focus on the future. Like, whatever move they make tonight, whatever player they take, it can't be about next season. Because I just think that's a dead end. 215-592-9494. Your calls on the Sixers. Should they even consider next season during the draft tonight? There's a lot of rumors out there about trades. We'll let you hear from Shams on what the Sixers may do. That's next. And, of course, all your phone calls to Phil's. We'll get back to them as well. Who do you blame the most last night for the loss? 1-0, 9th inning. Rojas hits against one of the best closers in baseball. Is that Rojas for the bad at-bat? Hughes on him. Or is it on Topper for letting him hit, or Dombrowski for giving him this roster? I blame Topper. He cannot let that guy hit in that spot. We all know what Rojas is. All right, your phone call's coming up. 215-592-9494. We're live at McGurk's in Langhorne on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hell yeah! Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl tomorrow. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
The girls are wearing nothing.
Creekside Cabaret says tonight the girls are wearing nothing but their birthday suits.
It's birthday suit night tonight at Creekside Cabaret.
Creekside Cabaret.
3225 Advanced Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. Business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. Federally insured by NCUA.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
It's the last day of this heat wave. SEPTA says trains are running slower than usual because of the temperatures. Philly school leaders and teachers are in Harrisburg lobbying for more state funding. And who will the Sixers take in the draft tonight? They currently hold the 3rd pick. That's their best pick in the last 8 years.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze Car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up! Oscar!
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Very hot with a storm possible later this afternoon. High 98.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is the Midday Show, live today at McGurk's in Langhorne. Yet tonight is the NBA Draft. Sixers hold the third pick. For now, could trade down, could stay at 3, could try to compete next year by getting some extra role players. Which, I mean, come on now. Come on.
That you don't even know if it's going to play.
Yeah, this is about the future. At least it should be. Not about next year. Kyle's wrong on this one. 215-592-9494. And the Phillies. So frustrated with Topper last night. I felt like he just shrugged his shoulders and said, yeah, we'll let Rojas sit. I mean, everyone in that building, everyone in each dugout, every one of us watching at home or listening to Scott Franzke last night, we all knew that Rojas wasn't getting a hit. I mean, Hugh may have been in denial because he's a Rojas guy and has been for years now. But we all knew that Johan Rojas wasn't getting a hit last night. And Topper had better options on the bench and did not pinch hit for him. Ridiculous.
Caught a little bit of a stray.
Well, you've been a pretty famous Rojas guy.
Well, I am a supporter, and that's why I feel like in that moment that he should have read the room a lot better than he did.
Johan,
yeah, Johan should have read it a lot better than he did, man. And you have to know, you have to be prepared for that. You know, if you get ready and you stay ready, you know, you don't have to get ready.
Yeah, I understand.
Oh, I repeated that twice, but you get the gist of what I'm saying.
But when you have a D student and you say, well, they got to ace this test.
Well, they got to study more.
Yeah, but they're probably not going to ace the test.
Yeah, but they have to study more because you're being depended on. And, you know, when you had that moment where they sat you down because you didn't pinch hit or you didn't bunt, I should say, and you had to go down to AAA, and then you had to come back and you bunted better. You know, it wasn't great, but you did it. You need to know that was just a small component of your game that you needed to improve on. And hitting is another part. You know, hitting and being in moments like that so that the next time you're in a moment like that, you know, that you don't have to be pinch hit for. You can just, you know, work the bat, work that count, do something, do more than what you did. That's the point.
I think every time we have a Rojas discussion or a game comes down to him, we realize how the two of our minds think. You live in denial that things will change, and I'm very quick to give up on someone.
Yeah, that's.
I'm out. Like Rojas stinks.
I feel like people like say Otto Kemp, for example, because I like using him as an example.
Couple walks last night, getting on base.
He is the epitome of what kids should be nowadays. You know, because there's a lot that, like, especially when you talk about somebody who got it from the mud the way that he did, undrafted, and he understands that every opportunity that he has is precious. So he takes advantage of those fully, every chance he gets. Rojas is kind of in the same situation. You know, he has an ability that has allowed him to be here as long as he's been here. And for whatever reason, he hasn't understood that, and he hasn't tried to improve. And it doesn't have to be leaps and bounds of improvement, Joe. It could be small improvement.
And he's actually gotten worse. When you look at his numbers, like year by year, his OPS, which now part of that is just the more he plays, he gets exposed, right? Like
it's like you said, like I'll never forget the phrase you coined. If the game finds him.
Yeah, and if he was on a bad team, I think we would just say, let him hit, let him see if he develops. And if the Phillies were more dominant, maybe they'd be up in these games more, and the game would be more lopsided, and we'd be like, whatever.
And for me, he becomes the focal point because of last night. The game found him. But if you want to keep it a beam, you talk about the top of your order. What did they do?
Not enough.
They didn't do their job to help keep him out of those moments. Like there's a bigger picture here. But to answer your question today, when I think of who's to blame for this moment, is Rojas, because you've had these before. You've been here before.
Yeah.
And you've performed the same way you've performed in the past. And that's the problem.
Yeah, there was unfortunately, it was no surprise last night.
Yeah.
The game ended in a very predictable way when you saw who was coming up in the ninth inning.
And that's exactly what it is, because you have all these other 1 through 7 hitters, 8 hitters that are hitting before him, and they didn't do anything, so you left it up to him. Now, he's in a position where he's been here before, and he doesn't capitalize on it. He doesn't become the guy, but like, damn, I thought one thing was going to happen, but it didn't. You surprised me.
But at what point
take advantage of that moment?
At what point does that become Topper's fault, though, for keep throwing him out
letting
there?
him?
Well, somebody said earlier, that might have been his last one. Because, Kyle, my thing is this. As a manager, if I'm managing and I believe, say if you're playing and I believe in you, I don't have, like, I'm doing all this other stuff. I'm trusting you to do what's needed to be better, correct? Because I've shown you I trust you. You're here.
Yeah, that's great. I appreciate it, but I suck.
No, but you ain't
stop trusting
before you start. Stop. I don't believe that you really believe that, but I know you're mad because you're mad about the moment.
Let me interject with a real
stop trusting me.
A real life example we can all understand,
What's
and this
that?
is a WIP example.
What's that?
Okay. Now I know we've coined you Mr. Black Hockey,
yes,
right? But that's a fun little thing we do.
Yes.
But like, we have Hunter Brody, right? We
yes,
have Rhodes.
Bro.
We have Al. If, let's say, the Flyers a year from now make a surprise run to the Stanley Cup playoffs, and we're going to do a special Flyers show.
Oh, I'm on that show.
Well, hold on.
Go-to.
No, hold on.
I'm the go-to.
I think if Rod said, Hugh, you're hosting it solo, he'd be putting you in a position where it'd be fun, and I'd listen, but we have better options, okay? And if you struggled your way through that show by yourself, leading into a Flyers playoff game, I'm not going to blame you, Hugh. I'm going to say, Rod, what did we do? We have Broads, we have Al, we have anybody else you want to
Ashlyn?
Ashlyn, yes. Right? She's obviously, there's a podcast with Al, and she covers the team. We have options here.
We got better options.
And you went to Mr. Black Hockey before a huge moment.
But
just like you work on the Eagles pregame show, and Ike very well, because that's what we talk about. You played the game. Like, Rojas can't hit.
But I will say this.
That's right, Fran.
If that happens,
I looked at Fran as I said.
Oh yeah, Fran.
He can't hit either. I mean,
but if that happens, if I was tasked with being the go-to guy for the Hawkers playoff game, guess what I'm going to do?
Don't you lie.
I'm going to study.
But
first of all, I'm going to look at. Let me tell you how this is going to go. I'm going to look at Rod like he's crazy, and I'm asking him, is he serious? And when he tells me he's serious, then I'm going to do, like, the bar's already low. Let's be honest. The bar's already low.
Yeah.
So what I would do, I would go down to the skate. I would go watch him skate. I would get as much information as I can. I would even take notes with a pen and a piece of paper. And I would have it written down, and I would do the show. And I would have it lined up with some great guests, Bros and Al, probably Francisco. I would do that, but it would probably still be bad.
It would be a strikeout. I mean, let's call it for what it is.
It would probably be a single. It'd probably be a single because I'm gonna get props for trying to make this happen. I already know that. I mean, I'm gonna get killed.
How seriously you took the analogy.
Oh no, I'm gonna get killed. I know I'm gonna get killed. See, because I'm going into it knowing here in Philadelphia, that they're probably like initially they're going to kill me for this.
Well,
but I'm a rise to the occasion as much as I possibly can. The bar is low though.
Yeah.
The bar is already set low.
The next day.
But I ain't gonna run from it.
The next day, will we play clips of the show?
Yes.
But will I blame you? No, I will blame Rod.
And you will
this will be on Lakin.
And you're gonna make fun of me. Kyle's gonna make fun of me. It's probably gonna be some words that I'm gonna flub, and then I'm gonna be better for this. I'm going to come out on the other side of this fire.
But this is about the moment, not you.
Yeah, right.
But it is kind of about me.
Major League buddies.
I gotta step up to the moment.
You're not capable.
I mean, but I'm going to try. I mean, you're right. I'm probably not capable. But I'm going to give it the old college try. Matter of fact, Rod, schedule that show. We do. This is
hold on. You're missing the Flyers have to make the Flyers have to make the playoffs first.
Schedule that show.
I like it, Hugh.
I can do it.
I'm starting to believe in you.
Poll question. Next time the Flyers make the playoffs, who should host our hockey special reading in? Broads, Al, or Hugh?
Me. And I could be the quarterback, and Al and Broads could be the running backs. I got this.
You're the quarterback.
I can quarterback if give me enough, just give me time to get ready. Yeah. Might not be the greatest quarterbacking job. We might muddle through. We're going to get a couple first downs, though.
It's going to be a lot of fumbles.
We're not making it past the 50-yard line.
A lot of fumbles.
We're going to get some first downs, though. We might not score.
I think there's more false starts than first downs.
This will be like the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. They got that one first down. That was about
Kyle,
it.
You got to set the bar. You got to know your station. Set the bar low.
But that's the point.
And work from there.
We have a World Series contending team.
No, but I'm
setting
saying
the bar low.
But if I have to do the show, it's going to be entertaining. It might not be the great. It's not going to be great.
Do we want to?
But it's going to be. Well, it all depends.
It's going to be a disaster.
You know what? It's been so long since the Flyers have been pretty good.
Yeah.
There'll be a lot of people mad at me for that. They'll
of
be
course.
mad at the
like,
station
this is
for
what
that.
we get the day of a playoff game?
Yeah, they would be mad.
Hugh Douglas flubbing every name?
Oh, damn. Yeah, you had to give me a roster of the hockey names and have me kind of work my way through those. That'd be great.
I mean,
That'd be charming.
We barely got through some reads yesterday. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here.
No, we did not get through them.
Yes, I did. The last one. Because the last one was the one that I did on my own.
We had a 10-second pregnant pause yesterday during a read.
It was just, I mean, it was one of our worst read performances we've ever had.
And that was why are you playing it again? That was what they've done for the first half injuries. Dude, can't get that out. That's Moshe's fault. Did you see that read? Now we're here. You know me. I'm going in defense mode. That's Moshe's fault.
I didn't want to bring this up, but I heard people were calling to see if we went off the air, if the signal went down. That's how long the pause was.
Was it Moshe's fault when you just forgot how to English the other day, though?
Yeah, I forgot. You can celebrate with big savings at the Mattress Warehouse. I forgot how to English. Listen, every now and then, man, when you get tongue-tied, you forget how to English. I am not the only person that forgets how to English. It just happens to me more often than it does anybody else. And sometimes I do that on purpose because it's charming.
Yeah, that's it.
No, not really.
That is a professional, ladies and gentlemen. You don't get here by accident. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the lines. Then we're going to hear from Shams on the latest on the Sixers, what they might do, and could a trade down be happening. Aaron in San Diego. Hey, Aaron.
Good morning, Philadelphia.
What's up, Aaron? What are you feeling?
Joe, real quick, before you let me go, I have something I'd like to finish off with. But today is all about Ace Bailey, Ace Bailey, Ace Bailey.
Oh, no, it should not be. It's unless you're Elliott Shore Park.
Well, let me get to my point. I was just seeing him. He's got the size. He's got the talent. He's got the youth. And then he had his Chick-fil-A moment where the red flags just went everywhere. And what I mean by that is when Markelle Fultz walked into the Sixers gym for his workout, and in one hand has his sneakers, and the other hand he had a bag of Chick-fil-A.
Do you know that story?
Put him in a cannon and fired him out of the facility.
Yeah, well, they had Markelle Fultz in for a workout, and he walked in with a bag of Chick-fil-A in his hands.
You know, I would love.
He was hungry before the workout?
Well, I don't know what he was, but he sucked here. So that's the thing. That's the conclusion. Yeah, if you do that, you're not going to be good. Go ahead, Aaron.
So Bailey, I think from what he's saying is, I think he wants to be a big fish in a small pond. So I don't think his mentality is right for Philadelphia.
Agreed. He's the opposite of what is needed here. I mean, could you imagine him with this Sixers culture learning from Paul George and Joel Embiid? I mean, it is a train wreck waiting to happen if they draft him.
Absolute disaster. I would love to see Morey use that third pick to kind of work between all those teams that he had mentioned in terms of the Wizards and New Orleans, and trying to get them to jump on a way to trade up, where we only have to move back a couple spots and we still have the players that we're looking at. But we need to get youthful. And if we can move Embiid, move Embiid. If we can move George, move George. If not, then we just stick with what we've got and we just add depth and add youth and add talent.
Well, yeah, and the youth is coming, and Aaron, we appreciate it. I mean, the youth is coming either way. All these kids are basically 19 years old.
They're
yeah, I mean, I guess there's probably a few of them in the draft. It's rare here where these kids stay in school. I mean, most of the kids that will be taken in the top 10 were just freshmen, right? They're all
they come out early.
Yeah, they're all 18, 19 years old. So they're going to get younger tonight no matter who they end up with. Look, if there's a path for them to trade down a couple spots and they find someone who wants to give them something and move up for ace and they still get one of the 3 or 4 names we've been bantering about, I'll accept that. But I hope it's in the idea tonight needs to be the future. I just don't want to think at all about next season. Let's go to John in West Philly. What's up, John? John in West Philly.
You have to. You did not click on him.
I did. It didn't jump. So
I got you then.
Yeah, I got you.
There you go.
Around every
and Paul George just take the season off and they just, do whatever.
Go home. Go do a podcast.
So at the end of the day, we're thinking about tanking again, right? But for what? Because guess what? They don't have a first-round pick next year.
I recognize
So,
that.
in so many ways, they are forced to have to try and go one last run with this.
Oh, jeez. But
They are.
But you could think about the future and then try your best when the season
Well, that's
starts.
great. Then thread the needle, move back a couple picks, get a role player that can help you this year.
So you sound like a Con Knipple guy, Kyle. I mean, you sound like a Knipple guy.
Draft the nipple.
The big nipple.
I'm sorry.
There it is.
I'm
I
not
was
gonna
waiting.
start
Grab
this.
the
I'm
nipple.
not-
Wait a minute.
No.
We went down a road.
You might
didn't
want to
we?
dump that, Kyle.
Yeah,
You might want to
like,
dump
wait a
that
minute.
one. Yep. Listen, I get it, and John, good phone call. I get it, but yeah, you might want to dump yourself there.
I
All
meant
right.
to say big knipple.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to say what I said.
For show purposes, Con Knipple would be a home run, and Trey Johnson would be a
Because
slam
we're
dunk.
childish.
Well, I mean, it's how do you avoid it? I mean, that's the guy's thing.
Big knipple.
Yeah, well, again, you did that. All right, can we hear from Shams on the Sixers options here and what might be going down? NBA draft tonight at 8 o'clock.
The draft starts at 3, 4, 5, and I would say what people can prepare for, I think there's going to be a lot of movement this year in the draft. I think there's going to be picks flying across the board. Could be, as early as the top 6, could be in the lottery. I'm hearing so many conversations that start really at pick 3, 4 down, and a lot of teams are telling me, even when we get to the pick, we're not just making a selection. We're listening to a bunch of teams making calls, and so I think that will be a theme of the draft as well.
It does feel like the whole draft starts with the Sixers. There's no drama in the first two, right? It's Cooper Flagg. It's Dylan Harper.
Him, yeah, and that's because of obviously what Ace Bailey has presented.
Yeah, it probably would have been Bailey 3 if this went differently.
and he's made it adamant to some that he doesn't want to be a Sixer. So now you're in a position, in a situation where who is that third pick? If it's not him, or if it is him, what kind of compensation are you going to get for him?
And how far are you willing to go down?
Yeah.
We've had a couple people bring up today, drop down to 5 or 6. I think you could probably do that and still get one of the next block of players. But we had the one caller mentioned drop down to 13. That's a far drop.
Yeah, and that's why I was like, well, dang, what are we doing when we do that? And then we're going to try to run it back. And again, we're talking about all this youth and trying to get, 2 guys instead of 1 and things of that nature. Still don't know what's going on with Joel Embiid. Paul George.
Well, he's back to recording his podcast. So,
well,
yeah.
I was about to say, Buddy got ready for the season during the season. Like, that should tell you everything that you need to know. That it feels like from their words that they're not serious about basketball right now. It just feels that way.
Well, I mean, was Paul George ever really been serious?
Well, I mean,
as a Sixer?
I think it's, you're talented. You're very talented, and we wanted you here, and it was exciting when you got here. But to say I'm going to stop podcasting to get ready for basketball season, I mean, you kind of behind the 8 ball, aren't you, a little bit?
There's no question. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, coming up, Elliott Shore-Parks will join us. The Ace Bailey propaganda tour continues next on WIP. I saw him Photoshop yesterday, Ace Bailey into a Sixers uniform.
It was a bad Photoshop.
This guy is – and don't we have AI now to create these things? Are we doing?
Do you know how to use AI?
I do.
I don't. I mean, like to make the little videos and stuff.
Well, I don't know if I could do a video.
Like, because I've been on the Yeti vlog.
Like,
have you seen the Yeti vlog?
No, I haven't. Well, you did send me one, yeah.
Yeah, the Yeti.
Do you want me to create something with AI?
Well,
I'll show it to you?
No, I'm just like
come up
I
with
thought,
something, and I'll make it using AI.
I thought when you said you know how to use AI, I thought you actually knew how to use it.
I do. I can create a photo of you want Con Knipple in a Sixers uniform?
Okay, fine. Do that.
Let's
do that.
How about you make us a show open like Tom Kelly's?
I haven't gotten to that portion of learning AI.
Yeah, I think AI is kind of hard.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of hard. I mean, I'm not going to lie. That's why when he said it, I was surprised.
Have you been trying to use AI?
I can see why you
I have not. I have not. Max is here. Max, do you know how to use AI? You mean like to make videos and stuff? Like,
make us look and sound smarter.
Yes.
Can you do that?
Yes, please. Make me not.
They haven't figured out how to do that.
Make me English better. Make me English
better.
No.
Don't take the charm away. All right, 215-592-9494. For Elliot next, we're live at McGurk's in Langhorne. Come on out. Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, because nothing says summer like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on the pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You're going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 of bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansoffphilly.com.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Enjoy a season of savings during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura. Take advantage of limited time leasing offers on select Acura models, but don't wait. Offers in June 30th at Elite Acura. The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
I play like Mr. Softy.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh, no, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud. so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted LegacyBox. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Ace Bailey hasn't worked out for a single NBA team, not one. He's been canceling on teams left and right just days before the draft. It's a bold move, one you usually see when a player knows exactly where he's going. But Bailey's agent, he's new to this. No track record, no past lottery picks. So is this confidence or a misread of the room? Because skipping the process only works if you're guaranteed the payoff. If you're not, you're playing with fire. I'm Maggie.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
Bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gilly, you guys with us. 215-592-9494 for live today at McGurk's in Langhorne. Come on out for lunch. Their summer menu. Hugh Douglas just ordered some food. We all ordered some food. We're hanging out today until 2 doing the show, getting set for the NBA draft tonight, and, of course, reacting to last night's Phillies loss. I can't believe Topper let Rojas sit there in that spot in the ninth inning. Where do you come down on that? Right now, though, Hugh, we got to go out to the guest line and invite our friend on, Elliot Shore Parks, brought to you by Cozy Jewelers. Step up to the 50. That's color, cut, clarity, carrot, and cozy. Elliot, how are we doing today?
I'm excited. It's a big day for the Sixers, a chance to, change their otherwise bleak future. So hopefully they get the pick right tonight.
Well, hopefully they do. Are you willing to is it time? Are you at the point now where you're ready to move off the Ace Bailey thing and join the rest of us in reality?
Oh, absolutely not. And I actually think I'm the only one that's in reality, and everybody else is talking themselves into this. Let's just look at what is happening here, right? He has been the number 3 prospect for essentially 2 straight years. You could argue he was a number 2 prospect prior to the year. Dylan Harper's passed him, but he has been the top 3 prospect for 2 years. His last year at high school and then last year all in college. The Ace Bailey camp is making it clear to anyone that'll listen, he doesn't want to come to the Sixers. Now, why would he do that? He's doing it because he knows the Sixers are going to take him, and he's trying to prevent that from happening. Everybody knows they like VJ Edgecombe. Well, why is that? Because they don't really want VJ Edgecombe. They might take him, but they clearly want somebody to trade up. So I think tonight, if they stay at 3 and there's no trade, I think they'll take Ace Bailey.
Well, that would be a disaster if they do that. Why?
No, it would be the best pick they could have made.
It would be a disaster. So hold on. Before we get back to debating how good of a player he is, why do I want a player who is making it abundantly clear he doesn't want to be here? Why am I interested in this player?
Because he's the best player. And if I'm Daryl Morey, I don't love that this is happening. It's not, making me more excited to draft him. But he's 18 years old. I'm not ready to label a kid that's 18 unwilling to change. I mean, kids are emotional. When I was 18, I was emotional all the time. Who knows how he'll feel a month from now or when he's 19? What I do know is he's getting bad advice from an agent that only has one client. That client is Ace Bailey, and I don't think the agent knows what he's doing. Now, you could argue Ace shouldn't be listening. I would say that shows he's coachable, but regardless, we will see how it turns out when he gets here. He's not going to hold out. He's going to come here and he's going to play, and the Sixers will be better for it.
I mean, I kind of hear what he's saying.
Oh, jeez.
No, I mean,
he just said he's coachable because he's listening to his agent that has lost his mind.
That was a stretch, but I understand where he's coming from when you say that. So Elliot, when you look at this team and the way it's constructed, how is it going to – good question. How is it going to be constructed moving forward? What are we going to do with Joel Embiid and Paul George in this situation if we got Ace Bailey and these other young guys we have on the team?
Well, here's the great thing for tonight about the Sixers. There is no team. What team is there? The team was atrocious last year.
Well, I agree with you on this. You're right.
Nobody was playing. So, yes, they have Maxey and McCain, who I think are nice pieces to have moving forward. Quentin Grimes showed some potential last year. They don't have anybody on the roster that I'm taking into consideration when I'm making a selection of this magnitude. They need to select the player that they think has the best chance of being a star. If Joel Embiid was still an active NBA player and Paul George was still good, yes, I could see an argument for VJ Edgecombe. But that is not the case with those two players. So while VJ is a nice role player and I think he will have a successful NBA career, there's things I definitely like about him. He is not, in my opinion, the upside player that Ace is. So I do hear people say, and I understand, like, well, how will they all fit in with Maxey, McCain? And I don't care. None of those guys are important enough to impact this pick, in my opinion.
See, there's a lot of issues I have with Ace Bailey. Number one, I don't see the upside you do, so I think we start in a different place.
Why don't you? Just out of curiosity.
Because I don't think his game is an NBA game. I think.
What about it?
Well, he's not a great free throw shooter. So if you're gonna be a high level scorer in the NBA, usually you are a great free throw shooter. It's not typical where guys average 27, 28, 30 points per game, which is kind of the hope if you get a player, in this high in the draft, that they don't shoot free throws in the 80% range. It just doesn't happen very often. I believe he was under 70%. So there's that. And then it's the way he takes his shots. He doesn't go to the basket or shoot a high level of threes. He takes mid-range twos. That's not typically how you score in the NBA. So I have questions there. I don't think he's as wow of a prospect athletically as maybe you do. He's 6'7". There's a million 6'7" players in the NBA.
Well, 6'7" without shoes.
Well, that's right. But if he's 6'10", it's a different story. He's not 6'10", which we were told when he was in college because that's what he's wearing shoes. The other thing, Elliot, is the culture. The Sixers culture has stunk. They have players here who don't get it. Why do I want another player like that? Do you think that he would reach his potential on the Sixers?
So here's what I would say about the culture thing, right? So me and Joe have worked together longer than anybody else in my career. We used to work at NJ.com together. Our good buddy at NJ.com that covers Rutgers, that is at all the Rutgers games, that is around the program, Steve Paletti, wrote a column that said all this stuff about Ace's personality is wrong. The agent is painting Ace in a way that is not advantageous. We didn't hear anything about Ace's personality prior to the beginning of the draft season, right? We didn't hear last year when he was playing at Rutgers, oh, he's a problem. I would actually argue the fact that he went and shared the ball with Dylan Harper goes against everything everybody said about him. He didn't go to some program where he could just shoot the ball a ton. He went to a bad program and shared the ball with Dylan Harper. So there is evidence of him being a good teammate. So I think the culture thing, while I agree the Sixers do have a bad culture, I don't think Ace Bailey is a problem the way other people do.
Elliot, I'm curious, who is his agent and why do you think he's giving him this advice? What is the overall outcome that you think the agent is trying to achieve by giving him that advice?
So it seems like his agent is trying to get him to a place where he can be the primary focus of the offense. He can shoot a lot and he can score a lot. And if he averages 24 points over the next 3-4 years, whatever it is, he will get a max contract. Like, that will happen. So I don't completely even disagree with the agent. I find it actually pretty funny that a lot of people want to say players should have power in what they want to do. Players should control their own career until it's inconvenient for us. Then not so much, right? So Ace trying to go to the team he wants, I don't love it, but I understand it. Now, I think it's bad advice in the way that if he came to the Sixers, he would have a chance to shoot a lot. I hear so many people say, well, Embiid and Paul George are going to be bigger options than him. When? 12 times a year when they play, they're not going to be out on the court. So, yeah, in make-believe land where Joel Embiid is playing all the time, you're right, Ace won't get to shoot as much. But in reality of what we've seen, he's not going to play all the time. And so, yes, Maxey McCain will be there and they will share the ball. But I think Ace, because of his physical advantage he has over both of them, has just as high of a ceiling. So I think they're trying to get him to get more shots and score more. I just think they're wrong in thinking that can't happen with the Sixers.
All right, a month of this, so obviously we're not changing each other's minds. So we'll see what happens tonight. Elliot, let's hit a couple more things NFL-wise, because a couple things interesting. One, you put out yesterday, and then one I heard you on the afternoon show with an interview with Pablo Torre. Let's start with your list. You had a list yesterday of the best franchises in NFL history, and you said you've been thinking a lot about it. I had a lot of thoughts as I looked at it. Top four seemed pretty, I would put the same top four in some order, right? The Cowboys, Packers, Niners, right? All that. You have the Lions on the list. And you have the Chiefs as an honorable mention. How?
Yeah. So I'm surprised how many people are pretending the Lions aren't a huge part of the fabric of the NFL.
Well, but they're a losing part.
They are. But would you say the Boston Red Sox are a huge part of baseball's history and fabric?
Well, yes, but because the Boston Red Sox had gotten close so many times, and it was the heartbreak of the Red Sox.
They have not won, though. They had
made 9 World Series before they won it.
But the Red Sox were known for being losers. They were a cursed franchise that were losers, right?
Yes.
That's what they were known for.
They also at one point had the greatest player of all time.
Curse of the Bambino.
The Lions, they had Babe Ruth. I mean, the Lions have had a running back and a wide receiver in 60 years.
Yeah, well, but I think you would find people that would argue that would say Barry Sanders is one of the 5 best players to play in the NFL. Sure. So I think if you want to say the best player thing, that qualifies for the Lions as well.
The Red Sox also were part of the biggest rivalry in the sport. The Lions and what? The Packers is a big rivalry?
The Lions play in one of the premier games every year on Thanksgiving. People
the
grow up watching the Lions.
Yes, I wouldn't say play. They mostly were the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, they get rocked.
Right, they were there
game.
though. They were there.
Yeah, okay.
So
I mean,
people grow up. People grow up watching the Lions. As for it being over the Chiefs, I just think the Chiefs are recency bias. Like, they are a great franchise. It's why I have them 11. No disrespect to be 11. But a lot of their Super Bowls have come recently. And I don't think they've been this, premier franchise. They're not, a major media market. So I think you can tell the story of the NFL if you remove the past 5 or 6 years or whatever without the Chiefs. I don't think you can tell the story of the NFL without the Lions.
But you can't tell the story of the NFL without Patrick Mahomes. I mean, right?
Yeah, that's recency. That's right. Recency.
But if you make a list right now of the best players to ever play football, Patrick Mahomes is on the list.
Yes, that's why they're 11. If it wasn't for Patrick Mahomes, I don't even think they would be 11.
Also might have the greatest coach of all time. Greatest coach and one of the top 5 quarterbacks ever, and they're behind the Lions.
Yes, because the Lions are a historic franchise. I think they've been in the league the 5th longest of all the teams. They're one of the original 6. That
they're
matters.
They're old. I mean, they're
yes,
an
but
old
that matters.
Legacy team. Legacy.
I have to hear people on WIP tell me old stuff matters all the time. Now all of a sudden,
they've been lying to you.
I say it. Yeah, and it's it's crazy to say. The Lions are one of the biggest franchises in the league. I think that's not even up for debate.
The biggest stuff matters is crazy.
Yeah, loser franchise. But and
now
they
are
good.
a loser franchise, but they're a big loser franchise.
Okay, I understand your reasoning, but they're not ahead of the Chiefs. Okay, let's end with this, because I found the interview you guys did yesterday with Pablo Torre fascinating. We haven't discussed it much yet, but I'm sure people have kind of either heard you guys yesterday or heard the overall idea of the story. So Mike Florio, Pablo Torre, they uncovered this document that alleged that the NFL owners were colluding a few years ago to keep salaries down, especially guaranteed contracts for quarterbacks. And they kind of high-fived each other when they kept Lamar away from a fully guaranteed deal, and Russell and all those guys are up. Elliot, after you did the interview yesterday, because when I was listening to you guys, I had a thought. I'm curious what you think of it as someone who thinks about the NFL and covers it as much as you do. Elliot, I'm not condoning the idea of collusion or something illegal, but I understand where the owners are coming from. Forget their pockets for a second. Elliot, I think the NFL is better if there's not guaranteed contracts. They can move off players. Players are playing for their next contract all the time. I know we want to side with players, and I'm sitting next to a former player right now. Yeah. I think the league is better if they keep doing it this way, where the contracts are not fully guaranteed.
So is that specific to the NFL, or do you feel that way about basketball, baseball, and hockey?
Well, we're past the point of no return on those.
Right? No, I know, but I guess what I'm saying is
their unions are a lot stronger, too.
What I'm saying is the shelf life of football players is less. I'll give you an example. James Bradbury. In a guaranteed contract world where they can't structure it the way they do, the Eagles may have been forced to play him last year or keep him as part of the active roster. Instead, because they can move money around and knew they can get out of it, they just move him off to the side and we forget about him. Same thing with Bryce Huff. If you make mistakes in the other sports, you're stuck. And in football,
welcome
you're
to
not.
The Sixers. Yeah.
Right, and I think it makes football better. It makes the product – you're never dead as a team if you make a mistake.
And
I like that.
You could bounce back quicker.
Yes,
and
I think if we get to a point of fully guaranteed contracts, it's going to make football worse. That's my feeling.
So I agree with you. I would say that to all sports. I wouldn't say that's specific to the NFL. You are correct that the NFL is the only league right now where they truly don't really have to deal with that. I mean, we've seen that with the Eagles. They signed Carson to a massive deal. They moved off of him relatively quickly. Bryce Huff, relatively quickly. So I agree with you on that. And, I mean, just to play devil's advocate, though, and I'm sure you would agree with this, you can see why the players wouldn't like
of course.
that, though.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
So I think what's interesting about the Pablo Torre story, and I would recommend everyone go listen to it. It is very complex. He does a good job explaining it. But what I think is going to happen as a result of this is the league is trying to make it so that the owners that spend more money don't get the advantage over the owners that don't spend a lot of money. And we're seeing some changes coming, I think, to the salary cap in the next few years, where you're not going to see dummy years allowed. That's something the Eagles use because Jeffrey spends a lot of money. Other teams that don't spend a lot of money don't use it because you can't do it as well if you're not spending the money. And the owners around the league are embarrassing other owners, unintentionally, but still doing it, by spending as much as they do, and then the owners that don't spend look bad. So in the salary cap, that's going to be an impact, but then it also is with the guaranteed money. I mean, the guaranteed money is straight up like cash you have to spend, right? I mean, there is some guaranteed money that's year over year and all that, but for the most part, it's normally a signing bonus or a large check. And when you're guaranteeing a large portion of a contract, you are cutting a large check right away. So at the end of the day, to me, this is all about certain owners not wanting to spend as much money as other owners.
It's a super interesting thing that came out yesterday. I feel like it's kind of flying on the radar how big of a deal was the NFL owners tried to collude. And then they didn't. It got to the point where everyone just kind of moved on their separate directions. But it doesn't mean it won't happen again. I mean, they've done it once.
Well, and what's unfortunate about it, and Hugh said that, is like that the players' union right now for the NFL is not a very strong union.
Yeah.
The league wins all the time over the players' union. So it is an interesting story. I do think it's unfair to the players, but I think the CBA is not up for 6 years, and the chances of them actually getting something, unfortunately, I think are very slim.
It's going to be wild if more comes out or if there's a further to this down the line. Elliot, we appreciate you hopping on. Enjoy tonight. We know what you'll be rooting for.
Ace the pick.
Run away from Ace Bailey is what I say. All right, thank you, Elliot. We'll talk soon.
Have a good one, man.
Elliot Shore Parks there. I didn't imagine he would jump off the Ace Bailey bandwagon.
I thought it was kind of interesting
he's
the way
getting
he framed
stronger
it,
in it.
Yeah, I kind of felt.
Well, he's
I thought it was
coachable because he's listening to a
well,
ridiculous
I didn't agree with that. But the fact that, he's 18 and impressionable, that's a fact.
So that's fair, but they're all 18. So why would I gravitate towards, like, we played the audio of VJ Edgecombe. Sounds like a grown-up, right?
Mm-hmm.
He sounds like he wants to come here. He wants to play with the other guys. He wants to work his way to develop with, like.
What's the difference between him and others?
Right, why is one 18-year-old acting like he's trying to run the whole show while the other ones, from what we've heard, they're acting more like pros?
And I don't know this for sure, but I would say it's the way he was raised. And it sounds like VJ was and again, I am recklessly speculating because I don't know anything about Ace Bailey's family. But when you talk about, and Elliot threw some things out there that got me to thinking, when you talk about having an agent that only has one client, that's a red flag right there.
Totally.
That's a red flag. And not only that, and I'm not trying to knock his parents because I don't know his parents. But if you know your son has I guess transcendent ability, or he's one of the top 5 players in the league, then you go out and you try to get him the best representation possible. And you do your homework, in my opinion, because I'm thinking as a parent now. And when you have an agent that only has one client and is telling your son to play hardball, that kind of screams to me, okay, what's going on at home where the family, and this is not an indictment on the family because I don't know his family and I am recklessly speculating like I'm saying. But from a household where, there are strong moral values, that you're a little bit more humble and you do your homework. If it's something you don't know, you go do your homework.
Yeah, right.
And it doesn't feel like that's been the case. It feels like, this sounds like a homeboy or somebody, a cousin or somebody that's doing all of this.
There's a lot of the kid has a lot of red flags. And if it was just about his game, we could pick that apart. Like, what would he like better, fit? He doesn't want to be here. I mean, it's quite simple for me. I'm not going to force him to play on the Sixers when I don't think we would get the best out of him, whatever his ceiling is. And that's just not – that's where the Ben Simmons thing comes in. We didn't get Ben Simmons didn't reach his ceiling, unfortunately. For him, for the Sixers, he just didn't. I mean, he was compared to Magic Johnson and LeBron James when he came out of LSU. He didn't reach that, obviously. I'm not interested in going down this path again with someone who doesn't want to be here. Terrence in Springfield. What's up, Terrence?
How you doing, Hugh, Joe, Kyle? What's up, man?
Terrence, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, sorry about the music. I was getting a little cleanup on, man. I had a little Nita Baker on.
Oh, like Jalen Hurts with Anita Baker.
Yeah, Nah, but I was telling Kyle, man, when we first called. At first, I was blaming Nabrowski, but I'm going to blame Topper for that loss last night because you got Rangers out there dealing the whole game. And instead of taking them out, you leave them in. That homer should never happen. And as for bringing in Rojas, we have better players on this team than him. So I feel like that falls on Topper. You have Marsh in there. You have better players hitting-wise that you could have put in that situation instead of bringing in Rojas that is not good in them situations. So I put that loss last night on Topper. We've been on a high with this team playing good baseball lately. And I feel like that was last night wasn't one of Topper's best managing,
No, it was not, Terrence, and you're right. I mean, I don't even care what option he goes to in the ninth inning there to pinch hit there, but it's got to be one of them. Is it Marsh, who's hit lefties better? Is it Stott, who could obviously work a walk and move the runner up? Is it Kepler, who might run into a home run? I mean, the worst option is Rojas. He can't hit.
And Joe, I gotta touch on the Sixers thing real quick, man, because we all know Ace Bailey doesn't want to be here. So look, if we sit here and we bring him here, that'll be an idiotic move. Because this guy's still not the first pitch for the Mets. Like, what is that?
Yeah, that was the final straw, Terrence. He threw out the first pitch for the Mets.
Yeah, and I don't like his attitude. Like, they showed him doing a scrimmage with Giannis takes him and Dylan Harper on the scrimmage, being a good veteran, bringing these young guys in the league, and they're playing against each other, and he makes a shot over Giannis, and they're doing drills, and Giannis puts his hand out to give him a high five. You don't leave Giannis hanging for 10 seconds. He left Giannis hanging for 10 seconds like he didn't see his hand in the air.
Yeah, we can't do
that.
This
guy, I don't like his attitude. I think we should go with VJ or Dylan Harper as my choice is right now, because you can't go wrong with a nice backcourt with Maxey and Harper. That would be an elite backcourt if you ask me. But I don't want this guy here. Don't pick him. If he picks him, to me, it's a doomed pick for number 3.
I think it'd be a major mistake. And Terrence, we appreciate the phone call. Yeah, throwing out the first pitch of the Mets game, Hugh, it felt like the final straw. He's really begging not to be a Philly and not to be a Sixer. I've never seen anyone not want to be here less than him.
Well, first of all, he's not affiliated with anybody yet.
Yeah, but come on. The day before he could get picked by the Sixers, he throws out the first pitch in a Mets uniform.
I don't think he counts.
Oh, come on.
He's not affiliated yet.
Kyle, was that not a clear signal he doesn't want to be a Sixer?
I mean, that more than any of the other ones. Besides explicitly saying, I don't want to be with the Sixers.
He threw out the first pitch
Throwing out the first pitch for the Mets.
I'm starting to lean towards Elliot's take when he's getting bad advice, man. I mean,
no, he's getting.
18 years old. You don't know what you want to do at 18 years old. Man, I'm starting to lean more towards.
You're becoming an Ace Bailey guy as the
show
goes on.
Who's Ace Bailey's agent? Is Hughes becoming a company man for him before our very eyes?
I like how
I gotta look at what's on the T-shirt.
When I try to bring some maturity to this show.
You never do that. Let's be honest.
It starts out.
We went through
it goes through personal
inappropriate
attacks.
baseball player name in the last 50 years yesterday because of you.
We did. That's yesterday. I'm trying to evolve as a player. I'm trying to evolve as a player.
You asked one of our callers yesterday what she meant by getting wild and different. You're not mature.
Hey,
you're not mature.
I'm trying to evolve as a person.
It's ridiculous.
So I'm trying to give the young 18 years old. That's young. And you got somebody in your ear telling you, ain't no telling whoever this person is, male or female.
He is a losing player.
Nah,
Losing player.
And if we draft him tonight,
he'll be a
then
losing player.
We'll. And if he comes,
Oh
in
yeah,
plays
everyone's
well,
mind's
we'll
going to
love him.
change once the Sixers take him.
Well,
that's a winning franchise.
I mean, he's going to win us all over.
No, he's not.
What did Rocky say? If I could change, you could change.
Are you comparing the end of the Cold War to taking Ace Bailey at 3?
I'm just trying to tell you, man. Rocky is Philadelphia, and like Rocky said, if I could change, you could change. And if we get this kid out here,
oh, stop it.
We're gonna forgive him if he dropping 30 a game and he's making us forget about Joel Embiid. We're gonna forget about all of that.
Couldn't make the tournament.
We're gonna forget
at
about all
Rutgers.
that. If Rutgers is different, I ain't got nothing for that because there's probably some validity to that. But anyway, like I was saying, if we get this kid, Joe, we're gonna embrace him because he's one of us. He's probably gonna get there in his press conference and say, "Yeah, I made some mistakes because I didn't know any better." He's 18, Joe. He's the best player at 3 that we can take. We have sat here for almost 4 hours and we've talked ourselves into getting a 2-for-1. Like that's going to be better. We're going to take
I haven't talked myself into that.
Well, I mean, Kyle's kind of on that boat because Kyle wants to trade down and get 2 guys instead of 1 guy and all. So basically, you're watering it down.
Do you realize how sad this is? This kid expressly said, "I don't want to be here."
He's Rocky,
Canceled
Joe.
a workout, and now so you had Hurts as Rocky last week. Now he's Rocky. Everyone Hugh Douglas wants to defend is Rocky.
No, what I'm saying is this: he might be getting bad advice.
Oh my God!
We are operating from. Are we not operating from a position of we don't know everything about this situation?
I'm on board now.
Are we operating? Aren't we operating
This
from that?
is the
position?
worst pump-up speech I've ever heard.
I'm just trying to say, man, get the kid a benefit of the doubt. That's all.
He can go be a wizard. Let him go.
No, that would be just sad.
Yeah, well, that's what he's asking for. All right, I can't anymore.
Well,
with
it
this.
all depends. Like if
Doesn't
we
matter.
draft him tonight and he start pouting, then we'll see.
I hope for all of you people, like you, Elliot, you people, that they do draft him tonight and he refuses to play. And then Maury's stuck taking 10 cents on the dollar for a kid that didn't want to be here in the beginning.
You know what would be even worse than that? If when you draft, they put the hats on or whatever.
Oh, it's always uncomfortable. They got the wrong hat.
And if he be like, nah, or if he just say nah.
And I blame you and Elliot. You and Elliot.
I'll take that heat.
Yeah, you should get it.
I'm just trying to get a kid the benefit of
Nope.
the doubt, man. 18 years old, he knows no better.
He canceled the workout and then threw out the first pitch for the Mets. The red flags are abundant, and you just ignore them. 215-592-9495. All right, your phone call is coming up here. We'll get to more Phillies. What happened last night? Your reaction to it. Topper, Rojas, Dombrowski. Who do you blame the most for the loss last night? Your take on the Sixers, the Bailey situation, and a little trade deadline rumor roundup. Who the Phillies could add in a potential trade, that situation, what players are available, some names to watch, all coming up. It is the Midday Show live from McGurk's in Langhorne on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hell yeah! Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl tomorrow. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. You might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. If you're new to FanDuel, well, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today. Make sure you visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer to get started with FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Championship boxing with the best entertainers in the Delaware Valley. Club Risque. It's the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at all Club Risque locations this Saturday. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss the action. ClubRisque.com.
When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. I've been a loyal customer of Scott Auto Group for years. My first car and my current car both came from them. You really need to check out the brand new Scott Key location in Limerick. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable, Scott Key of Limerick focuses on you. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Key of Limerick, and make sure to tell them Fred sent you.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Now through July 5th, explosive savings during a red, white, and save sales event. Only at CJ's Tire and Auto. Save up to $100 instantly on top-tier brands of tires like Falcon Tires. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Two division leaders will face off as Chicago heads south to Houston. Both teams have won a World Series in the past decade, and they are on the hunt again this season with some of the most surprising records in the league. Each team added huge free agents this offseason, and those additions have clearly paid off throughout the season. Who will come out of the weekend with a series win in this matchup of heavyweights? No one likes to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but you know, better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. America's best warranty claim based on total package of warranty program. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Is this you soaking up the sun and telling us it's hot? And he says ridiculous things?
Hot.
It is hot outside. We're not outside, though. We are at McGurk's in Langhorne. Come on by one of their newest locations. My first time here. Hugh's first time here. We appreciate being here. The food is great. They have a new summer menu.
Always.
Come on out for lunch. Stop by and say hi. McGurk's in Langhorne. All right, a lot to discuss. 215-592-9494. This segment sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or grinding? Take your car to a locally owned and operated Meineke. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. Let's go back to the phone lines here. Topper, the Phils, Rojas last night, a frustrating loss, and I can't believe Topper let Rojas hit in the ninth inning. Hugh blaming it on Rojas for not developing and being a better hitter. And, of course, the draft tonight, what do you want the Sixers to do? And should they be thinking about next year? Hugh and I are aligned on this. No, it's not about next year. It's about the long-term future. We're going to get to a list here. Jeff Passan put a big primer out of trade deadline candidates, guys that could get moved by the July 31st trade deadline. We'll tell you the names, some of the biggest ones connected to the Phillies. That's coming up. Right now, Will in the Northeast is up talking Phils. Hey, Will.
Good, man. How y'all doing today?
What's up, Will?
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Listen, man. Like I've been telling you, I think, like Topper, he got to know his players. He got to pay more attention, man. Because, some type of games, you got to understand, is this the best player for this in this type of situation? You know what I mean?
Well, and that's not Rojas last night, Will. That's not him. I don't think anyone watched it thought he was getting hit in that spot. And the only guy was Topper, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I know it's good to try and believe in your team or whatever and believe in your players. But I just think, you got to be a little bit more focused. You know what I mean? And engage more with the team. And even with Rojas, right? They should be trying to develop this guy, right? I don't think they really, develop him in the way he need to be developed because he's a big weapon. He's a fast runner. Work on his hitting and his choice of hits and everything, man. I don't think they really putting the time in with some of these players and these weapons that we have to make us a better team. And I'm gonna say this real quick. Mm-hmm. Even with the Sixers, right? I'm jumping real quick, but the Sixers, this guy, this owner, he got to understand, man. If you want to win, you got to bring the right personnel in to win, right? You trying to develop a young player and all that. We don't have the teammates to do that. You know what I'm saying? This is not the type of team that's going to, be able to build this type of young player up to be as good as they need them to be. We need somebody that's seasoned, that's ready to come in and help the Sixers to win. But it's with the owners and the managers, like I say, man, know your team, know your players, man. Even with the I'm going back to the Phillies. Rob, you got to be more disciplined, man. You got to focus more, man. Because listen, this is the season right here, man. With Harper, he got this injury. If it's an injury or not, I'm still kind of suspect about that. That's up in the air with me. You know what I'm saying? You could, yeah. But I think sometimes as a player, you got to get out of your own way, man. Listen, all these guys that want these contracts. Y'all gotta win it, man. Yeah. This owner has gave all the money. He's already, he's already
cut him off
as far as the paying the players. But you gotta give us something this season, man. This is the season to do it.
For the Sixers or the Phillies? Where are we?
Huh?
For the Sixers or the Phillies?
I'm talking about the Phillies right now.
No one even knows.
I'm all over the place. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. But,
you bound. Well, it's all right. We're all over the place. Well, good phone call. But he started with the Phillies, went to the Sixers. Then he said, "This is the season." And what are you talking about? He couldn't have been saying this. This is the season for the Sixers.
I think he was talking about the Phillies.
He came back to the Phillies.
Yeah, I think.
I think he joins you as the only people that think Rojas could be good. I mean, there's not many people on this planet left that think Johan Rojas can hit.
Well, I think he can. I think he needs. Oh, geez. There's a disconnect And it's been a while, man. He hasn't progressed.
He can't hit.
He's regressed.
He has regressed. He's gotten worse every year of his major league career. One of the biggest lies ever told on this radio station was you trying to convince everyone Rojas isn't that bad of a hitter.
He wasn't that bad of a hitter.
Oh my God.
He's not.
He can't.
You know what Rojas is dealing with now? The game finding him.
Well, he's on the team.
He's finding him. But what about I could have easily deflected this morning, but I did.
Are we doing the whataboutism? What about this guy? What about that guy?
I don't have to go there because it's the truth. It's the truth. It's just that unfortunately for him, he wasn't prepared for the moment that will eventually find him.
He's a major leaguer.
Yes, and
for
he
3
needs.
years.
And you know what I would say to him after that? I would go to him, sit down with him and say, "Hey, man, if I'm Topper, that was a tough at bat. I get it, but I thought with what you've been through in the past, that you would have been better prepared for the moment."
Yeah.
And I was wrong.
Instead, we get a big old. Can we hear it from Topper last night? A big old verbal shrug of the shoulders last night from Rob Thompson after Rojas goes down against Hader.
Rojas gets up 2 on the count against Hader there. Would you like to see him take a pitch? Especially since that one got out of his own.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it was a strike, so you might as well waffle at it. You're not going to get too many good pitches to hit.
And I know it's left on left, but lefties have actually got Hader a little bit this year. Like, do you consider it all shooting the lefty there? No.
You heard him.
It's not a good moment for Rob Thompson, that press conference. I know you said earlier, Hugh, what do you want him to say? And I understand if he says something totally different, it looks bad to Rojas, right? Like, I need him to have a little bit more energy than the verbal shrug of the shoulders, because that was like a whatever.
That was a tough one.
It was basically like whatever. I mean, what are you going to do? And then he may have been prepared and known all the numbers that I'm sure he is given the numbers, right? I'm sure he knows that lefties have hit Hader more this year. Kyle, it sure sounded to me like he wasn't that aware of it. Like, he just – because if you're aware of it, I think at least you think about going to Marsh or Stott or Kepler. I don't know. I mean, if we did a polygraph on Rob, I'm not sure if – did Rob know that?
He was a little bit too dismissive of it for my liking.
He could have said, we know the numbers. I wanted to give Johan the opportunity. I mean, that would have been –
that almost would have sounded better if he's like, I wanted to
said.
trust Rojas in that spot, or like, I trust my guy, or backed him up a little bit.
Sure,
he's like,
he knew the numbers. Not sure. That one was a weird one. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Trey in Deptford is up. What's up, Trey?
Trey.
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
What's up, Trey?
Man?
Trey, can you turn down your radio?
Yeah, it's kind of loud.
You good now?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. I had a call from Joe with the first off, Ace Bailey. He threw the first pitch for the Mets, right?
Yes.
He went to Rutgers. Where's Rutgers closest to?
Yeah, it's close. It's in North Jersey. I know where it is. New Brunswick.
All right. So he didn't play for Villanova, so that's why he probably threw the ball for them.
No, but it's hold on, Trey. It's symbolic. I mean, you know that. It's the day before the draft.
Doesn't matter, man.
Sure it does.
No, it don't. And another thing,
he could have said, "I'll do it later this summer." He didn't have to do it last night. Well, the Mets are going to say, "Oh no, you'll never get a chance again." No, they'll just do it another day.
Okay, and at the same time, man, he didn't work out for no team, nobody.
Yeah, but he also didn't say he was going to show up. I mean, the Sixers booked the guy a flight and a hotel, and then the last minute he's like, "Yeah, I'm not coming." I mean, come on.
Yeah, because he probably decided I ain't working out for nobody. So what do I got to go there for?
So you want him? Do you want Ace Bailey?
No. Do you want Escom? You want another 6'4" guard? So we're going to take the third pick in the draft, and what, he's going to sit on the bench behind?
No, he's going to play. He's going to play.
So who's going on the bench? Maxey? McCain? Who's going to play? You're going to make the third pick in the draft, and he ain't even going to start.
So hold on. So we have the McCain's coming off a knee injury. He's going to play 40 minutes a night in his second year in the NBA. I can create the minutes. Also, Trey, I'm not worried about the fit or next year. I want to get him in here, and then a year from now, I'll trade away who I got to trade away if they don't fit together.
And a year from now, you can hope he can shoot because he can't shoot. It's just like saying in a year from now, you hope Rojas can hit.
No, hold on a second. No, Trey, that's not fair. This kid is probably going to be a top five. He's an 18. First of all, he can shoot a little bit. To say he can't shoot at all is ridiculous. He didn't shoot 15% from three in college. It wasn't that bad. You're telling me 18-year-olds don't get better at shooting? I mean, come on.
Man, look, the boy from Duke, right? The white boy, Knipple, he
can shoot,
right?
Yeah, I like him too. You want him?
Right? I'm just saying. I don't want another guard. I'm not going to spend the third pick in the draft and have 3 guards that are all young. It makes no sense. It's like
Well, it makes no sense if you. But I'm not worried about the fit right now. I just got to get the best.
The fit
well,
right now. But
that's what you keep saying.
If you're building pieces, there's 2 guards, right? Maxey and McCain. If you're building for the future. So why am I going to take another guard? It don't make no sense.
Because what if in a year McCain surpasses Maxey and he's better, and then I could trade Maxey away? Like I don't know what's going to happen.
So you're going to make.
They're all what ifs. Trey, they're 18. Like they're all what ifs.
Man, this is why I do what I do when you do sports. You sound just about as goofy as I don't know, man. Like with your takes sometimes, man. And I hate to come at you like this, man. But it's like you 2 years ago talk about Trey Turner should be in the minors. He probably.
Well, I never said. Well, I never said that.
Yes, you did.
No, I
Yes,
didn't.
you did, man.
No, Trey. No. I did not say
said
she was in the minor leagues.
You said he should go to AAA, but it's not allowed because he's a tenured player.
I don't remember that one. That one I don't remember.
I remember it well.
Because Trey, that actually is an interesting one. I could have done that for a show if you would give me the idea 2 years ago. We didn't do that. What I said was I would have taken the contract and ripped it up if I could. That's what I would have said.
Right, and you would have been the same one. Let's pick another 6'4" guard that can't shoot and put him on the bench, and they'd be complaining next year.
I'm not putting him on the bench. I'm not. I just told you I don't care about next season. Didn't you hear me?
You're going to put him in for Mr. Paint his fingernails? That's what you going to put him in for?
So now you sound goofy, Trey. Now you sound like the goofy.
We've offended like everybody.
Well, I just like you sound goofy.
No, I'm telling you, it ain't me. I mean, it is what it is.
Well, call him by like don't do that. Just call him by his name. His name's Jared McCain. He's a good player. Like you sound goofy.
No, I sound goofy.
You do. You're saying things that never were said. Now you're talking about the paint. Who cares who paints his nails?
That's what you say. Nah, man, you do this all the time. I think you just come on sometimes and say, let me say the dumbest thing possible. You know what I mean?
He does do that.
Yeah, actually, you're insight to our meeting.
Goofy, bro.
Trey,
the whole style is goofy as hell.
Fellas, you're both goofy.
Well, that's probably fair. Probably fair. Trey, you're goofy. You're goofy. Total goof.
I was still stuck on what he said.
No, I mean, the one thing that he called me goofy all he wants. The one thing that I don't care about, like, there's only 5 positions on the court.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't care about the fit. You'll figure that out later. You know, back in the day, I didn't get to say this to him because I got annoyed. You know, the Warriors had a guard, Monta Ellis, who was a good player, averaged 25 points a game. You know what they did? They took Steph Curry and they took Klay Thompson the next 2 drafts.
Splash Brothers.
And then guess what happened to Monta Ellis? No one remembers because they got rid of him and they won. They became a dynasty. I'm not telling you like I don't want Maxey here, but if they took Edgecombe or Knipple or Trey Johnson, whatever, they're all could play the 2 in the NBA. Knipple's a little taller, maybe ends up as a wing, but whatever. If they take a guard tonight in the top 5, and in a year from now, McCain keeps progressing, and the kid they take tonight becomes a star, and doesn't fit, Tyrese Maxey could pack his bags. That's bad. This is sports.
Yeah, because the consensus, some people feel like, you know, Maxey might not be the star that you want him to be.
Yes.
So I mean, I get where you're coming from.
And I like Maxey, but maybe you could also trade him down the line for something that does. Again, Hugh, fit matters at some point if you're ready to win.
Yeah.
I think the difference between Trey and I don't think they're ready to win. So I'm just not concerned about that.
I don't either. Because we're hoping. I think that a lot of people still hope that Joel Embiid is going to be healthy. I don't know, man. I don't think that's going to be the case.
Yeah. You know, also back in the day, the Blazers passed on Michael Jordan because of fit. Like, you realize how stupid fit is in the NBA draft? You get the best player. The Blazers thought, we need a big man. We don't need another guard. We have Clyde Drexler. And they didn't take Michael Jordan. Like, and again, I'm not trying to say VJ Edgecombe is Michael Jordan. But the point is, if you're drafting for fit because you have 2 guards, you don't know what you're doing. Like, that's not how NBA teams are built. Let's go to Ken in Cinnaminson. What's up, Ken?
Ken.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Hey, Ken. What's up?
So, before I get to the Phillies, on the Sixers really quick, this whole Ace Bailey. And first of all, I don't think he's getting bad advice because I think we're missing the signals that this guy is just like Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons didn't care about the outcome of his basketball career. All he cared about was getting that max contract. So, and I can't blame the kid if his number one priority is to use his basketball skills to generate generational wealth for himself and his family as quickly as he can. And if he doesn't care if he ever wins, hey, we all go to work every day. No, I'm not in the Peace Corps, neither are you. So we all go to work every day looking for the most amount of money we can get. But we have to kind of look at what's in front of us and understand the similarities here. Ben Simmons was a product before he was even an NBA player. I mean,
Yep.
He had a documentary about himself when he was still in high school. So the signs are all right there. Ace Bailey's getting the advice to do what I think Ace Bailey wants to achieve, which is getting to that generational wealth contract as quickly as he can.
And you know what, Ken, if that's what he wants to do, I don't fault, again, you framed it well. I don't fault him for it. If he wants to be a wizard and go score 26 points a game on a bad team, knock yourself out. Go do it.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is that, you know, I didn't get married till I was 50 years old, so I had a lot of really bad relationships in my life. I was in one that was so particularly bad, and my father really never stuck his nose in. But at one point, he saw something so bad, he was just like, you have to be hit in the face with a shovel. And I feel like that's what I need to say to every Sixers fan. You need to be hit in the face with a shovel before you accept the fact that this team, this franchise, is a dumpster fire. It is utterly broken. There is no way this team is going to win a title, contend for a title, or be even close to a title anywhere in the foreseeable future. So the guy you draft tonight is not going to make a difference one way or the other next year on a team that's probably going to win 30 games. And Joel Embiid and Paul George combined will probably play 117 minutes together on the court at the same time.
Yeah,
So-
and I think some people just can't accept it, or they don't want it because the East is open. And Ken, we appreciate the phone call.
That sounds like Kyle.
Yeah, it
sound like
does.
he
It was a
directed
shot
at
at Kyle. I mean, it was.
Yeah.
So they usually go
Him
back
and Ken
and
got
forth.
something going on.
Yeah, especially with the Sixers stuff. All right, Hugh, we promised everyone a little roundup here with the rumors for the Phillies, okay? So yesterday, Jeff Passan of ESPN and Kylie McDaniel, they put out a list of the most likely players to get traded at the trade deadline, right? And they put a percentage next to each one, like, you know, the most likely 60%, 70%, then all the way down to, like, 5%, but possible trade candidates.
Gotcha.
And then for each player, they listed teams that could be interested, like where they might fit if they do get traded. And they had a long list that were associated with the Phillies. I'm going to roll through the names, but there's a theme here. There are only two kinds of players on this list. They are outfielders and they are relief pitchers, which is what we've been talking about a lot for a while now. So here are the names connected to the Phillies. Jeff Passan, ESPN yesterday. Jarren Duran, outfielder, Red Sox. Johan Duran, relief pitcher, Twins. Emmanuel Clase, relief pitcher, Cleveland. Felix Bautista, relief pitcher, Baltimore. Cedric Mullins, outfielder, Baltimore. Pete Fairbanks, relief pitcher, Tampa. Aroldis Chapman, relief pitcher, Red Sox. Luis Robert Jr., outfielder, White Sox. Taylor Ward, outfielder, Angels. Ryan Helsley, closer for the Cardinals. Adolis Garcia, outfielder for the Rangers. Hugh, what is clear is outfielder.
And relief pitching.
Yes, and most of those outfielders are right-handed bats. Ward, Robert, Garcia, a couple left-handed. What strikes me on this list is I'm not surprised the names. I'm not surprised the positions. Some of them, though, are big swings. Like Jarren Duran, that would cost a lot. He was an MVP candidate last year in the American League in the outfield on the Red Sox. Not having quite as great of a year, but these aren't, I would say the first half of that list, so first half or so of that list, they're not cheap.
No, they're not willy-nilly guys. That's what I was thinking
They
about.
would cost a lot of prospects.
When you talk about some of those names that you've mentioned, that means you're pushing all in.
Yes, that's what
that's what that sounds like to me.
The Durans, the Clases, those are pushing your chips to the middle. Those are, we're spending real prospects to get those guys.
Real bread.
Yeah.
And we're trying to make a run, and we're trying to make it happen this year.
Yeah, of all the names, Jarren Duran of the Red Sox is the one that strikes me as the most intriguing. He was an MVP candidate last year. He's got years of control left. He could ignite this offense if you put him in left field or center field. So we'll see. We'll see how big the Phillies want to go. But those are the first batch of names really connected there with the Phillies, according to ESPN. All right, 215-592-9494. We're live today at McGurk's in Langhorne. Come on by, have some lunch, hang out with us. Our 1 o'clock hour, we got to share. I think I'm going to redo my official big board, Hugh, for the Sixers. VJ Edgecombe has been at the top. I just got yelled at by Trey saying I'm goofy.
We need VJ.
Yeah, I still like VJ, but there's another name I was thinking about that might be better for our show. So it's purely selfish reasons why I might redo my big board for the Sixers. Your calls on the Phillies last night. Do you blame Rojas or Topper or Dombrowski for the end? And should the Sixers be thinking about next season? 215-592-9494. It is the midday show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here. Phillies, Astros tonight. Leading off starts at 7:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 8:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
It is gone! Off the ivy in dead center.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
When NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway, get ready for a Monster Mile summer. Experience miles of speed, sand, and fun July 18th to the 20th. Book your summer vacation to see NASCAR's best battle, the Monster Plus even more free fun for everyone at the best fan zone in NASCAR. All new, Miles Beach brings all the fun to the shore just outside Turn 4. We got concerts, we got autograph sessions, and never-ending tailgate. Be there live, in person, at the edge of your seat, July 18th through the 20th. Tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Summer is here. Don't make a rookie move. Make the MVP flex and fire up that grill with summer essentials like hot dogs, sausages, and meats from my friends at Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watson cheeses and condiments are also the perfect addition to your burgers. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find a local retailer near you and summer grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
The girls are wearing nothing. Creekside Cabaret says tonight the girls are wearing nothing but their birthday suits. It's birthday suit night tonight at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advanced Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new. We're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
When it comes to DSPs, usability matters. Some platforms bury you in complexity. Results-driven advertising shouldn't look like a chemistry experiment. Viant's AI-powered DSP streamlines setup, automates measurement and optimization, and keeps you in control. Less clicking, more strategy. And with proven CTV leadership across premium publishers, Viant works smarter and delivers stronger. Why are you still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. There's nothing more exciting in baseball than when a phenom pitcher hits the big leagues. Think back to Kerry Wood in Chicago, Steven Strasburg in D.C. Last night, Chase Burns debuted for the Cincinnati Reds. He was the number 2 pick in last year's draft. He came out and struck out his first 5 Yankees batters. He went on to strike out 7 of the first 10 batters he's faced. He's 22 and averaged over 98 miles an hour on his fastball last night. Long way to go, but this is an exciting time to be a Cincinnati Reds fan. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm here. Don't worry.
94, 94.
Yeah, right. You're the worst of all of us.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you're the worst. Yeah.
I'm the worst?
Yes.
I mean, did you forget your behavior?
What's the pecking order?
Your behavior yesterday? You
What do
calling
you mean?
someone else the worst? What do you mean, what?
What did I do yesterday that was so egregious?
Do you remember?
Why Max is talking about, oh, you don't know what you did. What I do? Okay, what I do?
Do you remember yesterday?
That was what they've done for the first half.
Get that out. That was kind of hard to read. Yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot, but that don't make me the worst.
This 4th of July, you can celebrate with big savings at the Mattress Warehouse.
That still don't make me the worst. Still don't.
Do you realize how many drops we have back there? We could just take the rest of the
That's
hour
all right.
off.
I'm just waiting. Hey, Rod, if you listen, I can't wait to that Flyers hockey show because I'm stepping up to the plate.
That was a hypothetical I made up.
Oh, no, but I want that to happen.
Yeah.
I
would have rolled him until he told me no.
I might go ahead and throw my hat in for the Flyers, with the round table.
No. I didn't say it was a round table. It's a solo show.
Yeah.
You got to get the city ready for playoff
I'll
hockey.
get the scene. I'll set the scene.
Yeah.
As soon as we figure out who they're playing, I'll do that.
Okay. Yesterday you did a whole segment just setting up the name Dickie Lovelady. You basically had the Hugh Douglas Variety Hour yesterday, and the rest of us were just there hanging out.
Like seriously, the Lovelady family is. They're bringing a child into the world.
Yeah, the Loveladies.
The Loveladies, and they hand this beautiful baby boy.
And they say his name is Richard.
They say, "What do you want to name him, Miss?" I'm going to call you Dickie.
Well, no, he wanted to go by Dickie.
She said, "I'm going to call you Dickie."
Okay, this is actually now my fault for
a lot of girth.
Bringing
it did. Think about it like this: who's on the mound tonight? Dick Fitz.
Richard Fitz of the Red
But
Sox.
the same thing. I picked him up too. By the way, I picked the parlay. I got the money line.
You bet Richard Fitz tonight?
He gonna have a hell of a night.
Nah, it's official. You're the worst.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You're now throwing money away to make yourself laugh. I mean, that's the stage of betting you've gotten to.
I mean, yes, it makes me laugh. Because if Dick Fitz hit, guess what I'm talking about tomorrow? My 3-leg parlay. 3-leg parlay.
This is a joke, quite frankly.
All right.
3-leg parlay.
That's more than enough. 215-592-9494.
Third
All
leg.
Right. I know. I just. This is where you just let him just make himself laugh.
Kyle caught it.
We all caught it. We're just trying to be grown-ups.
Why?
It took me a second. That was good, though. That was very good.
Well, he repeated it. That's what he did yesterday.
It was for dramatic effect.
Hugh's the comedian that when he doesn't get the reaction he wants, he'll say the joke again, and then let it really hover over the audience.
I'm saying I only got that much time left. I had to get back in. I had to get it back in there. If that third leg hit, boy.
Please don't bring up the zombie in the movie the other day. Please don't. Please don't.
I wasn't, but now that we're here.
Please don't.
No, I'm just saying, y'all need to go see 28 Years Later. It was a really good movie.
You know, we're at a family establishment here today.
It traumatized Spike.
Yeah, I heard.
I'll let him tell you about it.
Yeah. Call in and ask him today. I'm sure that's what they want to talk about on draft day. All right.
Yep, we're all adults.
Yeah, where everyone's acting on the up and up here. All right, back to the phone lines here. Lot to discuss. We will get to my updated big board for the Sixers tonight. I had and still am planning to have VJ Edgecombe at number 1, in terms of who they should pick at 3. But my mind is conflicted now because of what's best for the show. Let's go to first Kenny in the Northeast. Want to talk about Johan Rojas. Hey, Kenny.
Hello. Hey,
Kenny.
What's up, Kenny?
Hey, how you doing? You know what? You Douglas, you are more right on. Listen, the Phillies, I don't know what this was, 15 years ago, whatever. The Phillies had a guy who was basically a dead-on analogy to what Johan Rojas is. Came up through the system, could run like the wind, chase down anything, couldn't hit his way out of a paper bag. Well, the Phillies gave up on him and wound up on the Atlanta Braves, and it wound up being one of the best outfielders for like 5 years. And that guy was Michael Ford. Okay?
I remember that name.
Right. Now, the manager, he's not constructing the lineup properly. If you're going to put Johan Rojas in the lineup, he has a unique skill set. He can run like the wind, one of the fastest players in baseball. You don't put him in the 7th or the 8th spot. If you're going to put him in the lineup, you put him in the top of the lineup.
No, Kenny, he can't hit.
You ain't hear.
He can't
put him
hit.
at the top of the order.
You want to give him more at-bats?
Probably would subscribe to that.
Yes,
but
because
live your truth.
Listen, you know
yes.
what? I'm sure probably like you remember how Davis said, with the Raiders, he said, at the beginning of the game, we're going to hit the quarterback hard because we're going to let him know he's in for a long day.
Long day.
Major league pitcher.
How? Tell me.
Speed puts pressure on another team's defense and another team's pitcher from the first pitch of the game.
If you don't get on base, it doesn't matter, Kenny. You have to get on base to put pressure on the other team.
Okay,
so a couple things before you go on. And I understand your concept, but Rojas is not a good example for this. First of all, the Phillies didn't give up on Michael Bourne. Wasn't he in the Brad Lidge trade? They didn't give up on him. They got a closer that helped them win the World Series.
I don't remember how he wound up on the Braves, but obviously the Phillies gave up on him because if they knew he was going to
they used him in a trade. They used him in a trade.
Right? Initially, he became a reliever, right?
Okay. Listen, I remember, I don't know what it was, a week ago. Rojas was up in a situation like the bases were loaded with one out, and he wound up overswinging and striking out. Listen, they need to work with this kid, make him be an excellent bunter, just get on base, take pitches, whatever they have to do. Listen, it seems to me a couple months ago, wasn't he hitting 300, and then he hit a real bad slump?
Kenny, he's been in the major leagues for 3 years. His OPS right now is under 600. He can't hit.
Well, I don't agree. His skill set is not being used properly.
What skill set? He doesn't have an eye at the plate. He doesn't hit the ball. What skill set? He can run. What other skills does he have?
Well, listen, I blame the Phillies for him struggling with his bunting. He's the one guy that they should have made him bunt 200 times a day in spring training. Bunting is nothing more than practice. Okay, I blame the Phillies for him not being a better bunter.
That's fine, but right now he is what he is, and to say you want to put him at the top of the lineup, Like, why are we putting him at the top of the lineup? He's out. All he does is make outs.
You know something, Joe? I guess the most frustrating thing for me is I'm surprised you guys don't point this out more. The Phillies have something now that I've never seen in my entire life, and that is they're throwing 4 aces at you, one after another. What team is
We never point out their starting pitching. It's a good point.
Well, okay, listen, I know you point out. I just never heard it put in this way, okay? That, I mean, those 4 starters, you know, they'd be a number 1 starter with half the teams in baseball. Every night they're going, and it's just so frustrating when I watch them with this mentality. You know, get a base hit. You know, swing for the fences. You know, they have to come up with a way to just be able to score 3 freaking runs a night, and they would win like, I don't know, 70-80% of the game.
If they put Rojas in leadoff, they probably start scoring more.
They'll actually score less. I mean, I understand the concept, and Kenny, we appreciate the phone call.
I don't.
I just pulled it up because I actually think it's disrespectful to Michael Bourne, who actually didn't Michael. Yeah.
Ooh,
Kyle had it ready. Bourne came up yesterday on the show, right? And I appreciated Michael Bourne as a player. I thought he was fun in his brief time as a broadcaster here. Can we play that again for Hugh? This was the moment that Bryce Harper broke his thumb, and it was raw and it was real. Here it was with Michael Bourne.
And the pitch. Ooh, hit him.
I was listening live.
You gotta love that.
And I was like, "What? Did he just say that?"
You know what? Sometimes that's the best. That's the best thing.
It was.
When you hear it live and because it's not unedited. Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
So I understand the caller's point. Actually, I think you're slighting Michael Bourne and the player he was. By Michael Bourne's 3rd year in the major leagues, this is Rojas' 3rd year. Michael Bourne hit .285. He stole 61 bases. He got on base for .354 on base percentage. He had 173 hits. He was a year away from making an all-star team. I think not every speedy player becomes the next speedy player, right? Like Michael Bourne was a good player.
And I would venture to say he worked at what he was trying to do, too.
I'm sure he did. But, like, Yohan Rojas isn't just going to become Michael Bourne because we want him to be.
He has to work at it.
Yeah, just like every slugger that strikes out doesn't just become Mark McGwire, or become Kyle Schwarber. Some do, some don't.
Every edge rusher doesn't become Hugh Douglas.
That's right.
I feel like that's a shot.
No,
Does you
because
do anything for
I'm
him?
sure some people thought that Bryce Huff could become Hugh Douglas. He didn't.
I feel bad now.
I see how you work Bryce Huff into this conversation.
Well, I mean, there was a similar story, right? The Jet to the Eagle,
yeah.
but you worked out here. Bryce Huff didn't.
I'm just saying with the whole Rojas thing and me believing him, you had to stick to
this was actually a compliment to you. You realize that?
I know.
You were saying not everyone becomes a good passer.
Every time we compliment Hugh, Hugh's waiting for us to pull
I know.
Well, I mean, because it's kind of par for the course now. It's a little bit, it's a little normalized.
You're like a dog that sleeps with one eye open.
Yeah, it's like, hey, what's going on over here?
We're trying to compliment you.
Yeah.
It makes me feel bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh no, don't feel bad. It is.
It is. I feel maybe
we take shots.
Yeah, I know. I do feel a little bad. Like you can't even accept that we said you were a really good player.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we paying for?
See, there we did.
Here, at least, not with the Jaguars. I mean, that we know. That we know. Tasty Cake Dom is up. What's up, Dom?
What up, Dom?
How you doing? Hey, Joe.
What's going on?
Hey, Dom.
And Kyle. Joe, I am dying to talk basketball with you.
Oh, I'm excited. I heard you. Dom, before you go on, I heard you over the weekend. I didn't realize. I mean, I did, but I didn't. How big of a basketball guy you are. You were talking about how excited you were. I heard you on, I think it was Rob, talking about Game 7.
Rob,
he's a big Tobias Harris guy.
Rob and I have been friends for 18 years.
Oh, I've heard you on his show.
I have a long history with Rob. I have a long history with Ike.
Yep. But all right, so let's talk some hoops and baseball. What do you want to start with?
Well, I don't think I'll have time for hoops. I hope you'll allow me to call back tomorrow.
Of course.
I really want to talk basketball. But to blame Rojas for that game last night, Joe, they had 35 base runners in the first 4 innings. There were more people that touched second base than were in the stands last night.
So I agree with you, and Dom. So I'm not even blaming him. He is what he is. I am frustrated that Topper let him hit there. But
Joe, I'm more frustrated that you cannot continue to have the ground ball there.
I know.
Whether you lay one down like the previous caller, or you put the runners in motion, or whatever you got to do, first and second, nobody out twice in the same game, Joe. You got to score a run.
You do.
If you don't, you got to find somebody else to manage the team that can score a run. That's unacceptable to have first and second, nobody out twice, and you're held scoreless. Ridiculous.
It is. I agree. And what's frustrating about it, Dom, beyond just what you're saying, is the postseason games, or some of them, could look like this, right? We get a great game out of our starting pitcher, which we're going to get most nights. Low scoring, close game, comes down to a run late, and if we leave runners on early, we could lose, even though we probably have the best starting pitcher in the game almost every game we're going to play. That's what concerns me.
That's why I'm so excited today, it's criminal that Ranger had to take a loss last night.
Yeah, because he was trying to get paid.
Majestic last night, Joe.
Majestic.
He was unbelievable, and I had a big argument. I just had surgery. I'm recovering. I'm in rehab right now. But we get together for coffee in the morning, and they're blaming Topper for not for letting Ranger pitch the eighth. I was all about it. They weren't touching him, and his pitch count was low, Joe.
It was. Yeah, I started looking at the pitch count when the no-hitter was going on. He only had I think it was 36 through 3, and I was like, he's got a lot left. I mean, he could go into the eighth, and
I had no problem him taking the ball for the eighth.
Yeah, and to be fair, with this bullpen, the guy that came in next could have gave up a home run too, right? I'm with you on that. All right, Don, I know we'll talk hoops tomorrow. Who do you want tonight?
One last thing, Joe. One last thing I want to ask you. Is it a new Phillies trend that every other game they got to get a guy thrown out at the plate by 90 feet?
I think it is. Yeah. Last night,
it's not close.
Yeah, I mean, they could have rolled the ball home last night, and it would have been an out. Dom, who do you want tonight? Who's your guy?
Well, I don't want a 6'8" toothpick.
Yeah, I don't want Ace Bailey either, so he's out.
So, I want to elaborate. I want physicality, because the Sixers, the last 3 years, right, have been an anemic rebounding team. I want physicality. I don't want another guard. I really don't want another one. I would train down. I want physicality. And the Knicks, Joe, the Boston Celtics threw the white flag up, right? They've tried Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Without Porzingis and Drew Holiday, they finished last. They're the two that got them over the half. You watch the Cavs melt in the playoffs. You got next year, Joe, you got to get over the Knicks. That's the only guys in front of you. You got to get past the Knicks next year.
Well, they're the standard in the East. Yeah, and Dom,
they're physical.
Yeah, and Dom, good phone call. And I want more physicality too. You can get that though. You don't necessarily need bigs to give you physicality, right? You could have smaller players that are physical. Josh Hart is one of the most physical players on the court for the Knicks. He's not big. He's not big at all. I mean,
but he plays with a lot of heart.
The Edgecombe kid came up. I'm going to do my big board here. Another comp I saw for him is Drew Holiday. If he turns into Drew Holiday, I would take that in a heartbeat. Drew Holiday's had a hell of a career. All right, so we know that I've had VJ Edgecombe near the top of my list, Hugh, since they got the third pick.
Yes.
Right? He was the first name that I brought up. I was like, he looks like the right guy for me. Someone called earlier, was mad at that, but that's fine. I am still operating here as I get to my big board with VJ Edgecombe at number 1, but I'm tempted to move him down a little bit because there's someone there's a couple players. So I'm going to tell you right now, my top 3 as I woke up today for the Sixers, assuming they stay at the third pick. VJ Edgecombe, number 1. Con Knipple, number 2. Trey Johnson, number 3.
Not a fan of Trey.
Okay. So, but here's my question. Should I make my big board what's best for the Sixers or what's best for the show? Kyle, how should I do this?
Why you ask Kyle first?
I'm curious. I'm curious.
Why you always got to ask?
What's best for the Sixers or best for the show?
We're a selfish show.
Yeah.
And we got to think about the listeners.
Okay.
I think we need to move Trey up the big board.
All right. Well, if that's
Trey. See, I knew that's why you was doing that.
All right. So my big board to win basketball games is VJ Edgecombe 1, Con Knipple 2, Trey Johnson 3.
I like how he prefaced it by saying to win basketball.
My big board for the show is Trey Johnson number 1.
I like Trey.
Con Knipple number 2.
The big Knipple.
Yep. And then VJ Edgecombe number 3. So it's really, I think I win either way tonight. The Sixers get better if they go with my first big board. The show gets better if we get to play the trade drop even more.
Yeah, no doubt.
I do like the big Knipple. I do like the big Knipple, though.
Yeah.
I do. I like the big Knipple.
Yeah, I feel like
or VJ. I like that or VJ.
Yeah.
That's either or.
So you're totally out on Trey Johnson. He led the SEC in scoring.
Nah.
Now you're being selfish.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit.
Can we get the trifecta? Eagles trade for Trey Hendrickson. Trey Turner keeps hitting, and we draft Trey Johnson.
We need to find a trade for the Flyers, too.
No, I'm saying in this order, I like the VJ first, and then the Knipple. That's where I'm at.
You're a comedian. That's what you are.
I'm about to get in trouble for
No,
this
yeah.
one.
Well, we're out in public today. I mean, we can't hide in the studio. Cannot hide in the studio. This segment, sponsored by Meineke, I'm sure they're proud of it. When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squealer grinding? Take your car to a locally owned and operated Meineke. Find a location near you at Meineke.com as we unveil the big board there. All right, Tyler in Delaware. What's up, Tyler?
Well, good afternoon, Joe, Hugh, Kyle. And is that Francisco Cookie Rojas I see sitting?
Absolutely is. On the road with us.
Hey, Hugh, you got to let him know, why on earth does he have a Mike Bibby Grizzlies 10 shirt on? Like,
hey, he's not. Hey,
well, this is who Fran is. I mean, Fran, I'm sure you've heard the drop on our show, Tyler, of John Johnson in the overnight. That one, that I believe was when Fran wore a Diamondbacks Randy Johnson jersey to the studio during the NLCS against Arizona. So Fran's a different
guy. He said something to me today that kind of like, I let it slide, but he was when he was talking about his favorite baseball player. I was like, for real?
Oh, Jarren Duran?
Yeah. I wasn't going to say the name.
Yeah.
But
I think Fran's been open about, like, he's a baseball guy.
He's been an open book.
Yeah, he's a baseball guy. All right, go ahead, Tyler.
No, so it is good to see all y'all there. I still can't get over Fran in a Patrick Mahomes jersey sleeping in the bed.
He's got problems, man.
That's a story for another day.
He's a little different.
Anyway.
He feels a little different.
The Randy Johnson Diamondbacks during the NLCS is the worst. I mean, when you get John Johnson to make that noise, you know it's a problem. Can't have that.
Yeah. That's horrible when that's the team that the Phillies were playing at the time. Like, there's a time and a place, Fran. That was not it.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, if you want to have a D-backs Randy Johnson jersey, it's cool. You don't wear it then. You got a time and a place.
Exactly. Well, hey, great show today, y'all. Tasty Cake Dom's call. He said everything that I was about to say yesterday. Ranger was majestic. The 2 line drives he caught on the mound were outstanding. He did not deserve that L. But again, on to the next. When it comes to the Sixers, while I've been on hold, I went on X and I saw this tweet, and I really wanted to run it past you, Hugh, and Joe. It said that Ace Bailey, per sources, per his camp, I should say, does not want to go to the Hornets or Jazz. And again, the Hornets have 4, the Jazz have pick 5. To me, I am in the camp of the Sixers have the golden ticket for either the Brooklyn Nets at 8 or the Washington Wizards at 6 to take Ace Bailey at pick 3 by trading with the Sixers. I don't want him now. If you have an opportunity to fleece a team the way that Danny Ainge fleeced us a few years ago, then I want them to do that. And any of those guys that you're talking about in your top big board, Joe, there's a good possibility that at least 1 or 2 of those guys is there at pick 6 or pick 8. If you get a haul plus the guy that
Tyler, I think of all the things they could do tonight that are kind of outside the box, this is the one that has the most upside to it, especially if it's the Wizards at 6, because if we just go off the names I just threw out, if they're moving up to 3 to get Ace, or we take him at 3 to trade him, right? One of those other 3 guys has to be there, even if 2 of them go 4 and 5, right? Like Trey and Knipple. That means VJ's still there, or whatever, whatever the order. One of those 3 would be guaranteed to be there at 6. So if they like all 3 of them, Trey, Knipple, and VJ, all similar, they could trade down from 3 to 6 and still get whatever one's left. I mean, that does make a lot of sense to me if they rate them all pretty similarly.
Yeah. Now, here's a name that I don't think Joe has been talked about enough, and please don't shoot me down for being a bigger guard, but Jeremiah Fears.
From Oklahoma?
If you and Hugh and the rest of our audience does not know this, I watched Mark Spears' interview on ESPN with him. Jeremiah Fears said, and I quote, "I see myself as the best player in this class, somebody that can bring everything to the table, bring you wins, bring you a leader, bring you just the best overall player in this class." He is upset right now that he's not being talked about in the top.
Sound like he got that want to.
He's got some dog in him. Yeah, he might be the opposite Ace Bailey.
Hugh, this dog's going to hunt. He literally said in his interview that if he doesn't hear his name in the top 3, he's coming for every dude taken ahead of him.
I like that. I like that attitude. Yeah,
that's the attitude of Philadelphians, Joe.
Well, it's the opposite Ace Bailey. I mean, I like that. And we'll see how good of a player he is. And Tyler, we appreciate the phone call. I like that kind of attitude. We played VJ earlier talking about wanting to be here. This kid wants to prove people wrong. I like that kind of mentality. And the Ace Bailey stuff. I mean, I
like the
Hugh
hungry
Douglas
mentality.
trying to defend Ace Bailey.
But it's 18 getting bad advice. That's a possibility as well.
Mm-hmm.
That is a possibility. And being guided by somebody who doesn't even know what they're doing, that's a little bit of a red flag as well. And maybe I don't know his home situation, but maybe it's his mother's boyfriend that is giving him bad advice. Who knows? Or his dad. Who knows?
Who knows? I mean, I don't know. You know what I thought of, though, as Tyler said, that we might not know who this person is, that he wanted to bring up the player?
Uh-huh.
When Chris Berman said they don't know who he is when you were drafted.
Is that right? Yeah. They were.
They don't know who he is.
They were like, what the hell?
From Central State?
What the hell?
In the first round of the draft? All right, 215-592-9494. We will get to your phone calls coming up, and we'll get to you people. By the way, we have to thank the you people today when we get back and talk about what they had to say today, because the you people sign, Hugh, that made it to the Phillies game, it was delivered here this morning in person by someone closely associated with you people. So we'll get to that, and we have to say goodbye to a Phillies legend who officially retired yesterday, and share our favorite memories of this guy as a Philly. That's coming up. Midday Show live from McGurk's in Langhorne on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. Hell yeah! Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl tomorrow. Donate at 94WIP.com.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetMGM. I'm taking the Rangers on the money line against the Orioles. Jacob deGrom is on the mound for Texas, and he's been on a heater. 7-2 with a 2.24 ERA, allowing 2 runs or less in 12 straight starts, and the Rangers have won their last 4 with him on the mound. For the Orioles, it'll be Brandon Young. He's 0-1 with a 6.23 ERA. This is just his 3rd start in his Major League Baseball career. Take the Rangers on the money line. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways. How about soccer matches with world-class goals and all the action-packed moments in between? You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Open the app today today to see the daily promotions. If you're new to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/Ike to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Championship boxing with the best entertainers in the Delaware Valley. Club Risque. It's the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at all Club Risque locations this Saturday. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss the action. ClubRisque.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Summer is all about great music and staying connected. Switch to the Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box on us. Take your favorite music to the beach, the backyard, or wherever. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to super fast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift cards. See store for details.
Jack Fritz here. I want to share my experience with Scott Honda, where I bought my first car and continue to shop to this day. Now that we're a family of 4, I purchased the all-electric Honda Prologue SUV. Scott Honda made the process so easy with transparent pricing, exceptional service, and their thoughtful and professional team. They make the whole car buying experience stress-free. Spring is the perfect time to upgrade your vehicle. So visit my friends at Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, or at scottautogroup.com. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Swung on, hit well, left field, going back, Nimmo to the track, looking up, it's gone, and Whit Merrifield with a 3-run home run into the Phillies bullpen. And the Phillies break it open here in the top of the 4th inning. 3rd homer of the year for Merrifield. Phillies now with a 5-1 lead.
It's time for a goodbye, Hugh.
What happened to Whit?
Whit officially, Philly legend Whit Merrifield, officially announced his retirement yesterday. Hanging him up.
I think you're playing with that word, legend. Philly
What do you mean?
I'm just
Why
saying.
are you knocking the guy when he's retiring?
No,
one
I'm
did that
not
to you?
knocking him. I'm just saying, I think you're being a little facetious, though.
Us?
On
Yeah,
this
of
show?
course.
Trying to
Yes.
be serious and wishing the guy a happy retirement. Obviously, we're being a little facetious here. Whit Merrifield announced his retirement yesterday. He actually had a really good career. Not here, of course. I wouldn't quite say it was like you, but
I knew it was coming.
where are the Jaguars in his really good career?
I knew it was coming.
The guy was a good player. He was an all-star. Came here, stunk it up, and then
Stunk it up.
What did Whit Merrifield not stink it up here for a few months? He did.
I mean, he came in with a lot of fanfare, popping patches. It's eerily
Did he?
familiar.
Well, that was the only move they made the entire
Well,
offseason.
that was the move. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Former
by that.
all-star.
So by default.
Yeah, by default.
Yeah.
He actually had a great line in his. He put a kind of a statement out, a few paragraphs about his career and thanking the different places he played and the people he was with.
Mm-hmm.
Hugh, I like this one though. As part of the line or part of the paragraph about the different places he played. Right? He said, "I played in Kansas City. You became a second home to me. Toronto." But then he got to this, Philly. I liked you way more than you liked me. Sorry I stunk for you. I like that. I mean,
it's the truth.
Yeah.
He stunk.
He did. He was a bad
and this is a great place, man, but it's tough if you don't produce.
You got to respect the self-awareness.
I know.
Yeah, you do.
And much like you, again, back to Hugh, he was cooked. I mean, you were cooked at Jacksonville. He was cooked here. What are you going to do? It happens.
No, I mean, it happens, man, but it's one of those things where this is a great place to play, great place to live, great area to be in. But, man, I don't know what it's like to be in the position of, being a stinky player that's here. But I'll never forget, man, I was with, who was it, Mitch Williams? Wild Thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we were at an autograph signing one time. And they said, "Oh, Hugh Douglas." And he's like, "Mitch Williams, you got a lot of nerve coming back here." And I was like, damn. Because I guess he gave up the home run.
Yeah, it was pretty big.
Yeah. But, man, the fact that lady went from saying, she was excited to seeing me to looked at him and said with a straight face, you got a lot of nerve coming back here.
A lot of nerve is very threatening.
That's Philadelphia in a nutshell. And guys that have played here that have not done so well here, they feel that. Now, they're the courteous people. They're a courteous group. You'll find some people that are like, but hey, you played here, you weren't that good, but, we respect the fact you played here.
Yeah.
But then there are some that would tell you that you were a bum. And say it respectfully, of course.
I don't think anyone's mad at Whit Merrifield,
No.
though. He was paid, $8 million to come
On a
here.
one-year deal, right?
Yeah, that's more of a Dombrowski swing and a miss.
They didn't expect a lot.
Yeah. So, I don't know.
And it only lasted for 3 months he was here. It wasn't like we didn't have to watch him play for 5 years of garbage.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
People get mad at the really high-paid players who don't pan out.
Yes. The kind of players that Hugh defends, like Tobias.
Rojas.
Or like when Joe said that Trey Turner should be in the minor leagues.
Even though I didn't say that.
I remember that. I remember that now. I couldn't remember it back then.
I
but
remember
do
it vividly. I mean,
See, here's how we all know this didn't
repeatedly
happen.
said it.
Because if I had this take, we would have led a show with it and done it, hammered it into the ground.
It sounded like something that you probably didn't say it outright, but you were thinking it.
Well,
I think
you
a
might
lot
as
of
well
things.
have said it.
Yeah.
You were thinking it. You were definitely thinking it.
Yeah. And was I the only one at that point?
I mean, well, for the purposes of this argument, yes.
Oh, okay.
Why not? Yeah.
All right. You guys win. Black Gritty's up. What's up, Black Gritty?
Hugh, do me a favor, Hugh. Slide to the right a little bit. I don't want you catching none of this shrapnel.
You about to.
Hey, let me tell you something. The Rojas boys ride. Wasn't nobody hitting yesterday, and you out here crying about Rojas. You crying about the one magical person you was going to put in a situation that was going to come save the Philadelphia Phillies, okay? Topper made the wrong decision. Nobody was hitting yesterday. What did you want from the Rojas boys? Shut them damn mouth. You done spent 92 minutes talking about Rojas? They got bigger fish to fry, okay? Bigger fish to fry. Now, let me talk to you, Joe Giglio, about basketball, okay? I know something you specifically just said. You just said the Trailblazers didn't take Michael Jordan because of fit. You got to take the best player.
Yeah, yes.
Ace Bailey's the best player. But out of your own dang gum mouth, he's top 3 projected by every other person on the planet. So don't go for fit. Go for the best player. You know what? You're a New Yorker. You a spike of New Yorkers. Guess what? You got a job in Philadelphia. Now you love Philadelphia sports. And we allow you to be here so he can't go out there and pitch for the Mets.
He can't go pitch for the Mets 2 days before the draft. You can't do that.
Why would you want to play with Allen Iverson? All he does wear Yankee hats all the time. I would never have Allen Iverson on the Philadelphia Sixers. It makes no sense. And you're sitting next to a guy on draft day wearing a Beach T-shirt. What are you talking about, Joe Giglio? I want Ace Bailey because I'm tired of making the mistake in the lottery. Every single person Sixers done picked in the lottery is trash. If I was picking 16 at 22, maybe I'd have some hope and getting a dominant of Ruffin McCain and his nails shining and twinkling or Matt smiling over the place. But in the top 3, if I'm going to go down, let me go down what the nation says is the third best player. All these young punks don't know nothing. Who wants to come here? This is our trash organization. I wouldn't want to go play there either, but when I get there, they might be able to turn me around. Joel Embiid don't want to show up for practices. Okay, he don't want to show up for team meetings. He get caught out by Tyrese. But you worried about an 18-year-old kid who don't know nothing, got wet ears? Shut up, Joe Giglio. We allowed you to come here and prosper and raise your family and be a good Philadelphia man. So let this kid learn from his mistakes. I want the best player available in the draft. Hugh, I miss you, buddy. How you been? You all right?
I'm good, man.
Yeah, you really did stay out of that. You just let him
I just
roll
kind of let him cook,
through.
man. I just kind of let him cook.
Rojas boys. Rojas boys. That's how we ride.
Go ahead. You still a Rojas guy?
Yeah, he needs to get better though. Like you can't let the game find
a little accountability from Hugh Douglas.
You can't let the game find you like that. Black Gritty, you can't let the game find him like that again.
When Hugh said the Rojas boys gonna die on this hill. Yeah, we gonna die.
I know.
We are dead men walking. I talk to you guys.
All right.
For nothing.
All right, Black Gritty, that's enough. I get it. A part of the thing is I don't think Ace Bailey is as good as everyone else does. If I thought he was this great, then I think I can I'm kidding about the Mets thing, right? It's just a silly thing.
I know. We know you are.
Right,
Joe.
but it's everything added together.
Yeah,
and I don't think he's a slam dunk prospect.
Well, when you talk about basketball, and from what I've heard about the picks that are coming out, a huge distance between third and everybody else.
So let's use this for example. If the Sixers had the chance to take Cooper Flag,
they're no-brainer,
and he canceled a workout, and he threw out the first pitch with the Mets, I wouldn't care.
You gonna suck it up, Buttercup?
Right? Like we have a chance to get a player. I heard Kendrick Perkins yesterday say that Cooper Flag is as if LeBron and Kevin Garnett were the combined as a player. Yeah, had a baby. I think he actually said it that way. Like, that's the kind of player you're like, all right, well, whatever. We just got to take him, and like, he's so good. I don't think that about Ace Bailey. I feel bad for the Ace Bailey people, which you've become one today.
Well,
I feel bad because you just all the red flags are there, and you're like, maybe it's not that bad.
Okay, Joe.
I feel bad.
Let me tell you why I feel this way. And one day, you're going to shift your thinking because you're going to have a teenager in the house.
I'm only like 3 years from that, you know.
Yeah, but when you have one and you try to get in their mindset in the way that they think, they don't know what they don't know. You know what I'm saying? And my individual's a little bit older than that now, but it's still the same thing. And you try to tell them certain things that no matter how you try to explain it and you go through the steps, they just don't get it. So when Elliot hit me with that, it made me think immediately about that situation.
So you're taking philosophical cues from the guy who ranked the Lions over the Chiefs?
Well,
This is where you're going?
This is where, and children, if you're listening in the car with your parents, this is where you have to take the advice that applies to whatever situation you're in and use that. And you can't use everything. Like the 18-year-old thing, that dog hunted with me, but the whole Detroit Lions above the Kansas City Chiefs, I did not understand that, but I respect the fact that Elliott thinks outside the box, and every now and then he has some really good points, and that's the point that he made. He said he's 18 years old, still trying to make decisions, and on top of that, it sounds like, again, not knowing his family dynamic, that whomever's giving him advice, that he trusts that person a lot.
Kyle, it feels like the Ace people are coping with he's only 18. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, we're not doing the only.
Wait a minute,
18
we're not
these
coping.
Are all,
it's not coping.
All these kids 18.
They
are, but
Ben Simmons didn't know what he was doing. Yeah, he did.
But think about it. Some 18-year-olds are in better situations than others. Some 18-year-olds are more grounded than others. I was telling Joe in the break about my nephew. Like, he plays basketball now, right, in Mansfield, Ohio. And he's talking about how good he is, right? So I'm sitting there on the floor, and I just had to keep it real with him. I said, bro, you're in Mansfield, Ohio. What AAU team are you playing for? Like, who are you playing against? Some old drunk dude that used to play basketball? I said, your game, I can tell you right now, and I don't know anything about basketball, but your game is not where you think it is, especially if you're here bragging to me about how good you are. Like, let's just be honest about this. Like, these kids nowadays, man, they don't have the spatial awareness that they need to realize that somebody's – and I told him this. I said, somebody – while you're here talking to me about how good you are, somebody's out there getting better. And that's a fact. You're from Mansfield, Ohio. You ain't grow up in Cleveland or New York or one of those you're not – that's not who you are. So you need to go work on your game.
So I understand not every 18-year-old is going to have the maturity levels are going to be different, right?
Yeah.
So, but if I'm deciding between 2 or 3 of them tonight, they're all 18, and again, if one was so much better than the other, then I deal with it and I try to help them mature. But I don't think that's the case. Like, why am I taking the immature kid over the mature kid?
Well, I will say this, Joe, to your point. Like the VJ Edgecombe kid, it sounds like he's more grounded and he's more willing to work hard. But when I'm talking about grounded and hard working and talent, even though the saying is hard work beats talent when talent don't work hard, Ace Bailey is talented, and he's young. And you look at that, and if you could get a hold of him and put him in a position or a situation where he's around other people that help groom him and help him understand, you might be able to do that. That's kind of how I'm thinking about it.
I didn't think we'd be here, but Kyle, can you order the custom Ace Bailey Sixers jersey for Hugh? Because
just
that's,
for Hugh. Yep.
That's where we've gotten to. It's unbelievable.
I see it. I see it a little different. I just see it a little differently.
Yeah,
that's all.
I know. Our Twitter quest is sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing that others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. All right, we had some polls up today at the midday show. Should the Sixers have next season in mind during tonight's draft? 54% yes, 46% no. That was pretty close. And who is most to blame for how the Phillies game ended last night? Topper, Dombrowski, or Rojas? Topper and Rojas neck and neck in this. 36% Topper got the votes, 35% Rojas, 29% Dombrowski. Let's get to Mark in Woodbury Heights, and then we'll check in with you people we have to thank today. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Gentlemen, good afternoon.
What's up, Mark?
Sorry, I like to call once a week, but after I heard the caller a few rings back about Rojas leaning off, I mean,
that triggered you. That was a trigger warning.
You know, I just can't take certain things anymore. We like, in all defense of Johan Rojas, right? He came up, did a decent job in the playoffs defensively 3 years ago. He's probably a nice guy. He's working hard. But, you know, you see clips of him in winter ball. He's hitting the ball over the field. And it reminds me of Ben Simmons knocking down threes in an empty gym in the middle of June a couple summers ago. Like, we take these things and we glorify these guys. I mean, I've been blessed to see great baseball players, you know, growing up. And we had a center fielder here in this town, Gary Maddox, who, you know, the Secretary of Defense, who was unbelievable. And he was a good offensive player, and he was unbelievable defensively. He could cover gap to gap. Greg Lazinski played left field, and Gary Maddox basically played half of left field and center field. And this guy comes up, and we just make him into this all-star. This guy Why isn't he in the minor leagues?
I don't know, Mark. I mean, what he is, he's a defensive replacement pinch runner, and then they try to squeeze him in. He started 2 straight games. I mean,
why?
I don't because the manager loves the platoon and refuses to give the other guys opportunities against the same-sided pitcher. That's the only answer.
I saw that lineup last night. Kennedy, Rojas. I said they're not going to score a run. I said it before the game, and. This team, back a couple days ago, you asked, "Are you all in?" Remember that, Joe?
Yeah, we did that Monday.
I mean, this road trip, and I hope I'm wrong. This could be a really difficult road trip.
Mark, I hope you're wrong too. But as the Mets fall, which we all like to see them lose, it does mean the Braves are waking up here, and we go there next. Mark, good phone call. I have that on my radar. I hope the Braves haven't awoken because they looked dead a couple weeks ago.
I tell you what, man, I'm a little nervous because I thought about the game tonight. Because they took the first 2, but can they close it out?
So I'm going to get to you people here in a second. I did look last night. Like, based on this week, Hugh, let's say the Braves lose all their games this week. We win all ours. We could bury them, right? They could be 15 back, 14 back by next week.
Yeah.
But if we struggle and the Braves keep beating the Mets, you know where we go next, right? We go to Atlanta.
Yeah.
Like, there could be a world where we wake up this next Monday and the Braves are back in the mix. And I had kind of subtracted them from the race. So as much as it's fun to watch the Mets lose, it does mean the Braves are kind of building a little momentum here. All right, let's get to you people who, Kyle, I think we have to thank them today for what they did this morning.
Yes, we do. You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
So the shout-out goes to Brittany Mazzone, who made the You People sign, brought it to the Phillies game, got it on TV. And then I believe delivered it to you guys today.
So Richie,
listener. Yep.
Richie is the. You may have seen his photo recently. He's the listener that brought to camera the sign, the hammer sign, down at the Borgata recently. So Richie's a big WIP listener, and he knows some of the You People. And Richie delivered it here to us today. So we now have the You People sign. So thank you.
We got to bring that back to the studio.
Yes.
Very well done. Cute table you guys are sitting at. Looks pretty tiny. Guys playing footsies under there?
Well, it's funny.
A lot of jokes today. It is a smaller table, but you know what? We need to make room for the people here,
Yeah, it's a nice little crowd.
Yeah, Hugh was a little. I'll take you behind the curtain. He was concerned of fitting behind the table when we sat down.
Well, I was about to say that, but I was like, I don't know who table this is, so I didn't want to be talking about nobody's table.
Yeah, all right, let's move off the table now. Okay.
Hugh Douglas.
Yes.
Is a disaster. All caps.
Another evergreen take.
Hey, that's cool.
Yep. Embarrassing. You guys insist on crude and immature jokes on the daily. Says a guy who is in the chat on the daily, by the way.
Wait a minute, not on the daily. Like, okay, I give you the last 2 days have been childish jokes.
Yeah, but it's summertime. Plus, it's hot.
And it's hot.
So, different jokes when it's hot. It's okay.
Yep.
Grow up.
So it's a rare day, guys, as all 3 of us at one point were deemed company men.
Wow.
Me for the Sixers.
Well, who's I a company man?
Hugh for Rojas. And you, Joe, for the NFL owners.
Yeah, you did kind of ride for the owners. So I was surprised.
I know it wasn't a big topic today. We can make it one. I totally side with the owners. Guaranteed contracts would make the NFL worse. I'm sorry. It's my opinion.
Yep. So it was a lot of controversy, but nothing more than Rojas's Grizzly shirt. Which they're very bothered by it, by the way. I mean, they have not been able to stop talking about it the entire show.
Well, but is anyone surprised? I guess maybe some of the You people haven't seen much of Fran, but like this is what Fran does. Fran has jerseys and shirts from all different teams.
Feel for any moment whatsoever. Like the Mahomes thing, the Randy Johnson that caused this noise to come out of John Johnson's mouth.
It is an all-time soundbite.
It's unbelievable.
I almost want to thank Fran for wearing the Randy Johnson jersey, just so we have that. Yep. But you're right. No feel. No feel.
The people have heard enough, by the way. We have to draft Trey Johnson.
No. No, I know. I need him. No, because I know what they're trying to do. I don't appreciate that.
We need Trey.
Excuse me. I don't know.
So somebody pointed this out, and I agree. Every time, because Joe says this a lot, whenever you do he's a good player. I just imagine the Hugh on helium sound coming right after it.
I like Trey. Excuse me. That's not right.
So I was thinking, and Kyle, this might be a little bit of work for all of us, but I think if the pick is Trey Johnson, we need to create a highlight package of Trey Johnson jumpers, right, hitting threes, and every time he makes one, it's just after it is Hugh saying, I like Trey.
Yep. And, all right, I don't know if you guys noticed this. I kind of picked up on it, and somebody else pointed it out too. Yep. Elliott went like full Brian Windhorst on us when he did this. Just take a listen. I'll play you 2 clips back to back here.
What do you care about Royce O'Neal? Why does that matter? Why would the Jazz do that? Why would the Jazz, who have 2 stars on their roster, take a player who's one of their starters and best defensive players and trade him in a salary dumping move? Why would they do that?
The Ace Bailey camp is making it clear to anyone that'll listen, he doesn't want to come to the Sixers. Now, why would he do that? He's doing it because he knows the Sixers are going to take him, and he's trying to prevent that from happening. Everybody knows they like VJ Edgecombe. Well, why is that? Because they don't really want VJ Edgecombe.
I didn't realize we had Elliott Shore-Windhorst here with us today. He is Windy from now on.
Little Windy?
He's Little Windy.
Little Windy.
Tiny Windy.
Little Windy.
Oh, Tiny Windy's messed up, man.
Yeah, Little Windy. I like Little Windy.
Little Windy's a little less harsh.
Yep. That's it.
Are we good with you people?
That's right. Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
That's it?
I think that means it's time for us to go.
All right, then.
Yeah. I didn't think you were going to fight it. I'm just saying it's probably time to sign off. All right, we appreciate McGurk's and Langhorne for having us. Come on by, check out their new place. It is great here. We will talk to you tomorrow from Sea Isle. We're going to be down there for the Kelsey event tomorrow, for the Team 62 event. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning. Sixers tonight, you know what to do. VJ if you want to win. Trey if you want us to have the best
VJ
possible.
if you want to win?
VJ Edgecombe if you want to win.
All right, time to go.
Yeah, it's time. Trey Johnson if they want to make us laugh. All right, afternoon show next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at
during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura. Ike Reese here, and the 2025 Acura RDX Premium Sport Crossover is now available to lease for just $459 per month for 36 months. Or you can try the Acura MDX ready to lease for only $559 a month for 36 months. Experience endless Acura possibilities with special offers during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura in Maple Shade today. Tell them Ike Reese sent you.
Offers end 6/30/25. Not all leases will qualify. See dealer for full details.
The girls are wearing nothing. Creekside Cabaret says tonight the girls are wearing nothing but their birthday suits. It's birthday suit night tonight at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advanced Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on BetMGM. Just log into your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard. So swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Cooper Flagg is expected to be the #1 pick in tonight's NBA draft, but it seems experts are having trouble figuring out exactly who he is. The player comps are all over the place. Will Flagg be a future MVP, or is he just an exceptional role player? He was a household name in basketball circles since high school, and then took Duke to the Final Four. That's a lot to live up to, but so far, Flagg has handled it all very, very well. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Astros lefty kicks and deals in the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. The ball game's over. Fastball. Rojas trying to check, but he went around, and that's it for the Phils tonight as they drop the opener. 1-0. Rangers Suarez terrific until allowing a home run in the 8th to Cooper Hummel. That's the only run of tonight's game, and the Phillies fall 1-0. Oh.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Hard to believe Rojas didn't save us last night. Ike, how you feeling, brother?
Well, Brother Spike, it's Wednesday, so
it is a Wednesday.
I feel pretty good usually as we hit the middle of the week, and it is draft day. Hopefully we're getting a future star with the Sixers. Last night, mixed feelings about last night. Ranger looked awesome. Our offense looked like they hadn't arrived in Houston yet. Hopefully they're there tonight. Jackie Baseball, don't know what to take away from that last night. Feel good about Ranger continues to look dominant, but, man, offense, give me something. Holla at your boy.
Ringthebellbook.com.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, you guys both got your copies today.
We got our copies.
That is very positive today in Phillies land. Yep.
When I was on the phone with Jack earlier, he was hand-delivering a copy of the book.
Yes.
To somebody who had ordered it.
out there hand-delivering
As a promise.
Yes. Ringthebellbook.com, free shipping still, and Jack still signs the book, and so does Kevin. Kevin didn't sign my book, though.
Yeah, well, I want to make sure you got it in time.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
Also, if you guys could post about it.
Okay, all right. I'll post it. Unbelievable.
Jesus, man.
I'm just kidding.
These are
and
not.
We had to pay for our book.
Yes, it was a free book.
Well, I said to Rod, like, why haven't you got your book yet? And he's like, well, do I have to pay for it? I was like, of course. Yeah. No free books.
Yeah, does he know? Yeah, no.
I mean, can't we trade? What is a post for me worth?
Saying.
It's not worth $30.
I got enough followers to help you out.
Yeah.
I made Morgenstein pay for one, and he's making $5 an hour.
We have an enormous show today. Oh, goodness gracious. Larry Anderson joins us at 3. Flyers in 50 at 3:30 with another new angle as Connor McDavid has requested a trade.
No, that was fake.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Oh, I just saw it for a second.
I know.
Oh, okay. Well, then don't.
It's a total buzzkill. Now, he could still request a trade because he's weird in his postgame press
conference. Can we just cancel Rhodes then?
No.
All right, okay.
Daddy.
I will give my YouTube big board for tonight's draft at 4 o'clock and the Eagles Insider of the Year power rankings at 4:30. We'll get to the draft, but I do want to start with that game last night. So as soon as you're right, Ike, amazing performance from Ranger, who, since he has come back, which I did not believe Ranger was going to be this when he came back. I thought the back thing was going to be there all year. Knocking on wood that it doesn't come, but he's been their best pitcher since he's come back. Which is something to say because it is a staff with 3 other really, really good pitchers. One who is the best pitcher in the National League, debatably, right? Yep. So that part was great. But immediately, as soon as the game ends, they're down to their final out, and Johan Rojas is up at the plate. And I was like, I know what's going to happen here. And it goes 2-0. He swings at that third pitch, which even T-Mac on the broadcast was like, you can't swing at that pitch. Yeah. Like, what are you doing? And I texted Jack immediately. What a disastrous at-bat from Johan Rojas. But then the more that I think about it, how does Rob Thompson, in a 1-run game, in the 9th inning, let it go, Otto Kemp, Buddy Kennedy, Johan Rojas, with Kepler on the bench, with Marsh on the bench, with Stott on the bench. By the way, with Trey Turner up right after Rojas. Yeah. So at least Stott you send up there and say, hey, foul pitches off until the guy walks you. Look, it's one game, but you never know when it's going to be the one game that is the division. We have a 1.5 lead over the Mets right now. Yeah. And I'm just like watching it. How do we not, in the 9th inning, this is all I ask. All I ask is give me a professional baseball player in one of the at-bats in the 9th inning. Give me Bryson Stott, give me Brandon Marsh, give me Max Kepler, preferably Stott. But, don't make me go down. It feels like we're the Marlins or the Rockies or something. We're going down to Otto Kemp, Buddy Kennedy, Johan Rojas. Just give me one professional baseball player.
Do you want Rob Thompson's explanation of that?
Yeah, sure. I didn't hear this.
Rojas gets up 2-0 on the count against Hader there. Would you like to see him take a pitch? Especially since that one got of his own.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it was a strike, so you might as well waffle at it. You're not going to get too many good pitches to hit.
And I know it's left on left, but lefties have actually got Hader a little bit this year. Do you consider it all shooting the lefty there? No.
He didn't consider it at all. Like, we're just going to lefty-righty ourselves to death, even if it's Rojas. Like, even if it's Kennedy, even if it's... just give me a professional baseball player. That's all I want. We have 3 professional baseball players sitting in the dugout. Nobody's going to complain that you did the wrong lefty-righty thing in the last out of the game. Look, again, not the end of the world, but, like, what are we doing? We try to win the baseball game.
Here's what I'll say to this. I think you're right in sort of there could have certainly been a different managerial move there for Rob Thompson. Here's what I'll say, and I'm a little surprised at the reaction all day about last night's game. Yes, Rob Thompson could have did something that's unconventional for him.
Sure.
Unconventional for him, but we know this is how he managed. He does the whole lefty-righty thing. I don't like it, but it's what he does. So I don't react to it the way everyone else reacts to it. I almost lean more or focus more on what Ranger did last night and how impressive that was. Were we going to sweep the Astros? Probably not. Puts more pressure on the next 2 games so you can win the series.
Yeah.
It's not an easy series to win. They weren't hitting the ball last night. I don't know. Did anybody hit the ball hard last night?
Well, we had a couple of chances to score. We had guys on base.
Had guys on base, yeah.
Like Trey hit a ball hard late, but it was a single up the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just Rojas, you almost get tired of yelling about Rojas. So this is more about Rob Thompson and not Rojas.
Yeah, like
yes,
I'm not.
Agree.
I'm not going to fault Johan Rojas for being Johan Rojas.
Yeah.
But I like there was no chance he was getting a hit.
I totally agree.
There was no chance he was taking a walk. There was no chance he was getting a hit. Just like give me I understand.
I'm surprised he didn't try to bunt his way on.
I understand that it's a long season and, you're going to have guys in the lineup that were hopefully in a playoff game at some point. It doesn't go Otto Kemp, Buddy Kennedy, Johan Rojas. But last night, they're sitting on the bench. Give me an at-bat from one of our professional baseball players sitting on the bench.
So do you think that's more important than trying to, I don't know, I guess the weight of him making that final out and losing that game versus what if he comes up with a hit there, the manager trusts him there to get a hit, and what that does for his confidence moving forward.
Nothing.
Is that what Rob Thompson is weighing?
Maybe, but I'm not, my opinion on Johan Rojas is not changing.
Right.
At this point, I've watched enough of Johan Rojas. I know exactly he is a major league player.
Mm-hmm.
He's a fast guy, good defensive player. There's a lot of games you got to eat innings on the offensive side as well as pitchers. So I get it. I'm just like, if those guys, I don't want to lose a 1-run game with those guys sitting on the bench and those 3 guys up in.
Well,
in
especially, I mean, Casosa was on first base. He got hit by the pitch.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. So it wasn't. There was an opportunity there to get Trey out.
Yep.
No, I agree. Listen, it's more egregious he swung at a 2-0 count than anything else.
Well, he's trying to waffle it.
I didn't even bother to ask what that means.
So waffle means you're trying to launch on a baseball, basically. There was a lot of confusion about waffling. I heard the morning show, heard the midday show. That's why I'm here. Like waffling is attempt to do damage on it. It's not like bunt or whatever.
Okay. Well, he didn't waffle it.
He's not really a waffler.
No. Well, he thinks he's a waffler, which is one of his issues.
If that's what that means, then that makes Rob Thompson sound even worse.
Yeah, it sounds like a lunatic.
Yes, now that sounds
That's
even
a
worse.
fastball count, though. You get Rojas in that spot. You're trying to get one of the guys, trying to slug.
Well, what's your opinion on it?
Oh, the reaction today I find absolutely ridiculous. I watched last night's game and watched them go down, and I said to myself, well, these guys aren't even going to. Kemp might be playing in a playoff series, but these guys aren't going to be playing in a game. I was more upset that they didn't score earlier in the game. I know that there's apparently a 900 plus OPS against lefties for Hader. It's in 20 at bats. It's not a huge sample size from that standpoint. Maybe a great left-handed hitter get. If I was betting, I would rather have righties up there. And I do think we're still in the information gathering stage. I just do. I think you got to figure out who can stick here and who can't.
The information gathering stage on Buddy Kennedy and Johan Rojas.
Well, Otto Kemp led the inning off.
Okay, Kemp's fine. We don't need all information in the 9th inning. How about try to win a game? And I know they won't be up in the playoffs. We do have to make the playoffs first before we wonder who's up in the playoffs.
Yeah, well, listen, there's going to be games they win that they probably shouldn't have won.
I know.
And there's games they lose that they probably should have lost.
But we should put our best foot forward. We didn't put our best foot forward last night in the 9th inning.
Well, they should have scored before the 9th inning.
Well, but it was the 9th inning, and they hadn't scored, and it was 1-0. Just let Stott work a walk. Let Kepler drive one. I'm not. I just don't want to go down with Rojas and Kennedy, and like it just felt pathetic. All right, 215-592-9494. Hopefully they win tonight and we're fine. It was just you could
Who's
see
on the mound tonight?
You could see it coming.
Wheeler.
Yeah, we're favorites.
I would bounce back tonight.
Yeah, gonna lose 1-0 again. All right.
Yeah, because I don't know if Wills could pitch much better than what
probably not.
Ranger did last
Ranger
night.
has been their best pitcher since he came back.
They're not facing Fromber, which is big.
Yeah, he was good too.
They're facing some scrub.
Okay.
Colton Gordon.
Okay. Is he the kind of guy that gets us out?
Well, I made fun of Cooper Hummel last night on leading off, and then he hit the home run.
He hit the home run. Well,
yeah.
he's hitting 160.
He sucks, okay? Yeah, I don't care. Cooper Hummel, my ass.
All right, 215-592-9494.
About Robbie Hummel.
But
that's what I thought.
The big thing tonight is the NBA draft is tonight, the first round at least, and the Sixers have the third pick.
Yes.
And so we've known the Sixers would have the third pick since May 12th or something, right? It's been about 6 weeks. And there was some excitement, legitimate excitement, I felt, for about a week after the Sixers got the third pick. We were arguing about Ace Bailey. We were trying to figure out all those things. And it feels like it has totally dissipated and that nobody cares what the Sixers are doing. If I force you to pick a guy, you'll pick a guy. You know, you'll say, I like the Edgecombe kid. I don't like Ace Bailey.
Right.
But it just seems like I have not given up on the Sixers and this era. I'm realistic about it. I'm not counting on them to win 60 games next year, but I certainly think it is realistic that given the Eastern Conference, given who they have on the team, the Sixers could be a 50-plus win team next year, and that this is interesting to me. And I understand why I might feel a little bit different. I do the podcast, I'm a sports radio host, all that kind of stuff. But I have not given up on the Sixers of this year. So the third pick to me is exciting. I'm excited to see what they do tonight. At the end of the day, the last year was terrible. But I just want to lay this out as to why I have not given up. They have a guy who won the MVP 2 years ago. They have Paul George on the team who everybody was excited about. Even I know there's some people out there that didn't want to sign him and he's old, so on and so forth. Still a competent, good NBA player who had been really good the year before. They've got two exciting young guards in Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain, and they have whatever is happening tonight. So I haven't given up. But I guess my question to everybody else, to you, Ike, to you, Jack, and to you listening, is the reason that no one is lit up about tonight, is it just because you've given up on this team and you're just waiting for it to end? Because I have not given up on it.
Yeah, well, not for me. I haven't given up on them to that extent. Now, giving up on the thoughts of winning a championship anytime soon, I'm kind of out of that. It's funny because I'm almost like, well, if we just see Embiid just finish out his career standing up and playing, I guess I'll be okay with that.
Right.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that sort of mode. But I am excited about tonight because you don't get the draft this high in the draft every year. And I understand.
Daryl Morey never has.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I understand this is everybody is labeling this a two-person draft, and then there's the rest of the guys. Been around sports long enough to know that Giannis came out of nowhere. Like guys come out of nowhere. So it may be that way coming into a draft, but you just don't know. And having a number 3 pick, to me, there's excitement there because there's the chance that we may draft a difference maker at that position.
Sure.
Somebody who turns out to be better than we thought they were going to be.
In 5 or 6 years, there will be 2 players, aside from Cooper Flagg and Dylan Harper in this draft, that will be top 25 players in the NBA. There will be 2 players from this draft, but just by the numbers, something's going to happen.
It happens.
And we have a chance to add one of those to a team that is already good. I haven't given up. Let's put championship to the side for a second.
Right.
I haven't given up the idea of an exciting Sixer season next year. That's where I'll put it. Exciting Sixer season, which gives me a little hope, gives me a little belief. Watch good basketball. Have a couple of really good players on the team. I haven't given up. Jack, have you given up?
No, well, so here's where I'm at. That would go inside my brain.
Yeah,
is that I was ready to throw in the towel, but I also see how things are breaking their way. I mean, things are legitimately breaking their way. Now, am I where you're at? I think you're a little too positive on Joel next year. I mean, you do the whole, he could play 50 games.
He could.
If we're betting, I would bet on him not playing 50 games.
Well, I would if you made me bet. Yeah.
You know.
What odds am I getting? Yeah.
Yeah, you're getting probably plus 500 odds.
Oh, then I'm taking that. I'll take that money all day.
Listen, again, Ike and I don't get out of bed unless it's plus 300 or more, which is why we're bad gamblers. But I'm getting excited about. It seems like they're going to get some kind of scorer here, some guy that can turn into something. Even like I want Khan, right? Like I can't figure out my hashtag ace to pick quite like Elliot has.
That was a layup for Elliot.
Like we call him, the nipple. I mean, that's
and he's already got 2 Ks in his name.
Pluck the nipple?
Yeah.
Something tells me that's not going to work out. Yeah.
I don't think Morey's rolling that out at the press conference if they draft him tonight.
Hey, guys, he has to pluck the nipple.
He's out of breath for some reason. So, I'm definitely pretty excited to see how it turns out tonight. I think we've learned enough about these players over the last 2 weeks. I got no interest in Ace Bailey.
No. I'm not out yet.
Yeah, well, listen, he's 6'7", which is a huge problem.
He's a wing.
Well, look, and by the way, I want to prepare everyone who is negative Ace Bailey.
Yeah.
There is a chance that first of all, there's a chance they draft Ace Bailey and then trade him. There's also a chance. I don't have any idea what the Sixers are going to do. I have my educated guess. There's a chance they pick Ace Bailey and keep him. That's a chance, by the way. It's a chance. I don't know. It could happen.
There's part of me worried that he would turn into a star player somewhere else.
Well, it won't be Washington.
That. Yeah.
If it's Washington, he's got no shot.
Yeah. New Orleans,
so let me
not
ask you
worried
this.
about it.
So let me ask you this. And I agree. He's not. I didn't say he's winning anything. But if we look up in 2 years, and this kid is averaging 20-plus points down there, and he comes sort of a foundational piece that they want to add pieces around him, and we're still sitting here talking about Embiid, who plays 40-plus games, and Paul George, who may or may not be here. Are we not going to feel a certain way about not taking Ace Bailey?
If he's a 20-point scorer on a 25-win team, I don't care. I'm not if
he's a 20-point scorer with McCain and Maxey,
but he's a 20-point scorer on a bad team.
Right.
I don't think I think we haven't brought him up. We talked about him a little yesterday.
Like a Zach LaVine.
Well, I think Zach LaVine is way more skilled than Ace Bailey.
I just mean players like
Brandon
that who
Ingram.
got
Brandon Ingram. Brandon Ingram's a guy who if could score 20 points a game, absolutely. But if your team is giving Brandon Ingram the ball enough to score 20 points a game, your team's probably not winning anything.
Right.
Now, look, I'm guessing just like everybody else is, but based on everybody I've talked to, everything I've watched, I'm not too worried about the Ace Bailey thing. I'm not worried about it. Now, if they pick him, they pick him. I don't know. I've been wrong before. 215-592-9494. Have you just given up on the Sixers? Have you given up on the idea of an exciting season next year? I have not. And Jack, you have not?
I have not.
You have not. 215-592-9494. Start off with Jeff in Wilmington, who wants to talk about the Phils. Jeff, you're on WIP.
Oh, Jeff.
Jeff's usually good, too. All right,
Jack, that's strike one.
Yeah, strike one. Let's go to Jordan in North Philly. Jordan, you're on WIP.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up, Jordan?
What's up, Jordan?
All right, so first off, I want to start off with Ace Bailey. I'm off of him. I looked, and I just think that he's an inefficient scorer. I think he's a hooper. I think he'll go somewhere else and he'll be good, but I don't think he'll be a winner. I don't think his game leads to winning. To me, he just reminds me of like a Cam Reddish type player who can, score the ball, but not in a way that can lead to wins.
Sure.
I think there's a player in the draft that, to me, is a no-brainer just based upon his resume and his athleticism. DJ Edgecombe is the pick. I believe that the Sixers can do something this year with the East being wide open, and I think DJ is the pick to go with. And I think a part that a lot of people are forgetting is he played for the Bahamas international team, and that experience is very valuable, especially for young players. He played with NBA-level talent, and he did really well before he even got to college at the age of 18. Not a lot of players in the NBA draft can say that. The only other player that I can remember standing out internationally, it wasn't really in the tournament or in the Olympics or the World Cup, but when Cooper Flagg was playing with Team USA, everybody was talking about how he looked like a standout.
He did.
People were saying similar things about VJ, how his athleticism, his feel for the game, his defensive prowess. I think that he would fit really well with the Sixers, and I think that that's a no-brainer. I think that he will be a special player in this draft.
Yeah, I don't know that it's a no-brainer, but I think there's a very good chance they could take him tonight, and I think it would be. I'd be plenty happy if they just took VJ Edgecombe. Now, look, I think if there's a way to move back and also take VJ Edgecombe, but it doesn't appear as if it seems like Charlotte loves him. So if they don't get him at 4, or get him at 3, then it seems like he's gone. So they will have to take him with the 3rd pick, I think, if they want him. But yeah, I think he could be good. I don't see special player, but again, it's hard to see when they're 19 years old unless they are standouts like Cooper Flagg is, and he's not that.
Here's the only thing that, and it's not just with VJ that I have this question with. Even with another guy that I like, Trey Johnson, I had the same question because he's a similar build of the 2 guards that we have already. So here's what I'll ask. At some point, somebody has to go.
Sure.
Maxey's a max player. McCain, if I believe you, is a rising star, and we got a number 3 pick coming in here.
And Quentin Grimes.
And
they're going to re-sign
Grimes.
Quentin
You can't share the ball with guards, so we're going to have to give up somebody at some point.
Yeah, I just don't think it's soon, right? I think next year the starting guards will be Maxey and Grimes. Jared McCain will be the 6th man, and if they draft a guard at 3,
say if they draft VJ.
play 15 minutes.
Okay.
I don't think that you still need 4 guards. I don't think that whoever they're drafting at 3 is playing 30 minutes a game.
You need 4 guards, but you don't need 4 special guards because they can't all play.
Right. At some point, they'll have to make a decision.
Okay.
I just don't think they'll have to make that decision next year.
Right, next year.
And they'll want to see if whoever they pick pops. They'll want to see what McCain looks like in a second year.
Yeah.
If you're going to trade one of them, the salary becomes like a whole thing because Maxey's already on second contract salary. So I don't think they have to worry about that.
Let it play itself out.
Yeah.
Okay. I would not do it because he's a guard. Yeah. I'm just getting the idea of we're going to have a lot of guards there. Like having 3 centers.
Right. Yes. Except that you can play 4 guards. You can't play 3 centers.
You definitely could play 4 guards.
And I think that would be a problem I would be fine having. All of a sudden next year we're like, oh no, we have too many good guards. God bless. I would take that problem. All right, 215-592-9494. If you want to talk about the Phillies and Rob Thompson's decision to not pinch hit for Johan Rojas, or have you just given up on the Sixers? I don't feel the juice for this draft. Like the number 3 pick, I was in we were all at the Franklin Music Hall when there was a lot of people that were very excited about having the 3rd pick.
Yes,
Your
sir.
people, my people. Yes, it's a very special 1,000 or so people.
Night.
Yeah,
great night.
So coming up next, we will plant our flag with not the flag, with the guy.
I was going to say, we're getting Cooper?
Well, we're each going to have to commit to a guy.
To a guy.
What guy do you want out of tonight?
Nail us down.
Yes.
Give me somebody.
Nail you down. And now I know where Jack's going. We'll nail Jack down. And here is the thing.
Yeah, I'm the one that needs to be nailed down.
I'll tell you this. The guy that I'm going to say is my guy, we haven't even talked about yet.
Oh, man.
How do you like that?
Clickbait spike.
This guy's just been throwing smoke screens out as himself for
You're just like Daryl.
Yep. I got a different guy. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now, that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Make sure you visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation.
Hell yeah!
Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow. The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl tomorrow. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
So, you get in your car and head to work and the check engine light comes on. What do? One thing you shouldn't do is wait to get it checked out. What you should do is head to your locally owned and operated Meineke, where their trained technicians will diagnose your problem, fix it, and get you safely back on the road. Meineke works on any make, model, or year vehicle and has been doing it right for over 50 years. And Meineke offers same-day service and fix-it-now and pay-over-time payment solutions. Meineke, doing car care right.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-719-2996. That's 800-719-2996.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Now through July 5th, CJ's Tire and Auto is dropping explosive savings during a red, white, and save sales event. Save up to $100 instantly on top-tier brands of tires like Falcon. With 18 locations to choose from, CJ's Tire and Auto has been driven to keep you and your car moving. Now through July 5th, only at CJ's Tire. Deals that spark. Like up to $100 off a set of 4 tires, including top-tier brands like Falcon. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for your whole ride. From oil changes and inspections to brakes and batteries. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with a hometown service you've come to love. The Red, White, and Save sales event. Now through July 5th. Instant savings up to $100 off a set of 4 tires. From top-tier brands like Falcon Tire, CJTire.com, CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payoff via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
When the summer heats up, so does Schwarber.
It's the second three-run home run of the day for Kyle Schwarber.
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Who do you want the Sixers to draft tonight? Ace Bailey, VJ Edgecombe, Trey Johnson, Con Knipple. Ike, what do you think the poll is at? Who do you want the Sixers to draft tonight? Ace Bailey, VJ Edgecombe, Trey Johnson, or Con Knipple?
Oh, if I know the basketball fans on our Twitter, it's got to be VJ Edgecombe.
What do you think the percentage is at?
I would give him 45%.
Okay, so you're close. It's 38.8%, and he's number one. Who do you think is number two?
Everybody's out on Ace. Oh, we got to be going Con. Got the nip?
Number two is Ace Bailey.
Wow.
28.
Elliott swaying people.
Yeah. He what?
Swaying people.
Sway.
Did you say swaying or swang?
I said swaying.
Okay.
Maybe I put my little accent on it.
I thought you were saying swung, but with an A. I thought you
people?
said Elliott swang people.
Nah, I think it's a sway.
Okay. All right. All
Where
right.
is it swang now?
Go check that audio. Ace Bailey at 28.2%, Con Knipple at 19.5%, and then Trey Johnson, who we've probably talked about the least, at 13.4%. So,
well, I think it's probably the better scorer.
He's definitely the best scorer of definitely best shooter. Well,
I think Knipple's the better shooter.
Nah, I think Trey's the better.
Nah, he's probably a better scorer.
Yeah, I think he's a better shooter.
And Trey Johnson gets it off the dribble.
He does.
Listen,
Which
enough
Con
with the
doesn't.
dribble nonsense.
Like you got to be able to do that in the
No,
NBA.
you don't. Not when
you do.
Not when you stay in the corner like Conwell.
Well,
we're gonna take a.
Guy's
Okay, let's
he's
ask
a
that.
heady player. Again, you can take your little six-man Trey Johnson all you want. Like, relax. He's a taller Malik Monk. You kidding me?
Well, that's pretty good player.
That's true, yes.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. We will officially declare the player we want in a moment. Jeff in Wilmington, let's try this again. You're on WIP. What's up, Jeff?
Sorry about that, dude. So, Spike, I don't know a whole lot about the NBA. Well, I don't watch the Sixers that much because, quite frankly, they're boring. So I will defer to you guys on who you think they should draft. Now, I don't know Ace. What's his name?
Bailey.
Ace Bailey from Ace Frehley.
Okay.
So that's where I'm at with the Sixers.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You were calling about Rojas anyway.
Look, they once drafted a guy that couldn't shoot, then they drafted a guy that wouldn't shoot.
Right,
I don't really
yes.
have a lot of trust.
All right, okay. Well,
enough of the insults. Let's get the Rojas.
For what it's worth,
I'm not insulting.
different guys there was one guy that drafted those guys, though, and he's not here anymore.
I know.
Okay.
And the Phils had someone hit the ninth last night who can't hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, that's what I'm getting to next. So I'm more upset at Rojas' approach to that last at bat. You got the only 300 hitter on your team coming up behind you. And unless it's a wheelhouse pitch at 2-0 in the late innings, you should be taking.
But that's exactly why he shouldn't have been up. Because at what point, at what point have we watched Johan Rojas at bats, even when he's hitting, and been like, you know what? there's a guy who's super patient. There's a guy who, like, he never strikes you as a heady player or anything.
That's the last thing I would say.
He's running when he shouldn't run. He, like, you should be on the Phillies. But if you just want a guy who's going to – they have a guy on the bench who would have taken that 2-0 pitch, and that is Bryson Stott. He was sitting on the bench. There was no chance Bryson Stott was swinging 2-0, so –
That was my pick for the pinch hitter. Heck, even Marsh has been hitting pretty good lately.
Sure.
And the lefties have had pretty good success against that guy. So, it was just a bad at bat, and his IQ, baseball IQ, is not topping the charts.
No, it's not. And by the way, as a thank you for the call, Jeff. As a team, their baseball IQ doesn't top the charts.
Yeah, you don't have to.
But Stott is a guy who does have a high baseball IQ and would not have taken
but also.
Just get traded to the plate.
I agree, get traded to the plate. But also, Stott's not exactly crushed lefties this year. He's probably does a better job than Rojas in that situation.
Yes.
I would concede that.
That's all. He's hit well the last week and a half, Stott has. It seems like he's coming out of whatever, slump he's in.
Yeah.
All right. Do we want to officially declare who we want out of tonight?
Yes.
We'll get to that right after. Yeah.
First, let's talk about my friends at Dietz and Watson. Yeah. Did you guys want me to go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there we go. It is grilling season here. Fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz and Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz nuts. Meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Dietz and Watson. Premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
Your new thing is the old
Dietz nuts.
Yeah.
Well, at one point, John Ritchie was 42% Dietz nuts, is that he ate so many of them. I saw him eating them for breakfast every day. I think he would, if you cut him, he would have bled Dietz nuts. Dietz nuts. Yeah. All right. So it is time for us to declare who we want out of tonight's draft.
Mm-hmm.
The names have been flying. Ike, would you like to declare first, last, middle? I'm going to let
last.
you. You're going to go last.
Yes.
Jack, you're going to go first.
Thank you. And I've been on this for at least 2 days.
Yes.
Yeah.
You've been on it for a while.
Been on the scent.
Yeah.
The Con Knipple scent. And it's not because I'm a radio producer and the last name is hilarious. It's not about that.
Yep.
It's about getting someone that I think is plug and play, that'll shoot over 40% from three, that is heady, that last year when Cooper Flagg went out, he had no problem stepping into a bigger role. Everyone seems to love him. I mean, teammates seem to love him. Cooper Flagg said if he get stranded on an island with one person, it'd be Con Knipple. Like, he seems like a special guy. Between him, Maxey, McCain, it's a good, fun, young, likable team.
That's a lot of shooting, by the way. You put those guys on the floor with George and Embiid. Come on,
man. But you got to shoot to win in today's game.
You do. You do have to shoot. All right.
Thank you.
So Jack is planting his flag on Con Knipple. You want to go third still? Do you want to go third still? Do you want to go now?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Will Ike ever
commit
have
to
a
a
player?
guy?
Yep.
So I'm going to bring this guy up in my YouTube big board at 4 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
But if I could have one guy from tonight, look, I would be fine with Con Knipple. I would be fine with Edgecombe. I'd be fine with a lot of these guys. They're probably not going to take this guy at 3. He's projected to go 9, 10, somewhere, but I would not be mad at it. Freshman out of Arizona named Carter Bryant.
Carter Bryant?
Dude, I am telling you, I am promising you that I don't think he is an all-star, but there is no doubt that Carter Bryant is going to be a starter on a great team at some point. He's like 6'7", 6'8", defensive animal. Like, the guy is, from an athleticism standpoint and a defense standpoint, he is already there. I know, 19 years old, I still think you could throw him out there in the NBA already there. He is already a good spot-up three-point shooter. And here's the thing that I might like about him the best is we see a lot of these guys at this point wanting to get their shots off, ball dominant sort of guy. This guy cuts, relocates, smart player on offense, throws the right pass, ends up in the right spot. If I could have one guy from tonight out of all the YouTube I've watched, would be thrilled to get Carter Bryant tonight.
So I was watching for a second.
Yeah.
Thing I like about Carter Bryant,
yeah,
is he wears the the sweatband around his forearm,
Oh,
which
yeah.
feels like a nice, like old school.
Glenn
ode.
Rice.
Yeah.
Glenn Rice did stuff like
Like
that.
Kobe had one there. I feel
Yeah.
like it was a big Lamar.
Well, I
ode.
started with Mike.
Yeah.
No,
Yes.
dude, can
Yeah.
we stop attributing everything in the NBA?
It did start with
to
Mike.
this guy
Yeah.
who was propped
This
up.
guy?
He was propped up by the league.
Oh, God.
He had his own rules. I wasn't afraid to challenge
That
him.
is not what the Jordan rules were. That is exactly somebody who did not read the Jordan rules.
The Jordan rules, to my
That's
recollection.
not
Did you
what-
not watch The Last Dance?
Yeah, it's all fake propaganda. I'm on Scottie Pippen's side.
That's
You realize that was Detroit that was explaining the Jordan rules in
Jordan,
The Last Dance.
Jordan
Yeah.
rules are that he got
They
preferential
don't let him
treatment.
get to the you don't let him get to the lane.
Yes.
You get him before
They hit the
yes.
hell out
Yes.
of him.
Oh, that was the Jordan rules?
Yes.
Yes, you hit him before he takes flight.
Yes.
I was way off.
Yes.
Well, yeah, we know that. Yeah, the Jordan rules was to beat the hell out of
This is
him.
like the third time I've heard you say that about the Jordan rules. And I'm like, this guy doesn't even know what the Jordan rules are.
Well, it's like Elliott in Soldier Field yesterday.
Yes.
There's two different Soldier
Yeah,
Fields.
yeah. So my guy's Carter
That was
Bryant.
actually worse.
Uh,
Elliott's thing was worse.
Of course. Well, he covers football,
And
allegedly.
by the way, good thing about Carter Bryant is you could trade down and get Carter Bryant. You could trade down, I think, probably to 8, 9, 10. Somebody is going to draft this kid, and this kid's going to be awesome. So my guy's Carter Bryant.
Highlights look good,
Yeah. Oh,
as
does.
highlights usually do.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but the first highlight is him doing a backside, block.
Yes.
Reading the pass.
well, he so when you watch him,
Shot looks good.
yeah, you can tell he's already he can't dribble yet, but already a good catch and shoot 3-point shooter. But just like 19-year-olds, you don't expect them to see the game the way that he seems to see it defensively and offensively.
So you've done too much scouting this year. This is your issue.
Well, no, I'm just telling
this
you
is what he does.
Yeah, this kid
It's not what he does.
would not usually. It's like a couple of
And
minutes
honestly,
of YouTube.
let's also break down this on the show,
What?
okay?
What?
Yeah, no, because listen, Mike in there is totally neutered by having you on the show with who he wants to pick.
Why?
Because if I know Ike Reese, I think I know Ike Reese. My entire life, he has had I got a guy in the draft. All of a sudden, you show up thinking you're freaking some kind of Jonathan.
I don't think I'm anything.
Well, I know, but you think your
First
word
of all-
carries weight, and Ike can't pick a freaking player.
No. That's because of these players don't
Yeah.
stand out to me.
Yeah,
Has
the
nothing to do with
players.
Spike.
Yes, the players
Yes,
are
and
not.
Don't ever accuse me of being neutered.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you watched Jeremiah Fierce? Because I feel like you'd love that kid too.
I have not watched
Okay.
Jeremiah Fierce
Okay.
at Oklahoma,
Yeah.
but I know who he is.
Yeah, I think you might like him too. All right, who do you want?
I got to stick with a guy who when you got so many players up there and you look at too many videos, you
Yes.
start confusing yourself.
It drives you drive
Yeah.
yourself crazy.
So initially, I was a Trey Johnson, Con Knipple guy.
Yeah, I thought you were going to be Trey guy.
Yeah, that's why I feel safest at.
Okay, so you're going to be Trey guy.
I'm a Trey guy.
Trey Johnson. Yeah.
Although give me 20% Ace Bailey.
What?
Yeah. 80% Trey Johnson, give me 20% Ace
There
Bailey.
it is. There's the hedge. But you're picking Trey's your
I'm
guy.
going with Trey Johnson as my
I
guy.
thought we were aligned on the nipple.
I know I could have went with you on the nipple.
You
would
wanted to be-
I
you
would
wanted to
not
be
be
different.
upset.
You
with
wouldn't
the
be mad at Knipple.
No, not at all.
I don't think
Not
they're
at all.
picking Knipple at 3 though.
I don't-
That's a trade down.
Right.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't. Unless they take one of these guys who I've never seen, I don't know what would I be mad at if they did something. You have to do something pretty
Malawach.
extreme. Yeah, don't take a center. Yes, don't do that.
Yeah, I don't want Malawach. I don't want Derek Queen. Those are the two guys.
Oh God, Derek Queen.
Yes.
No.
Well, all the basketball dorks love Derek Queen.
No,
Yeah.
I'm out on that. He looks like Jaleel Okafor.
Yes.
Nah,
He's a better passer.
Yeah, he's a shorter Embiid.
Yeah.
But,
A shorter Embiid.
Yeah. Well, he can't shoot.
yeah, he can. Yeah.
He had one shot, one lucky shot that he traveled on.
Oh, now he traveled. Now it's a lucky shot. Everyone's thinking just because you hit the Lucas shot 12 years ago doesn't make Michigan State great. Could they get Grant Williams back in the Hornets deal?
Oh, you don't want Grant Williams.
No, he's
you
the
would
worst.
hate him.
Where's the worst? I'm just looking at their roster.
Oh.
Josh Okeke.
Oh, to trade back, you mean?
Yeah.
No, I think it ends up being for another pick if they trade back with Charlotte. I don't know if there's anybody on that team you want.
Yeah.
All right. So
It's not my fault these players don't necessarily grab me.
Right. No, it's not a
Yeah,
great
what me to
YouTube
do,
draft.
yeah.
It's not a great YouTube draft. So
My guy's going number one.
Jack's, yeah, well, that's all our guy. Jack's number one guy, Con Knipple. My number one guy, Carter Bryant. Your number one guy, Trey Johnson, with a dash of Ace Bailey.
And also would take Knipple.
And by the way, Ace Bailey, from a content perspective, is 100 out of 100. Yeah.
And I can't wait till he's upset that he's not starting.
Yeah.
And playing more minutes.
Oh, yeah. Maxey's shooting too much. Justin Edwards is starting over him. Justin Edwards getting more minutes than him, which he would, by the way.
Yeah. Ace Bailey threw out a first pitch in a Mets uniform last night.
Didn't look bad throwing the pitch. I just have to say.
No, he didn't.
He looked pretty good throwing
for first pitch.
How do you throw out the first pitch for the Mets, man?
Well, especially
Can they
when
not wait to after the draft.
Yeah. It's so wild.
Well, he's doing everything in his power to not get drafted by the Sixers.
Rutgers, at least he
I know,
played in that
I
area.
get why,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying you could be possibly coming here.
Right, yes. And all we have is a picture of you in a Mets uniform. 215-592-9494. Have you given up on the Sixers?
Man.
And who's your guy for tonight? If you could have one guy. Russell in Wilmington, you're on WIP. What's up, Russ?
Sorry about that, taking you guys off the speaker.
Oh, my guy.
I know. First things first, I just wanted to thank you guys the other night at Chesapeake Inn for signing my daughter's jersey. Like, it was a little one who cried. And
Yeah.
finished your number.
Yep.
But I appreciate you. I have plenty of pictures to love on. But so what I want to do, honestly, is just trade back. We know we're going to get one of the guys that we wanted, and why not trade for Utah Markkanen?
They're not.
For,
It's not going to happen. Like,
why not?
Well, because Markkanen makes $40 million, right? So the only way. Well, the only way.
Does Markkanen make $40 million?
Yeah, he just signed that extension.
Wow.
So he's a good player. I would love to have
Yeah.
him. But then it becomes a money problem, right?
Yeah.
So, and he's good. They were trying to get 5 first-round picks for him. So the only money, the two money options you have, if you assume they're not trading Embiid, okay, are Paul George and Maxey. And if you're trading them Paul George, first of all, I don't know what they're doing with Paul George, that almost costs you a little bit.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you, unless Utah is just in love with somebody at 3. And by the way, their owner, when they hired Ainge's son, their owner was like, "We're not being bad anymore." Like, so the odds of them trading their best player just to move up to take a raw guy, I've seen the rumors. The only Paul George possibility I see in the draft is Brooklyn. That's the only Paul George possibility.
Utah's standing there and taking Colin Knippel.
Well, he would fit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I just don't see it happening. I would love to get Markkanen, but I just don't see it. I don't see how they make it happen and get the 5th pick.
Okay. And then another thing I want to touch on is Jackie Baseball.
Yeah.
Obviously. Rojas, I mean, unfortunately, I think he has to go. There's nothing else you can do with him.
Where's
if
he going?
He's going to fail that miserably, then it's time. And it sucks. It does, because I root for every Philadelphia player, and I never had that feeling towards a player. But after yesterday, it's done.
I don't know that
yesterday.
Yeah, I mean,
Rojas drives me nuts too.
Yes.
Offensively, but having someone that can play his level of defense late in the game is important.
Yeah, well,
I know we're gonna go back and forth on it. How good of a defensive player is Johan Rojas because he let one ball fall in front of him the second week of the season.
No. He's also misjudged
Did you
2
see
other
Marsh
balls.
play? Did you see the Marsh play on Saturday?
He's also misjudged 2 other balls.
Early in the season.
Well, yeah. All right.
Does his defense?
Thank you for the call, Russell. Appreciate you, brother.
Outweigh the ineptitude at the plate?
But I think if he's a defensive replacement,
sure,
then okay.
Right.
Like, he's not an everyday player.
Gotcha.
Now, and what's nice is that Marsh is at least coming along offensively. So like he's making a case to be in there every night.
Yeah, I don't mind that Rojas is on the roster. It's fine. You still need enough players to fill out the roster. They're all not going to be all-stars. He has a purpose.
Yep.
Defensive. Even if he's not a platoon player,
Swipe a bag late.
Yeah, whatever. Well, yeah, you go when he's not supposed to go. Whatever. The problem I have last night is we've been through the ups and downs with Rojas at the plate. Early in the year he's hitting 320 or whatever. We all knew that wasn't real. We've been through the ups and downs, but the thing is, if you need a guy at that point in the game, when your goal at that point, my goal for whoever is up at bat is to get to Trey Turner. Like that is if it's a hit, fine, but work a walk, find a way to get Trey Turner up. Because if we lose with Trey Turner at the plate, whatever. It is what it is. He's been our second best hitter this year. You could argue he's been, is best hitter this year, Trey Turner has. So I just want a chance to get Trey Turner up. And I didn't think they gave themselves the best chance to get Trey Turner up. That's it. And by the way, if Stott comes up and he walks, all of a sudden, by the way, you now have Sosa at second. So if Trey Turner hits a single, a specific kind of single, you can score on a single from Trey Turner with Sosa at second.
So the only problem with pinch hitting Stott is it just a straight pinch hit and then he's out of the game? Because let's say you tie it up.
They tie the game up and you got to keep playing. Where is he playing?
Well, maybe then it's just a pinch hit.
It could be just a pinch hit.
And then put Marsh in there.
Yeah, because I think maybe the better case would have been Marsh pinch hit for Rojas because he can just play center field.
Right. Yeah, but all I'm thinking about at that
just
point...
getting the game tied, and then you could put Marsh in center field if the game is tied.
Yeah, because the guy I am most confident in of the three guys on the bench, Kepler, Marsh, and Stott, to just get me to Turner is Stott at that point. And it is what it is. So hopefully they win the game tonight, We will ask Larry Anderson what he thinks.
L.A.
Most importantly, we'll find out who his guy in the draft is
like
tonight.
That, huh?
It's funny every time. It's getting better, I will say. Your Harry Callis impression.
Yeah.
My Harry Callis.
It's getting better. Larry Anderson joins us next. We'll ask him what his thoughts on letting Rojas hit there. I'm sure I didn't hear it, but oh no, he wasn't on last night.
No,
it was stock. I can only imagine.
Probably would have been asking for a bunt.
Yes, yeah. He certainly would have been happy. Dude, can you imagine?
The 2-0 swing?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to ask him to do. I'm just going to ask him.
Put yourself in that
Put
position.
yourself. Imagine you're broadcasting the game and Rojas swings 2-0.
Yep.
And we'll ask him.
I tell you what, this might be a 5-minute first answer.
Yeah, yes, it's going to be a good one.
The best.
Also, are you, have you given up all hope on the Sixers? Is that why you're not thrilled about the draft? We also want to know who your guy is for tonight. Ike's guy is Trey Johnson. Jack is Con Knipple. I got Carter Bryant. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights. How about golf on pristine green fairways? Soccer matches with world-class goals and all the action-packed moments in between. Now, you were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway, so you might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, don't worry about it. New customers can get just $5. No, they can bet just $5, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets back if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/Ike to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook. It's the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Phillies play here. Phillies, Astros tonight. Leading off starts at 7:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 8:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
It is gone! Off the ivy in dead center!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. 8+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. We can debate how good of an NBA coach Brad Stevens was, but either way, he is a stud GM. First, he built the champion in Boston. Now, because of Jason Tatum's torn Achilles, he's giving their salary cap a makeover. 2 deals in 24 hours have shaved $200 million off Boston's luxury tax bill. And Stevens still has Jaylen Brown, Derek White, and his future draft assets. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 W.
And Larry Anderson joins us on Wednesdays the night before. Bad streak, LA. We got to do something about that.
I'm sorry, Larry Anderson can't get to the phone right now.
So,
what are you guys doing to me?
well, what are you doing to us? You know. So let me ask you this, LA. Man. You were not on the broadcast last night. Stock was on the broadcast, but I'm wondering if you could do a little bit of acting and make pretend you were on the broadcast. It's 2-0. It's the top of the ninth. Sosa's on first.
Please tell me you don't have you got some kind of microphone in my house. I know you do. Now I know you do because I know where you're going.
I just want to know what you would have said when Rojas swung 2-0.
How did you know? I'm serious. I am dead serious.
It's all I can think about, man. It's all I can think about is what would LA's reaction have been?
My reaction was, and I believe I said to my wife, I said to Chris, I'm like, excuse me, I got something choke me. And it's not her. I said, are they not teaching baseball anymore? Like before guys get to the big leagues, or even when they get here? My question is, was anything even said to them? I don't know. Maybe not. But I don't. Maybe it's analytics. I don't know. But it says, hey, go ahead and swing 2-0. But from a baseball standpoint and a watching the game, being in the game for 50-plus years, and I'm pretty sure I'm not the Lone Ranger. You're 2-0. You're in the ninth inning. You're down a run. You got a man on. Make him throw you a strike. But that didn't happen.
No.
And my thought was like, don't they teach this? Or did we not have coaches in the minor leagues anymore, or at any level that played the game? That drives me nuts. What can't we teach this stuff? I used to talk to Dallas Green all the time about we need to go back to baseball 101 and have classes in spring training for the young players, for the new draftees, and have classes and teach them how to play the game. Now, analytics changes that a lot, I'm sure, but teaching them how to play the game like we were taught, that's just a no-brainer. Don't swing the bat there. But if it's Schwarber, if it's Harper, somebody like that, you get a cookie. Okay, different. Johan Rojas, 2-0, a ball at your neck high. What are you doing? Why aren't you swinging the bat? That was my thought.
Well, especially
I'm glad I wasn't on the air.
Right. Well, especially with Trey Turner up next, and there was some debate on the station today as why wasn't he told not to swing? It feels like an elementary thing almost, that if you have to tell him not to swing there, to your point, there just seems to be a miscalculation somewhere else that he thought that was the best thing to do. And we were talking earlier about if you send Stott up there to pinch hit, I can guarantee you 100 times out of 100, Bryson Stott does not swing at that pitch. Like no. There's no way he swings down up 2-0 in that scenario.
Nope, there's no way. And that's my whole thing. It's like I don't know the last time anybody ever put a take on for a hitter. I don't know, maybe 40 years ago.
Right. Yeah.
But that's 3-0. 2-0. I mean, I sometimes I think we just take for granted that all these players, these younger players, know how to play the game. Obviously, for me, they don't. They don't know. They don't. I mean, you can go over all kinds of stuff like young. I don't know. But somebody wouldn't you think that's taught at the minor league level? By the time guys get to the big leagues. And I know guys go through the minor leagues a lot quicker nowadays, but by the time they get here, shouldn't they have been taught? Shouldn't they have been told things like that? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'm way off base. Maybe I'm way out of bounds. But that frustrated me more than anything. More than anything. They got good pitching. They got good arms in the bullpen. Who knows? It might not make one bit of difference, but that we will never know. At least it's almost like give yourself a chance. If you're thinking right, you give yourself a chance. If you're not thinking right, you got no chance. And that there to me was not thinking right, and there was no chance.
And if he gets on with Sosa at second, all of a sudden, if Trey Turner hits one into a gap, you're up 2-1. Right. If you have two guys who can run like that on the base paths, you're a lot closer. You're certainly a lot closer to tying the game, and you become a lot closer to winning the game as well.
Providing they don't get picked off.
Yeah, yes, for sure. So the good thing from last night, Ranger Suarez, has been, this is shocking to say, with Zach Wheeler on the staff and Chris Sanchez and Jesus Luzardo, since he's come back, Ranger Suarez has been the best pitcher on the Phillies. Like, what have you seen from him? What did you see specifically last night that is allowing him to succeed at the level he's succeeding at?
I think his command of pitching inside to the right-handers, although that was the one thing that cost him the game, the one pitch, throwing a cutter, and I was a little surprised at throwing a cutter. Like, I'm 3-2 because, and I've said this a million times, if a left-hander to a right-handed hitter, if you're throwing a breaking ball in, you want to start it at the corner and break it in off the plate. For me, I don't want to start it in the middle of the plate and bring it to the corner, because that's taking it right through nitro zone, and especially in Houston with that Crawford's box there, the short porch and left. I mean, you're just asking for a pop fly to go in there, and he went the other way, hit it well the other way, but it was a pitch that he wanted in. He didn't get it in there. But that's so many of his pitches he's getting in there. He's throwing into the right-handers. He's moving them off the plate. He's using his off-speed stuff away. Just the way he's mixing and matching his pitches has been it's just Ranger-like from what we saw at the start of last year, the first half of last year. But we've seen him do this at numerous times, even before last year. When he's on, he's got it all going, and he just knows how to pitch. Nothing phases him. He's a great fielder. He fields his position. He just cool, calm, and collected out there. I mean, it's fun to watch him pitch. He's not an overpowering guy, but he pitches like he's an overpowering pitcher.
He almost at times reminds me of Greg Maddux. It's crazy to say, but the way that Maddux didn't have overpowering stuff, but just put the ball in the exact right spot that the batter cannot make the decision about whether it's a ball or a strike. And, either they make the decision too late or they take it. And I wonder how many called third strikes Rangers gotten this year, because it seems like there's a lot of them.
Oh, a whole lot. And he lives on the edge, which he has to. I mean, but he knows how to. He's got the command. This command is tremendous. It's not, a lot of guys at this level don't even have control, meaning that they can't throw, 8 out of 10 strikes in the pitches in the strike zone. But when I talk about command, I'm talking about that command is the next step up from control. Command is where you can throw the ball where you want in the strike zone. And Ranger can do that. Excuse me. And when you can do that, you're going to have success. And he just proves that. You don't have to throw 98. You don't have to throw 100. You can pitch with where he's at 93, 94, 92. If you know how to pitch, you can pitch it at just about any velocity. I truly believe that. He's throwing it.
He's making himself a lot of money. I can tell you that right now.
For sure.
This keeps up. It's not a bad year to have what looks like your best year.
Yeah.
So Orion Kerkering, since Alvarado has gone down, Kerkering has been good. He's gotten shots to close, and he seems to have thrived there. I'm sure we've asked you this before. I don't remember your opinion on it. The idea of a guy knowing that he is the closer. Rob Thompson has not really done a ton of that. Do you think Kerkering would thrive, like your thought about knowing that is your inning, that you are the shutdown guy? Do you think Kerkering is sort of earning that, and do you think he would thrive if he knew that?
I think he's no question thriving now. He's throwing the ball great. To be put in that position day in and day out, I think it remains to be seen. But I don't think there's any question he can. I mean, he's showing that he can pitch deep in the back end of games, back into the pen. Whether it's the one thing, and I've said this before too. It's the difference between where he's been pitching prior to this. As a setup guy or something. The setup guy and the guys before him, the middle guys and the setup guys, they have the big tightrope across the foul poles from right to left. The setup guys and the middle guys have a safety net, and that's the closer. The closer, he doesn't have that safety net. And that, if you can handle that mentally, if you think about it just yourself, going across a tightrope at, 20 feet high, whatever. But, go across a skyscraper will end the thing, and it's the difference. From the mental aspect, you have to be able to trust yourself and know that you can get it done without somebody having to come in and help you out. And people might think, well, it's not a big deal. I mean, it's just another inning. It's not just another inning. It's an old pitching coach of mine once said the first inning and the last inning are like the takeoff and landing of an aircraft carrier. I mean, it's the two most critical parts of it is the start and the end. And that's, to me, the landing on the aircraft carrier is the ninth inning. That's something that you have to be ready for mentally. There's stuff that there's not even a question about his stuff being able to do that. Then it comes down as a command there. Consistently, can he consistently make his pitches? And I don't know, to me of late, he's showing he can. But again, if you're going to be in that position every day, can you do it every day? Can you pitch 2 out of 3 days? Can you pitch 3 out of 4 days? I don't think we do that, but are you able to take the ball regularly? I guess is what I'm saying, and I think you can.
Yeah, when you look at this team overall, LA just about at the halfway mark. I think 79 games, so they're almost at the halfway mark. Trade deadline is still over a month away. We almost do this thing weekly. Sometimes we make the mistake of doing it daily, of sort of reassessing this team after games, but with an overall view of them. So I would look at this going towards the trade deadline. You feel good about where the team is at as we get towards that big decision-making day or weekend for Dave Dombrowski as far as what he should be doing at the trade deadline to either improve this team or stand pat. Like, how do you feel about where the team is at? The pitching is great. You like the lineup. You think there's areas that we still need to get better at?
I think more consistency from the offense. Where to me, I mean, obviously the bullpen losing Alvarado, getting him back, I think would be huge. To have another arm like that's a special arm too. But I think besides that, on top of that, the offense, when we face good pitching, we don't do a whole lot. Now, a lot of other teams don't either, but for me, I think because of the way the rest of the league is, I think we're fine. I think we're in a good spot. Now, can we get better at the trade deadline? I certainly think so. I would hope so. But there's a lot of teams in the same position.
Yeah.
They want this. They want another reliever. They want another arm. Or they want another bat. And everybody's vying for that. It's like, well, who's willing to give up some prospects? Who's willing to make the deal to try and make it happen? And again, there's no guarantee, that somebody coming in is going to make that difference. You certainly hope they do, but it's we've seen in the past it doesn't always work out. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But I think because of there's nobody running away with anything. There's really not, and because of that, I think we're in a pretty good spot right now. That's my feeling. But I still think we can always get a little better, maybe a lot better.
Yeah, there's a bunch of teams right in that 44, 45, 46 win range that the Phillies are in right now. And the Alvarado thing's funny because I keep forgetting that we do have him for the last month and a half of the season, which at the very least will save you a little bit. It doesn't help you in the postseason, but maybe workload-wise, it can save some of the guys a little bit.
I think, to me, from experience, a perfect example was 93 when it felt like Mitch Williams and David West and myself were pitching every day.
Yeah.
I mean, it seemed like the first half. And then we got Roger Mason. And, man, he made a huge difference, I think. By the end, he was maybe our best reliever because there was 3 guys that didn't have a whole lot of gas left, and I was certainly one of them. So you do that, you can – I think that's a great point that you have somebody to take some of the heat off of the guys in the back end and somebody, an arm that, you're not forced to use the same guys over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good point.
All right, L.A. Well, boy, if they don't win next Tuesday with you coming on Wednesday, we're going to have a serious talk about your placement during the week. So let's get back on track next week, okay?
I would appreciate that, fellas.
All right, thank you, Larry.
All right, L.A.
There he is, the great Larry Anderson. Dude, when I asked him about the Rojas, he knew what I was going to ask him.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't want me to ask him because he couldn't. You can hear LA. So there's like a limit. You know how sometimes they'll put on a car, you can put a limiter so the car can't go above a certain mile an hour. There's a limiter on LA's brain
They do
about
that on golf carts.
Yeah, about how like negative he knows he can be. And you can hear his brain bouncing up against the limiter when you ask him about why did he take there?
Yeah.
You know, I can only imagine what LA was doing at
Just
home.
hates bad baseball.
Yeah, he does. Well, it was dumb.
Bad baseball.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. Matt in Mount Laurel. You're on WIP. What's up, Matt?
Hey, Mike, and Jack, thanks very much for taking my call. Good afternoon, man.
Good afternoon, Matt.
Thank you, guys. I wanted to spend 1 minute, and I'll be quick here. As I told Jack when he screened, I'm a Rutgers basketball fan for 50 years.
Wow. Okay.
And before you pity me, and feel sorry for me, my freshman year at Rutgers was the year that they went to the Final Four, where they were among the best teams in the East Coast for 4 years while I was there. So I've been a loyal fan of Rutgers basketball. So this year, it was a year of a lot of hype and a lot of hope, with 2 freshman 5-stars coming in. And I'm not going to try to convince anybody there in the studio or your listening audience as to whether Ace Bailey is the man and the player that the Sixers should take, because I'm not sure how he fits in exactly with the Sixers. But what I want to do in this 1 minute here is just to try to dispel some of the sentiments and feelings and rumors about Ace Bailey and what I saw in him. I saw every game he played this year but one, the notorious loss to that powerhouse Kennesaw State that wasn't televised, and it was an away game. But what I saw in Ace Bailey is he's a young man. He's 18. As we know, there are 18-year-olds who are going on 25, and there are 18-year-olds going on 15. He fits in the latter category, quite honestly, guys. But that young attitude a little bit, also that boyish attitude he has, is also a great attribute he has. He's enthusiastic. He actually would sit there on the bench during timeouts and listen to the coaches. He would listen to his players. He watched. There were moments during the season when he was asked to play every position but point guard. And the only reason why he didn't play point guard is obviously with Dylan Harper. Dylan Harper was the natural point guard. But when Dylan Harper was out, either due to the flu or injuries, he couldn't play point guard because there was nobody else to pass to. He was asked to play center in the Big Ten, and he played the position beautifully. He is amazing talent. He's got tremendous upsides, and I just see him as being a young man who does need some coaching. And unfortunately, as you know, in these 50 years I've been following college basketball, it's changed so much, man.
Yeah.
Coaches can't develop players anymore. They rent them. And I wish Ace Bailey, for many reasons, could play another year in college and he would develop a little bit better. But he's got so much upside. And lastly, I just want to say this. I think the fans know there and the listeners know that Dylan Harper was asked to throw in the first pitch for the Yankees. So that image of Ace Bailey in a Mets uniform, it was not done to say that he wants to play for New York. It was a Rutgers move to try to tap some of the Wall Street NIL money, along with Dylan Harper. That's what that move was for.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And by the way, nobody in San Antonio will care that Dylan Harper threw a first pitch for the
Yankees.
Yankees, you know. So I largely agree with. I understand what you're saying. I think that the thing that is tough in the NBA now is that there are a lot of players, especially if they're in Ace Bailey's situation, where he is skilled, but he's going to need a lot, where the first contract in the NBA ends up being like your second and third year in college, where like they spend and when you're running an NBA team, you have to think about, I have if you're trying to win, I have $11 million a year on my cap dedicated to a guy that I don't think is going to be good for his entire first contract, or certainly not, contributing to a winning team. So that, like, there's this whole thing with draft picks where there's like 3 things you think about. One is, what is their ceiling? 2 is how likely are they to reach their ceiling? And 3 is how likely are they to reach their ceiling on the team that they get drafted by? Because there are a lot of situations, who knows if Kawhi goes somewhere else and doesn't end up in the San Antonio system where he is, or if if Tyrese Halliburton never gets traded to the Pacers and ends up having to split a backcourt with De'Aaron Fox's entire career. Right. Like, there's so many different factors that go into it that you could look at a guy like Ace Bailey, and if he goes to a great situation, he could be an all-star in 6 years. If he goes to the wrong situation, he could end up in the NBA for 10 years, never playing on a winning team, never realizing his potential, never becoming a great player. So I think you bring up good points. I don't think any of the stuff that has come up about him has meant he is a bad guy. I don't think we've heard anything about him being a bad guy or a bad teammate. I do think there is some question about whether he has any desire to be a role player at the beginning of his career. And I think that is an important question for whoever is drafting him to answer.
Spike, I think is spot on in many respects, but I'm not so sure that you're right that he doesn't want to be a role player. I think he just wants to play the game, and he's willing to listen to and do whatever the coaches need to do. Because that's what I saw in him this past year.
Sure,
Spike, I really did. And again, as I said to you, I'm not sure he is a good fit, and I'm not so sure that he's going to be a star in the NBA. I have no idea, but what I know is I just know that he would be an attribute on the court and in the locker room based upon his social media exposure, as well as his time there on the court and on the bench.
All right, Matt, appreciate you checking in, man. And God bless you for 50 years of Rutgers basketball. I'll tell our friends Jerry Recco and Chris Carlin that you're there because they are friends of ours. So, all right, Matt, thanks so much, man.
Thank you, too, Spike.
There he is.
Yeah, dozens of them.
What's that?
There's dozens
of huge Rutgers fans.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but from I mean, I don't want to get deep into Rutgers basketball, but if you're one of their major donors or something, you spend all that money for Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey, and they under 500. Like, what a disastrous season for you know what I mean?
Agree.
What are we spending? They're only here for a year. All right. Well, there is another draft coming up.
That's right.
And that draft is Friday.
Are you going to do YouTube Big Board for that?
Yeah, Friday.
Yeah.
YouTube Big Board Friday of NHL draft prospects.
And your hockey expertise is JV, right?
JV, sophomore year, I think it was, of high school. I was terrible.
Okay.
I couldn't stop. I didn't know how to stop on ice skates.
Seems like a problem.
It was a lot of cross-checking, as I mentioned. Mr. Stone, our coach, grabbed me by my face mask and pushed it into the boards because he was so mad that I would not stop cross-checking.
Child abuse.
Back when men were men.
Back when men were men. Yes. So speaking of that draft, it is Wednesday and 3:30 is coming up, and Flyers in 50 with Broads is next, and we will get Broads' big board for Friday. That's what I've been told, that Broads will have his big board for Friday's draft.
He brought a hockey stick in.
He always brings that. Now the bit is just
having props.
It's growing. Yes, I like props. So Broads joins us next. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
I've been a loyal customer of the Scott Auto Group for years. My first car and my current car both came from the Scott Auto Group. Love my family with Scott Auto. You really need to check out the brand new Scott Kia location in Limerick. Was there a couple months ago. Beautiful. State-of-the-art showroom, state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick. And when you go, make sure you tell them Fritz sent you.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation.
Hell yeah!
Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl tomorrow. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Summer's heating up and your AC is on the fritz. Get it? Fritz, what I'm saying is not to worry. I got a guy. Christian Home Services has you covered with all your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why at Christian, premium installation matters. Right now, Christian's offering 0 payment and 0 interest for 18 months or up to $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services. Now you got a guy. Go to ChristianHVAC.com.
What's for breakfast? You have to get to Helen's Sausage House with locations in Smyrna and Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, Helen's has kept the region running with its delicious breakfast sandwiches, lunch, and catering. Make Helen's your next stop. Online, helensausage.com.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
The girls are wearing nothing. Creekside Cabaret says tonight the girls are wearing nothing but their birthday suits. It's birthday suit night tonight at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret. 3225 Advanced Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-719-2996. That's 800-719-2996.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer? It's lavender.
I'm good. Cheers. seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
College holds a mythic place in American culture, but there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Now, it's 3:30 on Wednesday, when we normally prove that we were the official Flyers show. But I propose that we cancel Flyers in 50 because of the NBA draft. Oh, no.
There he is.
See, I thought he'd be on Zoom, so we wouldn't have to worry about canceling Flyers in 50 and me looking you in the eyes.
Right.
We have the NBA draft tonight. What are we talking about fucking it up for tonight?
What do you mean? I got my big board in front of us here.
Yeah.
What the hell is wrong with this cord here? I can't hear anything.
Oh, no.
Is his mic on, Fritz?
The mic's on.
Yeah,
he's
the mic's
very loud.
on. Yeah.
He's very loud.
Yeah.
Am I?
You hear yourself now,
Yeah, I
Mr.
got it.
Beats?
I got it.
Here we go.
What's wrong with the beats?
No, nothing.
You sound
Nothing.
good, man.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. We have Puck It Up t-shirts now available.
Oh, wow. Can people buy them?
Yes, they can at breakingt.com/WIP.
What is, you are.
This is unbelievable.
You are a Lakin Trojan horse.
You really are.
You really, he's a Lakin Trojan horse. That's what he is. And what is, that's an XL.
Well, this is for one eye grease.
Nice.
I only have one. It's
why
like the
don't I have a
Fanatic
t-shirt?
The Fanatic t-shirt toss. There you go, Ike.
Love it,
There you
buddy.
go, Ike.
God.
By the way, the correct term would be a Lakin creation.
A Lakin creation.
Yeah.
That's
What'd
what
you call it, Fritz?
Alliteration. The Lakin creation.
I like Trojan horse because he comes in as Broads, but inside there's Lakin, the surprise attack.
Right.
You know. Anything else you have to sell?
Ringthebellbook.com. Ringthebellbook.com.
There
We're
you
always
go,
plugging.
brother.
I'm a team player.
Good t-shirt, man.
Yeah,
Like
it's
that.
nice.
Like that.
Remember, don't forget about it. BreakingT.com/WIP.
Okay, jeez.
Now, how do you want to do this? Because I need to geek out a little bit. I got to be honest with you. This might be slow, methodical, real detailed.
It could be as long as you could fit it in 50 seconds.
No. 50 seconds per prospect, I was thinking. I could run through the whole board. Here's the
You
thing.
scream slow and methodical, by the way.
Yeah, that's you.
True.
Yeah.
True. Slow with everything I do.
Yeah.
I have 3 on my big board. How do you want to
Okay.
do this? You can
That's fine.
dissect it the way you please.
Okay, the Flyers. Okay, can I ask you some questions?
Sure.
And this is your NHL big board, not the NBA big board, right? You don't have a big board for tonight.
I don't have one for tonight.
Okay.
If I thought about the bit better, maybe I should have come prepared.
It's funnier for you to pick the basketball players, but whatever. Okay, so here we go. So my question for you, and your 3 guys that you have for the Flyers, the Flyers are picking 6th. So this is a big board of guys you think could be available at 6. It's not your overall NHL big board, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So the way I have this lined up is I have one stretch where I pray he falls, and if he does, that is the clear-cut, obvious, you make it happen.
Okay.
Then I have the one where, wow, that would be really nice, and there is a good chance of him being here. And then I have this is probably the most realistic option of the 3.
All right, your fallback school.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Like when you're applying to college.
There you go.
All right. Well, I hit the thing.
Okay.
And then we'll just go.
Flyers in 50 with Hunter Brody.
Let's start with the big Swede, Anton Frondell, 6 6'1", gotta have size up the middle. He's playing professionally in Sweden. Might be off the board early, but NHL.com says, quote, build like a military tank. If that's not somebody you want on line one, then you're drunk. How about this? He's getting compared to Barkov in Florida, the guy who sets the tone, winning cups back-to-back as the leader of men in that Panther locker room. Again, 1C, really good in small areas, very dangerous. Big body, able to play physical, and he gets up on the forecheck so he can separate puck from body when he's in the offensive zone. Number 2 on the list.
Hold on. Can we ask about all of them? Or actually, you don't have to do it in 50 seconds. Jack, should we all react to each one and
well,
ask
that sounds
questions?
like a made-up player.
Yeah,
That's not a real name.
Yeah, and the Barkov guy, I've never even heard of him.
What do you mean you don't know Barkov?
Yeah.
Michael Barkan?
Yeah. The NBC Sports Philly guy, Barkan? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, they're drafting Michael Barkan with the 6th overall pick. I could see him out there dangling with the filthy mitts.
Okay, so what are the odds this guy is still there at 6?
Not very likely, unfortunately.
Okay, is he probably going to go top 2, top 3?
I think he probably goes in that 3-4 range, but we've seen crazy things happen during the draft, so all he has to do is slip. Or what if
Trade
Danny
up.
shows his big stones?
Trades up.
Trades up.
There we go. Do we have stuff to trade up? Do we have like other picks we can trade?
Do we have picks to trade up? We got 7 in the first 2 rounds. You paying attention to anything I say? Wednesdays at 3:30.
I was setting you up.
Oh, okay.
7 in the first 2 rounds. Come on, Danny.
Danny,
let him hang.
Let's go Flyers.
Just get to the next player.
Okay, well, hold on. What's this guy's name? Swarthen?
Anton Frondell. He's a big Swede.
Sounds like a cheese.
I got a Swede, I got an American, and I got a Canadian.
I can already tell you who I'm going to like.
Yeah.
All right, who's your second guy?
Are we going to hit the sounder again, or am I just going?
Nah, just go.
Okay. Yeah. James Higgins. Now, you're going to like this, Spike, because his comp is Jack Hughes.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, Boston College kid, all right? Played for the U.S. National Development Program, point per game as a freshman. And as the season player, he was supposed to be projected number 1, and he started to slip a little, and others started to dance above him. So at one point, though, the NHL world said this is going to be the number 1 overall pick. And now it's like, hey, we might be flirting around with that at the 5th or the 6th spot, I should say. So 5'11", on the smaller side.
But is he a fast guy?
Fast guy, very good in open space. You give him the puck on his stick when he's moving those thighs, you're going to see some creative offensive zone odd man rushes that are going to make your fancy tickled.
Well, if he's being compared to Jack Hughes is a fun guy to watch.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We may have a Jack Hughes 2.0 here if they go James Higgins from Boston College.
Is he an American?
He's an American.
That's my guy.
He's a national development program. He broke Kucherov's single tourney record for most points.
We're just going to bring that up.
Kucherov.
At U18 World Juniors.
Yeah, we were going to ask if he broke Kucherov's record.
That's right.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
How many picks do we have?
We have 7 in the first 2 rounds.
7 in the first 2
No,
rounds.
I'm a little disappointed. Like I said, this 3. No one listens to what I
We're
have
listening.
to say. During Flyers at 50, and it's pissing me off.
Well, I was tweeting out that you were on right now.
Well, thanks, guys.
Trying to sell your
Thanks,
stupid
guys.
T-shirt.
Yeah, by the way, the T-shirt's breakingt.com/WIP.
Okay.
You kind of remind me more when we do this. Doesn't he remind you of Kramer?
Yeah, he's got some Kramer and Sam Kinison energy.
Everyone says Sam. Everyone says Sam.
Never heard of him.
Oh,
well, I
man.
actually went back to the tape, all right, and unfortunately, I see some similarities, and I'm not happy about it.
Or hear some similarities.
It's the loud peak in the voice, you know. He goes from talking normal to which I guess.
All right.
Well, we got one more Canadian.
Yeah, but hold on. The number 2 guy is his name again?
James Higgins.
James Higgins. All right, he's my guy. All right, who's number 3?
Number 3 is Caleb Dionne. You got to throw a little Canadian on. You like that? I knew you were going to like that. Caleb Dionne. You like that?
Desjardins?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. See what I'm talking about here? 6'2" center. So, again, got the size. Played in the Q last year. Just racked up about 84 points. How about it? Listen,
Played in the what?
He played in the Q. The QMJHL. It's Quebec.
Okay.
Quebec junior hockey.
Okay.
Tore it up. Great habits in the D zone, they say. Could support the puck. Doesn't cheat at all. So he's able to
He meant to hit. You said D zone, and I'm sure he meant to hit something.
Big dose of D.
There we go.
The D zone is very important. You got to be structured in the D zone, or you cannot create a good breakout.
Okay.
All right. So thinks the game at a high level and creates by attacking with speed, but can also pull up with great vision. And that's Caleb Deone.
And he will likely be there at 6.
Yeah, I think he's got a shot. I think he's got a shot.
All right.
Then you got the honorable mentions, which I'm sure you guys want me out of here. So, the Jake O'Briens.
No.
The Porter Martones.
Martone.
He's a wing, though. So, Danny wants to go up the middle. Big up the middle guy right now. We're very thin.
I hear what you're doing.
Yeah.
No, that's a thing. Is he wants a centerman.
Yeah,
you got to play strong up the middle.
Yeah, D zone up the
No,
middle.
I swear
I've
to
been
you,
doing
these
this
are
a long time.
I swear to you, these are just standard hockey terms.
Okay.
You got to play smart in the D zone. You got to have strong centermen that play up the middle. These are legit.
For real.
Yeah.
By the way, the Trevor Seagrass guy seems soft, bros.
Who?
The Seagrass kid.
Who?
Was that his name? They
No.
traded for the other
This
day?
thing doesn't work again. Nothing ever works when I'm here.
Jack said the kid they traded for the other day.
Oh, Trevor Seagrass?
Yeah, seems soft. He said
Yeah,
he seems
he
soft.
seems soft.
Yeah. Oh my God, what a
You
disaster!
shut your
this
mouth
is.
over there.
wow.
You shut your mouth.
He does.
What do you know?
I was watching some puck.
Yeah, please. When?
You see the skill.
He
right?
took my stick out in the lobby and he goes, "What's this called?" It's a freaking toe drag. Everybody knows what a toe drag is. Yet you're now Mr. Hockey.
I had a nasty wrister back in the
I'm gonna have
day.
to drop the mitts. I'm gonna have to drop the
Are
mitts.
you going to fight everyone at the Puck It Up draft party?
Dude, this Puck It Up draft party is going to be so packed. You're going to be a sardine in there.
Yeah.
20,000.
20,000 at Chickies in Glassboro.
That's right.
Yep.
Do I have any parking? If I come, will I have a parking spot?
Well, absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. You got to have your T-shirt though to get in.
What time?
I'll have it on. I'll wear it Friday.
No, by the way, people have asked. All jokes aside, there is no ticket because I did the invitation thing. One of those episodes.
Right, no tickets.
There's no tickets. It's all open to the public.
So Friday night, 7 o'clock at Chickies Glassboro is the Puck It Up draft party. So here's my question. So I got to leave Chickies in South Philly. I got to walk the dogs and feed them and then go to Glassboro.
Wow.
When do we think the Flyers are going to pick? Is the first pick like 7:10 or does that when the broadcast starts?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's a great question.
You still don't know.
No. I mean, you think I'm worried about if we're getting James Higgins. I'm not worried about the 10 minutes when
Can you
the
at least
thing
tell us
starts.
how many minutes there are between the picks?
That's a good. Ask Google. Ask AI. AI is your answer for everything.
Wow.
Dude, this is a
You're
life.
supposed to be our expert.
This is a life-changing. Again, Elliot's supposed to be an expert too. He's out here saying the Ace Bailey's Kevin Durant.
Nobody
what the hell is
thinks
that
he's
supposed to
a
mean?
Sixers expert.
Well,
and he thinks the Lions are a historical franchise.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, what are we doing here? This guy gets paid.
He does.
This guy gets paid money.
He does.
Well, did
And
you
he
hire?
dresses well.
Did you hire him?
I did hire
Well,
him.
then who's the problem here?
Well,
who's the problem?
I was gone for 3 years and it became whatever this is. So, all right.
What would you do with me if you were in charge?
Oh, no, I've been you?
Yeah.
I'd like you for a long time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if he's just blowing smoke up the rear end or not.
Fritz and I used to send your YouTubes. I'd be like, this guy's a lunatic, but there's something there.
How about that?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to get you a shirt.
Yeah,
I'm going to
well.
have to get you a shirt.
Yeah.
At one point, you are our Igor Slahag, whatever name you're going to make up next.
Yeah. Slormanine Parlagovovich.
Yeah.
The disrespect, like, it's unbelievable.
Well, we had a guy. Who was our guy? Vladimir Smirnov.
Yes,
Wait a
our
minute.
expert.
Francisco Rojas
Yeah.
thought he was real and started Googling his stats.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that sounds like
That checks out for
He
Fran.
was Googling his stats. Couldn't find them.
Yeah, seems like a thing Fran would do.
Who would you have more confidence in? Francisco Rojas or Johan Rojas?
Johan.
Yeah.
Johan, even on a 2-0 count.
Yeah, you think Fran might take that pitch, All right, bros. Well, excellent job. As
Thank you.
always. We're very excited for the Puck It Up draft party, which is Friday.
Yeah, they're
Chickies,
excited for it.
Glassboro, and the new Puck It Up T-shirts, which you can get at breakingt.com/WIP.
Yeah, you didn't even have to write it down.
All proceeds go to Broads.
Yeah.
Everything goes to
Actually,
I don't think they go anywhere.
That's a great point.
Yeah, we don't know where the
I'm
proceeds
about
go.
to have a huge conversation with Mr. Rod. That's two
well, that's
doors
what I'm
down.
saying. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. The guy is just you got to ask questions
Yeah,
if
you're
he's
right.
going to make you the Trojan horse or the Lakin creation. Lakin creation.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't think that's alliteration.
No.
Yeah,
Close enough.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay.
All right, go
I don't
Sixers.
know what alliteration
Go
is.
Sixers.
Well, who's your guy tonight, bros? I need your breakdown.
I won VJ.
VJ.
Actually, it's hashtag anyone but Ace. If you want the nip, we can get the nip.
Yeah.
If you want VJ, if you want any of these guys, I'm cool with it. I just don't want to deal with the nonsense. You know, I just don't want to deal with the nonsense.
It'd be fun to do shows about, though.
Yeah, but I want quality basketball. I know you don't look at me as a hoopsman. I love hoops. I need basketball back in my life.
Okay.
Give me a 7 o'clock Sixers tip and a 10:30 Flyers Ducks on the West Coast.
This is disgusting.
Yeah.
Remember when Bros broke down that out-of-bounds play by Tom Thibodeau?
That was a great play. Slipped right to the three-point line.
All right, okay.
And he was standing in the corner. They double-teamed.
Turn his mic off.
It was a good slip to the outside.
Turn his mic off. All right, good job, Broads. There he is, our friend
man.
Broads. You're on tomorrow night, right? You're on tomorrow night, 6 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Broads81 on Twitter.
Good job, brother.
What a lunatic. What a lunatic. If you want to escape things like that, that's why you go over to Colonial Hyundai. They don't have a Broads in there. No. Staff's not going to scream at you. They're not going to have skates on. They're not going to have hockey sticks. What they are going to do is get you into a brand new Hyundai in their beautiful new dealership at a price that you do not even think is possible. Right now at Colonial, get any new brand new Hyundai in stock, you can get 20% off. Only at Colonial. That is $10,000, up to $10,000 off a brand new Hyundai. And if you want to trade your piece of junk in, now it might not be a piece of junk, but if it is, and you're worried about how much you're going to get back in a trade, don't worry at Colonial, because they give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter what condition it's in. There we go. Thank you, Broads. John Ashdale, the Car Czar, is going to give you $6,500 no matter what condition it's in. Every new Hyundai rolls off the lot with 3 years of complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance, online 24/7, colonialhyundai.com. Always the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only, tax and tax additional, offers can't be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires June 30th, 2025. So I did get a puck-it-up t-shirt, but it's a large.
What are you?
I'm a medium guy.
All right.
Well, it's going to shrink.
It's a tri-blend, I think. I don't even think it's going to shrink. But all right. I mean, he could have been considerate and given me, sometimes a large, it looks like I'm wearing a dress or something.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
You'll fill it out with as the more push-ups you do.
Yes, that's a good
How do you
point.
wear your backpack on
Especially
your back?
with the backpack, yes.
Wear your backpack under the shirt.
No. Backpack when I'm doing the push-ups. Something you get bigger.
Yep.
You can see it
extra
already.
weight. Yeah, it's like a weight vest.
Yeah, you can see it already. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Ooh, this is an interesting one. If you could pay only one this offseason, who would you pay? Kyle Schwarber or Ranger Suarez? Ike, what do you think the results of this poll are? If they could pay only one guy, Ranger Suarez or Kyle Schwarber, who would it be?
Well,
what is your answer first?
Well, my answer would be Schwarber.
Okay.
I would pay Schwarber.
Yep.
And not because I don't believe in Ranger or any of that. I just think there's so much money tied up in the pitching. And we got good pitchers. Thankfully, we have good pitchers, provided everybody stays healthy.
And if Painter is up next year, which we would expect.
Right.
Yeah.
And with our hitters, we got one guy with power in our lineup.
Yep.
And it's Schwarber.
Yep.
So I would go there. This is tricky because this is not easy. Because when Rangers coming off of a night like last night, and hell, the last 5 or 6 starts he's had.
Well, they might both get pretty much the same money. I mean, they both might be like 4 in the 80 range. Like Ranger could get in the hundreds.
I was going to say, you think Rangers in the hundreds?
If he keeps pitching like this,
sure, but also he's never done it over a full season.
Yeah,
like the case to pay Nola for $172 million.
Yeah, it's the 30 starts every year.
Used to be 30 starts every single year, and the Greg Maddux of Aaron harangues, and like being able to take the ball every fifth day, and blah 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 blah.
Well, I would say this also. And you're right about that with Nola. That's a good cautionary red flag moving forward. Are we completely okay about Rangers' health moving forward?
Well, it has to be his back.
You know what I'm saying?
problems.
Do you feel me? I mean, do you feel like that's not going to be an issue anymore? So I would go Schwarber. I think it's close. So I'm long way to the answer. Let me go with 54% Ranger because he pitched last night.
67% Schwarber.
Wow.
People love Schwarber.
I'm completely. You know what? I'm thinking coming off of last night.
I know. Well, I think people think they need Schwarber more.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way I look at it. Yes.
Exactly.
What would you?
So I would say Schwarber.
Yeah.
I would say Schwarber. I just, man, every time I watch Ranger, though, I'm like,
Yeah, you wonder, like, how can you let this leave?
Well, if he I'll say this.
Yeah, I'll say that with Christopher Sanchez.
Yeah, if he continues to pitch this way the rest of the year, not 1 or 0 runs every time, he is going to change the calculus on a lot of things.
Well, and then they could decide what to do with Luzardo. I mean, because Luzardo only has 1 year left after this year. Could you possibly, if you want to reflip him?
How old is Jesus?
So 27?
Yeah.
26, 27. He's 3 years younger than Ranger.
Yeah, come on, man.
I know.
But he's had injury problems too.
But
that's true. Yeah.
So, and in that instance, you're betting on which is easier to maintain as they go forward: shoulder/elbow issues with Luzardo, or a back with Ranger.
Yeah, not great choice to have. But then you start getting into from and you mentioned this, money tied up in starting rotation outside of the Dodgers. Like Dodgers and Yankees. I'm just trying to think of the number of teams that have. You're paying Wheeler, you're paying Nola, and then all of a sudden you're paying Ranger. This is a lot
And
of
Sanchez,
money.
you're paying Sanchez.
Well, but Sanchez, you're only paying $9 million a year.
I know.
I'm just talking big money.
Big money.
Guys.
Now, again, but Wheeler, if you take him by his word, it's only 2 years.
Yeah.
So that money could be coming off the books, and then do you really want Ranger to not be here for the post-Wheeler fills?
Yeah, I don't know. Well,
but if Painter is going to be who we think he is.
Sure. But are you paying Luzardo, too? I mean, Luzardo is a free agent after next year.
At least you have another year to decide.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then you probably have a better calculation on Wheeler, at least a little bit, as to whether he'll be here beyond there.
You know what it's going to turn into, right?
What?
We're stuck with Nola.
Yeah.
And we're letting Ranger leave.
Yeah, the new Taiwan.
Well, the funniest part about that, because I've heard people start saying that, well, I can't believe they paid Nola.
Yeah.
It's like, well, last year Ranger's horrible.
Yes.
And Nola pitched well.
Well, Ranger wasn't horrible
Well,
last
for
year.
the second half of the year.
He got hurt. Yeah. Yes, but it's that same injury.
But they needed Nola on last year's team.
Yes. Yeah,
I agree. To even be in the position they were.
And if I had a bet, I would bet that Nola, maybe this year is a cursed year. If I had a bet, I would still bet on the fact that Nola will be a productive pitcher for the next few years. Like, I don't think his career is over. I would certainly hope not.
I still want to know, how did we go from a sprained ankle?
He coughed.
To broken ribs.
I think he actually just woke up with the broken ribs.
Are you serious?
I think that's the last
Well, no,
thing.
hold on. No, remember he had a cold and he was sneezing?
Well, we might have made
that up
because of the Embiid one with the sneezing and sneezing and sneezing.
We might have made that up.
Well,
I thought he got
they're
injured.
all sick.
Well,
we were talking about
injured sneezing.
Well, it's coughing. The first thing we thought of was
sneezing,
coughing.
okay.
There might have been a report the other day they woke up and it was like that. That's what I heard on the morning show. And then Hugh started thinking that.
No, don't give me Hugh. Yes.
Hugh said he was hanging from the chandeliers, and I was like, "Oh, that doesn't sound like
all right.
Every injury is somewhat related to that.
Yeah.
It's always that goes back to that with
Hugh thinks everyone has a life like Hugh. Nobody has a life like Hugh.
Nobody does.
Yeah.
Hugh.
Coming up next, I will reveal my YouTube big board for tonight's draft.
Excited about that.
I've done a lot of YouTubing.
Listen, you've already turned me on to a player that I hadn't even
Carter
really
Bryant.
recognized.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, I got a couple of other
Looks
guys
nice.
that you're gonna enjoy watching.
I like Carter Bryant.
Carter Bryant,
Next to
Arizona,
Kobe Bryant.
and we had Iggy out of Arizona, successful draft pick. We had T.J. McConnell.
Yeah,
Did TJ go to Arizona?
He did.
Well, he's a Duquesne guy, and then he went to Arizona.
Yep, and I think his sister went to Arizona as well.
I thought she started Duquesne. She might have. Yeah.
YouTube Big Board is next. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now, that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Summertime is here, oh, Hoagie Fest, here I come. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest. Yeah, Wawa's got the hoagies, and I'm gonna get me some. Hoagie Fest, Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. We're mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of savings.
Hoagie Fest, here I come.
Gotta have a Wawa.
Summer is officially on, Philly. Get ready for the Suns Out, Buns Out official summer kickoff party at Oasis, Philadelphia. Thursday, June 26th, starting at 8 p.m. Come celebrate the season with hot bodies and cool drinks featuring the fabulous O-Girls. Sip on their special $10 peach tea drink with an entertainer booty pop-up contest, and one lucky lady will win a $500 cash prize. Don't miss the biggest summer kickoff. Suns Out, Buns Out. Thursday, June 26th, 8 p.m. only at Oasis, Philadelphia.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you want the perfect spot to unwind and have fun, check out the Chesapeake Inn. Nestled on the picturesque waterfront, Chesapeake Inn offers a slice of paradise. Feel the rhythm with live music. Sip refreshing Kona Big Wave and mango kart drinks at our tiki bar, or sail in and dock at our marina. Join us for lunch or dinner any day of the week and enjoy Kona Big Wave and mango kart specials all summer long. Make memories that last a lifetime at Chesapeake Inn. Fun, food, and unforgettable moments. Only an hour from Philly and Baltimore. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com.
Looking for a banking partner you can trust? For over 55 years, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union has been right here in our communities. But did you know we also offer business banking? We provide small to medium-sized businesses with the financial tools you need. Business loans, business deposits, and treasury management to accelerate your business. Discover the difference a dedicated relationship manager can make. Schedule your appointment at fmfcu.org/business. Visit fmfcu.org/business today. Federally insured by NCUA.
Score limited time savings on your favorite snacks and drinks at Wawa. Whether you're craving a refreshing drink or a tasty treat, Wawa has you covered. Enjoy exclusive deals in-store or on the Wawa app, making it easier than ever to fuel your day without breaking the bank. Don't miss out on summer savings, perfect for road trips, beach days, or backyard hangs. Savor a summer of savings. Gotta have a Wawa.
The Starbucks Summer Berry Refresher is officially back. Bold notes of raspberry, blueberry, and blackberry shaken with ice and poured over raspberry-flavored pearls. Try it with lemonade or coconut milk. Available for a limited time. Your Summer Berry Refresher is ready at Starbucks.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Going down in the rinse straight.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one.
Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get ice cream, soda, and snacks from your favorite stores like Wegmans or CVS and make the most of every moment. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Bill Ryder with an Aussie Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. So Aaron Rodgers says this is probably his swan song. While I hope so, I've had enough Aaron Rodgers. It certainly is an opportunity to remind us that in sports, the way you end and whether you win is everything. That'll make this season, maybe not career-defining, but the absolute way we remember Rodgers, either as somebody who went out on top or dragged down another team. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. NBA draft tonight. Now, we will not be on the air tomorrow because of the finale of the Phillies Astros series. However, because we are so committed to you who are listening, we'll be doing a very special YouTube show only where we will react to whatever the Sixers do tonight. That will start around, around 1:30, something like that?
Yeah, 1:30-ish.
On the WIP YouTube channel, which you can subscribe to and turn on notifications, all that stuff. If you're watching on YouTube now, we thank you, except for the people that are mean in the comments. I don't even know you exist. I like you for watching, but if you're giving us bad comments, I don't know. So I am going to, it has been, the YouTube Big Board is actually 11 years old on the podcast. Been doing it. We do the YouTube Big Board. The origin of it is that I do not watch college basketball. So while Mike, my podcast partner, watches college basketball and has opinions on them, I would just watch YouTube highlights of the guys and develop my big board over YouTube. I think I've gotten pretty good at it. I've had some good hits. I have had some enormous misses as well. I do know what I'm looking at more with basketball than the football YouTube Big Board, which is sort of like the beginning of the basketball one. So I did not write, I know where most of these guys went to college. I did not write where all of them went to college. So I'm not going to give their college player. But here are my top 9 guys based on my YouTube Big Board.
9?
9.
Wow.
The Sixers can end up with any one of these guys.
Yeah, especially if they trade back.
Yes. So here they are. Number 9 is a guy we've talked about a lot, is Trey Johnson. Now, I know 9 sounds low until you find out that Ace Bailey is not on my YouTube Big Board. So Trey Johnson I have at 9. Everyone who makes the YouTube Big Board is a player that I like. I like Trey Johnson. He is a fun watch. If you've watched his highlights, he is an outrageous shooter. And the difference between him as a shooter and Knipple as a shooter, at least at this point, is Knipple is very good catch and shoot and sort of standstill shooter. He's not great off the bounce yet. He's not great off the dribble yet. Whereas Trey Johnson is Trey Johnson does all of it. He is an outrageous offensive player. The reason he's not higher is I can't get out of my head. He's not a point guard. He's not like an Anthony Edwards type 2 guard. He's very, very, very thin. So when I think about NBA starting lineups and I think about the guy in that position needs to be able to hang on defense, I just can't think of a lot of starters like Trey Johnson. I can think of a lot of good NBA players like Trey Johnson. A lot of them are 6 men. A lot of them are sort of like specialty players. That's why he's not higher. I would be fine if they got Trey Johnson because I think if you can shoot, you can get on the court in the NBA. But next year, he's not a guy I don't think that can hang in the playoffs defensively next year. Number 9 is a guy named Neek Clifford. So Neek Clifford.
Stop.
What? Neek Clifford.
Did he play college basketball?
He did. He played at Colorado State. Yeah. The dude, well, Kate Fagan went to Colorado State. Does that matter?
No.
No? All right.
No.
Well.
I thought she went to Colorado.
No, I think she went to Colorado. Oh, did she go to Colorado?
I'm not sure.
No, she might be a Buffalo. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. That's Colorado. My bad. Neek Clifford is a really, really good wing player. Now, the reason that people have doubts about Neek Clifford higher, because he's already a really good player. He's a good scorer. He's a good shooter. He's a really good passer, and he's a good defender. All those things. He plays hard. He's older. So I think he's 23, and he's going to be 24 when the season starts next year. Now,
damn, how long? Where did he go?
Well,
you said senior. Okay.
Yeah, senior. So I think the league has changed a little bit in that they used to not like players like this because they don't think their upside is very high.
Right.
But what I tend to think is sometimes players just hit their upside earlier. So sometimes you can have a player at 19 and you start projecting that he's going to get better and better and better and better. They don't always get better and better and better and better, right? Like sometimes they stay where they are. Yep. I think Neek Clifford is immediately a good NBA player. I was really impressed watching him. So I don't think he's a Sixers pick. I think he probably goes 12 or 13. But if they end up, trading back, he could be a guy that I think could help them right away.
So CBS Sports has his comp as Josh Hart.
I think so. Yeah, right. I think that he is high motor, good defensive player, makes the right play with the ball. I think he is a better offensive player than Josh Hart is. But again, he's not playing great competition. Colorado State. Josh Hart looked like a great offensive player in Villanova, and in the NBA, he's not, right?
And by the way, Trey Johnson's comparison was Malik Monk.
And I think I think you think Malik Monk when you see him.
Clifford's a good player. He did well against Maryland in that game.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. He screams NBA player.
Yes, I think he's an NBA player, like pretty much at the jump. I just don't know how good he ends up getting. Okay. Number 7. I screwed this name up on the podcast. I'm going to try. Kasparis Jakuchionis.
Absolutely not.
Oh man, that's close.
Okay, you want to talk great YouTube. I remember watching Ricky Rubio as a passer. He is a sick offensive player, specifically passer. I think he's a good scorer. I think he has good sort of spatial awareness, sort of the way that James Harden has. I think he's going to be good. He has to get better as a shooter, but he can get anywhere on the floor. He's a great passer. He's a great ball handler. I think he ends up, at the very worst, a third guard in the NBA. All right.
Cop? Spencer Dinwiddie. I'm giving you CBS's comp.
I think he's
Ike and CBS are on draft time.
Where am I going? I got to look at the prospects.
So
I know.
So I think he's a much better passer than Dinwiddie. I think he's built like Dinwiddie, and that he's not particularly fast.
Okay.
He's not like his athleticism doesn't jump out to you, but you watch him and you're like, oh,
he's a sneaky
he's
athlete.
A baller.
Yeah.
He's a baller. Yeah. Right?
Where's he from?
Like Caruso was.
I don't know. I don't remember.
That's Illinois.
Illinois. There you go.
He's a college kid?
Yeah.
Well, he's a freshman though.
I know, but
well,
that name doesn't scream college kid.
Oh,
well, it sounds like he can't. He's
Lithuanian. He played on a Lithuanian national.
So for what it's worth, I no longer put guys that only have Euro YouTube on my YouTube big board because I've been screwed by those guys too many times.
I would agree with that. I like the ones who at least come over and play a year.
Like I watched TLC on YouTube. He looked amazing. I looked Furkan on YouTube. He looked amazing. Like all these guys.
Yeah. TLC's the one that I still can't get over.
Yeah. Well, you see him on his French YouTube thing, and you're like, oh my God, what an athlete. Then he gets to the NBA, and you're like, can this guy dunk? All right. Number 6, Colin Murray Boyles.
We don't do hyphens on this show.
Dude, this guy, so he's 6'7".
Don't do hyphens.
But he is another great defensive player. Throws sees the floor really well. I think he's similar to Carter Bryant in some ways, but offensively incredibly strong. Like he can get to the rim on anybody. You want to see, when you see a guy in college, you want to see him either, this is part of the problem with Ace Bailey, is that it feels like sometimes he can't get by anybody. You want to see a physical advantage with some of these guys. Colin Murray Boyles, a physical advantage. We have had problems on the Sixers with strong rebounders, guys relentless, physicality, those sorts of things.
Oh yeah.
You see him, he's not built like a power forward. But he is really strong. not scared to dunk on people. Good athlete as well. Number
What's his
6,
height?
6'7".
6'7".
Yeah, he's got to learn how to shoot. He's not a great shooter yet.
You probably won't like this comp.
Who?
Julius Randle.
I think there's some there, but
some there?
but the same way that Julius Randle can bully his way over anybody. I think he is Julius Randle is doesn't see anything, myopic, just sees the basket.
Yeah.
I think Colin Murray-Boyles is a much better passer than Julius Randle is. Number 5 is Dylan Harper. We all know about Dylan Harper. I think he's a real good player. And we'll get to it in a second. Jake Fisher still thinks that the Sixers are going to try to trade up to 2 to get Dylan Harper. If you haven't watched him, he's worth watching. He's just a really good player. He's really good with both hands. Really, really, really good player. 4, I have Edgecombe, who we've talked about a million times. Number 3 is Jeremiah Fears from Oklahoma. He's a small guard. He's like 6'2". He has balls of steel. He is a good finisher. He does for 6'2", a good finisher. His shooting stats aren't great, but when you watch him shoot, he looks like he can shoot. I guess I just watch it and hope that he'll figure it out. It doesn't look broken or anything.
Yeah.
Great handle, really good passer, fantastic offensive player, balls of steel.
Comp, De'Aaron Fox.
I can see that too.
Okay.
I can see that too. Number 2, Carter Bryant, who I talked about a while ago, Arizona.
I like him.
Incredible defensive player already. Great athlete, smart on offense. Doesn't mind. I comped him like this. When Kelly Oubre is doing only the things you want him to do,
right,
cutting off ball, playing good defense, getting in there and rebounding, whatever, that's how I see Carter Bryant. And number 1, I have Flag. Cooper Flag. Yeah.
So no Knipple in your top 10.
No. Well, so it's a YouTube issue. He's just not impressive from a YouTube perspective. I would be totally happy if they wind up with him.
You don't see the smart basketball plays?
I do, and he's a strong player.
Yeah.
He's physically strong, but he's not impressive on YouTube. So he didn't make my YouTube. And I usually don't have the consensus number 1 as my YouTube.
Yeah.
For me, Cooper Flag, before he even got to college, when I watched him playing with the Olympic team, I think he is much better than he even showed at Duke. I think Cooper Flag's going to be awesome, but that's number 1.
Guess what his pro comp? Guess who they have his pro comp as?
Cooper Flag?
Yeah.
Who?
Scotty.
I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that. KOC compared him to Kawhi.
Yeah.
I don't think he is the same
Kawhi is a
athlete as Kawhi.
Kawhi turned out to be a better offensive player than Scotty, but
yes.
when Kawhi came in, that was Scotty. He was more of a Scottie Pippen type player.
He couldn't shoot.
Yep.
Yeah, and when he came in, or he wasn't a great shooter, and I don't think anybody saw the isolation game that Kawhi ended up with.
Didn't have it in San Antonio those first 5 years.
No, and against us in the playoffs, and that entire playoff run, he looked like Michael Jordan. He was the closest thing because he would get to that mid-range jumper, and he has that high release. I never saw that coming out of Kawhi.
Yeah.
So there it is. There's my YouTube big board.
There you go.
There it is. Bunch of guys.
I like it.
There it is. Bunch of guys.
I like it.
So
Good players there.
We wind up with any of those guys, I'll be happy. 215-592-9494. Tony and Langhorne, you're on WIP. What's up, Tony?
Spike, Jack, happy draft day.
Happy draft day.
What up, Tone?
Hey, so Jack, I love your top 5 of 5, but you did have one glaring omission. Spike, you're going to know the one I'm talking about. In my opinion, the biggest what if in Philadelphia sports history is what if Matt Geiger never agreed to waive his no trade clause,
if he did agree to waive it.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, no Iverson.
Got no Iverson. We got Grant Hill.
Yeah. Now.
Yeah. I actually think the trade was Iverson and Matt Geiger, and we only got back Eddie Jones and Glenn Rice.
Oh, you mean when they eventually traded him?
No.
Yeah. No, that was the proposed plan. It was a 3-team trade, and I think all we got back was Eddie Jones and Rice.
I don't think that's
Grant Hill.
Yeah, I thought it was Grant Hill.
No, I don't think. I think the other team got Grant Hill. I'll have to look at
Well, that would have been a terrible trade. Then.
Yes.
It's one thing to trade him, but we're getting. Listen, no offense to Eddie,
good player, 6 man of the year.
Yeah. But you don't give up AI for Eddie Jones.
Actually, he wasn't 6 man of the year. Aaron McKee was. But Eddie Jones is a good player. Yeah. Wait, you said it was supposed to be Eddie Jones. Oh, and Glenn Rice, who was a good player.
Yeah, you can look that up. I don't think Grant Hill was in that proposal, but in any case, my guy is VJ Edgecombe.
Yeah, everybody loves VJ.
I just got to say, Elliot
text
was
BK
on
and find out.
There you go. You should. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What do you like about VJ?
No, I was going to say that Elliot was on something yesterday with the whole Kevin Durant comparison with Ace Bailey.
It's crazy. And by the way, Tony, he doubled down by our Eagles reporter, by the way, and we'll get to this in a little bit, spent time between yesterday and today creating like a third grader level video comparison of Ace Bailey and Kevin Durant. By the way, there's one of Ace Bailey hitting a 3 and then one of Kevin Durant hitting a 3. And you're like, oh man, same guy or whatever. He is psychotic. I think, Tony, I don't know if this started as a bit and now he's convinced himself, or he convinced himself and now it's a bit. I can't figure out what his thing with Ace Bailey is.
Well, the thing is, Spike, and you got to be a little careful with your YouTube draft board. Do you remember the last guy who was compared to Kevin Durant, and he looked like him in all the YouTube highlights, and everybody's freaking out saying he's the next Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
Thon Maker. Do you remember Thon Maker?
Oh, yeah. Milwaukee picked him.
I like Thon Maker.
Yeah.
I like Thon Maker coming out. I did. That was a bad one. Yeah. No, that was terrible.
Yeah, that didn't work out.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Now, I think he lied about his age. I think his age
Yeah, he turned out to be like 30.
Yeah.
We never saw him again.
Yeah, I'm not. There is a chance, by the way, Tony. I just want to set everyone up. As negative as I've been about Ace Bailey, there is a chance they take Ace Bailey tonight. There's two different things that could happen. One, they could just take Ace Bailey and keep him, and they wanted him all along, and maybe whatever. Or the second thing is they could take Ace Bailey, and then we're waiting around to see if they have a trade with Washington or New Orleans or any of the teams behind it, or maybe even Brooklyn. So what I would caution everyone is whoever they pick at 3, wait till after at least the lottery is over to be sure that is the player we have.
I'm firing off tweets as soon as they pick.
Oh, really? All right.
I don't have time to wait.
Do you think he pulls an Eli Manning if we do draft him?
No. I don't think there's any chance he says, I am not coming and playing for you.
And in defense of him, I know everybody got all bent out of shape. He wouldn't work out here. But he didn't work out for any team.
Right, nobody.
So had he worked out for other teams and just decided he wasn't going to work out for the Sixers, then we could take it a little more personal that he doesn't want to play here. I think he's just trying to find a good spot for himself individually that eventually he'll be able to cash in on financially. I think it's small-minded thinking on his part, but I think that's what he's trying to do, him and his agent.
It seems like he wants to be in Washington. There's also there's strong, aside from not working out here. See, here's how the workout thing works. He's not going to work out for Dallas because who cares? He's not going to work out for San Antonio because they're not taking him anyway. He doesn't want to go.
But you would have thought he should have wanted to work out for San Antonio.
Well, yeah, try to convince him.
Yeah.
He apparently does not want to go to Philadelphia, Charlotte, or Utah, and that would put the math at that he wants to try to get himself to the Wizards. The first player ever to try to get himself to the Wizards.
Seriously.
Yeah. All right, Tony. Thank you for the call, man. Yeah, I got. If they want Ace Bailey, they're going to take Ace Bailey. And there have been some people who's like, well, he's going to be mad and I find it very hard to believe that he's going to try to pull some sort of power play if they call him and say, we're picking you, and also we want you to be on the Sixers.
Yeah.
Like that starts being bad news.
Yeah, because if the Sixers really like him, you take him, and you just massage the ego. It's a young, fragile ego. You can massage that. By the way, my GOAT sat on the bench for 2 years.
Right.
Sat on the bench for his first 2 years.
Right.
So, and I think he is easily a top 3 player of all time in Kobe Bryant. So it's not the end of the world if he has to come and sit and not play as many minutes as he wants to, chucking up shots every night.
Yeah, I know.
It's not the worst thing.
I like they're thinking about the second contract. The second contract's after 5 years.
That's a long way. Yeah, it's a ways away. Yeah.
There are plenty of guys who've gotten big contracts after having 1 good year at the end or 2 good years at the end.
And by the way, worked out for Maxey. When Maxey first got drafted here, he didn't know where he fit in at.
Right.
I think Maxey was on the bench, right, his first year?
He played, but
I know he played, but I don't think he was a starter, though, right?
No, he was not.
He had that one stretch where we were like 30 plus against Utah when Harden and Embiid were out. But
right, yes.
So did he come the year Harden got traded here, or that next year when Harden came back and played? I'm trying to think, how long has Maxey been here?
Was he when Hart got traded halfway through the year here?
That's what I'm thinking. Was it that year? Was that his rookie year?
Weren't we arguing of trading Maxey for him?
No, it was a Simmons thing.
Yeah, it was the Ben Simmons.
No, I know there was, but I think there was a...
Oh, beforehand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When
maybe.
we didn't know what Maxey was still.
Yes.
Yeah, well, Maxey's been here 5 seasons. So yeah.
So he's already played 5 seasons.
Yes.
Or is he going into his 5th year?
This is ridiculous.
Because he
Here it
wasn't
is.
here
Yeah.
prior to the
He
pandemic.
was a rookie the year they lost to Atlanta, so 2021.
21. Yeah. So this
Right.
is his fifth season
This is
coming
fifth
up.
season coming up.
Yeah. He was they let no. Right? He has played 5 years because they didn't give him the extension before
I think
his final
Spike is
year.
right. Yes, they made him play it. They talked him into playing that last year of his deal.
Yeah.
His rookie year was 2021. 20 to 2021.
Right.
So the year they lost them.
Yeah, so he has played 5 years. He's played 5 seasons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I remember,
Okay.
remember they had that game down in Atlanta. They didn't play very well in.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Oh,
Yeah.
so he was on that team
Yes,
that
but
lost
he was
to
on the bench.
Atlanta.
Yes,
Yes,
yeah, at
okay.
that point.
And that's why there was talk of would you trade him for Harden?
And by the way, like when you talk work ethic, and he
worked his butt off.
He did, and that was part of the reason they drafted him because when you look at his draft profile, they didn't know about his shot. He didn't have
I agree.
He's pulling up from 27 feet now, and he's a really good 3-point shooter. I didn't even believe it when it was happening.
Yeah.
Because A, he didn't profile as a great shooter. B, it didn't look right to me. But he busted his ass and became a really good 3-point shooter. That doesn't always work if you work hard, but it doesn't happen unless you do. And that's why those things are important. I think it's why they took Jared McCain. They see him as having a good, positive locker room influence and a good player as well, or a hard worker as well.
So 2021.
Yeah, 2021.
2021, yes.
Yeah, 2021. Yeah. The second COVID season.
Yes.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. Who's your guy for tonight? Getting a lot of Edgecombe.
A lot of Edgecombe.
People have talked themselves into Edgecombe.
Yeah.
You know, they like that he wants to be here. I understand that.
He seems like a super athlete.
Yeah,
Seems like he's going to play good
crazy
defense
athlete.
from day one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coming up next, Wednesdays at 4:30, we do Eagles Inside of the Year Power Rankings, but we have a very just sort of what's the word I'm looking for? A disappointing announcement about Eagles Inside of the Year Power Rankings that we didn't want to do it publicly, but I feel like we have to do it publicly. Right?
That's us.
Yeah.
Everything is pro in the air.
Yeah,
That's
everything.
us.
All right. 215-592-9494. Eagles Inside of the Year Power Rankings are next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
I want to share my experience with Scott Honda, where I bought my first car and continue to shop to this day. Now that we are a family of 4, had to upgrade the vehicle, had to get a bigger vehicle, and I went with the all-new, all-electric Honda Prologue SUV. And I'll tell you what. I love my Prologue. When I get out of work, I get to drive home in my Prologue. Super smooth. Kind of reminds you like when our shortstop runs around the bases. Just flies. So if you haven't test drove the all-new Prologue, get to Scott Honda and try it for yourself. And Scott Honda, of course, made the process so easy. Transparent pricing, exceptional service, and a thoughtful and professional team. They make the whole car buying process stress-free. Spring is the perfect time to upgrade your vehicle, so visit my friends at Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, or at scottautogroup.com. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation.
Hell yeah!
Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl tomorrow. Donate at 94WIP.com.
This summertime, it's Modelo time. Whether you're poolside or curbside, kick it with an ice cold Modelo. Time to fire up the grill and turn up. Time to reach for a crisp Modelo or the refreshing lime and salt flavors of Modelo Chelada. Time to raise one to summer, and time to stock up on Modelo before summer is gone. Drink responsibly. Beer and flavored beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Championship boxing with the best entertainers in the Delaware Valley. Club Risque. It's the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at all Club Risque locations this Saturday. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss the action. ClubRisque.com.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa, that completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-719-2996. That's 800-719-2996.
We make your tax relief our priority. Call now.
Priority Tax Relief. Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. NBA draft tonight. Who's your guy? Everyone's saying VJ Edgecombe. Ike's guy, Trey Johnson. Mine, Carter Bryant. Jack's Con Knipple.
I can't believe you didn't have Knipple in your top 10.
He's not a YouTube guy.
Yeah, but I said
I had him honorable mention.
That's good.
I had him honorable mention, and I had Cedric Coward honorable mention. I don't know if you know about Cedric Coward.
You said his name is Cedric Coward?
Yeah,
yes.
dude.
They cannot. Is it Howard or is it Coward?
Coward.
Yeah, we can't have that.
Yeah, come on, man.
But here's the great thing.
Yeah, we can't have that.
Here's the great thing is that he's a really good three-point shooter. He's tall, whatever, more like Kevin Durant than Ace Bailey. But we had shoot a three Coward for Ben Simmons.
Who could forget?
But we could do shoot a three Coward for Coward, and he'll actually shoot the threes.
Yeah.
What I
Shoot
mean,
a three
great
Coward.
shirt, shirt. Shoot a three Coward.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So there's just a video I saw on Twitter of Ace Bailey at the Mets game last night.
Yeah.
And these fans kind of did what we did to Myles Garrett.
Screaming at him that they want him.
Sixers.
Yeah.
Miles didn't seem like Ace Bailey was feeling it.
You got some Sixer stuff?
Yeah, like at the game, they were like, Sixers. Like, come to
Even
the
at a
Sixers.
New York game?
Yeah. And then he
awesome.
skirted and went the other way.
Oh, shocker.
Oh, damn.
I think
He
the
really
Nets
does not want to be a Sixer.
I think the Nets want him. And here's what
If I were the Nets, I would want him.
I think.
Where the Nets at?
8.
8?
They have 4 first-round picks tonight, and potentially willing to take on Paul George.
Ooh.
So there's a 50% chance we get some Sixers chaos tonight.
And we got some past dealings with the Nets. We did. I mean,
we got James Harden from him.
Yeah. So, okay.
There is a chance we get some chaos tonight. The chaos trade with Brooklyn is 8, Cam Johnson, maybe who's that center they have that I like? Can't shoot free throws.
Oh, Nick Claxton?
Nick Claxton.
No,
that works.
Clackety clack.
Speedy Claxton?
It worked. First of all, Claxton ends up being a fine starting center when Embiid is not playing. Mm-hmm. Cam Johnson fits in perfectly. We move back to 8. We give them 3. They've got 3 other first round picks in tonight's draft. So I'm just saying there is a possibility of some chaos. A Paul George to Brooklyn trade, maybe he ends up on a third team. I don't know.
Right.
There's a possibility. I know he has not told me. I know when I say I know because people know that. I know.
You say you know.
Well, I just know Morey wants to trade. There's no way Morey just wants to sit there and take a player. He will if he has to. I know he is trying to create a situation where he gets a player he wants and gets more stuff from somebody else. That's what he wants to do. It's what he always wants to do. He wants to optimize the situation that they're in. So, Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Who do you want the Sixers to draft tonight? VJ Edgecombe leading at 40.7%. Ace Bailey at 25.7%, and Con Knipple at 22.3%. Trey Johnson there at 11.3%.
I feel like people don't know Trey Johnson enough.
Yes, we haven't talked about him all that much. Yeah, they would like him if they watch.
But he's going to be a Sixer. If I had to bet, I think it's Trey Johnson. At some point, ends up being a Sixer.
Really?
Yeah. That's my gut.
He is the one that looks like he has slid down a little bit to that 6
Especially if they move back.
6 or 7
if
range.
They move back, you can see him get back there in that range.
Well, in KOC's newest mock, I think he has Knipple at 4 to Charlotte.
I saw the Nip moving up the draft.
The Nip has moved up the draft. The Nip is standing. No, I guess you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I was trying.
There you go.
There we go. So, we have something very, very serious to discuss before we get back to the Sixers draft situation. And, at 4:30 on Wednesdays, we like to give our Insider of the Year power ranking.
Of course.
And Elliot is the reigning Eagles Insider of the Year champion. He won the 2025 Insider of the Year. And he has ranged anywhere from 1 to 4 on the power rankings in recent weeks since we started doing it. However, now he is not banned from the list.
Make that clear.
He is not. Elliot Shore Parks is on probation for Eagles Insider of the Year and Eagles Insider of the Year power rankings. And
why is that?
This is not something we wanted to do. It is something that we take very seriously. We take Eagles Insider of the Year very seriously. There are a few reasons that Elliott is on probation. The first thing is that we feel like he has become an Eagles elitist. In that
An
eagleist. In that he says everything they do is good, and he uses it to say that everything all the other teams do are bad. We may, as recently as a year ago, he was arguing that the Sixers were a great run organization. The Phillies he is completely turned against.
I would say now it's like just anger.
Yeah, and it's just the Eagles elitism and the fact that he rated Quinyon Mitchell ahead of Zach Wheeler in his top 11.
Still the most egregious thing during top 11 week was this certain people who had Wheeler in the 8 range.
So that's the first thing. The second reason he's on probation is that he should be trying to be an Eagles Insider of the Year, not making Ace Bailey videos. Like, what is he doing?
I know.
Now, we give him credit. He's creating content when a lot of the other insiders have disappeared.
Just on the beach somewhere.
But this is not the kind of content we need from Elliott. We need Eagles Insider content. So we are worried about what he is spending his time doing.
And again, the video, we can't stress this enough.
It's a horrible video. He spent his time doing that.
And it's like on like a third grade level.
He just learned. Did he just learn how to start doing these?
It had to be. Just
I
found
don't know how
out.
to do them at all.
Dude,
but
the quality of the
quality of it.
Well, it's like he took whatever video he found on the internet and degraded the quality of it by 75,000%. It's so grainy, you can't even tell who's in the video.
It's like the old, when you watch the European players in the draft, like the that was shot on
100%.
Like the Darko Milicic or whatever. Milicic. The tapes that he was on.
Yes.
That's the quality that Elliott's putting out there.
Yeah. So we're real worried about
high school level.
Yeah, we're real worried about what he is spending his time doing. It's kind of.
I'm watching the video again.
What do you think? What's your big takeaway?
Well, but meanwhile, he's making this video. A report came out yesterday that NFL owners are colluding against players. He could be getting quotes from people. He could be getting local information. Instead, he's making Ace Bailey hype videos.
And horrible photoshops.
Horrible photoshops.
Which I can't tell is it a bit
or
is it
not
serious?
A bit? And then the other thing is his ranking of NFL franchises yesterday was so he forgot the Raiders existed.
Didn't know they existed, yeah?
He didn't know there were 2 Soldier Fields.
Soldier Fields?
Yeah.
He said he spent hours Googling.
Yes.
Why?
And what were you
For
Googling?
what purpose? To tweet that?
Yeah.
I mean, I get it.
Y'all rough, man.
But like, what's the point?
He's on probation. He's not suspended. He is not excluded.
We're monitoring.
We're monitoring the situation with Elliott. And again, we feel like we pushed him to become Eagles Insider of the Year in the last award. And this is a nudge on Elliott. We need you to start go birdsing it up.
Yeah.
We need you to become an Eagles Insider.
I'm actually surprised because he's such an Eagles guy now.
He really is.
Yeah,
well,
such
it's
an Eagles guy.
Again, we don't know when the ring ceremony is. Something tells me Elliott thinks he's getting a ring. Thinks he's getting a ring. Thinks he's on the team. Not on the team.
Well, and why is he's so pro Eagles and anti everybody else? Everybody else is they're done. They're cooked. Start over.
Bryce is cooked. Embiid's cooked. George is cooked. He wanted to trade Wheeler and Schwarber. They have the most wins in the National League.
Got to shake it up.
I forgot he said that yesterday.
They should just start building for the future. And I said, well, isn't there a chance he could win the World Series this year? He goes, well, yeah, but. No. Yeah, but.
Well, and for years he would say, well, it's easy to say that they're not going to win a championship.
Yeah, and that's what he's doing now.
Of course, it's easy to say the Phillies won't win the World Series.
Of course, most teams won't win.
Yeah. What does it mean you just, with the team playing the way they are, it doesn't mean you just trade everyone.
He's literally in first place
Yes,
yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
He's like,
trade everyone.
Go and trade everybody.
Not just in not just in first place, but first place, like they have one less win than the Dodgers, I think. The Dodgers, who we all thought might break the wins record this year. All right. 215-592-9494. Get to your calls right after Ike tells you about the great way for you to get your hair replaced.
Yeah, grow hair.
Yeah,
or replace.
Replace.
Restore it. Whichever one you want to do.
However you want to do it.
All right, this 4th of July, we're honoring the U.S. of A., right? That's what we do. And keeping it local with Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical, who are right here in Bala Kenwood. Don't skip the overseas gamble. Glad Hair is all about real results, expert care, and hair restoration that's made in the USA and trusted by Philly guys just like you. Go local. Go Glad. Check out Glad Hair this 4th of July. Visit gladhairmm.com or give them a call at 610-980-4000 for your complimentary consultation.
215-592-9494. Mike in Marlton, you're on WIP. What's up, Mike?
Hey, nothing much. How we doing, guys?
Oh, dude.
What up, Mike?
We're doing great.
Oh, yeah. So can I add another reason why Elliott Shore shouldn't be inside of the year?
Of course. Again, probation.
Probation. Right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Just add to it, I guess. I was on TikTok, and I saw another one of his crazy ideas, and I wanted to comment, and his comments are turned off. And then I went to his Instagram, and a lot of his posts, he has his comments turned off. What's that about? Can you guys?
He does have his comments turned off.
So I have to be honest with you, Mike. I see where Elliot is coming from here. Sometimes the issue with doing what Elliot does or what we do on social media is that the comments oftentimes get overtaken by people who want to be overly rude and negative about it. And it's sort of like if, at least for me sometimes, what happens is like you know that you can't help responding to those people. So to eliminate the urge to respond to those people, you just turn the comments off. So I hear what you're saying. You want to be able to tell him he's full of it. I get it. The problem is that people get so mean online. Like when we do it on the phones, when people disagree with us on the air, there is a certain amount, I won't say decorum, but after we argue, everybody like pumps fists and walks away and we're all good. Online, people are like, they're just lunatics. They make you feel bad about yourself. So.
Yeah, we don't have time for that.
Yeah, so I hear what you're saying.
Short.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I understand why Elliot does it. Like, dude, I'll just say this. People on my Instagram, like, I'll post a picture of my dog, and they're like, you shouldn't have your job because of what you think about Jalen Hurts. And I'm like, that's my dog. Like, my dog doesn't even know who Jalen Hurts is, you know, so.
But you're not advocating for players to bet on themselves in sports.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah.
You also make a really good point there. So.
But my main point of the call was the Brooklyn Nets tonight actually had 5 first-round picks.
Oh, right. I thought it was 4. You're right. It's 5 now.
So they have the number 8, 19, 22, 26, 27. And I'm thinking that they could give 3 of those for the guy who's been campaigning for himself to be a New York Net, which is Ace Bailey. So I'm thinking if they could get a couple first-round picks for them to jump up to the 3 spot, maybe with some extra first-round picks or a player or two like Paul George, and this is a big maybe, but to try and get a guy like Giannis Antetokounmpo. What are your thoughts on that, and do you think that is feasible whatsoever?
No. I don't think they have what it did. First of all, it seems like all... Now, look, we didn't know Luka was going to get traded. He got traded. It doesn't seem... There haven't been any Giannis rumors, really. It seems like everybody wanted Giannis to ask out.
They want him to force a trade.
But whoever... There are so many teams that could offer more than we could at the moment. I don't think adding in like the 20th pick in an already weak draft or the 17th and the 20th, and like I just don't think it gets it done. I think my gut tells me that Milwaukee ends up getting an outstanding young player from somebody and probably 5 firsts is like we just saw what's his name? We just saw Desmond Bane get traded for 4 firsts and 2 swaps. That's Desmond Bane. Thing about Giannis, you know, I first of all, I don't think they're going to trade him, but I don't think we have what it takes.
I definitely think that, yeah, you made some good points, but I still would want to try and get those first-round picks out of Brooklyn and then maybe just get a really solid role player and then maybe try and get some more picks down the line or something like that because Ace Bailey clearly doesn't want to be here. I mean, Jack mentioned about last night, and then Ace Bailey even pitched for the Mets, which is just I've never seen anything like this.
Well, I think we had a guy call that said that was a Rutgers thing to try to get it helps them with NIL and stuff like that. I hear you, Mike. I don't think so. The Brooklyn thing is interesting. I don't want 2 more picks out of this draft to slide 5 spots. I need a player.
I need a player
in that situation. I need a player. I'd like the picks. It's fine, but the Sixers aren't gonna. What are the Sixers gonna do with 3 rookies this year? You know, like if you get 3 picks in the three rookies,
and we just got the 2 guys last year.
We had Bona.
Yeah,
well, 3 guys.
Who else we get?
Well, we get Justin Edwards was undrafted free agent.
That's what I'm thinking of. Justin Edwards
and Jared McCain.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but I think Brooklyn. I feel like Brooklyn could take back Paul George. I think they could. You know.
Well, let's get that done.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. All of a sudden, we might have different opinions on Daryl Morey on WIP
yeah, we
tomorrow.
might, yes.
You know? Okay, Andrew, you're on WIP. What's up, okay?
What it do, fellas?
What it do, okay?
What up, Andrew?
Hey, Spike, this is one of your biggest days of the year, I know. I don't have a lot of basketball knowledge, but here's what I think is going to happen. I don't mind trading back if we can land Trey Johnson. I think he's a great fit for our future. I think just looking at this team right now, we have a solid 9. Not great, not like above average 9 that can go and get into the playoffs somehow. If Embiid can play at the MVP level, maybe a top 4 seed. So I think Trey Johnson fits in the bench squad. I think McCain's going to be 6th man. I do think Grimes is going to get that starting spot at first, and it's going to be a battle. And they have to start Paul George because they can't waste the salary cap.
I agree with all those things. I think Jared McCain will come off the bench. I think he'll be the 6th man. I think the starting guards will be Grimes and Maxey. I'd be fine if they take Trey Johnson. I worry about his ability to contribute in the I don't think he's a playoff contributor this year or anything, but probably whoever they take ends up not being a playoff contributor.
Well, if you look at the big shots that he has hit in his short college career, I mean, he has that dog. He has that it factor. I mean, you see Max, he has it. McCain kind of showed a little last year, but we need a guy to bring the city back with basketball because it's all about football right now, which I love. But we need a guy like Trey Johnson to bring the city back and rally with the young guys to have this team likable again.
All right. Okay. I appreciate it. What do you think of Jack's desire to get Con Knipple?
To get what?
Exactly.
Con Knipple.
What?
There he is. There is the guy who wants to bring basketball back to Philadelphia.
Only one man can do it.
Yep. Is okay, Andrew.
It's okay, Andrew.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you for the call.
That was good. I mean, I feel like with okay, Andrew.
Yep.
Yesterday you had the meltdown about Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah. Who stinks?
You might have felt bad. Kind of like how you felt bad with Elliott last week.
Yes.
So you went easy on him.
I did.
You went easy on okay, Andrew today.
I did. Yeah, I was.
Because I think your mentality is, you build him up, tear him down.
Knock him down a few pegs.
Then you build him back up.
Well, the deal with okay, the weird thing about okay, Andrew, is he sounds so polite.
Sure.
But he gets a little prickly if you disagree with him.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. He was like, he was giving me all these numbers on Aroldis Chapman, and I'm like, I think
you didn't
he's
see his
cooked.
baseball savant page?
I know about his baseball savant page, and he was like, I said, I think he's cooked, and he's like, well, you're in the minority. Okay, congratulations. Okay, thank you. This friggin' guy.
Yeah, he got a little.
Yeah,
I'm prickly with you.
A little prickly,
He did.
A little prickly, Who do you think you are?
Yeah, it's kind of startling because he's not loud with it. He's just more or less.
No, he's got an attitude. I could see when we put him on the air live and he had his hat backwards.
It's like when Austin here had his hat backwards.
Yes, Austin and the engineer.
Yeah. We're like, that's not right.
Yeah, what's the attitude about?
What's the tude for?
Yeah, what's the attitude about here?
Why are you getting cocky?
So, new report out of Jake Fisher. Now, Jake Fisher writes with Mark Stein, the People's Insider. We had Jake on last week.
So is that a bit? Because he said it 4 times when Jake.
That's what Stein calls him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Mark Stein calls him the People's Insider.
Okay, Jake Fisher, Philly guy.
Because he grinded his way up. Of course, we have the Shams of the world, and it used to be Woj, but Woj isn't there anymore.
Right.
So Mark Stein sort of frames him as the one for the people or whatever.
That's smart.
So a couple things from Jake. I believe the Sixers will make at least one more trade run at the number 2 overall pick by calling San Antonio again, something we've already reported that Philadelphia has attempted. Just as I also strongly believe that San Antonio has never strongly considered surrendering the pick and missing out on the chance to draft Harper. There was some thought that San Antonio would not want Harper as his fit with with De'Aaron Fox is not great, and they want to be good this year.
Sure.
So
is Wemby fine? Is he going to be all right?
Well, that happens one more time. He doesn't play anymore.
No.
So
they might have to think about drafting like another star. I mean, because like if Wemby can't play.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, if Wemby can't play, it's over.
Yeah. I love Dylan Harper, though.
Dylan Harper's a good player. Also from Jake, I believe Philly will ultimately stand pat at 3, barring a significant improvement in the offers from the teams below them that have pitched to date. I also believe the Sixers have strongly weighed selecting Ace Bailey, even though Bailey's representation has clearly attempted to steer the Rutgers star away from the Sixers' all-star filled lineup.
I think that actually I think that kind of turns Daryl on.
Yes, the fact that he doesn't want to be here.
Yeah, I think that actually gets Daryl going a little bit.
Yep. Bailey would appear to be a strong on-court fit alongside Joel Embiid, and Paul George would set him up to eat off catch-and-shoot opportunities and relentlessly attack closeouts. But it has been well chronicled that Bailey wants to land somewhere that he will have immediate on-ball, an immediate on-ball role of prominence. And finally, from Jake, I believe VJ Edgecombe, once you get past all of that Philly backstory, remains the likely top contender to go to the Sixers at 3 and has been for some time now.
Whoever they pick, I think, is going to end up getting traded.
So whoever they pick at 3, you think it's a trade?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like whether it's Edgecombe, I think someone wants to go get him. Whether it's Ace Bailey, it's whoever wants that guy, and then they just trade back and take Knipple or Trey Johnson or maybe that Chris Bryant guy you said.
Yeah.
Carter Bryant. Yeah, I think ultimately the most likely is what Bill Simmons said. I think ultimately they take Edgecombe and trade him to Charlotte and get something out of Charlotte. That would be my guess. And then pick somebody at 4, whether it's Johnson. Now,
out of Charlotte?
They could also trade back again.
We getting Brandon Miller?
No. Brandon Miller. No, I think they want to build with Brandon Miller.
Yeah.
Brandon Miller and LaMelo. Loser. LaMelo's a losing basketball player.
Yeah. 100%.
Fun to watch.
Again, the Jello might be the most talented ball brother.
Well,
all things considered.
He's not going to make as much money as those other two, though.
No, probably
how many
not.
rap songs he makes.
Yeah.
Well, I watched his video of him yesterday. Yeah. He put like Future's album, I think 2 albums ago, above Dr. Dre, like the
Chronic?
GOAT. All of these. Wow. I can just see you two just sitting there
obliterating
furious.
Yeah, I don't even want him commenting on any albums from the 90s.
Yeah, honestly, I don't want anybody under 25 commenting on any greatest list or whatever. Future, I'm sure he had Drake on his list.
Yep.
These doofuses. What's coming up in the top 5 of 5, Jack?
What was that?
Yeah, a little snort action there.
Yeah. So things that move the slowest when you have to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Because I might have had a almost buzz situation.
Oh, I almost had one too in college.
On my way in here today.
Yeah.
This is today.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Sprinted in here.
Really?
Yeah.
But sprinted, but kept your legs.
Like a penguin. Yeah.
Your knees were locked as you were sprinting.
A bit of a prairie dog situation.
So, the top 5, the things that move the slowest when you're in traffic,
when
or when you have to go to the bathroom.
Yes.
Well, I just gave away one of them.
We'll see if that one's on my list.
Yeah, well, it better be. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
I knew it.
Yeah.
You know how much I love summer, right? So get ready to enjoy a season of savings with limited time offers during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura. Now, every trip becomes its own destination in the new 2025 Acura RDX, now available to lease for just $459 a month for 36 months. Now, this premium sport crossover is engineered with comfort, handling, and cargo room to put it in a class all of its own. Make every moment a mile to remember make every mile a moment to remember in the new 2025 Acura MDX, ready to lease for only $559 a month for 36 months. Experience endless Acura possibilities with special offers during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura in Maple Shade today, and make sure you tell them Ike sent you.
Offers end 6/30/25. Not all leases will qualify. See dealer for full details.
The Phillies play here. Phillies, Astros, tonight. Leading off starts at 7:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 8:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
It is gone! Off the ivy in dead center!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This time of year, anything can go wrong when it comes to your plumbing system. When these things happen, it is time to call the experts. Horizon Services has the expertise to solve any of your plumbing problems because they have seen it all. They have same-day emergency repair service, which can make sure you're comfortable fast. And if it's a bigger job, say a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties and flexible payment options. Horizon Services is available 24/7. Schedule a visit today at HorizonServices.com.
The girls are wearing nothing. Creekside Cabaret says tonight the girls are wearing nothing but their birthday suits. It's birthday suit night tonight at Creekside Cabaret. Creekside Cabaret, 3225 Advanced Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Toyota and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Toyota. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Toyota. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Toyota. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Toyota with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale, or visit them online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Zach Gelb with the Odyssey Sports Minute. New Florida State quarterback Thomas Castellanos told Pete Nakos when the Seminoles play Alabama to open up the college football season that without Nick Saban, he doesn't fear the Crimson Tide and doesn't see how Alabama stops him. Yesterday, he talked to star South Carolina QB Lenore Sellers, and he disagreed with Castellanos, making it clear that Alabama is still a force to be reckoned with. Castellanos can do all the talking he wants for now, but can the quarterback who was benched by Boston College last season back it up? My guess is he won't be able to come August 30th. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
He's not like Kevin Durant!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Absolutely is.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz on your radio, 94.1, the free Odyssey app, and streaming live on YouTube. Hello, YouTube folks. Phillies baseball back on WIP tonight, 8:10 first pitch against the Houston Astros. Wheeler on the mound for the Phils. You will have Fritz at 6, and then an extended leading off with one Jack Fritz after the show today.
So much leading off.
Oh, my God, so much leading off.
We did around the horn last night. Buzz named Jose Altuve. Like, come on. Have some respect for the game.
Wow, he can't even name Altuve?
Well, it's just a chalk answer. Come on, man. You can't go Jose Altuve.
You just did around the you and Buzz?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Still, around the horn's my bit.
Yeah, well, it's also a show.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
I'm sorry. Was that part of the show?
Who stole? Who's bit?
Okay. All right.
On a bit stealing.
All right. Let's go.
It's the 5.
Number 5.
At 5.
5.
With Jack Fritz.
Oh, 5. Beautiful 5.
So it happens because I no longer am able to park in the garage here, so I have to.
There it is.
Yep.
That's your Jalen Carter sack on Matt Stafford.
Yep.
How long does it take for Jack to mention he doesn't park in the garage anymore?
So I park like what 5 minutes away, 5-10 minutes away. Sometimes it's I used to be able to park here. I knew I'd be able to get to the bathroom in time. Now I'm a little further away. It's kind of a sprint, but you also can't sprint too much because you never know, it might slip
too
out.
much movement.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
So, given that this situation has happened a couple times recently, I have the things that move the slowest when you have to go to the bathroom. Those could be 1 or 2.
Yeah, for sure. Because one, it feels like you could hold it forever if there's nothing in your way.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean? Like it becomes urgent when all of a sudden you realize you're not going to get there as quickly as you're going to get there.
Exactly. Yeah. And for as thought-provoking as yesterday's was on the top 5, this is right back in its roots.
Dumbing it right back down.
Just like the Pablo Torre conversation.
Yep.
So number 5 is the clock. Now, this is usually when you're in high school or college. There's like 5 minutes left in class. Probably too late to raise your hand to go to the bathroom or wherever how you guys did it back in the day.
Yeah.
So you just got to sit there, and it just feels like it's never moving. It's just stuck, and especially like because the digital clocks make it worse because you don't even know where the clock hand is,
how close you are to the next minute.
At least on the analog clock, you can see the stupid thing slowly moving. Clock moves incredibly slow when you have to go to the bathroom.
See, I have one in my head that I think is related to clock, but I don't know if it's going to be on your list, so I'm not going to mention it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Number 4 is a traffic light.
Oh,
for sure.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
The red light, it's never going to change.
Do you scream at it?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay.
The rage comes out.
Yes.
In these kind of situations.
How long does this have to be red?
Well, then you start, if it's just you, right? Then you go over the line and back. Over the line and back.
To try to trigger it?
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah, I'm surprised you know that trick.
Well, some are
I
on a
think my
sensor.
dad taught me that trick.
Some of them have sensors.
Yeah, some are on a sensor, some are on a timer.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, the one on a timer, you're out of
You're
luck.
wasting time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're SOL.
Yeah.
The third is human beings, obviously. Whether it's a line, they're taking forever in the line. You're standing in the back of the line.
Yeah.
It seems like everyone's just having a jolly old time.
Well, dude, a line to get in a bathroom when you have to go to the bathroom. Never more have I screamed, "What is he doing in there?"
No.
You know? Like, I think he's doing something untoward.
I know.
You
And
know?
then there's so many times, and I don't ever want to, like, disrupt someone else's time. You know?
Of course
I'm not a confrontational guy.
Of course not.
It's the only time I'm ever just like, would you mind if I just went in front of you? Like,
Have you done that before?
No, I always think
Okay.
about it, though. I'm like, I don't want to be that guy.
Right.
Because I'm sure they have to go to the bathroom, too. But
Everyone's
it's
gotta
like
go to
you
the
don't understand. I really got to go to the bathroom. But also, while you're walking, sometimes you're walking around, it seems like people are getting in your way. So then you got to move out of the way like you're a running back. Like you just turn into a running back trying to hit a hole.
You know, every once in a while, when I'm walking on the sidewalk and I am trying to pass somebody for this reason only, doesn't it seem as if they have a sensor that you're behind them and almost move to stay? Like, is it? I always wonder.
It's like pocket awareness for a quarterback.
Yes. It's like there's a subconscious thing that makes them not want to pass you even though they don't know that you're there.
I know.
Yeah.
I know, and they get real cocky about it, too. I think they're smirking, but they're probably not smirking.
They're probably not smirking.
They're probably
just walking. Yeah.
Second is things that move the slowest when you have to go to the bathroom is cars. Now, this is different than traffic, because cars, I feel like most people roll stop signs. When you have to go to the bathroom,
Not me.
Not most people.
No.
Okay, well, I roll stop signs.
I wait for the jolt. If you don't feel that little jolt thing when you stop, you haven't stopped.
Okay.
You know, I don't know if you learned that when you were learning to drive.
It's all eye test when it comes to stop signs, in my opinion. But it seems like when you have to go to the bathroom, people are making full stops. Like they're doing the whole like STOP when you stop at this, where you're supposed to spell it out. That's how long you're supposed to stop. They drive slower,
Never heard that.
No, I never heard that.
Really?
Either. Yeah.
So the old adage is if you can spell STOP, that means that you've come to a full stop
You've
at
stopped
a stop sign.
Yeah, cars are, I mean, in every way, at a stop sign on the highway. This is when we get into the left lane situation, when people are not passing.
Oh, yeah.
When people are not merging.
Right.
Also, boy, the number of people that fall asleep in Philadelphia at the traffic light when it turns green and they're just sitting there. Go!
On the phone. You know they're on the phone.
Yep, they're looking at their phone. Stop looking at your phone! Go!
Sometimes you
They
got
should be
to.
dialed into the traffic light.
Stand up. I'm guilty of it sometimes. But because I'm like you, it's so irritating to me. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not.
Dialed in.
Yes.
The worst is if you have to make a left. And
Yes.
you're in the left, and the person in front of you has an opportunity to make a left, and they don't make a left. What are you waiting for? Even when they don't. Okay, last thing. When you want them to make a left, if you're making a left somewhere and you have a green light, you pull into the middle of the intersection to make a left. You don't wait all the way back at the end of the lane. You pull in, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When they're not doing that, I'm wondering what they're doing. And if you got to go number one or number two, that's an emergency situation.
I hate it.
It's so slow.
I hate it.
It's so slow.
Yeah.
Person in front of you, not moving.
Oh, my God.
Now, I will say, how long do you give until you honk?
Oh, it's free. My Uncle Eric taught me. You should honk whenever you want. It's free. Doesn't cost you anything.
It could cost you something, though, if you honk too fast.
Well, you got to get, there's a couple of kinds of honks.
If you honk immediately when it turns green and you haven't gone yet, that's when the fisticuffs have to happen.
There's a honk you can give them that it's a, hey, I just want to let you know.
Yeah,
It's the,
beep, beep.
Yeah.
Yes,
Not
beep.
that.
Yeah, you do the lay on the horn thing, and that's when it's trouble.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, and my theory for a while, I've got two theories on cars. One, there should be two different horns. Like one that's a friendly horn, like a Conklin horn or whatever, and then one's like
clown horn.
clown,
Yes.
but maybe not a clown horn, but more a friendly horn.
Yeah. Like
there's a friendly horn, then there's the a-hole horn.
Yeah.
There should be two different horns, and I think there should be two different brake lights. Like one that's dark red means I'm slamming on the brakes, and one that's maybe a little pink. It's a little slow down.
That seems dangerous. Your stop sign thing.
And we're asking somebody to read that. Yeah. Is that red or pink?
Yeah, I thought it was pink. I didn't think he was slamming on the brakes.
You don't think that one gets
that
back?
has, that has disaster written all over it.
Yeah, that sounds
right
like one of your worst ideas.
But the number one thing that moves the slowest when you have to go to the bathroom, and it is unbelievable. It's the elevator.
I knew it was. Yep.
It's always the elevator. You're slamming the button. Close.
Yeah.
And like I'm worried you don't want to move too much because then the elevator might get stuck. But I'm moving. Like I'll get stuck in that elevator. Whatever. The elevator seems to take an eternity when you have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The one that I had on my list that you didn't have, and I know you don't go to the movies anymore, but for me, when I go to the movies, I always get a big, giant diet soda. I love drinking big, giant diet soda in the movies. But what happens is, I'm getting older. I can't hold it in the way that I used to hold it in. But I'm doing the math of like, when in the movie do I think this is? Because I don't want to miss 4 minutes of the movie to go to the bathroom. I want to wait until the very, very end. So what I'm trying to figure out is, this isn't a slow thing. It's a how long is the movie? Do I have to leave? I had to leave 28 years later on Friday night because the soda was too big. I drank it too quickly. Middle of the movie, I had to go pee-pee.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
Not pee-pee.
Yeah. Not pee-pee.
Not pee-pee.
Oh, this hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 40% off all windows and doors. Their big summer sale, no money down, up to 18 months to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GUIDA.com. Herb in the Northeast, who is on with us now. You're on WIP. What's up, Herb?
What's happening? I haven't talked to you for about a week or whatever, but tonight's the big night. Maybe the Sixers. What do we know? What do we know about Embiid? He's not going to play, right?
We don't know that.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, we don't know. They're keeping it a secret or something.
Yeah, I don't think they know. Yeah.
We don't know if he's going to be there September, October, November, or December. So
Correct.
After December.
Yeah.
We gotta have plan number 2 ready.
Okay.
So I say we take at the number 3 pick.
Oh boy.
7'1".
Yep.
From Creighton.
Ryan
Brenner. He's been the last 2 years. He's been on the first team Big East player, and he's got a lot of different.
With the third pick in the NBA draft, you want them to take?
Projected as the 28th pick in the draft.
He stinks, Herb.
Okay.
He stinks.
Well, he can play. I don't know if he stinks, dude. I mean, I've seen him play for 4 years. I don't know what you were watching, but he can play.
Ooh, you heard him.
Wow.
Herb, he's a 7'1" center that's 28 years old.
No, he's not 28, is he?
No,
that's what Jack does.
Who else is out there that can play center, okay, for Embiid that they ain't got? Do they have any players right now on their roster?
Yeah, Dembona.
Yeah, him. But, I mean, other than him, okay, who do they got? They ain't got nobody.
Andre Drummond.
Andre Drummond.
Yeah, Andre Drummond.
That's two.
He didn't play either last year.
Yeah, well, they sat him on purpose. Yeah. Yeah, he did play, though. Yeah.
All right, well.
So you want them to take a Creighton center who is projected to go maybe even in the second round with the third pick overall? That seems aggressive.
Whatever.
Yeah. Well,
Whatever.
Don't get mopey with me.
You know. Is there any other centers that are projected?
Yes.
Is there any other centers?
Yes, the Duke center, Malawach, is projected to go in the top 10.
Where's he from?
Duke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how tall is he? 7 foot?
9 feet tall.
6'9"?
No, he's 9 feet.
Yeah, well, okay, whatever.
Do you think that's too tall?
What? Huh?
Do you think 9 feet's too tall for an NBA player?
9 foot tall.
Yeah, he get his head on the rim if he jumps. He's got to be careful. That's the worry.
Oh, no, this pick better be right, man. They better not screw this pick up.
Yep.
That's right.
Yep. Don't think they're going to take the Creighton guy.
We don't need no guards. We got plenty of guards that can play.
We've only got 3 of them.
We got plenty of guards. We don't need no more guards.
We've only got 3 guards, and really only 2.
We need a power forward. That's what we need.
Okay. All right.
It's either power forward or another center.
Okay. All right. And who are all their guards? Just out of curiosity.
I don't have their roster in front of me.
Oh,
right
yes.
now.
That's actually rude of me to ask.
That are guards. They brought guys up from the Delaware team, and they played real good last year.
Yeah.
They played real good.
How many ladies did you spend time with when you were in Columbia?
Couple.
Couple 3, couple 4, couple 2?
Two.
Okay.
Two.
All right. And have you maintained a relationship with them?
No.
All right.
There you go.
Hit it and quit it.
I'm going back to Costa Rica next year.
Right. Hell yeah.
Yep. Gotta get back there.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I want to go see my old lady down there.
Wow.
Well, hold on.
I'm sure she'll appreciate. Wait, what?
You got a girlfriend, Herb?
There's a girl I know down there.
Well, you refer to her as your old lady, which means you guys are an item.
I agree. Somebody sent you some pictures. I just left the gym. Eddie Gus.
The hell?
That's one way to change the conversation. Who sent me some pictures, Herb?
Eddie Gus.
That sounds like a guy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, he knows you.
Yeah, Eddie knows you.
Eddie
yeah, you would
Gus?
know him. Yeah.
I heard he just told me something about he's going out with Pete this weekend or something.
Pete Cherokee?
Yeah, and he said, and then there's.
Can we give Pete your phone
on.
number? Pete was asking about you. Can we give him your phone number?
Of course.
Okay. All right. Just making sure. All right.
Yeah.
Where are you going? Oh,
Yeah.
I rode the Flyers on Monday.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Who do you think they're going to take? They have the 6th pick in the draft on Friday. Any ideas of who they should take?
They're going to have a good team this year. You watch.
They made the playoffs?
They're going to make the playoffs this year.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. You trust Briere and Jonesy in there?
Yeah. They're
Okay.
going to be. I got a new thing that I got this new plan, and I'm going to have a talk with Briere about it.
Oh.
I already talked to Briere's son today and told him they all like it, and a lot.
Where'd
of
you
the
talk to
Flyers
Briere's
like
son at?
Yeah, where was that?
it. Down at the well, he works down at Wells Fargo.
Okay. All right. And what's the plan?
You'll see about it. I'll be down there at Voorhees talking with Chief Jones and it's about staying in shape,
Okay.
working out, and in between games, when you're on the road, in between games, you'll see, you'll hear about
And
it.
you're the expert on that.
It's going to be a new, it's a new thing now. We ain't going to put these guys on the ice constantly and all. When they don't go on the ice when the day of the game, they can go on the ice. If they want to go in the morning and go around or whatever, fine. But the day off is their day off, and we're going to put them in a special physical exercising 2-3 times a week. They're going to go in the cold pool, the hot tub, stuff I told Ike Reese about. He knows.
That's a great idea.
Yep.
So we're
Yep.
gonna do that.
I know that. I know all that stuff you got to do. Yeah.
Too much ice. We need these guys to relax.
Too much ice.
And on game day,
Yeah.
offense.
Yeah.
I want to see this team put up.
But they need a
3
goalie.
goals.
They need a goalie, Herb. Where are they going to get a goalie? They need a goalie.
3 goals.
What?
Yeah, well, they'll find one. Don't worry.
All right.
You got all summer to look for a goalie.
Okay.
That case should be almost over. Right?
What about Ed Belfour?
That case should be almost over, right?
Oh no, that's not
Carter Hart. Yeah, I don't want to talk about
we're not
Carter
going
Hart.
down that
All right,
road.
let me get this call. Let me see what this is.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Call
Thank
us
you.
back.
Put us
Thank
on
you.
hold. Yeah.
I just I put Herb on hold because
Yeah, we'll check back in with him.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Dude,
He
that
wanted to
dude,
take the
man.
show off the rails.
No, I know.
That dude. Like
But he's so serious with the Briere, they're going to talk thing.
Yes.
Crazy.
He believes all of this stuff. And the Creighton thing. Okay, here's another thing that Herb does. We're like, hey, Herb, he's, the guy in Creighton is like the 28th ranked player. Also, they already have 2 other centers. And he's like, well, fine then. Like, he gets all mopey and moody when you correct him on something.
Yeah. When you correct him.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, that's a good point.
I'm starting to see a lot of similarities between OK Andrew and Herb.
Oh, you think Andrew is? I thought OK had an issue with you.
Well, yeah, I think that's a general running theme.
Yeah, but they're like under the radar prickly.
Yeah, under the radar.
About their uninformed opinions.
Yeah, like they both don't really know what they're talking about at all.
Yeah. He's like, they got
listening to the show right now.
Well, Herb said they had too many guards. And I said, who? And he said, well, I don't have the roster in front of me.
There's 3.
There's only 3 guards. By the way, only 2 of them are under contract. The only ones that are under contract are Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain. They don't even have, what's his name?
The kid, Edwards.
No.
Oh, Grimes.
Grimes. Quentin Grimes not even under contract. Oh, my God.
I think Herb is on edge. He's on edge when you correct him on something. He doesn't know if you're coming at him or.
Well, I like to keep Herb on his toes.
I know.
Yeah.
You'll just ask him something simple that has nothing to, and he gets on the edge like, hold on, is that a trick question?
How many ladies did you spend time with?
Well, you answered that quick.
You did. Dave in Collegeville. You're on WIP. What's up, Dave?
Hey, okay, all right. I got one more thing I'd like to say about Ricky Bo, okay? All right? It's Herb's brother, all right?
Herb's brother. Oh, wow.
Herb's brother
Okay.
Dave.
Wow.
Okay, I'm his brother Dave, okay? All right? I got one more thing I want to say, all right? I think the Phillies are going to go all the way, all right?
I can't tell if you really like Herb or if you're mad about Herb.
I like Herb. I want to be like Herb. I don't really usually talk like this unless I just heard Herb.
Okay.
All right, guys, I love the show, okay? All right, I love the show.
All right.
Appreciate it, bro.
All right. Thank you,
I'll
Dave.
call you again, guys, all right?
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Okay. All right. Before, go ahead.
No.
Have we? I know you have leading off and all that stuff, but have we seen a lineup from the Phillies yet, or no?
Yeah.
Okay, no Bryce.
No Bryce.
Okay.
Confirmed. There's no Bryce in the lineup. I don't know why that was so confusing for everyone yesterday.
Oh yeah, morning show was talking about it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It was very simple.
Because I was on the morning.
up.
Yeah, well, I was. They had me on to talk about the draft today, and they were like, "Hey, what's with Fritz yesterday, making everybody think that Bryce was playing?" And by the way, I stuck up for you real good this morning, just so we're clear.
I heard.
Yeah.
Was it about the competition thing?
Well, first he was like, Jack Fritz, who works for you, and I said,
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
and I said,
does that mean he thinks that Seltzer works for him?
Well, so I said, just to be clear, Jack works with me. He's co-host, producer, and I said, the hierarchy that you believe you have with your show does not really exist with our show. And then he brought up the Bryce thing, and I said, well, he just misunderstood for a second. But he was laying in on you with that. And then he brought up the competition, and I said you would squash him in golf. I said my only concerns in the competition are tennis.
Sure.
Because I don't think you've played tennis.
I was like 8.
Yeah. And I said, honestly, baseball, because I said, Joe, I don't think you're going to swing.
Well, apparently he said he's going to squat down and then not swing.
Yeah, he said he's going to squat like Ricky Henderson and Pete Rose.
Just trying to shrink his strike zone.
Shrink the strike zone.
Which is like, I mean, whatever. It's just embarrassing. But I know he's going to try to go for a walk.
Yeah, he will. He will. And to me, it's all about the first 3 pitches from you. If you're in the zone to start it, I think you're going to get confident and he's going to be in trouble. I think if you throw 2 balls to start, I'm just a little worried.
Bro.
No balls.
Get the ball over the plate.
Yes.
I know. I heard
He's
that a lot.
He's not going to hit it.
Heard that a lot growing up.
He's not.
Just throw strikes.
Yeah, don't you just try to throw your hardest.
Yeah,
he's working, trying to blow it by him.
He's working on a sweeper, I'm sure.
Yeah, just throw it over the plate. He's going to hit a ground ball, right? He has to get a base hit.
Yeah.
Or is it just hitting the ball?
No, he has to get a base hit.
It's a base hit.
And we're going to have defenders out there.
Yeah.
Do I get to play shortstop?
No. Real defenders. Now,
Hey,
maybe
listen, you want me at short.
I want you maybe in the outfield.
Why? The ball's not going out there.
Yeah, I know. If it does, you can chase it down. You do a little.
Yeah, can I play the outfield too?
I told you I don't even need an outfield.
What defenders are you using while you sitting there disrespecting my athletic ability?
I'm not disrespecting your athletic
you
ability.
are.
I think we're using the Plymouth White Marsh High School team.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, well, okay. Then you got
like
a good
that.
defensive team.
Yeah.
I thought you had Buzz and Justin out there.
No, Buzz is the first base umpire.
Yes, okay.
And then we have a real.
And do you have a catcher?
In part. So I don't know if we have a catcher.
They mentioned Ben.
I'm not catching.
No, you're not catching.
Yeah. It's probably been a while since Ben.
I don't think Ben is getting down there either.
He said his knees are all right.
Oh, well, then Ben might be. Is he too tall?
He certainly had more.
To be a catcher.
He certainly is in better shape than I am.
Yeah. Ben?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has look about the
Believe me
same.
when I tell you. Yeah, he is. Yes, he is.
All right. 215-592-9494. We'll bring you home next. We'll see if Herb's still on hold. You never know. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Philly season, we see it. It's in full swing. And I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have, Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. And now they have green tea and vodka available in a variety pack with 3 brand new flavors. All of them absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with a day at the ballpark. Each can of Surfside is only 100 calories. And the best part, 0 bubbles. Ask for it at your local bars and liquor store. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
Join Sports Radio 94 WIP and the Midday Show with Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio as we broadcast live from the New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl, benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation.
Hell yeah!
Be part of the action and donate at 94WIP.com. The top 30 donors will receive an exclusive VIP experience. Donate $25 or more and you'll automatically be entered to win general admission tickets. Wow! The New Heights Podcast Team 62 Beer Bowl tomorrow. Donate at 94WIP.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available if at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford, back on the air. Megan from Rose Tree, what's chirping?
Hey, Robin, still on the fence. I need a new SUV, but is now really the right time to buy?
Stop nesting and soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Sean from Springfield. You're on the air.
Hi, Robin. What are the actual details on Ford employee pricing?
Simple, Sean. Here at Robin Ford, we're all part of the same flock, so you pay what we pay. You can save up to $10,000 off a brand new F-150 and save 5% under factory invoice on any brand new Ford. No fluff, no feathers. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end June 30th, 2025. See dealer for more details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand Slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Phillies will be playing at the time of the show, so we will not be on the radio, but
Darn.
we will be on YouTube starting at 1:30.
Yay!
To discuss what the Sixers did in the draft. So if you watch the midday show, and we'll go right into when we go into Phillies baseball on air, we will be on YouTube tomorrow. So if you're interested in finding out what we think of what the Sixers did, which you are, of course, you will watch YouTube tomorrow. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. If you could pay only one of these two this offseason, who would you pay, Kyle Schwarber or Ranger Suarez? 66.2% say Schwarber.
Still hanging strong, huh?
Speaking of the Phils, why don't we talk a little Phils here?
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
So I'm actually glad you did that because speaking of Schwarber, there's a new article out on Fox Sports where both Dombrowski and Schwarber are quoted when talking about Schwarber's impending free agency. So what do you guys think about this quote from Dave Dombrowski about Kyle Schwarber? He said, of course you don't want to lose a Kyle Schwarber. He's a unique talent and he's a quality individual. We don't want to lose him. But I think your responsibility as somebody in my job is to make your club better in other ways. I've lost free agent players in the past, so we've gone out and been able to do things. Again, not that you want to lose them, but I don't think it's the end of any window or anything. Probably downplaying it, but still,
well, he doesn't want to give.
Yeah, because clearly they've already made an offer to Schwarber.
Yes.
Yeah.
Schwarber wants more.
Yes.
So now it's posturing.
Yeah, I care what these guys say. I do, like the Dombrowskis, the Morris, the Barriga, Howie, all that stuff. But you also have to think about what their motivation is to say whatever they're saying.
Yeah.
So, yeah, his motivation is don't give the Schwarber side any more ammo in negotiations.
Well, you can't say we need him.
We need him. Yeah, we can't even imagine this locker room without this clubhouse without Schwarber.
I'm actually thinking, didn't they do whatchamacallit the same way? Nola was like the same way, right?
What? I don't remember.
Well, they let him hit free agency, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They let him hit free agency, and then they still wound up paying him a ton of money.
Yeah,
the Braves tried, man. He could have been a Brave this entire time.
Everybody's worried about Kyle Schwarber getting some giant offer. He's a 33-year-old DH.
I mean, but the industry thinks he's going to get $400.
Well, $400's not that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
25 a year?
Yeah.
Would they do 25 a year if it was only 3 years?
I don't know.
I'd rather give him 100 for 3, not be on the hook for that 4th year. Honestly, I'd rather give him 30 a year for 3 years than the 4th year. I just worry about these guys getting older.
Of course. So then Kyle Schwarber also said, I know that from our side, as soon as the season's over, whenever the time is appropriate, some sort of conversation will be had. I've got a lot of respect for the Phillies organization, obviously the players here and the management and things like that. They've done a lot for me, and that's why I don't think it's going to be just a goodbye, right? There's going to be some sort of conversation. So I guess you could say from that, he's going to at least give him a chance to match.
He's a little.
Well, listen, Kyle is saying the right things, but if money is still important to him, if that weren't the case, then he would have taken the deal that they gave him already. They offered him.
Sure.
So he is posturing as well. So he wants to put those numbers up there so that he can get his last big deal.
It is.
His last big deal.
Everyone's posturing.
Yeah, well, and he is clearly, I'm sure, a little annoyed that they have not just extended him so he doesn't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
You know? But again, we've gotten a great season out of Kyle Schwarber so far. What did Pete hit last year?
Alonso?
2 years.
No. What did he hit? What did he do in his last year?
He did pretty bad last year.
Yeah, he didn't have a great season.
He didn't really heat up until the postseason.
Yeah, he still had 34 homers.
I think he's over 30,
but a bad year.
But he hit 220 or something.
Yeah, he just from that.
But then he hit the home run in the game, the playing game
off Devin Williams.
Yeah, and then he hit the home run against us, and they had the run. What's that?
Do you think that's how they're kind of looking at Kyle Schwarber, Pete Alonso?
Alonso only signed a 1-year deal, though.
Right.
It was 1+1, wasn't it?
Maybe.
Yeah.
But still, I think Schwarber's looking for. He should be able to secure a more multi-year.
I mean, do the Phillies view Kyle Schwarber like a Pete Alonso?
Maybe.
Who's older? Kyle's older, right?
Kyle's older.
So how did Pete Alonso only get a 1 year?
Well, because I think Alonso wanted a lot more money. And the Mets didn't want to spend. Alonso really wanted to stay.
Right.
Like, really wanted to stay. And I don't think the market.
They spent $1 billion on Soto.
So I think it became like prove it year for Pete Alonso. But I think as much as Schwarber doesn't want to leave here, Pete Alonso really didn't want to leave the Mets. So I think that's why that. And there wasn't a huge market for him because I think his eyes got too big. Like, I think he's a Boris guy now, right? Isn't
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just think they aimed too high and they ended up pricing themselves out of the market.
All right.
So one of the things that we've talked a lot about with the trade deadline is getting a right-handed bat, possibly a first baseman. Dombrowski was on Starkville with Jason Stark and had this to say about going for a first baseman.
Suppose a first baseman, right-handed hitting first baseman, were available. You could match up, and Bryce Harper has said to you, "Hey, I'm happy to go back to the outfield if you want me to." Is that even in play?
Well, Bryce has said that. Bryce will be willing to do whatever needs to be done, and that's one of the many things that are great about him. I would really prefer not to do that. And I think part of it, he's turned into a very good first baseman. For whatever reason, people discount defense when they're talking about these things. So with these moves, so you could go get let's just say you wanted to get a right-handed bat. I could go get a right-handed bat and put him in left field. But you might not catch the ball, I mean, you do need the combination of that. So Bryce adds a lot for us at first base right now. And so, again, I don't want to ever say never, but I would say it's not likely.
Okay. The only thing that, and look, I think him setting it up that way is the right way, and I don't think they would do it anyway. But it is rich of him going, people discount defense. Meanwhile, you got Castellanos in right field, Trey Turner at shortstop.
He's not the defense guy. He's always been get the bats and you figure out the defense later.
Yeah,
it's every team he's ever built.
Yeah, like that is what are you talking about here, man? I think they know Bryce doesn't want to do it.
I got to be honest. I don't want Bryce in the outfield either.
Really?
I mean, if he's already starting to break down a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Putting him out there, I don't think that's going to help.
Well, at least his legs aren't hurt. It shouldn't hurt the wrist,
Yeah, I don't know what's more. It'd be interesting to get a real ball player on the show and ask them what's more physically demanding, outfield or.
And then Ike will just laugh
base.
the entire time.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
More physically demanding first base or left field.
Well, because there's more action at first base.
There's more action at first base.
There is
sure.
more action. I would say it's first base more. And plus, you got to bend over. And make sure you got to bend and make sure you're able to get in the right tagging position.
Yeah.
That's straining on the back.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. So the other thing, other quote from Starkville was on the idea of going for it and where this team's window is currently at.
We've had this core of players together for quite a few years, 4 or 5 years. And then now as they get a little bit older, people say, well, your window is closing. Well, I agree, and yet I disagree with that quite strongly because maybe it's closing with all these exact players because we have some free agents at the end of the year and your chances of maybe re-signing all of them is not going to be good. But you never know what happens. But also, we still have a good core of young players that are with our organization. We still have good starting pitching, and that's going to be with us for years. And we're also starting to get an influx of talent from our minor league system. If you have a chance to win, and it doesn't matter if you have a club that is a younger club or you have a club that is a veteran club, you're trying to do everything you can within reason to try to win. I mean, that's why we're in the game.
I think that's a fine answer.
Yeah, again, it just doesn't.
I don't want them to sound desperate.
No.
I don't want them to sound, this team, they're old and they're all free agents and we got to go for it. I think him playing his cards close to his vest, that he's not desperate, helps him.
Yeah,
Why is he doing this interview in the middle of the season anyway?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
But he's done a little interview circuit recently. I guess my thing is I would love to give him the benefit of the doubt here and say, well, I know Dave, he's going to go for it. He's going to go for it.
Right.
That was a little we got to keep these young players too. We got to have an influx of future talent as well.
Yeah, that's what that felt like to me.
It did.
That felt like, not that they won't do anything, but it may be more of what they've done the last 2 years, where you just get what's the closer we got last year?
Estevez and Hayes.
Yeah, like that's what that kind of felt like. Like he's trying to prepare us, but don't expect anything big at the trade deadline. And I got to be honest, that sounds like at least two of the pending free agents are gone.
Yeah,
at least two of them
are gone. Yeah, well, Ranger's gone.
And JT.
No, I think the way he talks, I think JT's going to be back.
I think JT's going to be back.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be back on like a 2-year, $20 million.
Every time I say JT's a free agent, he's like, JT's
going to be back.
Because they don't have a replacement.
They don't have a replacement.
Yeah.
And it's like even that $10 million and what he does defensively, it still brings value.
Yeah.
So if you replace Schwarber, right, because he's a 30-year-old DH.
Yeah.
The guy you replace him with, because I'm thinking you're replacing power, not the DH. You're replacing the power in the lineup.
Yep.
Isn't that going to cost you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could find what they could do is they could just make Harper the permanent DH if they wanted.
And then get a first baseman.
And then, like, let's say Reese opts out or something. And he's on the market. I don't know how much he would cost in the market.
Yeah.
I mean, they get creative that way.
Doesn't Harper want to play first base?
Well, if he can't stay on the field,
Well, yeah, if that's the case, I'm just saying, I don't know if he wants to be a DH right now.
I'm sure he doesn't want to.
I would say he would also want 500 home runs, and that might be the best.
Wants an extension.
Yeah. We want 500 home runs.
Very much so.
I say we, me and you. Yeah, we want the 500 home runs.
Listen, I think Harper's probably. I think they're going to re-sign Schwarber, and he's gonna be fine. I think it's Schwarber, and I think it's JT on a cheap price,
on a small deal. Yeah.
And Ranger probably walks.
Yep.
All right.
215-592-9494. Jack.
Come on, man. I got to talk about.
Yes. Come on.
Because I finally got a guy.
Yeah.
I've always been jealous of people that got guys.
I got a guy all over the place.
Yeah, well, but yeah, like I'm always like when people say they got a guy, it makes me feel cool. Well, that's where Christian HVAC comes in. And summer's heating up. You know your AC is going to be on the fritz. You know how hot it is out there? It's ridiculous out there. And right now, listen, you got to call Christian Home Services. They got you covered. All your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. The guys at Christian came out a couple weeks ago, hooked me up with a preferred partner plan, which includes priority service every time you call, a 15% discount on all service parts and labor, and free HVAC and plumbing home inspections. Plus, they got the best service in the business and a team that you can trust. Did you know that 90% of AC system problems can be traced back to bad install? That's why premium installation matters, and that's all Christian does. Right now, check out their summer special. 0 payments and 0 interest for 18 months or $2,000 off your new HVAC system. Christian Home Services, now you've got a guy. They've got me covered, and they've got you too. Visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
So Pro Football Focus put out their top 10 head coaches in the NFL.
Oh, Nick's got to be what?
Okay.
What would your gut, have you seen the list?
No.
Okay, what would your gut be where Nick should be?
Where he should be or
where would you put him?
I would put him top 5.
Okay.
I would put him just off the top of my head. Now, there are coaches that have – see, the Harbaughs and the Tomlins, they sort of get put in there because of their longevity.
Yep.
Right? Andy, at least, is still winning right now. He's been a long-tenured coach. Pete Carroll had a year off. Did they try to slide him back in there somewhere? Nick Sirianni, in his time as a head coach, maybe Andy has won more games than him.
Right. He's won a lot of games.
Yeah, like he's won a lot of games in his time as a head coach. So I would have him 5. I'm wondering if they show him any respect and at least put him in the top 10. The guy did just win the Super Bowl.
So he's 8.
Oh, they got him at 8. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought he might be outside the top 10.
So who deserves to be higher on their respective lists? Jalen in the quarterback rankings or Nick in the head coaching rankings?
Nick in the head coaching rankings.
But are there better head coaches than quarterbacks?
Well, okay. Here's who's ahead of him.
Give me.
Andy Reid is 1. Yeah. Sean Payton's 2. He's going to get credit for 100 years. Yeah.
Sean Payton, he's a good coach.
Now,
but they won the Super Bowl in 2009.
15 years?
Yeah. Number 3, McVay.
Okay, McVay.
Number 4, John Harbaugh.
Yep.
Fair. Then 5 and 6, Mike Tomlin, Jim Harbaugh.
Damn, they just throw Jim Harbaugh right in front of Nick. Jim, he just came back to the NFL.
Now, the thing is, if you, I get it, though. You know, the questionable one here for a lot of people is going to be 7 and Kyle Shanahan. Now, Kyle Shanahan's a good
at least
coach.
Kyle Shanahan has been in 2 recent. He's been in 2 Super Bowls, right? He's been to NFC Championship games.
Yep.
He's won with Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy. Right? Like, I'll give Kyle Shanahan that. I like Sean McVay as a coach. I think he's one of the brightest coaches in the league. Harbaugh, that's my guy. That's my guy. Tomlin, he's there. If Harbaugh is there, Tomlin's going to be there.
Right.
Although Harbaugh's has had more success than Tomlin recently.
They do have him ahead of Dan Campbell and then number 10, Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah. I guess the one that I know Sean Payton's a good coach and he calls plays. And I like what he did in Denver last year. But I can't erase the last few years in New Orleans where he didn't win. You got to have Nick at least in the top 5, 6.
Yeah,
I would have him in front of Tomlin.
They didn't totally disrespect him.
Yeah, it's not disrespectful.
Yeah, I think it's.
What was he at last year?
They put the legacy guys ahead of him, and I think the fact that he doesn't call plays hurts him.
Yeah,
I think it hurts him.